Upon transmigrating, I found myself immediately confronted with a severe drought, where crops were visibly on the brink of extinction. The northern enemy nation, ever restless, was conspiring with traitors to invade the northern borders. Natural disasters, human calamities, and military strife converged upon me, forcing an immediate flight from famine and misfortune. Fortunately, I possessed a sign-in system, and my first draw yielded a spatial farm, allowing me to escape poverty within a mere 10 days. Chapter 1. The Spatial Farm Unveiled. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by an overwhelming darkness. The only sensations I could register were a sticky warmth enveloping me, while my ears, after a brief distortion, were assaulted by the relentless chirping of cicadas. Juhung abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for air. Where am I? Sitting upright, Juhung surveyed his surroundings. The only source of light came from a small window, which allowed only a few beams of moonlight to penetrate, illuminating the glossy, mud-covered floor. As his eyes gradually adjusted to the dim interior, he began to discern the conditions of the room. It was both cramped and barren. The cramped nature was evident, as the space could barely accommodate a single wooden bed, which creaked ominously as he moved. Barron described the room accurately. Aside from the bed and a pillow, there was nothing else, merely a wooden partition separating him from the outside, where he could distinctly hear loud snoring. Stealthily, Juhung rose, brushing off the bits of grass clinging to him, gently shifting the door to peek outside. Lo and behold, there were 2 half-grown children still asleep. One of them appeared particularly small, having stripped off his shirt due to the heat, revealing arms as thin as a chicken's. Oh no, this truly is a transmigration. Juhung carefully closed the door and returned to the wooden bed, which creaked once more under his weight. Fortunately, the occupants outside remained in a deep slumber, undisturbed. A surge of memories suddenly flooded his mind, belonging to the original owner of this body. This lad was also named Juhung, age 16, the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, yet due to poverty and years of drought, he remained unmarried. The nation he inhabited was called Daliang, a place he had never heard of before. With this knowledge alone, Juhung confirmed that he had not traversed to a dynasty of the Blue Planet, but had indeed landed in an entirely unfamiliar realm. He found himself in a small village, rather unremarkably named Stone Village, derived from a large rock nearby. Yet, Juhung felt a sense of gratitude, for it could have been worse, like some obscure wild boar village or the likes. Stone Village lay in the northeastern part of Daliang, with Belan County situated above it. As for the administrative divisions, such details were beyond the comprehension of a rural lad like him. Having visited Belan County only a handful of times throughout his life, what could he possibly know? The Zhu family was not particularly numerous, at least in this era where families often boasted 7 or 8 children. They could be considered a model of responsible parenting. The head of the family, Zhu Rini, was married to Li Chunhua, and together they had 3 sons, Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, and Zhu Yukai. The aspirations of the Zhu family were evident in their names, expressing hopes for ample grain, fertile fields, and abundant wealth. Alas, the youngest son, Zhu Yukai, passed away shortly after birth, succumbing to a chill. Perhaps it was his departure that prevented the Zhu family from thriving. Zhu Yuliang, the eldest, had a woman named Sun, who bore the single character Fong in her name. They had 2 sons and a daughter, with Juhung being the eldest of this branch. The eldest son, Juhung, aged 16, had a younger sister, Zhu Xiuxiu, aged 14, and a younger brother, Zhu Yuan, aged 8. Juhung and Zhu Xiuxiu were the oldest children in the household. Zhu Yutian, the second son, married a lady named Wang, known for her memorable name, Cuehua. Together, they had a son and daughter, twins named Zhu Long and Zhu Feng, both aged 11. Zhu Yukai had died young, and the younger generation only knew of him as an uncle they honored during festivals, while the elder often reminisced about him. Though the Zhu family was not blessed with a multitude of offspring, the bond between the brothers, Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian, was exceptionally strong. Their wives, Sun Fong and Wang Cuehua, were like sisters, contributing to a harmonious family atmosphere. Though they faced poverty, the family united in their efforts, enduring even the harshest of times. It took little time to digest the memories flooding his mind, as a rural lad had few remarkable recollections, merely a life spent laboring for sustenance. As he processed his newfound memories, a sudden electronic voice pierced through the silence, accompanied by a bright yellow circular icon that materialized before him, emblazoned with the words "Sign and Greetings, Host." "The sign-in system is at your service." The unexpected voice startled Juhung, prompting him to instinctively grasp a straw mat, casting a frantic glance around. There's nothing here. It seems to be in my mind." The electronic voice continued, without pausing for his comprehension. The sign-in system operates on a daily basis at midnight, allowing you to receive various items. There are also special rewards available weekly, monthly, and yearly. Considering this is your first experience in multiple senses, the thoughtful system has prepared a beginner's package for you. 1 body enhancement and a stroke of good luck for your first sign-in. Ju-hoong's thoughts raced, faster than during any exam preparation he had ever encountered. This was indeed the arrival of a transmigration cheat. Who among the avid readers of novels does not know that a transmigrator must possess a cheat? From the system's description, it seemed to be a resource-based cheat. Even if he were to sign in for just a bun daily, he could avoid starvation. Wait, the system just mentioned a gift package. Hello, system? Can you hear me? Recalling the novels he had read on the Blue Planet, he hoped that these systems could hear his thoughts. Yes, host. Please promptly claim your beginner's package and proceed with the lottery. Yes. Ju-hoong clenched his fist in exhilaration. If the system could hear his thoughts, he felt much more secure. Claim beginner's package. As soon as Ju-hoong focused his thoughts, a warm surge flowed into his body, reminiscent of a fish from the Cambrian period being thrust into warm waters, invigorating him entirely. The once parched cells within him were revitalized, and his body, previously weakened by hunger, now felt robust and powerful, muscles hidden beneath his clothing. Moreover, his senses were significantly heightened. His physical capabilities had improved at least 3-fold. Oh my, Ju-hoong felt an overwhelming urge to run several kilometers. The enhancement was exhilarating. If this continued, he might become excessively strong. With the experience of the beginner's package, Ju-hoong's anticipation for the system's promised good fortune during his first sign-in grew immensely. After paying homage to various deities, Ju-hoong silently chanted, "Sign in." The bright yellow sign-in icon suddenly radiated light, seemingly pressed by an unseen force, and a beam of blue light erupted. Ju-hoong fixated on the reward, not daring to blink. As if sensing Ju-hoong's confusion, the electronic voice chimed in. The host can silently inquire to receive item descriptions. Rewards obtained from sign-ins can be freely designated for deployment or stored in the system's repository. View. Just as the electronic voice finished speaking, Ju-hoong eagerly selected to view the information. Soon, the introduction of the spatial farm ring appeared before him. Sign-in reward name. Spatial farm ring. Level. Minor mysterious grade. Function introduction. Produced by the fantastical world, powered by spirit stones, this portable farm toy for children combines the elements of planting and breeding. The flow of time has been adjusted, allowing 1 month in the outside world to equate to a full year within the spatial farm, achieving a remarkable ratio of 1:12. The difficulty of cultivation is exceptionally low, completely eliminating the impacts of pests and diseases. Usage method. Simply wear the ring or perform a blood-binding ritual to collect flora and fauna. Any produce that is not harvested in time will automatically undergo reproduction. Ju-hoong's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the time flow indicator. What does it mean for 1 month in the outside world to translate into a year within the spatial farm? It implies that after merely living for a month, the seed sown could yield at least 2 harvests. This means that if he perseveres for just a month, no, half a month, he would never suffer from hunger again. Wait a moment, system. What did you mean by system warehouse? Ju-hoong calmed down, quickly realizing that the system had mentioned something rather significant. The system warehouse consists of 100 initial slots, with no limit on the quantity of identical items stored. For instance, 1 grain of rice and 100 million grains of rice occupy only a single slot. This truly feels like a serendipitous fortune. Without the system warehouse, he would have to find a place to store the harvested grain, undoubtedly increasing his risks. Now, however, he is free from such concerns then. Ju-hoong intended to inquire further, but the system's electronic voice swiftly interjected. All functions have been fully introduced. For subsequent features, please explore them at your leisure. The intelligent mini-system wishes you a pleasant life here. Until next time. With that, it vanished promptly. Damn, this intelligent system is quite adept at disappearing. At this moment, Ju-hoong was immersed in the joy of the spatial farm's rewards. Seeing the intelligent system slip away, he could not resist the urge to perform the blood-binding ritual on the ring immediately. The Zhu family was in dire straits. Even the child sleeping outside was a testament to their plight. Thin and frail, the little one was Zhu Yuan, Ju-hoong's younger brother. The entire stone village was not affluent. This year had seen not a drop of rain. He must find the spatial farm ring at once. It was a life-saving treasure, and one could even say that, even without subsequent sign-ins, this spatial aid alone could enable him to thrive here. Zhu Heng hurriedly retrieved the spatial farm ring, bit his finger to draw blood, and let it drop onto the ring. A peculiar sensation immediately connected Zhu Heng to the ring, and even when he stored the ring within the system space, it did not hinder his ability to access the spatial farm. Now, it was perfect. The ring could be stored away without compromising its functionality, alleviating any worries of it being discovered. With his mind set at ease, Zhu Heng decided to explore the mysteries contained within the ring. As he focused his thoughts, the farm within the spatial farm ring unfurled in his mind like a vivid scroll. Chapter 2. Family. Zhu Heng immersed his thoughts into the spatial farm, which revealed itself like a scene from a video game, divided into several distinct areas. At first glance, it was clearly segmented into 3 sections: the planting area, the breeding area, and the aquaculture area, a classification that was delightfully simple and straightforward, befitting a fantastical realm designed as a plaything for children. At the center of these 3 sections lay a crystalline diamond-shaped gem, radiating energy waves. This must be the so-called spirit stone. As Zhu Heng's consciousness delved deeper into the spatial farm, he observed that each section spanned hundreds of miles. For the inhabitants of this magical world, it was merely a toy for children, yet for an ordinary mortal, it was more than ample in size. The 3 sections appeared to be distinctly separated, each undisturbed by the others, with only a small stream meandering through freely. The aquaculture area was a vast lake, its surface shimmering with light, the very source of the stream that flowed through the other 2 sections before returning to the lake, forming a closed loop that, despite its circularity, felt vibrantly alive. The planting area was an expansive stretch of rich black soil, surrounded by the gentle embrace of the stream, which occasionally surged to moisten the land, exuding an alluring vitality. The breeding area, in contrast, was a lush pasture where the grass grew thick and succulent, adorned with seeds that hung heavily from the tips, reminiscent of foxtail grass, yet emanating an extraordinary freshness. After surveying the entirety of the farm, Zhu Heng nodded in satisfaction. Regrettably, the ring seemed brand new, entirely devoid of any remnants from a child's playful adventures in this fantastical world. It was indeed in pristine condition. Zhu Heng mused that if it had been used, it might have contained some magical plants or fish from this extraordinary realm. After concluding his exploration, Zhu Heng withdrew his consciousness from the spatial farm, stretched lazily, and relished the exhilarating sensations coursing through his enhanced body before lying back down on the straw. The summer night was stifling and hot, and here, not a drop of rain had fallen all year, leaving one to feel as if they were drying themselves like cured meat. Zhu Heng had been preoccupied with digesting memories and the system's enhancements upon his arrival, only now realizing that several mosquitoes buzzed around, eyeing his freshly invigorated body. Buzzing incessantly, Zhu Heng found this intolerable. With his senses sharpened by the enhancement, he swiftly identified the source of the disturbance and, with a few resounding claps, dispatched the annoying mosquitoes without a care for their hunger for his blood. The room fell quiet, save for the distant chirping of insects outside. Fatigue from the body enhancement soon washed over him, and Zhu Heng quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day began with the crowing of roosters, barking of dogs, and the clattering sounds within the house. A brisk female voice rang out, "Go wake your brother." A small child responded and pushed open the door to Zhu Heng's room. Typically, in a family as impoverished as theirs, the children would all be huddled together for sleep. However, as the eldest grandson, Zhu Heng bore a heavy sense of responsibility. Witnessing the prolonged drought had made life increasingly difficult, keeping him awake with worry. To ensure their understanding and dutiful son could rest, the Zhu family had thoughtfully allocated him his own room. The child was Zhu Heng's younger brother, Zhu Yuan, who, at the tender age of 8, was already wise beyond his years due to the harshness of their upbringing. Zhu Yuan gently pushed the door open and peeked inside to see if Zhu Heng was awake. Noticing that his brother still had his eyes closed, he stepped inside. Approaching closer, the still high-pitched voice of the boy called out, "Brother, mother says it's time to get up," as he lightly nudged Zhu Heng's arm with his small, delicate hand. Zhu Heng sat up, yawning as he looked at his younger brother. The 8-year-old appeared diminutive and frail, in stark contrast to modern children of the same age, who tend to be taller and plumper. Covered in a layer of dust, he wore patched clothes similar to Zhu Heng's, with the exception of his bright, expressive eyes. Following the familiarity of memory, Zhu Heng greeted him with a gentle yuan, ruffling his brother's hair before rising from the bed. As they left the room, Zhu Heng's gaze fell upon a woman bustling around the stove, and he was momentarily taken aback. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother from before his transmigration, though the toils of life and hunger had rendered her even more gaunt. "Mother!" Zhu Heng exclaimed, nearly calling her by the wrong name due to his excitement, before quickly correcting himself. The woman, startled, turned to him, placing a hand on her chest as she asked, "What is it, Hunger? Why are you calling so loudly?" However, upon seeing the glimmer of tears in Zhu Heng's eyes, she abandoned her task, rushing over with a few strides. She wiped her hands on her clothing before cupping Zhu Heng's face in her hands. "What is the matter, Hanger? Why do you look like you're about to cry after waking up?" Zhu Heng managed to smile as the memories of the university student he once was intertwined with those of the original Zhu Heng, creating an extraordinary sensation. As if he had grown up here all along, merely having spent a portion of his life in a modern dream. With a smile tugging at his lips, he calmed his emotions, his eyes reflecting the joy of reuniting with his mother. "Mother, I just had a nightmare where you and father didn't want me anymore." Hearing this, Sun Fang laughed as she playfully swatted Zhu Heng's sturdy arm. "You silly boy. You frightened your mother. You mustn't say such things. How could your father and I ever not want you?" Zhu Heng's second aunt, Wang Suihua, chuckled heartily, leaning against Grandma Li Chunhua. "Oh, my dear nephew. Listen to this peculiar dream he had. A grown young man, yet he sheds tears over such nonsense." Grandmother and grandfather joined in the laughter, their delight evident as they noted the typically mature eldest grandson displaying a rare childlike innocence. Grandma Li Chunhua remarked, "Hanger, you are the first of our lineage. We cherish you dearly." As Zhu Heng basked in the warmth of familial affection, the vigilance and resistance he had felt upon arriving in this world dissipated. "This isn't the first time I've had such a nightmare. It felt rather lengthy while I was dreaming, but thankfully I have awakened. By the way, Mother, are we having wild vegetable porridge for breakfast this morning?" At his inquiry, Sun Fang, who had just been grinning, suddenly slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "The pot." She quickly turned around, only to see Zhu Xiuxiu stirring the pot, while Zhu Yuan's twin cousins, Zhu Long and Zhu Feng, eagerly peered into the pot from the sidelines. "Oh dear, thank goodness for Xiuxiu. Otherwise, it would have stuck to the pot." Aunt Wang Suihua sighed in relief. Sun Fang hurriedly took over the stirring, and soon the wild vegetable porridge was ready. Zhu Heng sat on a makeshift stool, curiosity getting the better of him. He asked, "Mother, where are father and uncle?" "They got up early to fetch water. The supply is dwindling, so they will likely be a while," Sun Fang replied while ladling the porridge into bowls. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng's expression grew serious. He recalled that rainfall had diminished for 3 or 4 consecutive years, and this year was particularly dire, with not a drop of rain since the beginning of the year. The temperatures were soaring, making it difficult to keep up with the water-fetching routine. Now, the household had to share a single basin of water for washing hands, a thin layer of water that required tilting the basin to use. "Mother, I will go take a look." With that, Zhu Heng rose and exited the house, heading towards the village well to witness the situation for himself. Chapter 3. The first step to poverty alleviation. Following the memories, Zhu Heng soon arrived at the village head. There, he found a throng of villagers, young and old, gathered around the well, sighing as they gazed into the depths of the water. At this moment, it was the turn of Zhu Heng's father, Zhu Yuliang, and his second uncle, Zhu Yutian, to draw water. The water level in the well was rather low, necessitating the use of one bucket to lift some water before transferring it to another. Both men were bent over, diligently engaged in their task. Zhu Heng, upon catching a glimpse of his father's familiar visage, felt a subtle stir within. After all, the matriarch here bore an uncanny resemblance to his own mother. Perhaps his father, too, shared similarities with his own. With this comforting thought, he steadied his mind. Zhu Heng swiftly stepped forward to assist Zhu Yuliang in hoisting the water bucket. As they toiled, Zhu Heng glanced downward, observing the well's water level, which was starkly different from the nearly overflowing memories of his childhood. The well walls, now exposed, had evaporated completely. This sight was enough to instill a sense of dread, as without the support of the system, facing such a scene would feel akin to a descent into hell. It was the expansive lakes and surging streams of Zhu Heng's spatial farm that provided him with solace. Noticing his son's arrival, Zhu Yuliang inquired, "Why have you come here on such a sweltering day?" Zhu Heng replied while pouring water, "I noticed that the meal was prepared at home and that you and uncle had yet to return, so I grew concerned and came to check." Upon hearing his son's considerate words, Zhu Yuliang felt a refreshing comfort wash over him, akin to drinking a scoop of ice-cold well water on a scorching summer day. Zhu Heng quickly filled the buckets, but both Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian resolutely refused to let him carry them, despite Zhu Heng's repeated insistence. They merely remarked that he was still growing and should not overexert himself. Unable to persuade the elder men, Zhu Heng acquiesced, and the three soon returned home, where they settled at the table under Sun Feng's invitation to dine. The appearance of the wild vegetable porridge was rather unappetizing, even less appealing than the thick cornmeal used for feeding pigs in modern times. It presented a dull gray-brown hue, interspersed with overcooked wild greens, creating a mingling of colors that was far from appetizing. However, for the Zhu family and the denizens of Shitu village, being able to eat this was already a sign of better days. As he sipped the porridge, Zhu Heng planned to procure some grain for planting. According to his calculations based on the external world's farming cycle, wheat would mature in about 4 months. Just 10 days. Only 10 days. And they would never again face food shortages. After finishing their porridge, the Zhu family licked their bowls clean, knowing that the bowls would later be taken for a thorough cleaning with sand before being rinsed with water, a labor-saving method given the current scarcity of water. In his recollection, the family's grain was primarily stored in his grandparents' room. After the meal, Zhu Heng approached his grandparents and inquired, "Grandfather, grandmother, how much grain do we have left at home? I would like to take a look." Upon hearing his eldest grandson's request, Grandfather Zhu Rini took a puff from his pipe and said to Li Chunhua, "Wife, why don't you take Hengzi to have a look?" Grandmother Li Chunhua stood up with the support of the table and beckoned Zhu Heng to follow her. Together they entered the room, where several large jars were stacked in the corner. Upon opening them, they discovered there was little grain remaining. Zhu Heng pondered for a moment, then shouted towards the other side, "There's a mouse." Grandmother Li Chunhua immediately turned her head, her gaze sharpening as she focused on the potential intruder. For this was also a source of meat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Heng swiftly grabbed a handful of wheat and stored it in his spatial farm. "Where's that mouse?" "Just wait until I catch it. I want to spare its skin." Li Chunhua squinted, scrutinizing the dimly lit room, her heart sinking as she wondered if her eyesight was failing her. After collecting the wheat, Zhu Heng smiled sheepishly. "Grandmother, perhaps it's just too dark in here, and I misidentified it." Hearing Zhu Heng's words, Grandmother Li Chunhua relaxed somewhat, though she felt a twinge of regret for not being able to add more meat to the meal. Zhu Heng replaced the lid on the large jar, and Li Chunhua meticulously checked for any damage to the jars before leading Zhu Heng back outside. Once outside, Zhu Heng noticed that Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian had already gone to the fields, while Grandfather Zhu Rini continued to puff on his pipe. The three younger ones, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, were quietly playing together, aware of the current drought and mindful not to disturb the adults. Zhu Xiuxiu assisted Sun Feng and Wang Suihua in tidying up, while a heavy silence enveloped the home. "Grandfather," Zhu Heng suddenly called out, capturing the family's attention. Grandfather Zhu Rini paused his smoking and looked up. "I wish to go to the county to gather information. Remaining cooped up in the village during this oppressive weather is hardly productive. The people in the county are likely to know more, which will help us prepare for what lies ahead." After delivering his thoughts in one breath, Zhu Heng awaited the elder's response. Grandfather Zhu Rini furrowed his brow, took a puff of his pipe, and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Wife, give Hengzi some copper coins so he can take the cart to the county. It's leaving today." Grandmother Li Chunhua nodded and went inside to retrieve the money, soon returning with several copper coins to hand to Zhu Heng. Accepting the coins, Zhu Heng declared, "Very well, there's no time to waste. I shall go and inquire with Uncle Zhuzi." With that, he strode out with purpose. After Zhu Heng left, Grandmother Li Chunhua turned to Grandfather Zhu Rini, saying, "This child, at merely 16, is already burdened with such worries. It's truly lamentable how the weather has left us with no respite." Grandfather Zhu Rini silently continued to smoke, his expression heavy with concern, and after a long pause, he remarked, "Hengzi is a good lad, let us hope he brings back some good news." Grandmother Li Chunhua sighed, fully aware that under the current circumstances, good news seemed a far-fetched notion. Simply living peacefully would be fortunate enough. The elderly couple gazed at their grandchildren playing in the yard, their faces etched with unshakable worry. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng hastened toward Uncle Zhuzi's home. Zhuzi, whose full name was Zhu Dazhu, was one of the few villagers who owned an ox cart. making the journey to the county every 10 days to transport those in need at a reasonable fare, waiting for them to return together to the village. Thus, the villagers of Shirt too relied on Zhu Daju's ox cart for their travels. Grandfather Zhu Reni had also calculated that today was the day Zhuzi would be making the trip, otherwise, Zhu Heng would have had to walk slowly on foot. Upon reaching Zhu Daju's residence, Zhu Heng found the ox cart already parked outside, with several villagers seated, ready for departure. "Uncle Zhuzi, count me in," Zhu Heng called out, hurrying to catch his attention. Fortunately, there was still room, and he hopped on. The other villagers, curious, asked what his purpose was for going to the county. "Given this dreadful weather, I intend to gather some information and purchase a few supplies, otherwise, it's quite unsettling." Not one to conceal his intentions, Zhu Heng spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into a flurry of conversation, each voicing their concerns. "Indeed, with this heat, we are counting our rations to get by. When will this end? This year's harvest is looking bleak. My family's grain is running low. And I'm also planning to buy some in the county. Who knows what the grain prices are now?" The villagers continued to express their worries, their voices rising in the oppressive summer heat, punctuated by occasional sighs. Seizing the moment amid the chatter on the cart, Zhu Heng used his consciousness to plant the handful of wheat seeds he had gathered at home into the rich black soil of his spatial farm. This batch of seeds would mature in about 10 days, serving both as a safeguard and a source of confidence for Zhu Heng. The ox cart continued its journey toward Belan County, leaving behind a trail of wheel tracks. Chapter 4. Terror. It is not merely a drought. By noon, the ox cart arrived in Belan County. The passengers disembarked, and Zhu Daju informed them that he would wait here for 2 hours. Anyone who missed the time would have to find their own way back. Zhu Heng stepped out of the vehicle and, upon entering the farm space with his thoughts, was astounded to find that the wheat had sprouted within mere hours. Truly, this was a remarkable product of a fantastical world, exhibiting such extraordinary prowess. From this level of growth, Zhu Heng surmised that even more wondrous phenomena awaited him. The mere thought of this stirred his heart with excitement, prompting him to swiftly withdraw his thoughts from the farm space and head towards the grain shop. Upon arriving at the grain store, he was met with a throng of people gathered at the entrance, a chaotic assembly indeed. Inside, a clerk was embroiled in a heated argument with a customer. And as Zhu Heng leaned in to listen, he discovered the dispute revolved around the soaring prices of grain. "Old Wu, how can the price of grain rise so rapidly? It was 3 when yesterday, and now it's 6. Good heavens, how are we expected to survive?" An elderly woman, having come to purchase grain the day prior but failing to secure any, returned today only to find herself disheartened at the sight of the bustling crowd. Yet, upon inquiring, she learned that grain was still available, and her heart swelled with joy. However, the clerk Wu's quoted price chilled her spirit. It was no wonder that few were buying grain, and many were still left with their supplies. The price had reached 6 won. Surrounding them were the common folk of the county, not the affluent gentry. What once could have bought 2 jin of grain now afforded merely 1, translating to a loss of 2 months of sustenance, leaving them with only 1 additional month to survive. The atmosphere at the grain shop was rife with commotion. Wu shouted, "The master has decreed that we will sell this grain for only 3 more days, and the price will increase again tomorrow. If you wish to buy, do so. If not, then leave." His declaration ignited further unrest among the people, some hastily fumbling for coins to make a purchase. Listening to these exchanges, Zhu Heng felt a pang of sorrow. In the modern era, he had relied on the generosity of Grandpa Yuan to stave off hunger. His understanding of ancient famines was largely confined to the pages of history. Witnessing such stark human suffering firsthand imbued him with a sense of reality. Yet, Zhu Heng resolved that without the assurance of his own safety, he could not afford to extend aid to others, for exposing himself would only invite disaster upon his family. The doubling of grain prices was undoubtedly a harbinger of dire news, and if such a rapid increase occurred today, what might lie ahead? His knowledge of this country was limited to Belan County, and beyond that, he was woefully ignorant. With no rain this year, it was clear that calamity was imminent. Furthermore, the clerk's remark about selling grain for just 3 more days was crucial information. If true, it suggested a short-lived opportunity for profit. What circumstances could compel profit-driven merchants to abandon such a lucrative chance? Furrowing his brow, Zhu Heng sensed that there was something amiss that he was yet to grasp. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps a discreet visit to the prominent households in the county would yield further insights. With this thought in mind, he swiftly extricated himself from the crowd and made his way towards the wealthiest family in the county, the Bai family. His enhanced physique allowed him to move swiftly, and he soon arrived at the grand estate of the Bai family. Spotting a large tree outside, he effortlessly scaled it and perched upon the roof of the mansion. Observing the scene below, he noted that the Bai family appeared to be packing up. Uniformed servants moved briskly, loading various items onto several carriages in the courtyard. Despite the multitude of people, the servants spoke in hushed tones, as if wary of eavesdroppers. Zhu Heng strained to listen, and his enhanced hearing picked up snippets of their conversation. "Hurry up. Take the precious silks with you. Did you pack what the third concubine requested?" "Yes, I have." "Quickly. We must leave tonight." The urgency in their voices suggested that even the county's largest family was preparing for a hasty departure. After observing for a while from the rooftop, Zhu Heng quietly maneuvered to another position, leapt into the Bai estate, and slipped into the servants' quarters. The room was deserted as the servants busily packed their belongings. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Heng quickly donned a servant's attire that fit him reasonably well, albeit a bit snug. Exiting the servants' quarters, he seamlessly integrated into the packing team. The servants, preoccupied with their tasks and assuming he was simply another worker from a different courtyard, paid him no mind. After assisting for a while, Zhu Heng discreetly pocketed a few silver ingots, reminding himself of the Bai family's previous kindness. However, the immediate need for survival took precedence over any notions of morality. Just then, the steward Lu San arrived, noticing Zhu Heng's imposing stature, and called him over, along with a few other strong servants. "You lot, come with me. We need to load the grain onto the carriages with the red cloth," Lu San instructed in a low voice. Grain. Zhu Heng's heart leapt with joy, and he silently followed, realizing that if they were indeed transporting grain, he could seize the opportunity to acquire some seeds. The group entered the storage area where the grain was kept, and large sacks were piled high. "Move those first, be quick," Lu San urged, watching as they began their work. With his enhanced strength, Zhu Heng easily lifted a sack of grain and started to carry it. Seeing that the others were managing well, Lu San relaxed his vigilance. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhu Heng quickly gathered a handful of scattered grains from the ground, mentally noting his acquisition. Upon inspecting his haul, he discovered he had collected some beans and pumpkins. Once they loaded the last of the cargo into the carriage, Zhu Heng, having familiarized himself with a few of the other workers, leaned towards a seemingly honest-looking man and quietly inquired, "Brother, how long do you think we'll be on the road?" The man, Ma Dazhuang, glanced around to ensure no one was listening and replied quietly, "Who knows? It might take us several months to reach Jiangnan. Thankfully, the Bai family is kind enough to take us servants along." Zhu Heng's heart stirred at this revelation, and he pressed on, "Leaving tonight in such a hurry makes it hard to rest, doesn't it?" Ma Dazhuang looked at him as if he were simple-minded and replied, "The northern forces have decisively defeated our great Liang, and we are not far from the border. If we don't hurry, we may find ourselves in grave danger in just a few days." Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng's heart raced, and he quickly responded, "I see the urgency now, and I am grateful for the kindness of our master." As they approached the grain storage area, both men fell silent, understanding the need for discretion. After several more trips, Zhu Heng recognized the urgency of the situation and, seizing the moment, made a swift exit over the wall, racing towards the carriage yard. Chapter 5. Bye. Zhu Heng hurried to the carriage yard, halting to survey the horses, donkeys, and oxen within. Upon noticing his arrival, a stableman quickly approached him. "Welcome, sir. What can I assist you with?" "We are the largest carriage yard in Belan County." Zhu Heng inquired, "What are the prices for your ox carts, horse carts, and donkey carts? Please provide me with an overview." Having acquired 5 silver ingots from the Bai estate, each weighing 10 taels, he calculated that while purchasing a horse cart might be a stretch, the 50 taels would likely suffice for an ox cart. The stableman listed the prices, noting the variations based on quality. Ox carts were the cheapest, donkey carts were next, and horse carts were the most expensive. After hearing the prices, Zhu Heng decided to purchase 3 ox carts, which were reasonably priced at 10 taels each, and the oxen appeared strong and healthy. Let the hired hands assist in connecting the 3 ox carts together for easier transport back, which incurred an expense of 30 taels. Upon learning that the cart and horse shop also sold maps, I managed to bargain my way into receiving a roll of the map for free, thus gaining a modest understanding of this grand beam. After swiftly completing the purchase of the ox carts, I inquired with the hired hands about where I might find leather and quilts for sale. Zhu Heng hastily drove the trio of ox carts towards the shop. Upon arrival and inquiry, I discovered that sheepskin was quite affordable. 2 pieces could be obtained for just 1 tael of silver. Consequently, I promptly purchased 20 pieces for 10 taels. And due to the bulk of my purchase, I received an additional piece, all of which I stowed away in the ox cart. With a household totaling 12 individuals, including myself, I remained uncertain about what the sign-in system might yield post-signature. Today, I overheard a servant of the Bai family mention it could take several months. Encountering autumn on the road was a foregone conclusion. Even in Jiangnan, the cold of autumn and winter would undoubtedly be severe, necessitating proper preparations against the chill for outdoor sleeping. Subsequently, I acquired wool blankets, boots, and quilts, swiftly depleting the remaining 10 taels. Having loaded all the purchases, it was already around the hour of Shin, and I hurriedly mounted the cart to journey home. Thanks to the enhancement of my memory, I recalled the route with remarkable clarity. As I rode upon the ox cart, my thoughts drifted into the realm of my farm space, where the wheat seeds sown that morning had sprouted significantly. Without delay, I planted the soybeans and pumpkins I had procured today, finally easing my mind regarding sustenance. The reason for not purchasing grains was my belief that it was entirely unnecessary. With only 9 days remaining, my farm space would suffice for my needs, allowing me to live without worry. As for oil and salt, I had a modest supply at home, which would serve for the time being. Furthermore, my financial situation was dire, a mere pauper, and were it not for the Bai family's benevolence, I would be struggling to escape disaster on foot. Reflecting on the silver borrowed from the Bai family, I silently vowed to repay it. I could not speak of lofty morals now, for the urgency of the situation compelled me to prioritize my survival. As I drove the cart, I pondered that, had I known the circumstances would be such, I would have surely retrieved my family's savings before departing that morning. The oxen were remarkably obedient. After leaving Belan County, I halted the cart, and seeing no one around, I discreetly fed the oxen some hay from my farm space's grazing area. The moment the 3 oxen tasted the first mouthful, their expressions mirrored one another. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they devoured the grass with fervor, eagerly extending their tongues once they finished. It is said that oxen possess a certain spirit. After consuming the hay, they regarded me with a fondness surpassing that of their own progenitor. Infused with the energy of the spirit stones from my farm space, the 3 oxen were invigorated, trotting eagerly ahead. Sitting atop the cart, I dared not be negligent. My expenditure today had been considerable in Belan County, and one could never know what unsavory elements might lurk nearby. Gripping the whip firmly, I remained acutely aware of my surroundings, my senses sharpened thanks to the enhancements from the novice gift pack. In my vigilant state, I discerned a potential issue. It seemed that a few individuals had begun to trail behind me. I slipped into the cart's compartment and cautiously peered out of the window, spotting 3 furtive men. Tightening my grip on the whip, I prepared to lash out if necessary, but I deemed it wiser to avoid confrontation and prioritize making haste. With a gentle flick of the whip, the lead ox understood the silent command and quickened its pace, prompting the others to follow suit. Having just consumed the ethereal hay, the oxen galloped with remarkable speed, and soon the 3 men had become mere specks in the distance. Damn it, what have these oxen ingested? I swear this lad bought 10 taels worth, not 15. One man, his features contorted with disbelief, exclaimed as he watched the carts vanish from sight. Big brother, should we continue the chase? Inquired a wiry man with bulging eyes. Chase? Go ahead and try. I doubt you could even smell the dust they kicked up, he retorted, casting a scornful glare at the bulging-eyed man. After a moment of contemplation, he added in frustration, let us follow the wheel tracks and see if we can trace where that fellow has gone. The bulging-eyed man and another companion hastened to follow the tracks left behind, with the 3 oxen surging ahead. The journey that had previously taken nearly 2 hours with Zhu Dezhu was remarkably halved, and we soon found ourselves back in Shirtu village. As I returned with the 3 ox carts, a few villagers still drawing water at the entrance couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Whose relative is this? Arriving with 3 ox carts? They murmured. Upon recognizing that it was Zhu Heng, the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, who began to cluster together, chattering animatedly. Isn't that Hengzi? Have you struck it rich? Goodness, these oxen are truly robust. If I had one, I'd be proud before my ancestors. Let me touch them, let me touch them. Hengzi, I held you when you were little. Don't forget your aunt if you come into fortune. The villagers encircled the ox carts, but Zhu Heng, eager to return home, shouted, "Dear uncles and aunts, let me get home first, then we can talk." Fearing that Zhu Heng would grow impatient and neglect their fortunes, the villagers parted to allow him a path. And he managed to bring the ox carts to a halt in the vacant space in front of his home. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, the younger ones with keen ears, rushed out the moment they heard a commotion at the door, only to be greeted by immense surprise. "Oxen! So many oxen!" Zhu Yuan exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless, while Zhu Feng dashed off to summon the rest of the family. Inside, the adults had been anxiously wondering why Zhu Heng had not yet returned when Zhu Feng burst in, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, cousin is back. He even brought back loads of ox carts." The adults sprang to their feet, with grandfather Zhu Rini standing too abruptly and feeling faint, prompting Zhu Yuliang to steady him. "Quick, go see my eldest grandson," Zhu Rini commanded, regaining his composure. The family hurried outside, where they beheld the 3 ox carts neatly parked at the entrance, surrounded by curious villagers eager to touch the oxen and carts, their eyes brimming with envy. Several with malicious intent gazed with barely concealed jealousy. Zhu Rini quickly regained his composure, instructing his 2 sons to open the gate and allow Zhu Heng to bring the carts inside. Once the gate was opened, Zhu Heng guided the ox carts into the yard, while a few envious eyes followed with ill intent, their expressions betraying their thoughts. Li Chunwan noticed and subtly nudged Zhu Rini with her elbow. The old couple had developed a silent understanding over the years. Zhu Rini nodded in agreement, signaling for his sons to close the gate and keep the villagers at bay. "Old master, remember to ask Hengzi about how he made his fortune. Don't forget us." A voice called from beyond the gate. Chapter 6. Hurry. With the gate closed and the 3 ox carts settled, the yard was left with just a narrow pathway. Given the earlier situation, who would dare leave the carts outside? Family members gathered around the oxen, expressing their admiration. Even the usually reserved Zhu Xiuxiu was visibly delighted, petting the oxen, while Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, naturally more extroverted, were practically beside themselves with excitement. "Hengzi, what on earth is going on with these ox carts? Did you rob someone?" Zhu Yuliang questioned, gazing at his son with confusion, his mind swirling with disbelief. It was no wonder. Any parent would be astonished if their child returned with 3 ox carts after leaving with only a few coins. "Father, how can you speak like that?" Sun Fang interjected, nudging Zhu Yuliang, who, as the head of the family, should not speak in such a manner before the whole family. As the elder, Zhu Rini was the first to regain his composure and spoke to the family. "What kind of talk is this, standing outside the house? Xiaoer, take a few little ones to gather some fodder and fetch some water to feed the cows. The rest of you come inside." With that, he stepped into the house. Zhu Xiuxiu led 3 small children to tend to the cows, while several adults formed a line and entered the home through the only remaining pathway in the yard. Zhu Rini sat down first, seeking to quench his anxiety with a sip of water, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. 3 carts of cattle were at stake, akin to an unexpected windfall in the modern world. His hands continued to shake, and he ultimately set the bowl down, turning to Zhu Heng. "Hanger, please explain what has transpired." As soon as he finished speaking, the family, who had been eagerly watching Zhu Heng, leaned in with heightened anticipation. Second Aunt Wang Cuihua's inquisitive gaze nearly ignited with curiosity. "Indeed, Hengzi, and what has happened to your attire? Look at that outfit, TSK, TSK, TSK." Her comment drew the family's attention to Zhu Heng's appearance. He was no longer the boy who had left the house with a tattered bowl and a smudge of dirt on his face, but rather someone transformed. They all waited intently for Zhu Heng's response. Caught off guard by the ravenous stares of his family, Zhu Heng hesitated before speaking. "I encountered a benefactor in the county, but that matter is inconsequential. The urgent issue is that we must pack our belongings and prepare to flee tonight." A heavy silence fell over the room. Second Aunt Wang Cuihua, having only just begun to process the first part of his statement, appeared as if her voice had been snatched away, unable to utter a sound. "Flee? Why must we flee?" Wang Cuihua finally managed to speak, her tone laced with shock. "Hanger, you must explain this to your mother." Sun Fang stepped forward, grasping Zhu Heng's arm, her fingers cold with fear. Zhu Heng placed his warm hand over hers, attempting to convey some comfort, and addressed his father and second uncle. Father. Uncle, please assist with Grandpa and Grandma. Hearing this, Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and hurried to support the elderly couple. The Daeng is advancing upon us. Our Diliang has suffered a great defeat, and within 5 or 6 days, they will reach our vicinity. The wealthiest family in the county, the Bai family, is busy gathering their belongings today. They will flee tonight. Moreover, it is not only external foes we must contend with. The current state of our fields is dire. Grain prices in the county have surged to 6-1 and will continue to rise, with only 3 days left for sales. I suspect the grain merchants are aware of the impending crisis and may have left a few behind to make a last profit, while their vital families have likely already escaped. Thus, we are not merely fleeing from famine, but also from the calamity of war. Zhu Heng paused, allowing his family a moment to absorb the weight of his words. The room was steeped in an eerie silence, with everyone too stunned to blink. Oh, my dear. Grandmother Li Chunhua slumped back, her support from second uncle Zhu Yutian preventing a more serious mishap, though she still gasped and pressed her hand to her chest. Zhu Yuliang tightened his grip on his father's arm, nearly constricting the old man in his worry. Zhu Heng winced as both his mother and second aunt unconsciously grasped his arms, the pain prompting them to release him as they awakened from their shock. Once the family had regained some composure, Zhu Heng continued, the situation is dire. We must gather our belongings tonight and depart at dawn. But, Hengzi, where shall our entire family abandon our ancestral home to go? Is it not possible that the enemy may spare this small place? Second Aunt Wang Suehua voiced her lingering hope, yet her heart was clearly unsteady. You know well the Bai family, if such a large clan is fleeing. Do you think you are wiser than they? Second uncle Zhu Yutian interjected, noticing his wife's folly. Wang Suehua, already uncertain, felt chastised and murmured. I was merely speaking out of fear, dear. Don't take it to heart. She edged closer to Zhu Yutian, appearing visibly shaken. Understanding her disposition, Zhu Yutian gently took her hand, adding a touch of tenderness to the serious atmosphere. Hanger, I trust you. You have always been a sensible child. As long as our family stays together, we can make a life anywhere. Sun Fang's usually brisk tone was now imbued with warmth and conviction, supporting Zhu Heng's decision. Your father trusts you as well. Zhu Yuliang's words were few but resolute, as both parents placed their faith in their son. Alas, my dear. Grandmother Li Chunhua lamented. Though now her composure seemed to have returned, her age lending her a steadiness as she looked at Zhu Heng and asked, But where shall we run to? Is there a destination? You speak wisely, grandmother. Hanger, please tell us everything you know, Grandpa Zhu Rini concluded, evidently in agreement with the idea of fleeing from disaster. Feeling the support of his family, Zhu Heng was deeply moved. Having lost his parents in the modern world, he found himself surrounded by figures reminiscent of them, along with a multitude of kind and united relatives, as well as obedient siblings. This was a profound solace for his spirit. Very well, allow me to outline the specifics. Zhu Heng produced the map he had received upon purchasing the ox cart at the transport company, spreading it out on the table for all to see. Is this not a map of our Diliang? Grandpa Zhu Rini, well versed in geography, was the first to inquire. Indeed, it is the map of our Diliang. Our Shirtu village is located approximately here. Zhu Heng pointed to a position on the upper right of the map, revealing its proximity to the northern Daeng. This is the nation that has recently inflicted a great defeat upon us. The family leaned in to examine the map, its stark depiction of distance making the urgency of their situation all the more palpable. Even the most obtuse among them could now grasp the seriousness of their plight. My plan is this. Chapter 7. Packing up my plan is for us to head to the same destination as the Bai family, Jiangnan. Observe, Jiangnan is located here. Zhu Heng indicated a spot on the map, and the family gazed at the distant region, realizing that if Daeng were to approach, it would indeed be a suitable refuge. Drawing from his modern knowledge of the prosperous Jiangnan, coupled with the fact that the Bai family was heading there, Zhu Heng boldly conjectured, I have heard that Jiangnan is affluent and receives ample rainfall, unlike our parched land. Should we reach this place, we could not only evade the advancing forces of Daeng, but also escape the famine plaguing our homeland. He emphasized Jiangnan's location on the map, speaking earnestly. The eyes of his family brightened with renewed hope. In truth, had there been no threat from Daeng, the seasoned farmers in the family would have already recognized the inevitable crop failures this year, making flight from famine an eventuality they had long avoided confronting. Now! With a clear direction and the prospect of 3 ox carts waiting outside, hope blossomed anew among them. Indeed, let us heed Hangar's wisdom and journey to Jiangnan. Grandpa Zhu Rini declared, stroking his beard in resolution. We must hasten to gather our belongings. Food, oil, salt, clothing, grandmother murmured, enumerating what should be taken. Da Fong, Zui Hua. You two come with me to gather what we need. Remind me if I forget anything. The elderly matriarch beckoned her 2 daughters-in-law as they moved purposefully toward the inner rooms. Grandmother, let us only bring the essentials. I have prepared plenty of warm clothing and blankets in the cart. Our main focus should be on food and money, Zhu Heng advised, knowing that otherwise she might attempt to pack the entire household. Led by Zhu Xiuxiu, several children finished feeding the cattle and entered the house, where they were met with a tense atmosphere. Grandmother and mother, along with the second sister-in-law, were busy packing, while grandfather, father, the second uncle, and the eldest brother were engaged in a serious discussion. As they approached, they overheard the conversation. No way, father, this wooden table cannot be taken. We only have 3 ox carts. Apart from carrying grain, we must also accommodate people. Given grandmother and grandfather's age, they need to sit comfortably. This heavy wooden table takes up too much space and cannot come with us. Zhu Heng remained adamant, jesting. This old elmwood table is both sturdy and cumbersome. Are we bringing it along to host a banquet on the road? This table was part of our wedding. And I shall carry it if necessary. Zhu Yuliang gazed longingly at the table, which held sentimental value as it was a remnant of his marriage to Sun Fong. And he truly did not wish to part with it. With a thud, grandfather Zhu Rini tapped Zhu Yuliang's head with his smoking pipe, producing a dull sound that made Zhu Yuliang wince. At your age, you should be more composed than Hanger. Is this the time for you to show off? After receiving the reprimand, Zhu Yuliang sighed. I know, father, but this table is significant to me because of my wedding with a Fong. Just then, Sun Fong rushed out from the inner room, holding several lengths of grass rope. She seized the flesh on Zhu Yuliang's arm and spun him around 180 degrees. Well, are you still reminiscing about the wooden table while I'm still alive? We are in a hurry to flee from disasters. Don't push me to slap you in the midst of this chaos. Listen to your son, or wait until I have the time to deal with you. She exclaimed before turning on her heel and returning to pack provisions. Under his wife's directive, Zhu Yuliang dared not protest, remaining silent to salvage some semblance of dignity in front of his father. Grandfather, shall we start packing as well? Please bring out the farming tools from the house. My father, the second uncle, and I will go and fetch the grain that mother and the others have tied up. Very well, let us proceed as Hunger suggested. Grandfather Zhu Rini replied as he stood up and headed to the storage area for tools. Xiuxiu, take your younger siblings and gather the clothes, tie them up, understood? Zhu Xiuxiu, the eldest daughter after Zhu Heng, was nearing marriageable age at 14. Unfortunately, the drought had severely afflicted Shirtu village this year, leading to fears of a total crop failure, and naturally, no one would want to marry a burden. Zhu Xiuxiu nodded, leading Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng. She and Zhu Feng worked together to pack the women's clothing, while Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long took on the task of gathering the men's clothes, executing their tasks with great diligence. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng, Zhu Yuliang, and Zhu Yutian entered the inner room, where the grain had already been bundled and packed into gray burlap sacks. The 3 men swiftly loaded them onto the ox cart, arranging the supplies meticulously. The family's grain was scarce, and after loading, they filled only half of one cart, crammed together with the leather cushions, clothing, and quilts Zhu Heng had purchased. Next came the clothing already present in the house. The family was impoverished, with Shirtu village being particularly so, thus the clothes amounted to a small pile, which they stuffed into a wooden chest for the second cart. Grandfather had gathered 4 hoes, 2 sickles, and an axe, which were securely tied to the driving seats of the 3 ox carts with quick-release knots for easy access in case of emergencies. The family's oil and salt containers were placed in a small box, cushioned with straw to prevent damage. The remaining few eggs were boiled in preparation for their journey. Grandmother Li Chunhua instructed the family to remove their jackets, and along with Sun Fong and Wang Suihua, she sewed small pockets onto each garment to keep their money separately. Grandmother, why do we have to do this? It's a bit uncomfortable, Zhu Long questioned, gnawing on his fingers in confusion. As she stitched quickly, Li Chunhua explained. We may encounter bad people on the road, so it's safer to keep our money separated. If you keep all your candy in one place, and Iron Egg comes to steal, he could take it all in one go. Zhu Long recalled Iron Egg's greedy nature, realizing that if he knew about the candy, he would undoubtedly take it all. Once they donned the clothes with the sewn pockets and with most belongings packed, the first ox cart was full. The second contained only a few items, and the third was almost empty. Zhu Heng decided he would drive the cart loaded with grain and his supplies. Being young and strong, and with his body having been reinforced, he thought it only fitting to protect this crucial cart. Moreover, the crops he had planted in his space farm would soon mature, making it easier to supplement their food supply. After discussion, it was decided that Li Chunhua, Sun Fong, Wang Suihua, Zhu Xiuxiu, and Zhu Feng would sleep in the second cart, while Zhu Heng, Zhu Rini, Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Long would occupy the third empty cart. While it might not be entirely comfortable to lie down and sleep, the weather was still mild, allowing them to camp outside for the time being, as their journey in the cart would not be prolonged. Just then, a notification interrupted Zhu Heng's thoughts, signaling that it was past midnight and time for the daily sign-in. Glancing at the bright yellow sign-in icon, he focused his mind and silently wished to check in. With a silent thought, the icon suddenly illuminated, and a flash of white light appeared, revealing the reward wrapped in the glow. Sign-in reward, a kitchen knife. Level, common. Usage, just a common kitchen knife. What more do you expect? Common. Zhu Heng noted the teasing tone at the end of the description, feeling somewhat mocked. He promptly stored the kitchen knife in the sign-in system's space, peering inside to find it was indeed a standard knife. While it wasn't completely useless, its craftsmanship and sharpness were quite comparable to the rudimentary blades of this era. If they encountered any trouble on the road, it could serve as a weapon. And it would also be handy for hunting. Consoling himself, Zhu Heng found the kitchen knife to be more agreeable, noting that the sign-in rewards had already displayed 2 levels, and this common level must surely be among the lowest. In any case, as long as he didn't receive something utterly useless, it would be a win. Now that it was past midnight and the family had finished packing, grandmother Li Chunhua lit a small oil lamp, and the family gathered in the main room. Father, do you think we should call the villagers to escape together? Zhu Yuliang scratched his head, looking at Zhu Rini. Zhu Rini puffed on his dry tobacco, recalling the ill-intentioned individuals he saw when his grandson returned with the cart earlier that day, his brow furrowing. Noticing her husband's frown, grandmother Li Chunhua immediately understood and recalled the earlier events. When Hanger returned, there were those from the Long family, as well as Erhan, Guzi, and Dolly. They all seemed to harbor wicked intentions, she recounted. Zhu Yutian looked at his elder brother with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Brother, have you forgotten that our nephew mentioned they would come to kill us in 5 or 6 days? If we inform the villagers, it would only complicate matters. Wang Suihua followed closely behind her husband, exclaiming, Indeed, my dear brother, there are not many kind-hearted families in our Shi village. The Dazhu family is one and our neighbors. The Meiying family are another. As for the others, every household harbors a few ulterior motives. Zhu Yuliang, upon hearing this, found her reasoning sound. Yet he felt a pang of compassion. After all, they had lived together for several decades. Sun Fong nudged her husband and whispered, You old fool, in our Shi village. How many families even possess a cart? If we all flee together, can Hanger possibly safeguard the few carts he has? Observing the shock on Zhu Yuliang's face, Sun Fong playfully poked his forehead. Zhu Heng sat nearby, watching the family deliberations, feeling a sense of relief at their thoughts, thankfully. His father was simply indecisive rather than overly paternal. Discreetly tossing the rope and gag cloth into the darkness behind him, Zhu Heng lowered his voice and spoke. Uncle Zhuzi's family has few members, just him and Aunt Lu. Although the Ying family has 5, 2 of their children are still quite young and take up little space. We can have Anding take the 2 little ones in Uncle Zhu's cart. Meng Ge and Erniu are strong laborers. Sitting in the driver's seat with us would be no trouble at all. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's proposal, Grandpa Zhu Rini also expressed his approval. The Dazhu and Meiying families are indeed the ones with whom they share the closest ties in Shi village. If they could bring them along, it would certainly be advantageous. Zhu Rini took a puff of his cigarette and quietly instructed, Yuliang, Yutian, you 2 should go inform those families now. Have them pack quietly, without alarming the villagers. They must be ready before tomorrow evening. We shall depart tomorrow night. Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian nodded in agreement and stealthily stepped out into the moonlight, parting ways in different directions. Sun Fong grasped her son's hand, expressing her concern. Heng you've had a long day. You should rest now. Zhu Heng nodded. All right. Mother, I shall take a nap. Today has indeed been exhausting. After yawning, He bid goodnight to his grandparents and went to bed. The other children in the house were already fast asleep, with only Zhu Xiuxiu still in the main room, leaning against Sun Fong, struggling to stay awake. Sun Fong noticed her daughter's head bobbing and encouraged her to go to bed. Zhu Xiuxiu shook her head, forcing herself to stay alert. "Mother, I'm not tired. I want to wait for father and uncle to return." "My dear child," Sun Fong said, though she embraced her daughter, gently patting Zhu Xiuxiu's back to soothe her. At 14, Zhu Xiuxiu was at an impressionable age, likely fearful of the impending famine and the enemy soldiers. It would be difficult for her to sleep, even if urged. Under her mother's comforting embrace, Zhu Xiuxiu's initially anxious heart calmed somewhat, despite the terror of famine and enemy troops, as long as the family remained united. Everything would be all right. The paths diverged. Zhu Yutian stepped out, making his way towards the Zhu Daju household. The moonlight on a clear ancient night was bright, casting a sheen on the ground that resembled a dusting of frost, illuminating even the shadows of people. He soon arrived at Zhu Daju's home, gently knocking on the door. The cattle in the yard began to moo, and shortly after, Zhu Daju emerged. "Who is it?" he called out. "It's me, Yutian." Upon realizing it was Zhu Yutian, Zhu Daju unlocked the door and welcomed him inside. "Yutian, what brings you here at this late hour?" He yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Shoo. Keep your voice down and come inside," Zhu Yutian urged, pulling Zhu Daju into the house. Noticing Zhu Yutian's cautious demeanor, Zhu Daju also lowered his voice and tiptoed inside. Zhu Yutian peeked over the courtyard wall and then closed the door behind them. Zhu Daju was left bewildered by Zhu Yotian's secretive behavior. "Yutian, what is going on? Why the mystery?" Zhu Daju inquired, unconsciously lowering his voice. Zhu Yutian turned, his expression grave. "Zhuzi, do you trust me?" "Of course I do." "Now, what is the matter?" Zhu Yutian then quietly revealed the situation. "Our Dalian has lost to the Dayan, and their soldiers will be upon us in just a few days. Moreover, the drought here is a dire certainty. My nephew investigated in the county, and grain prices have already doubled and are expected to rise further." Zhu Daju was taken aback by the flood of information. Staring blankly for a moment before grasping Zhu Yotian's arm, "What do we do? Is there any way out?" Zhu Yutian replied. "That's why I'm here to inform you discreetly. My son Hung found out that the Bai family has already fled to Jiang'an tonight. Since our families are close, we wanted to share this with you. But keep this under wraps, otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Zhu Daju understood the gravity of the situation. He had an elderly mother, Aunt Lu, to care for, and it was imperative to escape before misfortune befell them. "All right, Yutian. I trust you. I'll start packing now. When are we leaving?" Zhu Yutian hurriedly relayed their family's plan to Zhu Daju, instructing him to prepare everything tonight and to leave stealthily under the cover of darkness. Upon hearing that Meixia's family might join them, Zhu Daju contemplated that they could manage to fit everyone, especially since Meixia's household had 2 strong laborers. He agreed to the plan. "It's good that you're on board, but remember, this is a matter of life and death. The sooner we leave, the better our chances." Zhu Yutian reiterated his concerns. Zhu Daju nodded repeatedly, understanding the urgency, especially for his aging mother Lu. Meanwhile, the Wang Meiying family lived not far from the Zhu household, having been neighbors for over a decade, always maintaining a harmonious relationship. Wang Meiying and her sister-in-law, Wang Suihua, shared familial ties. Wang Meiying's husband, Li Erniu, had 3 children. Their eldest son, Li Meng, was nearly the same age as Zhu Heng and had grown into a robust laborer. Tragically, they had lost 2 children in succession, but 2 years prior welcomed a pair of twins, named Li Chongqing and Lianen. Zhu knocked on their courtyard door and relayed the situation. The couple expressed their gratitude profusely and discussed the matter of the cart. Zhu mentioned that his younger brother had already gone to consult with Daju, but they needed to assess the situation there. He urged them to begin packing their belongings without alerting others and to be ready before nightfall. The couple nodded in agreement, and the 3 awaited Zhu Yutian's return at the door. Chapter 9. The beginning of the flight from famine. The 3 waited at the entrance for a while until they spotted a shadow approaching in the distance. It was Zhu Yutian. Zhu Yuliang hurriedly waved him over, causing Zhu Yutian to startle momentarily before recognizing his elder brother and rushing over. "Elder brother. Yutian, what did Daju say? Did he agree?" Zhu Yutian quickly covered his brother's mouth and whispered, "Let us discuss inside," then signaled to Li Erniu and Wang Meiying to join them in the house. Once inside, Zhu Yutian spoke. "Daju has agreed. Ernio, you two plan to flee along as well, correct? Li Ernio and his wife nodded, yes. But we're uncertain about Daju's cart. Zhu Yutian assured them, prompting Li Ernio and his wife to express their overwhelming gratitude. All right. It's likely nearly the hour of the tiger now. We should return to rest. Today has truly exhausted us. You two should hasten to pack during the day. We'll leave tonight once the village is asleep. Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian departed, leaving Li Ernio and his wife staring at each other, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation, unable to sleep a wink. As the head of the household, should we discuss what to take with us? Wang Meiying glanced at Li Ernio, awaiting his decision. All right, first and foremost, we must gather our grain. The two huddled together, whispering fervently. Upon returning home, the Zhu brothers found their parents, two daughters-in-law, and Zhu Xiuxiu waiting up, clearly anxious to learn of their situation. Seeing the two of them enter, Zhu Xiuxiu lifted her head from Sun Fang's embrace and inquired, Father, how did it go? Zhu Yuliang patted his chest confidently, with your father and your second uncle involved. Rest assured it will be accomplished. He then turned to Zhu Rini and Li Chunhua, expressing gratitude for their concern. It's late. Let us all rest and rejuvenate. Very well. Since the matters have been settled, let us retire for the night, Grandfather Zhu Rini urged, prompting everyone to disperse. In a secluded little room, Zhu Heng had long since fallen into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, three men, intent on Zhu Heng's ox cart, had followed the tracks to the village's entrance. Now we know where this brat resides. Soon enough, there will be ample opportunity to claim his ox cart. The burly man chuckled maliciously, envisioning a life of indulgence post-theft. What shall we do now, big brother? The cross-eyed man asked weakly as they walked. Fool. Of course, we find a place to rest first, he exclaimed, smacking the cross-eyed man on the head. I've been walking for so long my legs are quaking. The trio settled into an abandoned house in Shirtu village, their snores resonating through the night. The Zhu family enjoyed a rare night of peaceful slumber, waking unusually late, nearly at noon. The women hurriedly prepared a meal, and after dining together, they revisited their plans for what to take. Zhu Heng was the earliest riser, having already fed the three oxen with ample nourishing grass, planning to feed them again by evening. He accompanied his father and second uncle to the homes of Ernio and Daju, where both families had mobilized and packed their belongings. Unfortunately, it was still daytime, making it impossible for them to transport their goods openly. Zhu Heng measured Daju's ox cart and advised Li Ernio and his wife to remove some excess items, otherwise there would not be enough space for everyone. Following his guidance, Li Ernio and Wang Meiying eliminated several items, retaining only the essentials, thus ensuring that all families were prepared. Many villagers visited the Zhu family today, subtly probing for opportunities to profit. Li Chunhua had anticipated this and instructed the women and children to guard the ox cart closely, ensuring that villagers did not touch it, especially the first cart laden with grain and bedding, which was closely watched by Sun Fang and Wang Cuihua. If any greedy hands were to pry open the cart, peace would be a distant dream. Zhu Heng concocted a tale to distract the villagers, dear uncles and aunts. It so happens that I have a connection with the Bai family, the most formidable clan in Belan County. Surely you have heard of them? The villagers nodded in recognition. Rumor has it their business is so prosperous it could earn in a year what we might see in a lifetime. Zhu, hurry up and tell us how you acquired the funds for the ox cart. Zhu Heng clasped his hands together. It was the young master of the Bai family who nearly fell prey to a ruffian. Seeing his delicate frame, I knew he was not of common stock, and I swiftly intervened to rescue him. In gratitude, the Bai patriarch rewarded me with 30 taels of silver, which I used to purchase the ox cart. 30 taels. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd, their envy palpable. Outside the Zhu compound, three men lurked, eavesdropping, those who had tracked Zhu Heng's cart. Be brother, the Bai family. The cross-eyed man stuttered, feeling intimidated. The Bai family was a formidable force in Belan County. If this boy truly was their benefactor, stealing the ox cart could lead to dire consequences. The leaders swallowed hard. Well, we now know where he lives. Let's return and investigate whether this tale holds any truth. The silent companion nodded in agreement, and the trio discreetly departed Shirtu village while the coast was clear. Zhu Heng sensed the departure of the eavesdroppers and realized, could they be the same three who followed me yesterday? Regardless of their intentions, they have now lost their chance to execute them. With that thought, Zhu Heng smiled faintly, continuing to engage with the villagers. After making empty promises about assisting the Bai family should they offer rewards or needing oxen during the spring plowing and autumn harvest, the villagers finally took their leave. As he watched the opportunistic troubles fade away, Zhu Heng felt increasingly assured of his decision to flee in secrecy. Publicizing their escape could invite all manner of complications, from moral dilemmas to opportunistic behavior that would weigh heavily on him. Such concerns were mild. There were also those with malicious intent who could drag everyone down with them. As night descended, Grandmother Li Chunhua announced that she had prepared a hearty meal for their farewell, knowing that a long journey awaited them and such nourishment was essential. After the meal, they cleaned the chopsticks and bowls, placing them in the second ox cart, and then sat in quiet anticipation. Grandfather Zhu Rini, holding the ancestral tablets, made his rounds through the rooms, allowing the ancestors one final look at their home in Shitu village, softly praying for their protection and safe passage to Jiangnan. He carefully wrapped the tablets and placed them in the ox cart. Time ticked away, and the village grew increasingly quiet, the moon illuminating the night, accompanied only by the sounds of summer insects. Li Erniu and his eldest son, Li Meng, were busy under the cover of darkness, loading their belongings onto Zhu Daju's ox cart. Wang Meiying remained home with her two children, Li Chongxing and Lianen, frequently glancing towards the door, her heart in turmoil. Finally, everything was packed, and as the moon hung high, the village was punctuated only by the occasional barking of dogs and the chirping of insects. The three Zhu family ox carts were ready, with Zhu Heng at the helm of the first, followed by Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian driving the others. Under the cloak of night, the three carts departed in an orderly fashion towards the village entrance. Zhu Daju arrived with his ox cart, while Wang Meiying sat with Liu Daju's elderly mother, her two children by her side. Li Erniu and Li Meng took their places beside Wang Yuliang and Wang Yutian, with Zhu Heng leading the way. Armed with a map and provisions, the four ox carts began their journey from Shitu village, embarking on the road to Jiangnan. Behind them, a note was affixed to the Zhu family's gate, written by Zhu Heng, briefly outlining their circumstances. Should anyone pass by the next day, they would have the option to choose between belief and disbelief, to flee or to remain, ultimately leaving it to their discretion. Chapter 10. The Heart of a Wolf. Zhu Heng and his companions drove the ox carts away from Shitu village under the cover of night, following the map towards Jiangnan. Thanks to the moonlight, the road was clearly visible. Soon, the clock struck midnight, marking the start of a new round of sign-ins. He silently recited his sign-in mantra, and a flash of white light enveloped him, revealing yet another item of the same caliber as a kitchen knife. Sign-in reward: meat dumplings x10. Level: common. Usage: food. Cannot be used as a grenade. Looking at the 10 large meat dumplings stored in the system space, Zhu Heng couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger as he guided the cart onward. Since arriving here, the only meat-like sustenance I have consumed is an egg. The meat bun is conspicuously large, with a delicate skin encasing a generous filling. It is even larger than an adult man's fist, and the succulent meat juices have permeated the dough, imparting a rich brown hue. However, it is evident that this is not an opportune moment to indulge in dumplings, especially as it is night and I am tasked with guiding the journey. Additionally, the origin of the bun remains inexplicable, and unless one possesses the means of self-defense or is utterly bereft of resources, it is best not to expose such unreasonable circumstances. Zhu Heng hastily diverted his attention from the meat bun and refocused on the journey ahead. The ox, having been fed with spiritual grass in the evening, now gallops with remarkable vigor, much to the dismay of Zhu Daju's ox, which is straining to keep up. Zhu Heng tugged at the reins, slowing the pace of the ox, which in turn caused the two following oxen to lag behind, allowing Zhu Daju's ox to gradually catch up. By now, they had ventured far from Shitu village, and the group resumed their conversation in hushed tones, with Zhu Daju's elderly mother, Liu, assisting Wang Meiying in watching over one of the children. Time slipped away unnoticed as they continued their journey, and the sky began to brighten. They had long since left Shitu village behind. Having dined the previous night, the group was now hungry. Zhu Heng called out loudly while driving the cart, "Father, shall we stop for a meal before we proceed?" Behind him, Zhu Yuliang responded in kind, "Yes, we're all starving." Zhu Heng then gradually slowed down until they came to a halt, followed by the ox cart. Once they had stopped, the passengers in the cart began to disembark. Zhu Heng jumped down from the cart, stretching and moving to alleviate the stiffness from driving, as if his posterior had been incessantly pounded. If the pressure were any greater, He feared it might transform him into a sort of handmade beef ball. Cooking on the road during a time of famine proved to be exceptionally simple. One merely needed to gather a few stones and arrange them in a circle, placing a large pot taken from home atop the stones, igniting it with some dried bark brought along for kindling. The family's supply of grain was limited, and breakfast would likely consist of gruel once more. Gazing at the grayish-brown porridge, Zhu Heng could not help but recall the sumptuous meat bun in the system's warehouse. He strongly suppressed the urge to extract and nibble on the bun, instead stuffing his mouth with porridge while imagining the taste of the meat bun. Abandoning the notion of surreptitiously consuming the meat bun, he recognized that the flavor was too distinctive for a commoner, if he indulged. The aroma would certainly linger upon his return, and it was not an opportune moment to risk exposure. After finishing the meal, Zhu Heng excused himself to gather grass. Zhu Dazhu and Li Ming expressed their desire to join him, and the three men scattered, tools in hand. Due to the scant rainfall, most of the grass in the area was yellow and withered. Zhu Heng finally spotted a small puddle where the grass was still green. He promptly retrieved a sizable bundle of spiritual grass from his spatial farm, symbolically cutting a few blades from the local grass before binding the bundle to carry back. My goodness. Hengzi, where did you find such lush grass? It's so tender, exclaimed second Aunt Wang Suihua as she pinched a blade and popped it into her mouth. The sweet juice burst forth, releasing a refreshing flavor that invigorated her weary body. This grass is truly a delicacy, she continued, savoring the taste. Let me try. I want some too. Eventually, family members, including those from Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernia's households, each sampled a few blades. Hengzi, where did you get this? We should gather more. Indeed, it would be delightful to stew it with the porridge. I feel somewhat rejuvenated after eating it, remarked Lu, Zhu Dazhu's elderly mother. As she chewed. I feel the same. I feel more spirited, echoed second Aunt Wang Suihua, as she reached for more. Aunt. Perhaps it is the sweetness and refreshing nature of the grass. After a tiring journey in the heat, this has surely lifted our spirits, Zhu Heng explained. Genuinely surprised that his family would partake of the grass, he hastily took the remaining grass to feed the oxen. Hey, Hengzi, how can you feed such excellent grass to the oxen? Second Aunt Wang Suihua lamented, her hand lingering on the grass. The oxen need nourishment to be strong for the journey, he replied, quickly feeding his 3 oxen before sharing some with Zhu Dazhu's. Only by feeding them the spiritual grass could they maintain their speed. Neglecting to share with Zhu Dazhu's ox would slow them down considerably. The 3 oxen, having already tasted the grass, eyed Wang Suihua warily, having witnessed her lead the charge to devour the grass. Zhu Dazhu's ox, trying the spiritual grass for the first time, widened its eyes in astonishment, shoving aside the dried, yellow grass and eagerly munching. Zhu Dazhu could scarcely suppress his laughter. Hengzi, is there any more of this grass? Let's go gather some more. Look at how my old fellow enjoys it. Zhu Heng shrugged helplessly, aware that such pasture belonged to his spatial farm and could not be shared. Uncle Zhu, it only grows near that little puddle. I gathered it all. Zhu Dazhu could only acquiesce. The 4 oxen quickly finished the grass, appearing revitalized and ready for rest, prompting the 3 families to decide to continue their journey. The threat of famine loomed, but more pressing was the uncertainty of when the soldiers of the Great Een might strike. In Shertu village, the villagers who had awoken and eaten breakfast soon made their way to Zhu Heng's home, only to find the door tightly shut, adorned with a white sheet of paper. One agile man climbed to the wall and peered inside, discovering that the Zhu household had been vacated. This is bad. They've all left. Hurry. Go get the village chief. The wall-climbing man's heart sank, and he immediately turned to summon help, as several rushed to fetch the village chief. The chief, literate. Read the words inscribed on the white paper. The Great Een is coming. Flee. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers grew anxious. Damn it. They must have known and left early, shouted a man, furious. Without Zhu's ox cart, how are we to manage our belongings? Another cunning man chimed in, exactly. The Zhu family is abandoning us to our fate. Village Chief Lin Feng jabbed the ground with his cane, his eyes glinting fiercely. Someone go find Zhu Dazhu. Demand he contribute his cart. Upon hearing this, several men's eyes lit up, and they dashed toward Zhu Dazhu's home. Chapter 11. Dog's Lung. The group of men raced toward Zhu Dazhu's house, cursing Zhu Heng's family as they ran. A pack of scoundrels. They knew trouble was brewing and fled without a thought for our lives. Indeed, as disaster loomed, they had escaped. While Zhu Heng seemed to have struck it rich with all that silver from his new cart. Each man harbored jealousy and resentment, envious of Zhu Heng's fortune and furious that the Zhu family had known of the impending disaster and fled. In the minds of some villagers from Shirtu, the Zhu family ought to have contributed their ox cart. Those capable should shoulder more responsibility. The men, seething with anger, rushed toward Zhu Dazhu's home, their faces etched with fury, viewing Zhu Dazhu's cart as a means of escape. No one considered Zhu Dazhu's perspective, as he was the only one at home with his elderly mother, and it was assumed he would have no allies. With thoughts solely on seizing the ox cart, they arrived at Zhu Dazhu's doorstep, only to be left dumbfounded. The door of Zhu Dazhu's home stood ajar, and the remaining items that could not fit had already been seized by villagers who had arrived early. "I was the first to spot this," one exclaimed. "Nonsense. That belongs to me, you heartless wretch. Do you dare to call my son?" Two elderly women were fiercely grappling over a wooden table, each unwilling to yield to the other. A man who had come to investigate furrowed his brow and hurried over to assist one of the women in claiming the table. "See, my son is indeed impressive." The victorious woman stood tall, puffing out her chest like a proud rooster. "Wait a moment, mother." The man suddenly recalled his purpose for coming. "Where is Zhu Dazhu? Where is the ox cart?" Old Lady Wang narrowed her eyes and clutched the table tightly. "Who knows where he has gone? I initially intended to take his cart to the town, but upon arriving, I saw that most of the items had already been moved. If it weren't for your sharp-eyed mother, I might not have even managed to get this table," she replied cheerfully, shooting a disdainful glance at the other elderly woman who had dared to contest her claim. What? Could they have run off with Zhu's family? The few men who had come together were equally alarmed. If all the ox carts in the village had fled, then only the village chief's horse cart remained. "Let us go straight to the village chief's house to seize the cart." These men, already filled with trepidation, were quick to act upon the news of the missing ox carts. They exchanged glances and headed directly for the village chief's abode. The village chief was still waiting for news at Zhu's house when he saw his son and daughter-in-law rushing towards him, crying out for their parents. "Father, that scoundrel and his gang have robbed our home. They took our cart and grain. My younger brother tried to stop them and ended up with a broken leg. Father." The elder son and daughter-in-law wept loudly before the village chief, whose head spun with shock, causing him to faint on the spot. The two were left in a state of panic, wailing helplessly. Chaos erupted in Shirtu village as the village chief's son and daughter-in-law openly lamented at Zhu's doorstep, drawing attention from passers-by. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion escalated, with cries of despair, anger, and confusion intertwining into a cacophony. A band of men, led by the scoundrel, hastily loaded grain onto the village chief's cart, abandoning their families as they fled with the goods. The scoundrel's mother, who had initially been gleefully clutching the table, found herself disregarded as her son dashed off. How am I to survive? You ungrateful wretch, I raised you with such difficulty." Old Lady Wang was driven to madness, rolling on the ground in despair. Yet, the chaos of Shirtu village left no one to heed her cries, and she was unceremoniously shoved aside for taking up space. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng and his party continued southward with their 4 ox carts along the designated route. "Mother, how much longer until we reach Jiangnan?" Zhu Xiuxiu inquired eagerly of Sun Fang. "Your brother mentioned that it would take several months based on what he learned from the Bai family." "We have only just begun our journey. There is still plenty of time," Sun Fang replied. Despite understanding that the journey ahead was long, Zhu Xiuxiu felt a pang of impatience. "Mother, I just hope we can arrive in Jiangnan swiftly so that everyone can find stability." Sun Fang enveloped Zhu Xiuxiu in a comforting embrace. "Such matters cannot be rushed. As long as our family is together, all will be well." "Yes, mother." Zhu Xiuxiu nestled into her mother's arms, still a young girl, grappling with the fears that accompanied their tumultuous journey. As the cart jostled, the occupants within swayed unsteadily. Zhu Xiuxiu gazed out the window at the rugged landscape, letting out a sigh. Zhu Feng nestled closer to her sister. "Sister, fret not. With our cousin around, everything will be just fine. He even managed to procure so many oxen." Zhu Feng declared proudly, her admiration for Zhu Heng evident. Zhu Xiuxiu's heart began to lighten. "Indeed. I never imagined we would have 3 ox carts." The 2 little girls soon engaged in lively chatter, the atmosphere becoming less somber. Sun Fang watched the children with a sense of relief, though a worry lingered for her youngest son, Zhu Yuan, who remained in the cart behind them. Wang Cuihua, perceptive as she was, quickly noted Sun Fang's concern and gently nudged her with her elbow. "Sister-in-law, why worry? Little Long is back there with us. It's a long journey, we should stress less. Hearing Wang Seiwa's comforting words, Sun Fong smiled. It's just the worry of the long road ahead. You are so carefree, perhaps I should learn from you and worry less. The mood among the group lightened. And those in the rear of the carts began to engage in jovial banter, no longer as cautious or grim as when they initially set out. Zhu Heng, guiding the ox cart while listening to the cheerful conversations behind him, couldn't he help but smile. This familial joy was truly delightful. However, he knew he must also consider how to judiciously utilize the supplies he had signed for. The tantalizing meat bun in his possession was an enticing temptation he could hardly resist. Zhu Heng retracted his thoughts from the system space and glanced at the crops in his farm, noting that the various plants he had sown were flourishing well. The wheat he had planted first had already grown over 2 inches, and in just 8 days, it would be ready for harvest. He hoped to acquire some sustainable provisions soon, so he would no longer have to subsist on gruel. The mere thought of gruel made Zhu Heng grimace. It was akin to flavorless oatmeal, going down his throat solely by instinct. As the sun traversed the sky and began to set, the Zhu family had only eaten breakfast and had not paused throughout the day, only halting as darkness enveloped the land. Surrounding them were a grove of parched trees, still displaying a hint of greenery, though visibility was poor in the darkening twilight. The group disembarked from the ox cart, eager to stretch their limbs. It was not just the drivers who felt discomfort. Those cramped within the cart had also endured a jarring ride and felt sore all over. Those who needed to relieve themselves found discreet spots to do so. Zhu Heng stretched his arms and legs, performing a few stretches as he observed his family beginning to prepare a fire. As usual, they set up stones to support a pot for boiling gruel. Sister-in-law, our water supply is almost depleted, Wang Suihua sighed, addressing Sun Fong. Let me check, Sun Fong replied, hurrying over to inspect the water containers. Indeed, they were running low. With so many people, each batch of gruel required a significant amount of water, not to mention the needs of the oxen, which further drained their supply. Seeing that their water bags were nearly empty, Zhu Heng noted that the remaining water would suffice only for tonight. Mother, give me the water bag. I will look for a nearby source, he offered. Sun Fong surveyed the darkening surroundings, where the trees loomed ominously, casting shadows that obscured potential dangers. At this time of night, I'm not comfortable letting you go out. Look at those woods, we don't know what dangers lurk there. No, I cannot agree to let you venture out. Sun Fong's fear was palpable as she regarded the situation, unwilling to allow her son to take risks. Zhu Heng understood. However, his true intention was not to search for a water source, but to fabricate one. In the vast expanse of the space farm, the abundant water was more than sufficient for quenching thirst on the journey. Just as he was about to speak in persuasion, he heard his grandparents voice their concerns. Hanger, they said, it is late at night, and we cannot rest easy knowing any of our family members are out there. While the water is indeed urgent, there is still some left. It would be prudent to wait until morning to seek more. Grandma Li Chunhua approached, clasping Zhu Heng's arm, echoing her agreement that venturing out at such an hour was too risky. The surrounding darkness concealed unknown dangers. Grandpa Zhu Rini nodded in affirmation and added, indeed. Heed your grandmother's advice. Let us set out early tomorrow, together with the families of Dazhu and Ernyo. There is no need to rush now. Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernyo, along with his son Li Meng, readily concurred. Their own water supply was dwindling too. Given the ongoing drought and the urgency of their hasty escape due to the calamity, there was little time to gather more water. Although Zhu Heng understood that his intention was merely to fabricate a water source and that there was no significant peril, he found it inconvenient to explain his circumstances at the moment. He needed to remain cautious, and considering his family's concern was for his well-being, he acquiesced, saying, very well. I shall go in the morning. The family gathered around the fire, enjoying a porridge that brought some comfort to their bellies and alleviated their thirst. Zhu Yuliang stood to gather some grass to feed the oxen, but Zhu Heng quickly restrained him, saying, Father, allow me, you should rest. Zhu Yuliang was touched by his son's gesture and nodded in agreement. Thank you, my son, you are truly considerate. With that, Zhu Heng felt a sense of relief, as he feared the grass nearby would not sustain the oxen through the arduous journey ahead. With a sickle in hand, Zhu Heng made his way to a nearby earthen slope, glancing back at his family, who were huddled around the recently lit cooking fire. Perhaps fearing the surrounding darkness, they instinctively gravitated towards the warmth of the flames, undeterred by the heat emanating from the fire. Zhu Heng observed the children from his family and those from Wang Meiying's household, firmly under his watchful eye, and felt a sense of satisfaction. He was no longer worried about being discovered. The reason he preferred not to let his family tend to the feeding was to facilitate his own discreet provision of spiritual pasture to the oxen. Their physical labor was crucial for pulling the cart on this journey. Were it not for his current lack of confidence in ensuring his plans, Zhu Heng would have relished the idea of offering the oxen a varied diet with each meal. Feigning the act of gathering grass, he secretly mixed in a considerable amount of spiritual pasture. When he fed the oxen, they were quick to devour the spiritual grass before leisurely munching on the withered remnants. While keeping an eye out for any observers, Zhu Heng discreetly fed a few handfuls of spiritual pasture into the mouths of the oxen, working seamlessly with them. And even managed to slip some into Daju's oxen as well, thanks to the abundant sap from the spiritual pasture infused with spiritual energy. The oxen's daily water needs were sufficiently met. Without this, relying solely on the water they had would have left the oxen utterly depleted from the relentless sun and labor of pulling the cart. After tending to the oxen, Zhu Heng returned to the fire, where his family expressed their concern for his fatigue, encouraging him to rest while they recounted the discussions that had just taken place. Hanger. Sun Fang began. We convened and decided that those who are not driving the cart will take turns keeping watch, allowing you all to sleep peacefully. Rest is essential for maintaining your strength. She explained the plan for the night watch, specifying that 2 individuals would take turns, ensuring adequate rest for everyone. Zhu Heng nodded in agreement. Mother, this plan is sound and will serve as a precaution. Second Aunt Wang Suihua chimed in. Indeed. The children are eager to help with the watch. They will accompany their parents as dawn approaches. Zhu Heng was taken aback. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, aged 8 and 11, were typically indulged in modern times, yet here they displayed such maturity, already eager to assist the family. Ruffling his younger brother Zhu Yuan's hair, Zhu Heng praised, "Good lad, you are quite responsible." Zhu Yuan, beaming from his brother's commendation, sweetly replied, "I will keep a close watch," and discreetly inched closer to Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng also offered kind words to Zhu Long and Zhu Feng, causing both cousins to blush with delight at the unexpected praise. It was rare for elders in ancient times to be so openly complimentary, and as the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, Zhu Heng's words brought joy to the younger generation. Zhu Xiuxiu watched with a hint of envy at her cousins receiving such accolades, pondering if her brother would extend similar praise to her. As Zhu Xiuxiu fiddled with the hem of her clothing, she heard Zhu Heng say, "Xiuxiu, you two have contributed significantly since our decision to flee. You have taken care of the younger ones, but do not burden yourself with excessive worry about family matters. We will manage everything. Just relax and enjoy the journey." Upon hearing her brother's sincere and warm words, Zhu Xiuxiu's eyes glistened with tears, and she felt a weight lift from her heart. "Yes, I understand, brother," she replied softly. Seeing Zhu Xiuxiu relax, their grandparents and parents also smiled, knowing that as the eldest girl in her generation, she bore considerable responsibility and pressure, making Zhu Heng's ability to ease her mind all the more beneficial. As the moon grew brighter, dispelling the previous darkness, the group prepared to rest. Following the established watch schedule, the women would guard the first half of the night, while the younger and elder members would take the later shift as dawn approached, leaving the most precarious hours to the father and son duo of Li Erniu and Li Ming. At this time of year, the heat made it nearly impossible to sleep comfortably in the cart. Crammed into such a stifling space would surely turn it into a sauna. The group initially intended to lie down on the ground to sleep, but Zhu Heng quickly interjected, "That would be folly. Sleeping like that would leave us sore all over." He retrieved a blanket from his cart, unfurling it on the ground to create a more comfortable resting place. As they lay down, fatigue quickly took hold, and soon they were enveloped in slumber. At that moment, Sun Fang and Wang Suihua, on watch, quietly conversed while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Chapter 13. Fabricating a Water Source. The night swiftly passed, and dawn broke with a gentle light. Zhu Heng awoke to find Grandpa Zhu Rini keeping watch alongside the 2 youngest members of the family, Zhu Long and Zhu Feng, who appeared vibrant and full of energy. "Grandpa, I am going to fetch water," Zhu Heng said softly, greeting his grandfather before heading towards the forest with a water bag in hand. "Be safe," Zhu Rini called out, watching his grandson depart. As Zhu Heng walked, he reviewed the items he had received from the previous day's check-in, which turned out to be the expected low-grade rewards. The check-in reward read, 20 Christian carp. Grade, low-grade fish. Usage can be used or raised. But do not do anything that would shock the nuns. Zhu Heng discreetly dismissed the guilt-inducing description, observing the lively crucian carp in his possession. He quietly placed 19 of them into the aquaculture section of the space farm, finally introducing life into the water. In typical circumstances, crucian carp would take about a year to grow to a pound under artificial cultivation. However, given the extraordinary nature of the space farm, their growth might be expedited. Zhu Heng calculated the time. Starting with 2 pounds, the fish would likely gain a pound within a month, given that time flowed differently in the space farm, equating to 1 year in the outside world. With the crucian carp's natural reproductive capabilities, it wouldn't be long before they could thrive independently. As he handled the check-in items, Zhu Heng had already reached an area obscured from the family's view, where the trees retained a hint of greenery. Zhu Heng sought out a low-lying, sunless spot and began to drain the water from his face. He then transplanted several spirit grass plants around the water source and moved a few large stones nearby to create the illusion of a water source that had survived due to the shelter provided by the stones. After deliberately killing a crucian carp he had set aside, he left gripping marks on it and dampened his clothes before ceasing his actions. As the sky brightened slightly, Zhu Heng checked his work again, filled his water bag, and hastily ran towards the resting place of his companions while clutching the water bag and the fish. Hurry! I found water and caught a fish. Upon Zhu Heng's return to the resting area, his family had already awakened, and upon hearing the news of the water, their faces lit up with joy. Wow! A fish! His cousin Zhu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the fish, and she hurried towards Zhu Heng. The little one hadn't tasted meat in a long time, and the sight of the fish thrilled her as though she were reunited with a long-lost relative. Zhu Heng waved the fish in front of Zhu Feng, the 2-pound crucian carp appearing quite impressive, a reward from the system. Dear Heng, what a large crucian carp you've caught. Aunt Wang Suihua, who had a naturally greedy disposition, was particularly delighted, as she was never picky about food and could savor even the simplest porridge like it was a gourmet dish. Upon seeing the fish in Zhu Heng's hands, she quickly took it and ran to show Zhu Rinyi and Li Chunhua, who examined it closely. Everyone expressed their admiration, while Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family looked on enviously. However, both families maintained decorum, refraining from any inappropriate thoughts about the fish, understanding it was Zhu Heng's hard-earned catch. Hey Heng, I just heard you found water. Where exactly did you discover it? Please tell us. Zhu Dazhu asked hurriedly, clutching his own water bag, while Wang Meiying's family eagerly awaited the answer. Uncle Zhu, there's a small lake in that grove over there, and there's quite a bit of grass growing nearby. I was so rushed I didn't even have time to cut the grass. Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family's eyes brightened, and they immediately asked Zhu Heng to guide them to fetch water. Hold on, Henger, Grandma Li Chunhua urged. First, feed the water you just collected to the cows, then let your father accompany you for another trip. We'll prepare the fish here. All right. Let us feed the cows first. The family dispersed to feed the cows with the freshly drawn water, which eagerly began to drink, occasionally mooing contentedly. After emptying the water bag, Zhu Heng led Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Dazhu, and Li Ernio, along with Li Meng, back to the water source he had fabricated. Upon arrival, they were thrilled to discover the small lake, rushing over to fill their water bags. Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernio first made a trip back to water the cows before returning to gather more water and cut grass. After filling their bags and cutting enough grass, they returned to feed the cows again, and without fail, Aunt Wang Suihua snatched a few strands of spirit grass to munch on, eliciting indignant moos from the cows. With everything prepared, it was time to start cooking the fish. Zhu Heng, fearing that his family might inadvertently create a fishy broth, proposed to handle the preparation himself. Feigning to search for something in the cart, he discreetly retrieved the knife he had signed for from his space. With a glint of the blade, the crucian carp was swiftly gutted and scaled, the black membrane from its belly scraped away. After cutting off the fins, the fish appeared as alluring as a lotus emerging from the water, enticing the secretion of gastric juices. The younger members of the family squatted nearby, closely observing Zhu Heng's deft handling of the fish, already accustomed to the smell of blood, with Zhu Feng even licking her lips in anticipation of the delicious fish soup. Henger, where did you get such a sharp knife? His mother Sun Feng inquired with curiosity, noting the knife's remarkable sharpness, which surely must have cost a fortune. Mother, I bought it with some leftover money when I purchased the ox cart, but I got so busy escaping that I forgot to mention it. I see. That knife is indeed sharp. It could come in handy if we encounter any trouble on the road, Zhu Yuliang added excitedly, only to be interrupted by Sun Fong. What are you talking about? You'll scare away everyone's appetite. Dismissed from his fanciful musings, Zhu Yuliang shut his mouth and went over to his younger brother Zhu Yutian. After requesting the family to boil a pot of hot water and placing it nearby, the empty water bags were immediately taken by Zhu Yuliang, who, along with Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family, went to fill them again. Zhu Heng first added a bit of lard to the pot. Given their current modest circumstances, he was cautious not to add too much in front of Grandma and his mother, fearing they would voice their discontent. Once the oil was heated, Zhu Heng placed the crucian carp in the pot. The moment it hit the hot oil, a sizzling sound erupted. He refrained from flipping the fish immediately, waiting for one side to firm up before turning it over, noticing that the side in the pot had already taken on a light golden hue, the cut areas blossoming into beautiful patterns. Once the other side was nearly cooked, Zhu Heng swiftly poured the pot of hot water into the pan. Instantly, steam rose, enveloping the air in fragrant tendrils. The moment the boiling water met the fried fish, the clear liquid turned slightly opaque, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, the younger ones, were particularly expressive, their noses twitching with excitement. "Brother, it smells so good," Zhu Xiuxiu chimed in, watching the pot with an involuntary swallow. "This is just the beginning. Soon the soup will turn milky white. It's a pity we don't have any tofu. If we could add some to cook with the fish, it would be exquisite. For now, we'll have to make do." Zhu Heng shook his head in mild regret. Zhu Feng, however, was unconcerned with such details. Ever since Zhu Heng brought back the ox cart, she regarded him as the best cousin in the world, ready to sing his praises without hesitation. "It already smells amazing. Cousin, you're incredible." While Yu Yuan and Zhu Long may not have been as effusive as Zhu Feng, they nodded in agreement, affirming that it would surely be delicious. Meanwhile, Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family, while enjoying their porridge, were enchanted by the aromatic fish soup, feeling as though their porridge had transformed into a gourmet dish. As time passed, the fish soup in the pot gradually thickened to a milky white. Although it was merely pan-fried and then stewed, the quality of the crucian carp, due to the system's rewards, was exceptionally fine. When ladled out, the soup exhibited a pleasantly thick consistency. Aunt Wang Suihua had already prepared bowls and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the moment they could savor the fish soup, which would also include generous portions of fish meat. Naturally, the fish soup alone would not suffice to fill everyone's bellies. With fish soup on the menu, Grandpa Zhu Rini declared that they should also prepare some gnocchi soup, and the pot of freshly boiled water quickly came into play once more. In the pot, boiling water was first mixed with coarsely milled flour and a bit of cold water, stirred with chopsticks until it formed small lumps, which were then poured into the boiling water. As thrifty farmers, they never wasted anything. The bowl used for mixing the flour, still clinging with remnants, was cleaned out by Sun Fong and added to the gnocchi soup. On one side was the fragrant and inviting crucian carp soup, and on the other, the white, fluffy gnocchi soup. This meal surpassed even the ones they had enjoyed back in Stone Village. Zhu Heng gazed at the fish soup, his mind wandering back to the 10 large meat buns he had signed for. Regrettably, he still dared not take them out, either waiting for a time when he had measures in place for his safety or a moment when he could use purchasing them as an excuse while passing through a town. The dumpling soup cooked remarkably quickly, even surpassing the fish soup in readiness. A rich pot of it, though slightly less pristine than modern versions due to the coarsely ground flour, was a considerable improvement compared to the earthy yellowish gruel. The fish soup was also nearing completion. Zhu Heng sprinkled in some salt to finish it off, the only lament being the absence of aromatic garnishes such as scallions, ginger, or cilantro, rendering the color scheme rather monotonous. "Hurry, hurry, grab a bowl. The fish made by our dear nephew looks utterly delectable." The task of serving the rice traditionally fell to Grandma Li Chunhua, with second Aunt Wang Suihua assisting her by passing bowls. First, they generously served the 3 laborers who had driven the cart, Zhu Heng, Zhu Yuliang, and Zhu Yutian, each receiving a bowl of dumpling soup and a bowl of fish soup with fish meat. Naturally, there weren't enough bowls to go around, thus, the trio began with the dumpling soup, saving the delightful fish dish for last. Next, the elderly couple and the women, along with the now 14-year-old Zhu Xiuxiu, each received a bowl of dumpling soup and half a bowl of fish soup with fish meat. Finally, the remaining 3 younger children, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng were served half a bowl of dumpling soup and half a bowl of fish soup with fish meat. Grandma Li Chuanhua's distribution went unquestioned. As everyone recognized the exhaustion of those who had driven the cart, the fact that they could partake in such a meal was more than enough. Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family had already finished their gruel and did not intrude. Understanding that the fish caught by Heng was a modest size, but that their own family was numerous, they felt it was a great favor to have been able to join in, and thus refrained from shamelessly seeking more soup. Wang Meiying's two children, Li Changxing and Lianin, being younger, curled up like kittens in their mother's embrace. Zhu Dazhu's mother, Mrs. Liu, kindly assisted Wang Meiying, while the two children gazed longingly towards the Zhu family, but remained wisely silent. At the Zhu household, the feast commenced with hearty appetites, as the guests had been starving. The rare opportunity to enjoy meat was met with ravenous enthusiasm. This fish soup is extraordinarily fresh. Second Aunt Wang Suihua consumed her meal rapidly, finishing her dumpling soup and ladling out half a bowl of fish soup with fish meat. As she dipped her spoon, breaking the surface of the oil, she delicately blew on it before taking a sip, the exquisite freshness blossoming on her palate. The soup, a product of the highest quality, bore no trace of the muddy taste one might expect from river fish. Instead, it exuded the sweetness and freshness reminiscent of ocean fish. The broth, derived from such fish, could undoubtedly make one swoon with delight. Shocked by the incredible flavor, Wang Suihua savored the taste before hastily reaching for the fish meat. Seeing her reaction, the others quickly understood that this fish soup was indeed exceptional, prompting them to speed up their consumption of dumpling soup. Zhu Feng, taking her time, requested Grandma to pour fish soup directly into her half bowl of dumpling soup. Li Chunhua obliged, filling her bowl to the brim. Be careful of the fish bones, she cautioned before returning to her own meal. This is so delicious. Cousin, I want this again next time, Zhu Feng exclaimed after tasting the combination of fish soup and dumpling soup, surprised at how the dumpling soup neither overshadowed nor diminished the fish soup's brilliance. Rather, it balanced the rich flavor perfectly, leaving her astonished. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long, seeing this, eagerly followed suit and were equally amazed. All right, if we catch more next time, we'll eat like this again, Zhu Heng responded, pondering that their next meal might be a month away. After finishing their dumpling soup, the three laborers ladled out fish soup, each receiving a bowl that included a piece of fish meat. Zhu Heng blew on his bowl of fish soup, and to his astonishment, a layer of skin formed atop, indicating the high collagen content of the fish. Sipping the broth, he felt immense satisfaction wash over him, a welcome relief after days of discomfort. The rich flavor was almost overwhelming. As he savored the soup, his thoughts drifted to his spatial farm, for days had passed since he awoke in this world, and 3 days since he planted the seeds. Given the farm's accelerated growth rate, he anticipated a harvest in just 7 days. The crushing carp would take longer. About a month, he mused that if he had some leftover funds, he could have bought pigs or sheep to raise. Zhuliang enjoyed the fish soup and meat, feeling blissfully content. He was a man who appreciated satisfaction, deriving joy from being full, and even more so when the food was exquisite. The fish our nephew caught is truly delightful. With Heng around, we are bound to enjoy a feast, Jiu Tian, ever the conversationalist, chimed in, while Wang Suihua's eloquence was primarily reserved for matters of food. Since Zhu Heng brought back 3 ox carts, Jiu Tian had sensed a change in his nephew, a newfound confidence and capability. Since then, he inexplicably felt that prosperity was on the horizon for their family. Grandpa and Grandma also began to sip the fish soup, and as the warm broth filled their bellies, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to smooth out. This fish soup is wonderful. It's the best I've ever had, Grandpa Zhu Rini exclaimed, marveling at the quality of the crucian carp soup he had never tasted before. Sun Fong, sipping her soup while watching her son, could not hide her pride. Grandma Li Chunhua noticed Wang Meiying's 2 little ones gazing over and nudged her husband to draw his attention. Zhu Rini, having spent a lifetime with her, understood her intent and nodded in agreement. Having finished her meal, Wang Suihua, upon being prompted by the elders, filled a bowl with the remaining fish soup and presented it to them. Though it was only half a bowl, Wang Meiying was nonetheless pleasantly surprised. Who could deny the value of fish soup? The flavor was irresistibly enticing. Initially intending to decline, Wang Suihua's remark about the children's eager gazes compelled Wang Meiying to gratefully accept the offering. Chapter 15, Racing Against Time. Wang Meiying's children, Li Changxing and Lianin, Upon seeing the small bowl of fish soup, instinctively licked their lips, their eyes brimming with desire. Wang Meiying first offered the bowl to her son, who, swallowing hard, nudged it toward his sister. Witnessing her son's thoughtfulness brought tears to her eyes. Isn't it all due to our hardships? If the weather were like before, our crops would be sufficient, and my children would have tasted fish soup long ago. She extended the bowl to Lianin. You drink first, Enin. Your brother is so young yet knows to let you go first. Lianin, resembling a little monkey, propped up the bowl and took a sip. The unprecedented flavor overwhelmed her with eagerness. After a couple more sips, she restrained herself and passed the bowl to her brother, licking her lips as she savored the delectable taste. As Li Chongqing observed his sister enjoying the soup, he too began to sip the fish broth, and a smile crept across his face, warmed by the delightful sensation. Zhu Heng, watching the two small children exhibit such selflessness and understanding, felt a surge of admiration. It was no wonder their families wished to include Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying in their endeavors. They truly were rare examples of kindness in Shitu village. There is no need to elaborate on Zhu Dazhu. Even during his time in Shitu village, he frequently drove villagers to the town, charging a modest fee. And for those in dire straits, he would even accept alternative forms of payment. Wang Meiying's family, being neighbors of the Zhu family, had a cordial relationship with Zhu's wife, Sun Fang and Wang Suihua. Their eldest son, Li Meng, was diligent from an early age, never complaining about hardship. Wang Meiying's husband, Li Erniu, was a paragon of sincerity, embodying the steadfastness of an old, hard-working ox, much like his name suggested. Observing the conduct of Li Chongqing and Lianin, Zhu Heng recognized the commendable family values of the Li household, nodding in silent approval of both families. Despite sipping the fish soup with great reverence, only a small portion remained. Soon, it was entirely consumed, with Li Chongqing licking his bowl clean. Those who had savored the fish soup were entranced by its exquisite flavor. However, the hour was late, and it was imperative to set out early. At the command of Grandpa Zhurini, everyone began to busy themselves, carrying pots and bowls to the nearby lake where they had just fetched water, refilling their used water bags before washing the utensils they had just used. Given the thick consistency of the fish soup, they could not simply rely on sand as before. Instead, they first rubbed the pots with sand and then rinsed them with water. Upon reaching the lakeside, Aunt Wang Suihua had a sudden inspiration and quickly halted the others from washing directly in the water. Oh, don't wash in there. We worked hard to find water. Let us wash outside first and pour it out. Later, we can fill our pots with more water to take back. Who knows when we'll encounter water again? Her suggestion resonated with everyone, as they all agreed that it was wise to conserve this precious resource. Once everything was tidied up, the group loaded their belongings onto the cart, with Wang Suihua clutching the pot, unbothered by the weight. Grandma Li Chunhua looked on helplessly, indeed. It was tiring, but it was better to have more water for stability. Don't worry, Mother. Suihua and I will take turns, Sun Fang quickly assured, not wanting her sister-in-law to bear the burden alone. Mother. Zhu Xiuxiu tugged at Sun Fang's sleeve, whispering that she could also help, and seeing her earnest expression, Sun Fang readily nodded in agreement. With only a day's worth of protection needed, the trio of pot guardians was established. When all was prepared, dawn broke. And it was approximately 7:30 in the morning. Zhu Heng dared not delay. Having heard from the Bai family that the soldiers of the Great Yin would reach Belan County in 5 or 6 days. Since he received the news, it had been over 3 days, and they had little time left. They needed to escape from Bei'an Prefecture as swiftly as possible, if not further than Guamping County. After informing his family, the atmosphere, which had been somewhat soothed by the fish soup, grew tense again. Everyone agreed to hasten their journey, prioritizing their escape from Bei'an Prefecture. The ox cart convoy set off, with the oxen, nourished by the spirit-infused pasture, galloping with vigor. The speed of their cart was now comparable to that of horse-drawn carriages. As Zhu Heng drove, he marveled at the remarkable effect of the spirit-nurtured pasture. If the grains from the spatial farm matured and were consumed over the years, it would likely enhance their physical well-being and longevity. The ox cart swayed gently as Wang Suihua, Sun Fang, and Zhu Xiuxiu took turns guarding the water in the pot. Their conversation diminished by the urgency of the day. The atmosphere in the cart was heavy. The group dared not linger, stopping only at dusk when the moon had yet to rise and the surroundings were dim. They cooked dinner and fed the oxen. Some of the water was used to nourish the oxen, while the rest was used to make porridge. After a long day of holding the pot, Sun Fong and her companions finally relaxed their grip, their hands marked by the effort. Zhu Heng took it upon himself to feed the oxen, cleverly using his mind to form the spirit-infused pasture into compact grass balls, disguising them with dry grass before feeding them to the oxen. If their 3 oxen and the one from Daju's family could speak, they would likely proclaim Zhu Heng as their adoptive father, given their harmonious cooperation after days of feeding. When his younger brother Zhu Yuan wanted to assist, Zhu Heng sent him away under the pretense of needing to sit separately from their mother during the carriage ride, urging him to accompany her instead. Until they could ascertain their safety, Zhu Heng was cautious even with children. After a brief rest following their meal, the moon gradually illuminated the surroundings, resembling a landscape covered in white frost. The group promptly boarded the cart and resumed their journey. Summer nights were warm, and only the movement of the cart brought a refreshing breeze, noticeable only to those driving, while the interior remained stifling. After a full day of travel, Zhu Heng estimated they had only rested for a little over 2 hours. However, the threat from the Great Een was more pressing than the looming disaster of famine, so they pressed on as much as possible. It was not until the system notification indicated that it was time to sign in that Zhu Heng realized it had unknowingly passed midnight, marking the arrival of the 5th sign-in opportunity. He called out loudly, then gradually slowed the ox cart, with the following carts mimicking his actions. Understanding it was time to rest, the convoy of carts came to a gentle halt, and the occupants quickly disembarked to lay out their mats, while some drivers fell asleep almost immediately. With his body enhanced since his arrival, Zhu Heng was still able to endure. So he went to gather some grass and seized the opportunity to feed the oxen some spirit-infused pasture balls. He then entrusted the task of providing water to the seated passengers before lying down to prepare for signing in. Chapter 16. Chaos. As Zhu Heng focused his thoughts, he activated the sign-in icon, greeted by the familiar white light, indicating that the initial day's minor reward was merely a new player benefit. Upon closer inspection, his lips involuntarily curled upward at the sight of the reward displayed. Sign-in reward: a pair of newlywed chickens, 1 rooster and 5 hens. Level: miscellaneous fish. Usage: 1 young rooster and 5 hens, all newlywed couples, with firm, tender meat. Even the weasel would commend. Initially concerned about the scarcity in the spatial farm, which contained only the wheat, millet, beans, and pumpkins he had planted, along with the system's reward of 19 remaining cushion carp after consuming 1, he was now delighted that the breeding area finally had chickens. With a thought, he summoned the newly acquired chickens directly into the breeding area, and soon, a majestic red-crowned, black-tailed, silver-clawed rooster appeared, followed by 5 pepper-colored, short-tailed, yellow-beaked hens, who nestled beside him, clearly adjusting to their new environment. The rooster stretched his neck, surveying his surroundings, and sensing no danger, he crowed twice, prompting the hens to lower their guard and scatter around him. The breeding area of the spatial farm was currently comprised solely of spirit-infused pasture, and since Zhu Heng's crops had yet to mature, the chickens could only nibble on the grass, leaves, and seeds for the time being. The spirit-infused pasture evidently served as the content of the minor reward, proving to be immensely appealing to the otherwise unremarkable chickens, which feasted joyfully on the pasture and seeds. As the rooster pressed down the grass with his claws, the hens eagerly rushed to peck at the seeds, simultaneously tearing apart the grass leaves, working in perfect harmony. Zhu Heng watched the chickens feast with great satisfaction. Being able to eat was a blessing, for this would lead to eggs and, ultimately, contribute to the nutrition of him and his family. Zhu Heng lay on the mat, silently calculating in his mind. All the chickens were of breeding age. The hens would soon commence laying eggs. From laying to hatching took approximately 21 days. Thus, converting this time frame, the chickens in the spatial farm required merely 2.5 days to hatch a new generation. The newly hatched chicks would need about 5 months to mature into egg-laying hens. Given that 1 month in this space equated to a year in the outside world, those 2.5 days represented a month outside. Therefore, the next generation of chickens would need 12.5 days in the outside world to reach maturity. After concluding his calculations, Zhu Heng drifted into a satisfied slumber, dreaming of a vast proliferation of chickens. Meanwhile, the family members on night watch adhered to the same order as the previous night, enduring a weary vigil in the tranquil wilderness. In the northern battlefront, General Wang Jiuhua reveled within his tent, indulging in fine wine while listening to the military maidens perform melodies, as if oblivious to the battlefield outside. The maidens trembled with fear yet suppressed their terror to continue playing. Surrounding them lay severed limbs and remnants, the ground soaked in a thick layer of blood, appearing as a dark pool under the moonlight. Many surviving soldiers of the Liang dynasty were mercilessly executed by the forces of Dayan, who were accompanied by numerous soldiers clad in uniform, Wang Jiuhua's private troops. It was evident that this Liang general had betrayed his allegiance, allowing the Dayan forces to slaughter Liang soldiers with impunity. Before long, the bloodbath concluded, and a Dayan officer clad in gray entered Wang Jiuhua's tent, where the two conspired until deep into the night. Subsequently, a confidential order was dispatched to the palace, stating that Liang had repelled the enemy and that reinforcements were unnecessary. Shortly after the dispatch, Dayan soldiers received commands to continue their southern invasion. After a brief respite, the Dayan soldiers proceeded in teams of 100, raiding villages and towns, committing arson, murder, and pillage. Under the cover of night, the unsuspecting populace was caught off guard. Many households were brutally slaughtered in their sleep. The Dayan soldiers, known for their unscrupulous behavior, chose to roast people even when they discovered food supplies. Desperate cries echoed throughout the hills and villages, with flames illuminating the darkness. Damn it. This pack of beasts. Li Shu, merely rising to relieve himself, was startled by the heart-wrenching wails of women at the village's edge. He quickly roused his family, urging them to seek refuge in the cellar. This was Li family village, situated further north than Zhu Heng Stone village, and thus the first to suffer when invaders struck. Li Shu tightly covered his child's mouth, while his elderly father and wife stared wide-eyed in terror, trembling in the darkness of the cellar. His son, Li Daba, merely 10 years old, quaked in fear at the sounds outside, fortunate that his father covered his mouth to prevent any cries from escaping, though tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto Li Shu's hands. Many villagers were also awakened. Some attempted to flee, only to find themselves outnumbered by armed invaders. Those who failed to escape faced a gruesome fate, their entrails spilled upon the ground. Curses, pleas for mercy, and the mocking laughter of Dayan soldiers mingled in a cacophony, while elderly men and women knelt, begging for the lives of their young. Why should we spare the young people? A Dayan soldier sneered, revealing yellowed teeth that appeared even more grotesque in the flickering torchlight. The surrounding Dayan soldiers laughed mockingly at the pleading Liang citizens. Increasing quantities of food were uncovered from the homes, provisions that had been painstakingly saved for survival now falling into the hands of these villainous soldiers. Is this all there is? It seems our search was inadequate. Capture a few for interrogation. Let us see if there's anything more. The small leader of the raiding party clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, instructing his subordinates to continue the search. The Dayan soldiers ransacked cupboards and drawers, seizing every usable item of value, be it copper coins, a sack of rough rice, or a jar of lard. The gray-clad military advisor had indicated that these spoils would serve as their supplies for further southern advancement, igniting fervor among the raiding leaders. The Dayan soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, specialized in plundering and occupying villages, while larger battalions of thousands ravaged towns, aided by Wang Jiuhua's private forces in a fierce assault. With Wang Jiuhua providing confidential information to obscure the truth from the Liang Emperor, preparing to exploit the time difference to seize more Liang territory. These raiding squads, particularly vicious, operated with scant military provisions and no commanding officers. Following the advisor's suggestion to replenish supplies through theft unleashed their utmost malevolence. As with Li family village, chaos reigned in the northern regions of Bayan Prefecture as Dayan soldiers steadily advanced southwards, aiming to control the entire prefecture. The search in Li family village was nearing its conclusion. A few individuals remained alive, either attractive women or unscrupulous rascals adept at scheming. One such rogue, known as Li Matzi, cleverly feigned submission to the soldiers, earning his place as a favored pawn, gleefully assisting the Dayan soldiers in their looting. Li Shu's family, hidden in the cellar, prayed silently, nearly having their hearts leap into their throats upon hearing the soldiers enter for their search. Li Daba struggled to stifle his cries, pinching himself, while Li Shu's wife and father dared not move, fearful of being discovered. After a frenzied search, a few footsteps faded into the distance, and finally, silence enveloped the outside. Li Shu hesitated for a moment before cautiously lifting the board covering the cellar entrance to peer outside. Several Dayan soldiers, with smirks on their faces, regarded him. Li Shu felt his blood run cold, his body turning icy with dread. Haha, I knew there was a cellar nearby. A gaunt, black-clad Dayan soldier laughed heartily, revealing that they had deliberately sent a small group away, leaving the rest to remain in place, intent on tormenting the populace and plunging them into despair when they believed they had evaded capture. How did you guess? Another Dayan soldier inquired. The gaunt soldier waved his blade dismissively, wholly indifferent to the quaking Li Shu family, boasting, "There's a similar cellar near my home. I stepped in and found this one right away." Heh, did you think you could hide? With a spit, he and several other Dayan soldiers seized Li Shu's family and dragged them out. Li Daba could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. The room was drenched in blood. During the brief night that Zhu Heng's family rested, multiple villages had encountered calamity. A few fortunate souls had escaped, frantically fleeing into the surrounding wilderness, with some seeking refuge in the mountains, their fates uncertain. The area of Bayan Prefecture near Dayan had descended into utter chaos. Zhu Heng's group had rested for barely 3 hours, 6 hours, and as dawn broke, they dutifully fed the cattle. After a quick meal of porridge, they swiftly prepared to set out. It was now the 4th day since they had received word from the Bai family, and Zhu Heng suspected that the enemy had made deep incursions. Without a moment's hesitation, he consulted with his family and resolved to hasten their journey, minimizing rest periods. Fearing that Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, and Zhu Dazhu would become overly fatigued from driving the cart for extended periods, Li Erniu and Li Meng, father and son, began to take turns assisting. Zhu Rini, their grandfather, also decided to lend a hand, taking the reins during stretches of relatively smooth road to allow them to rest in rotation. During their journey, Zhu Heng's family expressed concerns about his physical endurance. However, since Zhu Heng had undergone physical enhancements, he merely experienced slight fatigue, which reassured his family that he was not merely enduring the strain. The Zhu family took a brief respite along the way, resting, eating, and tending to the cattle, while the remainder of their time was spent on the move. After a day had passed, it was time for Zhu Heng to sign in for the 6th time since his arrival. As he drove the ox cart under the moonlight, he silently recited the signing mantra. Once again, a familiar white light flashed before him, and he noticed the system's warehouse contained the familiar green packaging. Reward name: a box of medicinal oil, 20-pack. Level: common tier. Usage: for external application or ingestion, but take care to avoid applying it to inappropriate areas. Zhu Heng nodded in satisfaction. Although the items obtained from the sign-in were of relatively low quality, in this evidently ancient world, their utility far surpassed that in technologically advanced places. Not to mention the edible items, even a kitchen knife was significantly sharper than those of modern times. Given the sweltering weather and their continuous travel, if anyone were to suffer from heat stroke, this medicinal oil would undoubtedly be a miraculous remedy. While driving, Zhu Heng took out a bottle and applied some to his temples, inhaling the refreshing aroma that invigorated him immensely. After a lengthy drive, they finally halted around 2 o'clock for a break. After feeding the cattle, Zhu Heng concocted a mixture of grass juice infused with the medicinal oil, disguising it as a special herbal extract, and applied it to his family members' temples, as well as to Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's family. Xiang'er, this herbal juice is truly remarkable. My head feels much less foggy after applying it, exclaimed Sun Fong, pleasantly surprised. She had been cooped up in the cart, and with the heat and rationed water, it felt as though her mind had slowed down. The moment Zhu Heng applied the mixture to her temple, a cooling fragrance wafted into her nostrils, alleviating her fatigue. Indeed, I feel lighter as well, remarked Lu, Zhu Dazhu's mother, as she requested more to apply on her hands and ran her fingers through her hair, feeling the refreshing sensation more acutely. Wang Meiying's young children, with their delicate skin, had been bitten by mosquitoes. Zhu Heng noticed and applied some of the mixture to their bites, prompting the children to cheer that the itching had subsided. Xiang'er, where did you pick this herb? Is there more? Inquired Zhu Yutian, rubbing his hands together, recognizing the potential value of such a beneficial item. Uncle, this herb is called medicinal oil grass, but I've already picked all that I found. We might have to wait until we encounter more, Zhu Heng replied, fabricating the existence of the herb. In truth, he had simply mixed the medicinal oil with crushed grass juice, and no one could discern its true nature. Upon hearing that the herb had been exhausted, Zhu Yutian sighed, realizing the situation. Then we must store what we have carefully, lest we waste it. Zhu Heng nodded, placing the small bowl aside as everyone, feeling both fatigued and refreshed, settled down to rest. The night watch was bolstered by the inclusion of Li Ernio, Li Meng, and their grandfather, Zhu Rini, into the driving team, resulting in a significant reduction in numbers. Fortunately, the resting period was brief, and the night watch was sufficiently staffed. After more than 4 hours of slumber, as dawn approached, the night watch roused the others for feeding the cattle and breakfast, leading to another swift and coordinated morning routine. Zhu Heng glanced at the map. They were now quite close to the next prefecture, Qiantai Prefecture, and he was confident that they would reach its borders today. Sharing this news with his family invigorated them, as the threat from the enemy was more daunting than the drought. Famine does not claim lives immediately, but the menace of war was palpable, making an escape from the north all the more urgent. Zhu Heng studied the map. The capital of Daliang, Chongning, was situated in the southern central region, a considerable distance from Jiangnan, which lay within Daliang's sphere of influence. The map indicated that Jiangnan occupied a vast area, comparable to Chongning. The Bai family, possessing far greater knowledge of this world than Zhu Heng, was heading towards Jiangnan, suggesting it might be a more favorable location than the capital. Closing the map swiftly, the Zhu family continued their journey, racing towards the borders of Qiantai Prefecture. Meanwhile, the northern prefecture was swiftly being devoured by the soldiers of Dayan, having lost nearly half its territory in a brief span. After a day of relentless travel, they finally arrived in the vicinity of Qiantai Prefecture by evening. Observing the still stable lives of the residents, their spirits lifted, having successfully fled north in prefecture. Chapter 18. Procurement. Finally reaching Qiantai Prefecture, where the drought was less severe, and, under the betrayal and concealment of Wang Jiuhua, news of warfare had yet to reach them. It was now evening, and shops were closing, so the Zhu family had no choice but to find a temporary place to park their ox cart and rest. There were indeed onlookers, as the family appeared to be fleeing with their belongings packed in the cart. Fortunately, the area was relatively safe. Most people merely cast curious glances, though a few ruffians lurked nearby, whispering amongst themselves. After a discussion, the Zhu family decided to exchange their remaining silver for grain and cooking oil, as their stock had dwindled significantly. Although the wheat Zhu Heng had planted was nearing harvest, it could not be harvested at this crucial moment, and he had no reason to prevent his family from purchasing food. That night, after eating and tending to the cattle, vigilance remained high. The ruffians who had attempted to sneak over during the day were thwarted when the cattle began to moo before they could be detected. The night watchmen, Li Ernio and Li Meng, shouted fiercely, brandishing pitchforks to confront the intruders. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, the ruffians were intimidated by the fierce approach of the Li family. Zhu Heng and the others were awakened by the commotion and witnessed the Li family's pursuit of the ruffians, joining in to assist. Faced with the unexpected defense, the ruffians, familiar with the terrain, fled hastily. The group erupted in praise for the Li family's bravery, with second aunt Wang Zuihua patting her chest in relief as the tension eased. As dawn broke, Zhu Heng quickly signed in, but this time, instead of the familiar white light, a flash of green illuminated the space, causing his heart to flutter with anticipation. Reward name, Dragon Step, Martial Art. Level, Common Tier. Usage, with a thought, one can master it rapidly. Upon completion, one moves like a dragon, covering 100 meters in an instant. To receive an unexpected martial art as a reward was beyond Zhu Heng's expectations. Delighted, he realized that the capability to cover 100 meters in an instant was only classified as a common tier, leaving him to wonder what more formidable rewards awaited him. The mere existence of the small Xian-tier space farming ring indicated that this sign-in system held far greater potential than he could fathom. With a mental command, Zhu Heng activated the martial art, and a profound sensation enveloped him, as if he had immersed himself in the dragon step for a century. He instantly comprehended the technique. Only after comprehending the intricacies of the dragon step can one truly grasp its terrifying potential within the ephemeral realm. One can traverse distances exceeding 100 meters, a speed so formidable it is almost unfathomable. This technique, though classified as merely ordinary, leads to rewards that are astonishing beyond belief. It can be stated that, in the eyes of the average person, Zhu Heng has now achieved a semblance of instantaneous movement on the battlefield. Claiming the heads of his foes would be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. In this world, Zhu Heng has finally acquired a rudimentary means of self-preservation. After some inquiries, he learned that he was in the Tianan County of the Donghua Prefecture. This place is considerably more prosperous compared to Belan County, with rainfall exceeding that of Bayan Prefecture. Consequently, they are managing to get by, albeit precariously. However, the ominous signs of drought have already made their presence known, with the soil here equally parched. The price of grain rises in direct proportion to the scarcity of water. As water becomes frugal, grain prices soar. The Zhu family's meager funds would scarcely procure sufficient grain, as they also needed to allocate some for oil and salt. Of utmost importance is the seasoning, for without salt, one cannot muster the strength for travel, especially in such sweltering heat where bodily moisture evaporates rapidly. Since arriving in the county, Zhu Heng's mind has been racing. He still has 10 sumptuous meat buns from his previous sign-in reward that he has yet to indulge in, which is quite vexing. The thought of the juicy, aromatic buns made from fine flour left him in a state of yearning. Despite his body having undergone system enhancement, it still craved the richness of meat. This trip into the county for supplies presents a splendid opportunity once people disperse. The meat buns could easily be offered as a sacrifice to his appetite. There is no need to consider sharing, as the money he obtained from the Bai family has already been spent on necessities. Now he is left with little to jingle in his pockets. And his family is certainly not in a position to spend money on meat buns at this crucial juncture. The same amount could buy grain and sustain them for a longer period. If he were to produce such a quantity of meat buns, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. Although he has acquired the dragon step, one cannot keep their eyes open indefinitely. For now, he must satisfy his own hunger. After coordinating with his family and the families of Zhu Dachu and Wang Meiying regarding the time and place of their rendezvous, they split up to carry out their tasks. Zhu Heng, driving the ox cart and armed with funds, set out to purchase grain, for the previous provisions were stored in this very cart. The family had pooled together their meager savings, which were now divided into several portions for various purposes. Zhu Heng lamented that if he had only waited 3 more days, the grain in his spatial storage would have matured, allowing him to use that instead of purchasing. That grain would undoubtedly be of superior quality. However, since it is in his cart, he could discreetly mix some in, and no one would be the wiser. After procuring the grain, Zhu Heng loaded it into the cart. The prices here, though not as exorbitant as in Bayan Prefecture, have already surged by 25%, diminishing the quantity of grain his money could procure. Once he had exchanged all his funds for grain, he stuffed it into the cart and stealthily maneuvered to a secluded alley, where he parked the ox cart. There, he generously fed his ox with a substantial amount of spirit grass balls and gave it plenty of spring water from his spatial storage, ensuring the beast's belly was well filled. Having satiated the ox, Zhu Heng scanned his surroundings. The area was enclosed by the walls of local residences, with the only entrance blocked by his cart. He then retrieved 2 sizable meat buns, each roughly the size of his hand. With a forward stretch and a slight bow, he voraciously bit into the bun. Upon taking that first bite, he felt every cell in his body awaken. It had been quite some time since he had tasted meat, and his body craved the fats and proteins intensely. Juices from the bun splattered slightly, landing on the ground, which he eyed with regret, though he continued to chew eagerly. The meat buns rewarded by the system were exquisitely crafted, thin-skinned and generously filled, seasoned to perfection, with the pork inside devoid of any foul odor, only the purest meaty aroma. The outer skin, clearly made from high-quality flour, retained the delicate fragrance of wheat, complementing the flavor of the exquisite filling. The satisfaction from the carbohydrates and the richness of the meat burst forth in his mouth as Zhu Heng devoured the bun, comparable in size to a man's open palm, in one fierce bite. With his stomach no longer in a state of unrest, he carefully bit into the second bun, ensuring no juices escaped onto the ground. After consuming both buns, his stomach felt comfortably full, soothing the fatigue of his journey. He savored the lingering meaty aroma briefly before retrieving some grass from his spatial storage to chew on, applying its juices to mask the scent of the buns. As noon approached, and seeing that he had time before their designated meeting, Zhu Heng drove the cart to the agreed-upon location, where he found his mother and the others, asking them to keep an eye on the cart. "Mother, I shall take a look around. Once the time is right, I will return. Please watch over the cart in the meantime." After communicating with Sun Fong, who nodded in agreement along with several other women, Zhu Heng turned to depart. Chapter 19. The Dragon Step Scavenging. Once Zhu Heng was out of sight of his family, he found a secluded corner and immediately activated the dragon step. covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In mere breaths, he arrived at the surrounding mountains and forests of Tianmen County. Compared to the rocky terrains of Bayan Prefecture, this forest appears more verdant, as the deep recesses still show signs of lush greenery. With the dragon steppe, Zhu Heng swiftly entered the forest to search, and to his delight, he found a significant bounty. Deep within the woods, some hidden water sources remained unexhausted, and a variety of plants and small animals thrived. When he activated the dragon steppe, the rabbits appeared to move as slowly as turtles, allowing him to effortlessly gather an entire family of them. He collected the rabbits and deposited them into the breeding area of his spatial farm, where the plump rabbits immediately forgot their recent capture and were drawn to the spirit grass, devouring it with fervor. Meanwhile, the chickens that had settled there previously had already gone through several rounds of reproduction, with hens nesting numerous eggs beneath them, accompanied by fluffy chicks following the rooster as they pecked at grain. Zhu Heng noticed that the animals in the breeding area seemed to be enveloped in a faint glow. When the rooster spotted the newly arrived rabbits and attempted to approach them, the soft white light effectively separated them. It seemed that the animals within this breeding zone were unable to harm one another, thus preventing unnecessary losses, a simple yet effective design indeed, befitting a fantasy world prepared for children. As he analyzed this, Zhu Heng nodded in approval. This straightforward system was quite suitable. If it were like natural ecology, he would have to consider what to introduce and what to exclude. Capturing rabbits required little time. The searching process demanded careful attention, but with the dragon steppe, Zhu Heng navigated the woods with ease, eluding even the most ferocious predators without a trace of fear, scavenging freely. He stumbled upon a wild chestnut tree, but regrettably, it was not the season for chestnuts to ripen. Otherwise, he could have simply gathered some ripe nuts to plant in his spatial storage. Zhu Heng circled the chestnut tree, feeling a twinge of regret. If he could obtain these chestnuts, once he had rice, steaming them together would yield a delightful dish. Scratching his head, he decided to give it a try. The method for utilizing his spatial farm involved simply touching the object while silently invoking the thought of collection. Thus, he wondered if he could directly collect the chestnut tree itself. As his heart stirred with intent, Zhu Heng placed both hands upon the wild chestnut tree, silently invoking the act of collection. In an instant, the tree vanished from its original location and reappeared in the cultivation area of his spatial farm, swiftly taking root in its new environment. Success! This was yet another monumental discovery. Should he encounter fruit trees such as plum, apple, or peach trees in the future, there would be no need to wait for them to mature or bear seeds. He could simply harvest the trees directly. Given that chestnut trees tend to grow in clusters, Zhu Heng collected several more to plant in his spatial farm. These chestnut trees had matured significantly, already bearing fruit, thus he could simply await the ripening of the chestnuts. The time from flowering to ripe fruit typically spans around 5 months, but with the accelerated time flow of the space, this cycle could be completed in just 12.5 days. No, perhaps even less time would be required, as they were already fruiting, merely continuing to grow. He speculated that within a week, he might indulge in sweet, tender chestnuts. Zhu Heng calculated the timeline and couldn't help but beam with joy. Only 3 days remained until the grains he had sown would reach maturity, promising a burgeoning harvest. Not to mention, the abundance of eggs was already impressive, with the hens nearly overwhelmed by their hatching duties. Zhu Heng glanced at the sky and resolved not to squander any more time. He swiftly traversed the forest in search of suitable resources and indeed stumbled upon a plethora of finds. Honeysuckle and mint grew in dense clusters, perfect for brewing a refreshing infusion. What thrilled Zhu Heng the most were the sight of several young wild boars and a solitary ginseng plant. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this forested area in Tianmen County, which seldom saw human footfall, even amidst the scarcity of water, the wild boars felt remarkably at ease as they foraged for insects beneath decaying wood. Unfortunately for them, Zhu Heng's agile movement technique, known as the dragon steppe, truly a remarkable skill, allowed him to snatch away several of the young boars in the blink of an eye while their guardians were distracted. Huh? Where are the kids? The 2 adult wild boars appeared perplexed, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust as they searched in vain, oblivious to the fact that their offspring had already been whisked away to Zhu Heng's spatial farm. The ginseng was discovered on his return journey. Had it not been for the enhancements bestowed upon him by the system, he would have struggled to discern its presence. The ginseng, nestled in the underbrush, appeared rather diminutive, Fearing that a direct collection might damage the plant's vital essence, he first experimented with gathering 2 grasses and found no harm done. They remained intact as if untouched. Only then did he carefully grasp the ginseng's leaves and collect it with precision. Opportunities abound within the forest. In just a brief foray, Zhu Heng had significantly expanded his inventory. The meat category now included rabbits, chickens, chicks, wild boars, and crucian carp. The grains comprised wheat and millet, while vegetables included pumpkins and beans. Medicinal herbs featured honeysuckle, mint, and ginseng. The most abundant supplies were evidently from the chickens and rabbits. The hens consistently laid 5 eggs daily. However, considering the accelerated time flow, 2.5 days outside equated to a month within the space. Thus, for every day that passed externally, 12 days elapsed in the spatial realm, leading to an astonishing accumulation of 60 eggs. As the chicks matured, they too would continue to lay and reproduce, hinting at an explosive growth in their population. The rabbits mirrored this trend, reminiscent of modern times when rabbits nearly depleted the grass on entire continents. Zhu Heng harbored no concerns for the ginseng. The longer it aged, the better its quality. Should he procure a specimen aged 1,000 or 1,800 years, its efficacy might even allow him to compete in the realm of cultivation. The system had indicated that if not harvested in a timely manner, these plants would reproduce automatically. This thought sent a shiver down Zhu Heng's spine as he imagined the overwhelming sight of rabbits and chickens filling his space. Such a scenario was almost too splendid to contemplate. As he hurried back, he eagerly anticipated experimenting once the harvest was ready. Before long, Zhu Heng returned to Tianmen County, resuming a normal pace only upon arriving at the concealed corner where he had departed, making his way to rendezvous with his family. Upon reaching the designated spot, he found that nearly everyone had gathered. Zhu Dazhu approached, cradling a jar as he joined the group, and they congregated together once more. Xiao Heng, what news have you gathered from the surroundings? Sun Fang, relieved to see Zhu Heng return safely, promptly inquired. Mother, I explored the vicinity and found that Tianmen County has fared somewhat better than our area in the disaster. However, reaping a grain harvest remains a daunting task. Zhu Heng explained. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's account, Sun Fang's heart tightened with concern. The dual calamities of natural disaster and human strife seemed relentless, leaving one to wonder how they could endure. Yet, it appeared that the situation improved as one moved southward. It was possible that the Jiang'an region had escaped unscathed. Noticing her mother's gloomy demeanor, Zhu Heng quickly added, "It seems that the further south we go, the better things appear to be." Upon hearing this, Sun Fang's spirits lifted, oscillating like a roller coaster, shifting from despair to hope. All right, since everyone is back, let us quickly have something to eat before continuing our journey. Zhu Rini, the grandfather, interjected, urging the family to fill their bellies, for they were uncertain when they would next pass through a town. This time, they had made an unprecedented purchase with their dwindling funds, some soup dumplings, a small comfort on their arduous journey. Having already indulged in meat buns, Zhu Heng felt no hunger and declined the soup dumplings. When his family expressed surprise, he explained that he had eaten beforehand while procuring grains, alleviating their concerns. Observing his family savoring the soup dumplings, especially his second aunt Wang Suihua, a top-tier foodie of ancient times, who relished them with fervor, Zhu Heng resolved to find an opportunity in the future to treat his family to something special. Despite now possessing the dragon step technique, allowing him to traverse distances in the blink of an eye, as well as the system's physical enhancements, Zhu Heng still bore the limitations of an ordinary person. Although he trusted his family and the likes of Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying, he remained cautious about revealing his abilities unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, with only 3 days remaining until the grains would mature, he could simply blend his harvest into his own provisions, rendering any surplus irrelevant. Children of ancient times seemed to have hearty appetites, perhaps due to a lack of rich foods, as they consumed copious amounts of starchy fare. Today, they were fortunate enough to each have a bowl. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng devoured their meals with gusto, while even the typically reserved Zhu Xiuxiu ate at a quicker pace than usual. Once they finished the soup noodles, the group left no remnants in their bowls and boarded the ox cart once more. Zhu Heng's ox had already feasted heartily, and while everyone was distracted by their meal, he discreetly fed the remaining 3 oxen. Those that had consumed the spirit-infused grass balls appeared invigorated, prompting admiration from the others who exclaimed in astonishment at how splendid the oxen looked. Settling back into the cart, the group resumed their journey southward. By now, midday had passed, and the sun blazed mercilessly overhead, illuminating the ground with a glaring brightness. The dirt road bore no trace of dark water. Even a thin layer of moisture would evaporate almost instantaneously. Grandmother Li Chunhua had begun to feel faint since boarding the cart and was sweating profusely. "Mother, are you all right?" Sun Fang and Wang Cuihua, who sat closest to her, quickly noticed the elderly woman's distress and inquired about her condition. "Oh dear, I feel dizzy," Li Chunhua replied, leaning weakly against the cart, letting out audible sighs of discomfort. "Grandmother." Zhu Xiuxiu noticed the commotion and grew anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Though Zhu Feng was somewhat younger in years, it was evident that she was deeply concerned for her grandmother, who was visibly unwell. "Sister-in-law, we must stop the cart and see what is wrong with mother," urged second aunt Wang Cuihua, supporting the elderly matriarch as she glanced at Sun Fang with urgency in her eyes. "Indeed, the head of the household. Our mother is feeling dizzy. We must halt at once," Sun Fang shouted to Zhu Yuliang, who was driving the ox cart. Zhu Yuliang had sensed something amiss in the cart moments ago, yet was preoccupied with controlling the oxen, which seemed to gallop as if they were horses, making it nearly impossible to stop at will. Upon hearing his wife's alarm about her mother's dizziness, he raised his voice to alert the oxen ahead and behind. "Hanger, Yu Tian. Stop, stop." Zhu Heng, hearing his father's call, was the first to gradually slow his ox cart, followed suit by Zhu Yuliang's cart. Behind them, Zhu Tian shouted to Zhu Dezhu, urging him to halt as well. Thus, the procession of ox carts slowly decelerated until they came to a complete stop. As soon as they halted, Zhu Heng leaped down and rushed towards Zhu Yuliang's cart, with Zhu Tian and others following suit, gathering around. "Father, what has happened to grandmother?" Zhu Yuliang lifted the curtain of the cart to reveal his mother, Li Chunhua, in a deteriorated state. The elderly lady was being supported by her two daughters-in-law, her clothes damp with sweat, her complexion pale, lying there in distress. Zhu Heng immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The symptoms were alarmingly reminiscent of heat stroke. Seeing the crowd tightly encircling the cart, he quickly urged everyone to step back, then climbed into the cart to carry his grandmother out. "Father, quickly lay down a mat in the shade," Zhu Heng instructed, as Zhu Yuliang promptly retrieved a mat used for sleeping at night and laid it on the ground, conveniently shielded from the sun by the cart. He gently placed Li Chunhua onto the mat, advising the family to keep their distance to allow for a breeze. "Hanger, what is wrong with your grandmother?" Grandfather Zhu Rini gazed worriedly at his wife, observing his grandson's protective stance. "Grandfather, I fear grandmother may have suffered from heat stroke." Zhu Heng's words sent a chill of fear through the crowd, for heat stroke was no trivial matter. They had heard of many succumbing to it. Tears streamed down Zhu Yuliang's face, and the distress was palpable among the others, as the two daughters-in-law shared a deep bond with Li Chunhua. "Mother, you and second aunt, quickly prepare to sponge grandmother to cool her down. Everyone else, stand back. Xiao, fetch some water with salt." Zhu Heng orchestrated the efforts, instilling a sense of direction among the family, who hastened to comply. Instructing the men and children to keep their distance, Zhu Heng returned to the cart to retrieve the herbal infusion mixed with essential oil, then added a bottle of essential oil from his supplies before handing it to Sun Fang. "Mother, you and second aunt should remove grandmother's clothing and mix this herbal infusion in the water to sponge her down." With his back turned, he directed the two women, ensuring that the others maintained their distance. Sun Fang and Wang Cuihua hesitated momentarily, but, driven by the urgency to save their mother-in-law, quickly complied and mixed the water as instructed, beginning to sponge her down. Zhu Xiuxiu arrived with the prepared salt water, addressing Zhu Heng, "Brother, I have the salt water ready." "What should I do?" Zhu Heng responded without turning, "Give it to grandmother to drink, but be careful while feeding her." Li Chunhua, still conscious, instinctively swallowed the water as Zhu Xiuxiu fed it to her, while Sun Fang and Wang Cuihua tirelessly sponged her with the herbal infusion, enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and concern. As the two women continued to sponge Li Chunhua, the coolness of the herbal infusion alleviated the heat from her body. Zhu Xiuxiu periodically offered her sips of the salt water, and, before long, Li Chunhua's condition improved significantly, her consciousness returning. "Wonderful. Mother, you are regaining your awareness," Wang Cuihua exclaimed with excitement, continuing to sponge the elderly woman, while calling out to the family standing at a distance, announcing that their mother was all right. The family members, standing afar, were filled with joy, with grandfather Zhu Ren's eyes glistening, though he maintained his composure as the head of the family, unlike Zhu Yuliang, who was openly sobbing in relief. Li Chunhua felt a refreshing coolness enveloping her, her mind clearing from the previous fog. "Mother, how are you feeling now?" Sun Feng inquired, continuing to tend to her mother-in-law. "Much better. I feel pleasantly cool and far more comfortable," Li Chunhua responded, her vitality visibly returning. "Now let us dress grandmother, and afterward we'll continue to sponge her forehead, armpits, neck, thighs, and palms." With Li Chunhua recovering, Zhu Heng felt a wave of relief, confident that his assessment was correct. She had indeed suffered from heat stroke. Upon hearing that their mother was recovering, Sun Feng and second aunt Wang Suihua promptly collaborated to dress the elderly lady, focusing on the critical areas as Zhu Heng had instructed. Soon, Li Chunhua regained much of her energy. "That will suffice for now," Zhu Heng declared, prompting the two women to pause and tidy up grandmother-esque clothing. Turning around, Zhu Heng noted that Li Chunhua appeared significantly better than before. "Father, you may come over now. Grandmother is nearly well," Zhu Heng called out to his father and grandfather from a distance. They hurried over, with grandfather Zhu Rini expressing his earlier fright, nearly losing his lifelong companion. "You truly frighten me, my dear. After all these years together, I almost thought I would lose you," he said, relief flooding his features. "Thanks to hunger and that herbal infusion, I felt a soothing chill wash over me, clearing my mind." Li Chunhua was now able to sit up independently, her spirits visibly lifted as she recounted her earlier experience. The family both relieved and grateful that they had managed to avert a tragedy. "Mother, please reserve some of the remaining herbal infusion for grandmother, and let the others apply it to the same areas as I mentioned earlier, just as a precaution." Zhu Heng, concerned for anyone else who might succumb, prepared to ensure everyone was safeguarded. No one objected, particularly Wang Meiying's family, who had two frail little ones, Li Chongqing and Lianin, and were particularly wary of the dangers of heat stroke. Zhu Dezhu was equally eager, as his own mother, Lu Shi, was even older than Li Chunhua, and only the better ventilation of their cart had spared them from similar distress. Each family member took their turn to apply the herbal infusion, everyone reeking of essential oil. After nearly an hour had passed, it was time to continue their journey. Zhu Heng removed the curtain from Zhu Yuliang's cart to enhance ventilation, allowing grandmother to recuperate further. Returning to the cart, Zhu Heng resumed driving southward. Inside, Sun Feng and Wang Suihua positioned Li Chunhua at the open side of the cart, the absence of the curtain allowing the wind to blow through, further aiding her recovery as she regained her strength and began to engage in conversation. They had traveled several extra hours that day, and due to the earlier attention given to grandmother, they had fallen behind schedule, stopping only when it was deep into the night. Building a fire to prepare a meal, the familiar recipe and taste enveloped him. Due to the rising prices of grains, most of the supplies consisted of inexpensive brown rice and sorghum, accompanied by a scant quantity of beans and flour. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Zhu Heng rose early to sign in. As he rubbed his hands together in prayer, he silently recited his sign-in mantra, and a green light emanated from the sign-in button. Zhu Heng's spirits lifted. It was not a low-level reward. Sign-in reward. Weather forecast. Level. Common. Usage. It allows you to foresee the weather for the upcoming week. Simply recite your inquiry, and it will serve as an indispensable companion for your travels. The ability to predict the weather was splendid. Zhu Heng mused joyfully while mowing grass to conceal the feeding of the cows with the spiritual herb balls. If only he could know the weather in advance, many matters could be preemptively addressed. He often saw videos where individuals were tasked by their parents to dry grains, only to be thwarted by sudden rain, culminating in a family lesson that harvests could be collected as soon as they ventured outside. The cows, happily chewing the ordinary grass under the cover of the spiritual herb balls, had developed an impressive synergy, and Zhu Heng felt they appeared increasingly sentient. Checking the weather forecast confirmed his expectations. The upcoming week would be scorching, with temperatures soaring above 37 degrees, and the humidity lower than the parched excrement of dogs left to bake by the roadside. After rising, Grandma applied the herbal oil once more to her vital areas, evidently shaken by the previous day's events. The meal consisted of the familiar porridge, though it was a rare delight to find some leftover cured meat within, and an egg added to Grandma's bowl. Zhu Heng noted that the remaining herbal oil was dwindling, and with such alarming temperatures predicted for the week, He resolved to concoct more herbal oil juice that evening to ensure everyone could apply it twice a day. Today's journey remained monotonous, passing through 2 villages where the villagers gazed curiously at them. Among them was a young boy named Shirtu from Doghead Mountain Village, who watched Zhu Heng's group with envy, admiring the speed of their ox cart. "If only we had a cow of our own," he sighed. "What do you think they are off to do?" asked his friend Dayton as he nibbled on his fingers, squinting at the departing cart. "I'm not quite sure, but they seem to be carrying a lot of supplies." "I can't shake this uneasy feeling," Shirtu replied, his intuition sharp from a young age as he expertly gathered bird eggs. Dayton, feeling anxious, suggested, "Shouldn't we ask the adults?" "Stop nibbling on your fingers, Dayton. Your mother told me to keep an eye on you," Shirtu admonished, pulling Dayton's hand down. "But you're right. Let us go inform the grown-ups." The boys relayed their observations to the elders at home, who puffed on their pipes and sighed. "By the looks of it, they are likely fleeing from famine." "Fleeing from famine? What does that mean, Grandpa?" Shirtu asked, curiosity piqued, sensing it was not a good sign. "Fleeing from famine is," the grandfather explained, causing both boys to feel alarmed, with Dayton forgetting to nibble his nails. "Grandpa, do we need to flee too? I saw them heading south." Shirtu pressed, anxiety etched on his face. The adult sighed, recognizing the dire situation. Even if a harvest were to occur, it would likely be significantly reduced. "This year is tough," the grandfather stated, taking a deep drag from his pipe. After a moment of silence, he declared he would consult with the other elders in the village before stepping outside. Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest from the Space. Zhu Heng and his companions were unaware that their journey south to escape famine would inadvertently provide salvation to some villagers of Doghead Mountain. The ox cart caravan traveled all day, giving Zhu Heng another opportunity to replenish the herbal oil juice. In the scorching heat, the diluted oil provided a refreshing scent, and the children at home had grown fond of it. Wang Meiying's 2 young children, tender-skinned and particularly susceptible to mosquitoes, enjoyed the effects of the herbal oil juice mixed with water. After applying it, Wang Meiying praised its efficacy, noting that her children had not been bitten since. Today's sign-in reward returned to the mundane level, yielding 100 milk candies. Zhu Heng secretly distributed them to the younger children, instructing them to keep it a secret from the adults, as he had procured them discreetly during previous grain purchases. Zhu Yuan savored the rich, milky sweetness, a delightful experience he had never encountered before, nodding enthusiastically. Zhu Feng, with a mouthful of candy, was reluctant to swallow, spinning around to shower Zhu Heng with compliments, while Zhu Long, typically reserved, displayed a childlike expression after tasting the candy. Zhu Xiuxiu also received a piece from her elder brother, her eyes sparkling with delight as she whispered, "Thank you, big brother, it's so delicious." The children, their mouths filled with the sweet aroma of milk, wore smiles of joy. Zhu Heng didn't feed Wang Meiying's children, as they were too young, and he worried they might choke. Not to mention that Wang Meiying was holding her child, making his approach unnecessary. Soon, the 10th day of their arrival arrived, a day Zhu Heng had eagerly anticipated. Upon his arrival, he had planted crops in the spatial farm. Wheat, millet, beans, and pumpkins were among the first sown. As he concentrated on the spatial farm, he beheld a vast expanse of golden wheat, with millet and beans also yielding abundant harvests, while the pumpkins had reached astonishing proportions. One single vine bore over 10 large pumpkins. Perhaps the spiritual water and soil of the spatial farm had enhanced their growth, as they gleamed with a golden hue, each about the size of a cartwheel, appearing even more vibrant from Zhu Heng's elevated viewpoint. Pumpkins were a boon, with the family consuming porridge daily. The improvement in their health was palpable, averting what could have been digestive troubles. Zhu Heng felt an urgent need for fresh vegetables, and the beans offered a viable option, especially if they sprouted into yellow or green bean sprouts. Now was the time for harvest, as Zhu Heng willed it. An invisible hand swiftly gathered the bounty from the spatial farm. The various grains, pumpkins, and beans were meticulously sorted and stored in the system's warehouse, with wheat and millet quantified by weight, akin to a game display. Incredibly, the spatial farm yielded 500 pumpkins, and the icon reflected this bounty. Meanwhile, the couple of chickens in the breeding area had also thrived. The new generation was set to reproduce again in just 2 days, with an abundance of eggs already collected for future incubation. The rabbits Zhu Heng had captured with his agile movements were also thriving. their natural reproductive prowess magnified by the spatial time flow, resulting in numerous adorable kits eagerly awaiting nourishment. The remaining creatures, such as chestnuts, crucian carp, and wild boars, require a longer period to mature, temporarily eluding the fate of being targeted by Zhu Heng. As for ginseng, it goes without saying that the older it is, the more valuable it becomes. Observing that the first batch of chickens had gradually matured, Zhu Heng decided to commence with the culling of the chickens, as the original rooster and hen were no longer needed. With a focused thought, he harvested the chicken couple, and a new icon appeared in the system warehouse, Rooster 1. Hen 5. Relieved to see the chickens had not transformed into bare, featherless forms, Zhu Heng exhaled deeply. After all, previous harvests like wheat had been threshed, and he was genuinely concerned that these chickens might also be reduced to mere chicken nuggets. In high spirits from the bountiful grain harvest, Zhu Heng hurriedly signed in to check the rewards for the day. Without surprise, a flash of white light illuminated the scene. But this time the item left Zhu Heng astounded. Sign-in reward, men's underwear 20. Level, miscellaneous. Usage, wearing it effectively reduces friction. Prohibited, no head-over-body use. No consumption. All actions aside from wearing are forbidden. My goodness, it's underwear. Unlike anything else, this peculiar and cumbersome ancient garment was a rare find, akin to a refreshing dew on a parched heart. Zhu Heng swiftly stored the underwear in the system space, planning to change into a pair that evening. With an abundance of food, Zhu Heng contemplated how to feign capturing a chicken to enjoy a feast that night. Given the severe disaster in Bayan Prefecture, their household supplies were dwindling, and the children were naturally not robust, growing thinner by the day like little bamboo worms. Moreover, Grandma Li Chunhua had suffered from heat stroke a couple of days prior. Without a steady supply of nourishing food, her health would surely suffer. As the ox cart traveled southward, the sky darkened, and Zhu Heng and his companions spotted a gentle slope with an open area in the distance, deciding to rest there for the night. Few were aware of the truth and brave enough to take the first step toward escape. Those who knew in Bayan Prefecture had already perished at the hands of the great Yin soldiers, leaving Zhu Heng's group as the only ones aware of the family's escape. The Bai family. Once they halted the ox cart, the group immediately set about their designated tasks, preparing the fire and cooking, clearing the surroundings, and laying out bedding, all executed in an orderly fashion. Zhu Heng undertook the responsibility of cutting grass to feed the oxen, cleverly using the opportunity to create a makeshift chicken nest from weeds, placing several eggs inside and releasing a hen from the system space. The moment the hen appeared, startled by the change in its environment, it began to cluck excitedly. Zhu Heng quickly dropped the grass he had gathered and reached out to catch it. Come quickly. There's a chicken here. Zhu Heng feigned chaos, scattering the makeshift nest, and then chased after the hen, relieved that the system's chicken was unlike the common ones around, making it easier to use the excuse of capturing a wild chicken. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's call, the Zhu family erupted in excitement, rushing over to find a plump, pepper-colored hen. Heavens, what a fat chicken! Aunt Wang Zuihua exclaimed upon seeing the hen. The family quickly spread out to encircle the area, gradually closing in to capture the chicken. Zhu Heng, swift of hand, first retrieved the eggs he had placed, saying, "There are still eggs here, let me set them aside." Fearing that his family might accidentally trample the eggs in their eagerness, Zhu Heng hurriedly secured them to the side, secretly waiting for the right moment to introduce a rooster. Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian dashed ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust, while the others surrounded the hen to prevent its escape. Seizing the moment while everyone was focused on the hen, and with the night obscuring their vision, Zhu Heng released the rooster into the air, its striking red comb, black tail, and silver claws flapping down gracefully. What is that? There's another one. An even bigger chicken. Several of the children, with keen eyes, spotted the newly arrived rooster and eagerly alerted the adults. At that moment, Zhu Yuliang had successfully captured the hen, gripping its wings tightly. Hurry, grab it. It's a male. A wave of commotion ensued as Zhu Heng swiftly caught the rooster, finally restoring order. Grandfather Zhu Rini and grandmother Li Chunhua beamed with joy at the sight of the two plump chickens, exclaiming, "Goodness, who would have thought we could find chickens?" However, Zhu Yuliang pondered aloud, but why is this hen so fat? The hen he held certainly seemed well-fed, and its weight was substantial. Looking at the larger rooster in his son's hands, he was taken aback. Who knows, perhaps there's an ant nest nearby or something. Aunt Wang Zuihua shrugged, unconcerned. To her, any food was welcome. This is a sight I've never seen before. Sun Fang and Li Chunhua examined the two chickens, remarking that they had never encountered such specimens in their lifetimes. They must be wild chickens. Look at those colors, only wild ones could be so colorful, Li Ernia chimed in, recalling his past experiences with wild chickens that had vibrant plumage. The group was puzzled, wondering how wild chickens could be so robust in these times. It was Zhu Heng who spoke up. Perhaps there is a secluded area nearby where they can find food. There are no signs of human habitation around, so if we catch them, they're ours. The others agreed, pondering the possibility that these small creatures could indeed find a hidden refuge to forage. Then let's do the chicken, suggested Grandma, since Grandma should replenish her strength after the heat stroke, and we only had fish soup for days. If we don't add some fat, we won't survive. Zhu Heng had no intention of keeping the chicken, as it had been too long since they had eaten meat. Furthermore, with the harvest in his spatial farm, if not for his inability to ensure his safety completely, he would have indulged in meat daily. Grandfather Zhu Rini contemplated for a moment and agreed with his grandson's reasoning. With such a large family, they were indeed lacking in nourishment, and raising the chickens would only deplete their food supplies. All right, let us slaughter them all. Dazhu, Ernio, you two families can join us for a meal. At the old man's decree, the group's eyes lit up, particularly Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernio's families, who had merely hoped to escape with the Zhu family and never anticipated sharing a meal of chicken. Thank you, uncle. Just having some soup would be wonderful. Li Ernio and his son repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Zhu Rini. The family fetched 2 large bowls, filled them with water and salt, and using the kitchen knife Zhu Heng had previously obtained, they swiftly dispatched the 2 chickens, letting the blood flow into the bowls. After collecting 2 full bowls of chicken blood, they set them aside to congeal, mindful of conserving water, as scalding the chickens to remove feathers was out of the question. They tossed the 2 blood chickens into the fire to singe their feathers, the aroma of burnt protein wafting through the air, which was indeed enticing. In some regions, people would even save the charred feathers to cook the chicken. The 2 chickens, their feathers singed away, bore traces of black ash upon their bodies. Jiuliang grasped their feet and gently patted off the soot before proceeding to eviscerate them. In such dire circumstances, any edible innards were precious. The chicken heart, liver, gizzard, and intestines were all carefully preserved. Even the oft-discarded chicken buttocks were retained, disregarding any concerns about lymph nodes. After all, it was still meat. Zhu Heng cast a discreet glance at the chicken rear, silently memorizing its shape, resolute in his intention not to scoop up those 2 pieces of flesh later. In this rare opportunity to stew chicken, Zhu Heng placed a thin layer of oil at the bottom of the pot, tossing in the 2 blocks of chicken fat extracted from the hen's belly. The solid fat met the scorching surface of the pot with a sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma of oil. The yellow fat rendered down, coating the pot in glistening oil, as Zhu Heng added the prepared chicken pieces, amplifying the sizzling sound. He refrained from turning the pieces immediately, reminiscing about modern seasonings like oyster sauce or soy sauce. At the very least, a bit of ginger, garlic, or scallions would have sufficed. Regrettably, his earlier purchases had focused solely on the most basic necessities of oil, salt, and grain, leaving such supplementary flavorings undervalued in this grim time of flight and hardship. As the chicken pieces browned to a tantalizing golden hue, he flipped them to sear the other side. Once both sides were adequately cooked, he poured in water, noting that the half-full water pouch he had filled earlier was still ample. Realizing that the half pouch from the Zhu family did not suffice, Zhu Dazhu and Li Erniu exchanged knowing glances and added some of the water from their own pouches, lest they feel embarrassed to partake in the broth. Observing this camaraderie, the Zhu family smiled warmly. On this treacherous journey, the true fear was not merely the lack of food and clothing, but the potential discord among them. Yet, the evident goodwill of Dazhu and Erniu's families instilled a sense of confidence in the Zhu family that they could safely reach Jiangnan. With the pot covered, the chicken broth simmered away, and during this time, Zhu Heng presented a few eggs to his grandmother, explaining they were intended for her and the young children at home to nourish their bodies, earning him praise in return. After ample time had passed, he gathered the scattered weeds once more, deftly using the cover to feed the cow some ore-infused grass balls. Now, the moon shone brightly, and the family estimated it was around the hour of high. The aroma of the broth grew richer, and Zhu Heng prodded it with chopsticks, finding they easily pierced through. Chicken soup is ready. Chapter 24. The Fall of Beian Prefecture. The golden-hued chicken broth emerged from the pot, adorned with beautiful golden oil droplets floating atop. Simply seasoned with salt yet irresistibly fragrant. The chickens from the spatial farm, awarded as system rewards, had feasted on aura-infused grass and seeds for an extended period, rendering their quality far superior to ordinary chickens. Grandma Li Chunhua took charge of serving the food, first ladling a hefty chicken leg into Zhu Heng's bowl, alongside several pieces of chicken and broth for her eldest grandson. The others received their share of meat and a bowl of soup, while the remaining 3 chicken legs found their way into the bowls of Grandpa Zhu Rini, Father Zhu Yuliang, and Uncle Zhu Yutian, all of whom had labored in the journey, thus deserving of the chicken legs. The system-rewarded chickens boasted exceptional quality. Their meat was firm and yielded an increasingly savory flavor with each bite, distinctly different from the taste of fast-growing chickens. "Delicious!" exclaimed Wang Meiying's children, wide-eyed as they savored chicken for the first time since their birth, grasping the meat chunks eagerly. Wang Meiying and Li Ernia beamed at their children's delight, pleased to see them finally receiving some nourishment, especially as the children's hair appeared somewhat dry. With moist eyes, they each shared a piece of meat from their own bowls with the children, bringing joy to Li Chongqing and Lianin. Grandpa Zhu Rini, upon receiving his bowl, did not rush to eat but gently blew on the chicken soup, dispersing the golden oil droplets to the side. After allowing it to cool slightly, he took a sip, and an overwhelming sensation of exquisite flavor washed over him. For the Zhu family, the oiliness in the broth was a non-issue. Rini felt as though every cell in his body was fervently yearning for fat and meat. The chicken soup felt like a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought. "Splendid. Truly splendid," Rini proclaimed after finishing nearly half a bowl. "This chicken is simply divine. If only we could indulge in it daily. It would surely be a feast fit for an emperor." Grandma Li Chunhua echoed his sentiments, firmly believing that only the emperor could afford such a luxurious diet on a daily basis. Before long, the meal was finished. Yet there remained chicken offal and broth in the pot, thoroughly stewed, which they divided among themselves. Zhu Heng noted that the chicken buttocks had mysteriously vanished, consumed by someone unknown. In the end, the broth was entirely consumed, leaving everyone enveloped in the lingering aroma of chicken soup as they drifted off to sleep. Zhu Heng took the opportunity to change into fresh undergarments at night, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort before contentedly returning to bed. In stark contrast to the tranquility of their escape, Bei'an Prefecture had descended into a hellish nightmare. Amid General Wang Jiahua's treachery and collusion with foreign enemies, deceitfully misleading the Emperor of the Great Liang with false messages, the Great Yin seized the opportunity to launch a massive offensive, swiftly occupying Bei'an Prefecture and replenishing their military supplies with the spoils of conquest, expanding their territory at minimal cost. The only fortunate ones were the villagers nestled deep within the mountains, shielded from the grasp of the Great Yin's forces and thus surviving. While other documented villages and towns had been pillaged, with cries of despair echoing and tragedies of family separations unfolding relentlessly. Some influential figures within Bei'an Prefecture, having received early warnings, had fled in advance. Like the Bai family, the calamity now only befell the unfortunate commoners. Within a few days, under the relentless onslaught of the Great Yin, Bei'an Prefecture fell entirely. To prevent any escapees from sending word, the Great Yin deployed ambushes at all critical routes, executing any survivors without mercy. Listening to reports from his subordinates confirming that Bei'an Prefecture was fully under control, the strategist clad in gray laughed heartily. "General Wang, in that case, let our soldiers temporarily disguise themselves as Great Liang troops, awaiting the arrival of our Great Yin army." Wang Jiahua, clutching his wine and embracing his concubine, agreed wholeheartedly, a flicker of resentment toward the Emperor of the Great Liang flashing in his eyes. The regions within Bei'an Prefecture had been entirely seized by the Great Yin. Most of the men had been killed or enslaved, while the fates of attractive women were even graver, treated as mere commodities amid a pervasive stench of blood. Some, unable to bear the indignity, fought fiercely to kill a soldier of the Great Yin, only to be pierced by a long spear. Yet their eyes remained fixed with hatred and satisfaction, refusing to close even in death. The Great Yin had intended to first occupy Bei'an Prefecture, governed by Wang Jiahua, by relaying false information to the Great Liang to buy time to consolidate control over Bei'an Prefecture and facilitate the entry of the Great Yin army. Thus, with the fall of Bei'an Prefecture, the Great Yin temporarily refrained from further incursions. Now, Bayan Prefecture resembled a lurking specter, more akin to a malevolent beast cloaked in the skin of the Great Liang, lying in wait for the Great Yin army to arrive and tear away this facade. The message delivered to the imperial palace heralded a resounding victory, prompting Emperor Renan of the Great Liang to laugh heartily in the court, his face aglow with triumph. The courtiers joined in congratulations, creating a scene of harmonious camaraderie, yet only the Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng wore a frown. After the court session, the Crown Prince sought an audience with Emperor Renan, expressing all of his lingering doubts. "Your Majesty," the Crown Prince began. "General Wang Donghua has always been one to lament and seek advantages. In battles, even a single horse lost would be exaggerated in his reports. Yet this time, in his letter, he makes no mention of any losses, only extolling the great victory." The Crown Prince paused before continuing, no matter how resounding the triumph. "It is implausible that there were no casualties. And surely, General Wang would seize the opportunity to request benefits. It seems to me, dear father, that something is amiss." Listening to the Crown Prince's analysis, Emperor Renan's expression grew increasingly grave. Though kind-hearted, he was not naive. Initially elated by the news of victory, he now recognized the stark deviation from Wang Jiuhua's usual conduct, thanks to his son's reminder. Dong Yun, the emperor called softly. A delicate-looking figure, clad in eunuch attire, appeared. It was Dong Yun, the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. "Summon the 3 esteemed ministers to the palace and also invite Daoist Tianji." Upon giving his command, the emperor closed his eyes and gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Dong Yun, having received the order, quietly withdrew. Seeing his father deep in thought, Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng took the liberty of sitting on a nearby chair, displaying no signs of restraint or fear, indicative of the harmonious bond they shared. A testament to the emperor's affection for him. Before long, the 3 ministers and Daoist Tianji arrived in haste, Zhang Fengxian, Bai Ting, and Nan Gonghu, all still dressed in their court attire, clearly having rushed over. Beside them stood Daoist Tianji, with long white eyebrows and beard, clad in simple blue robes, exuding an air of ethereal composure, seemingly unperturbed by being summoned. Chapter 25. The prophetic words of Daoist Tianji. Emperor Renan opened his eyes, surveying the 3 ministers and Daoist Tianji before granting them seats and speaking. "My loyal subjects, I have summoned you today to deliberate upon the recent significant victory at Bayan Prefecture." The ministers exchanged glances, noting the emperor's solemn demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his earlier disposition in the court. "Does your majesty sense something amiss?" Nan Gonghu inquired, cupping his hands in respect. "Pray, read this letter," the emperor commanded. At once, the chief eunuch Dong Yun presented the confidential missive from Wang Jiuhua to the ministers and Daoist Tianji for their perusal. After carefully reviewing the letter, they read, "Your Majesty, I, leading the valiant troops of Daliang, engaged in fierce combat against the bandits at Heihu Slope. Thanks to your Majesty's bounteous blessings, our forces descended like divine warriors, overwhelming the enemy, who fled in disarray. Reassured by your Majesty's concern, I declare this a great victory. Our morale is high, and I believe there is no need for the court to dispatch reinforcements, as we can steadfastly guard our borders and ensure peace for Daliang. Long live your Majesty. May the mountains and rivers of Daliang remain eternally steadfast, and our might reign across the seas. Your humble servant, Jiuhua." This. Bai Ting scrutinized the letter repeatedly, recognizing it as a mere report of victory. Yet, perceiving the emperor's expression, it was evident that something was amiss. Sensing an odd atmosphere, Bai Ting remained silent, exchanging glances with his colleagues. Daoist Tianji merely glanced at the letter's contents, subtly nodding without uttering a word. "My esteemed ministers, do you discern anything?" the emperor inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. The crown prince, seated nearby, sipped his tea. "Your Majesty, forgive my ignorance. But is this not simply a letter of triumph from General Wang?" one of the ministers ventured. "Indeed, Your Majesty," another added, "not long ago, Military officer Lu reported unrest at the borders, and who would have anticipated General Wang achieving such a resounding victory?" The 3 ministers appeared perplexed, uncertain of the emperor's sudden shift in demeanor, as they perceived this as undeniably good news. "Dong Gong Gong, let us also review General Wang's previous correspondence," Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng suggested, placing his teacup down. Dong Yun nodded slightly and promptly retrieved earlier letters from Wang Jiuhua, presenting them before the ministers for their examination. Upon reviewing the prior correspondence, the ministers quickly detected inconsistencies. In earlier letters, even concerning battles with minimal losses, Wang Jiuhua had exaggerated the hardships endured, describing soldiers braving the elements, facing near-death experiences, with weapons severely damaged and supplies depleted, beseeching for urgent replenishment. It was clear that Wang Jiuhua had a penchant for self-serving exaggeration. Yet this latest letter was starkly different. Zhang Fengxian held up a previous letter alongside the current one, illustrating the contrast, one desperately seeking favor, the other devoid of mention of losses. Surely, General Wang has not transformed into a divine warrior in just a few months. Observing the minister's changing expressions, the Crown Prince realized they had uncovered the discrepancy. Your Majesty, General Wang's latest correspondence is indeed suspicious. It is as if he has become an entirely different person. Nangong, who voiced first. Indeed, Your Majesty, particularly regarding this assurance. I find it quite peculiar that General Wang would make such guarantees, which diverge significantly from his past behavior. Bai Ting concurred, echoing the sentiments of his fellow ministers. The Emperor's gaze sharpened, akin to a blade unsheathed from its soft scabbard. Let us hope General Wang Jiuhua does not draw my scrutiny, he murmured, then turned to Daoist Tianji, his tone laced with a hint of reverence. Daoist. Is this matter auspicious or ominous? Daoist Tianji stroked his beard with a gentle smile, his blue attire enhancing his ethereal presence as he replied. The northern domain shall experience calamity. Hearing this, the Emperor's countenance turned pale. The northern domain was indeed where Wang Jiuhua was stationed. The enemies are scheming, and the winds of change are upon us, Daoist Tianji continued unfazed, leaving the assembly in shock. The Crown Prince halted mid-sip, and the ministers held their breaths. A remarkable figure shall emerge, heading towards Jiangnan, Daoist Tianji concluded. The palace fell into a profound silence, as if it were a graveyard. After a prolonged pause, the Emperor rasped, well spoken, the northern domain shall experience calamity. The enemies are scheming. Wang Jiuhua, I have treated you well. At that moment, Emperor Reinen resembled an enraged lion, eager to tear into Wang Jiuhua's flesh. Father, if what Daoist Tianji says is true, we must prepare swiftly. General Wang's claim of not needing troops from the court may merely be a ploy to buy time. The Crown Prince promptly alerted, concerned that the Emperor's fury might cloud his judgment regarding this crucial matter. Upon hearing his son's words, the Emperor quickly regained his composure. Well said, Xinger. Dong Yun. Summon Li Jin and Wu Tian to the palace, the Emperor commanded, reverting to his previous demeanor. Dong Yun complied and swiftly exited the palace. The northern domain shall experience calamity. The enemies are scheming. The winds of change are upon us. A remarkable figure shall emerge, heading towards Jiangnan. The Emperor silently recited the 20 words spoken by Daoist Tianji, finding the initial part comprehensible, indicating Wang Jiuhua's treachery and the enemy's watchfulness, signaling impending conflict. However, the mention of a remarkable figure intrigued him. The Crown Prince, too, felt a sense of wonder and turned to Daoist Tianji. Daoist. Who is this remarkable figure you speak of? Daoist Tianji anticipated the inquiry and replied in a leisurely manner. It refers to an individual who shall profoundly impact the future of Daliang. As soon as he finished speaking, a gasp erupted from the assembly. The Emperor, momentarily diverting his thoughts from Wang Jiuhua, queried, Daoist Tianji, will this impact be favorable or otherwise? Rest assured, Your Majesty, it shall undoubtedly be of the favorable kind. Daoist Tianji reassured. The words of the Daoist of heavenly secrets eased the tension in Emperor Renan's heart, dissipating the fleeting surge of murderous intent that had just arisen. Oh? Such an extraordinary individual exists, capable of wielding such profound influence. The curiosity of the Crown Prince was piqued. Should this person lend their assistance, the fortunes of the Great Liang could be extended for at least 5 centuries. An astonishing revelation escaped the lips of the Daoist, leaving the 3 grand elders agape, their expressions a tableau of disbelief. The Crown Prince's countenance momentarily froze, his eyes betraying astonishment, while Emperor Renan leaned forward instinctively, equally taken aback by the news. Who exactly is this Daoist? Is he truly journeying to the south? Emperor Renan's questions flowed forth in quick succession, his eagerness palpable. After all, an extension of national fortune by 5 centuries is a desire any sovereign would cherish. This individual must be secured. The Daoist merely stroked his beard and chuckled softly, shaking his head. The time is not yet ripe. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Understanding the Daoist's temperament, The emperor and the crown prince exchanged knowing glances and decided to defer their inquiries for the moment. At that juncture, Dong Yun returned, announcing that the two generals had arrived. Only then did Emperor Renan compose himself and summon Generals Li Jin and Wu Tian into the chamber. The two generals entered and half knelt in homage, proclaiming, "We, the humble servants Li Jin and Wu Tian, pay our respects to your majesty." After a synchronized bow, the emperor graciously urged them to rise. After a few discreet exchanges within the palace, the generals promptly received their orders and departed. Once the three grand elders and the Taoist also took their leave, the emperor and the crown prince shared a meaningful glance before the crown prince exited. Upon returning to the crown prince's residence, he immediately dispatched a trusted aide to the south to investigate the extraordinary individual mentioned by the Taoist. Emperor Renan squinted, his expression obscured by the flickering candlelight. Meanwhile, in the capital, as the emperor and his advisors secretly strategized regarding the northern borders, Zhu Heng and his companions had spent another day on the road. The previous day's signing had yielded 4 bottles of vitamin tablets, which proved immensely beneficial for the Zhu family, who primarily consumed grain porridge. The vitamin tablets obtained from the system differed from modern varieties. Lacking any artificial flavors like orange or strawberry, they were purely a collection of vitamins. Zhu Heng, having acquired the vitamins, promptly followed the recommended dosage and consumed 1 tablet. Were it not for the body enhancement provided by the newcomer gift pack, given the ancient dietary structure, he could only imagine the degree of deficiency he might have faced. For those severely deficient, the recommendation was 1 tablet daily for a duration of 30 days. For those moderately deficient, 1 tablet every 3 days for the same duration. After tasting the vitamin tablet, Zhu Heng found it devoid of any anticipated flavor, which reassured him. He could grind it into powder and mix it with water. Considering the long-standing dietary monotony of his family, a lack of vitamins was hardly surprising. The upheaval in Beian Prefecture and the events unfolding in the capital remained unknown to the Zhu family, as the arduous journey was trial enough. The dirt road they traveled was relatively decent, but the prospect of encountering uneven terrain posed a true challenge. In densely wooded areas, nighttime vigilance was essential, especially during these dry times when many might be driven to desperate measures for survival. The Zhu family had set out early, as the turmoil in Beian Prefecture had yet to come to light. Qiantai Prefecture, neighboring the southern part of Beian, faced drought but not the dire conditions of complete crop failure, allowing its citizens to maintain a semblance of stability. As Zhu Heng drove the cart, he observed the verdant surroundings of the mountains and forests. This place could barely sustain life without war, yet Zhu Heng had no intention of pausing here. His destination remained the south. The weather was relentlessly hot, and Zhu Heng continued to use the cooling oil he had acquired to mix with water and herbal juice for his family, which had proven beneficial. Aside from his grandmother Li Chunhua suffering from heatstroke, the daily application had kept everyone else in relatively good spirits. That night, while the group rested, Zhu Heng feigned thirst and crushed several vitamin tablets into powder, mixing them into the water bag before ensuring everyone partook. Watching his family drink, Zhu Heng felt a sense of relief. As for Zhu Daju's family and Wang Meiying and Li Erniu's family, he found himself at a loss, unable to feign a need for their water when they had some of their own, and thus could only wait for future opportunities. The space farm held many treasures, yet his current ability to utilize them was limited. Glancing at the large pumpkins in his inventory, an idea struck him. Since Qiantai Prefecture was somewhat better off than Beian, what if he were to relocate some pumpkins along with their vines? Under the moonlight, as he tended to the cattle, Zhu Heng contemplated the feasibility of his plan. One cannot subsist solely on grain. A balanced diet of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables is essential. While it was difficult to retrieve the chickens and eggs from his space, procuring pumpkins seemed a reasonable endeavor. The group had stopped for the night near a wooded area, where shadows loomed large. In such ancient times, caution was paramount, and both the Zhu family and their traveling companions remained particularly vigilant. Zhu Heng selected a pumpkin vine bearing 6 large pumpkins, discreetly placing it near their resting spot, nestled in the ditch between the woods and the dirt road. Recalling that a single vine could yield a substantial crop, he decided to be bold and released several more vines, accompanied by a dozen or so large pumpkins, creating an appearance akin to a wild pumpkin patch. After the placement, all that remained was to wait. Either someone would discover them, Or he would find a way to feign a search for water or a restroom to stumble upon these pumpkins in the morning. Who could he enlist? Lying on the mat, Zhu Heng pondered. Perhaps he could call upon his younger brother Zhu Yuan, who was obedient and clever. Before long, a startled cry broke the night. Father! Come quickly, look what I've found. It was his second aunt. Zhu Heng sprang up and saw his second aunt Wang Suihua calling out excitedly from the spot where he had placed the pumpkin vines. What? What has happened? Zhu Yutian darted towards his clothing like a hunting leopard, forgetting even to put on his shoes. The family and the families of Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying hurried over, and Zhu Heng feigned a sense of urgency as he rushed to join them. Look! So many pumpkins! So many pumpkins! Wang Suihua exclaimed, cradling a large pumpkin, her face a mixture of laughter and tears. I was just thinking of finding a place to relieve myself, and I noticed this slope was convenient, only to discover all these pumpkins. Zhu Yutian had reached his wife's side and, seeing the large pumpkins, was beside himself with joy. Well done, Suihua. You are indeed our Zhu family's lucky star. With so many pumpkins, we can eat well for many days. Indeed. I always said the second daughter-in-law was blessed. Finding such a bounty is a remarkable achievement. Grandfather Zhu Ren praised, stroking his beard, his face alight with joy. Let us load these pumpkins onto the cart first. Zhu Heng interjected at the opportune moment, his voice laced with excitement. Yes, let us load them up. The vines look quite fresh. We should keep some to cook as well. Zhu Ren would not waste a morsel of food, reminding everyone to bring the vines along. After issuing his instructions, Zhu Ren turned to Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernio. Dazhu, Ernia, you both go help with the loading. We should share the bounty. As we are all traveling the same road, we cannot hoard it all for ourselves. Heeding his grandfather's words, Zhu Heng felt no surprise. They were all on the same path. If one were to hoard the bounty for oneself, external troubles would soon give rise to internal strife. Therefore, he decided to involve these two families first, due to their commendable character, and second, because the journey ahead was uncertain. Having more capable hands would ensure greater safety. Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernio were also delighted to join the ranks of those transporting the pumpkins. One by one, the large, round pumpkins were lifted. With the vines being gathered as well, several people worked together to carry them. Chapter 27, Sweetness. The pumpkins and vines were all moved to the crackling fire, presenting a particularly cheerful sight. Zhu Feng leaned against her cousin Zhu Xiuxiu, excitedly counting, 1, 2, her fingers dancing as she counted again, fearful of making a mistake. Finally, with glee, she exclaimed, Wow, there are actually 20 pumpkins, so many. Zhu Xiuxiu, while observing Zhu Feng's accurate counting, silently counted along in her heart, smiling and nodding in approval. That's quite a lot, and they are all quite large too. Zhu Yuliang scratched his head, wiping away sweat. The heat of the day made one perspire from activity. Indeed, I never anticipated that I would see this upon my arrival. What incredible fortune! Aunt Wang Suihua continued to excitedly recount how she had discovered the pumpkins, while Uncle Zhu Yutian chimed in with supportive remarks, almost elevating Wang Suihua with his praise. The group, totaling 18, indiscriminately divided the pumpkins, ensuring each person received one to carry to the ox cart, leaving just 2 behind. Each pumpkin was substantial, fortunately, given the warm weather. There was no need to sleep in the cart, otherwise, the pumpkins would take up too much space. The remaining 2 pumpkins, along with the vines, were unanimously decided to be consumed, serving as a celebration for the bountiful harvest. Of course, some whispered internally about the abundance of splendid pumpkins. If not for the remoteness of the area, one might assume they were carefully cultivated by some nearby village. The limited conditions of the wild made the consumption of these 2 large pumpkins and their vines a challenge. Mother, how do we eat these pumpkins? Sun Fang asked, hesitantly gazing at Li Chunhua while holding a kitchen knife. Are we supposed to steam them whole? Let's just steam them, Li Chunhua replied after contemplating the pumpkins. Grandma, these pumpkins are too large, they won't fit in one pot. If we split them into 2 pots, it would be a waste of water, Zhu Xiuxiu interjected, furrowing her brow as she spoke up. Grandma, Fenger has a good idea. Why not bury one in the fire to roast? That way, we can enjoy a different flavor. Zhu Feng shook her head with pride as she shared her idea, clearly inheriting Wang Suihua's cleverness when it came to food. Fenger, that is indeed a splendid suggestion. Let us do it. Grandma nodded in agreement, then turned to the sprawling vines, instructing everyone, come over and pluck the tender tips. They can be a dish as well. The tips of the pumpkin vines are particularly tender and green. The outer, fuzzy skin must be peeled away, cut into segments, and simply blanched with seasonings to create a delightful dish. If stir-fried with a couple of garlic cloves and small chili peppers, it becomes exceptionally fresh and delicious. The vibrant green both appealing to the eye and tasty. Sun Fong and Zhu Xiuxiu worked together to cut the pumpkins into chunks for steaming, setting the seeds atop the cart, intending to dry them for planting later in Jiangnan. Zhu Yutian dug a pit to bury the other large pumpkin, surrounding it with charcoal to steam it. The others, including Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's families, collaborated to pick the tender tips of the vines, preparing them for cooking. Seizing the opportunity while feeding the ox, Zhu Heng discreetly ground the multivitamin tablets into a powder and distributed them into the water bags of Zhu Dazhu and Wang Meiying's families. By the time he finished, the group had begun chatting while processing the pumpkin tips. Apart from the youngest, Li Chongxing and Lianin, who were being cared for by Wang Meiying, the older children, such as Li Meng, Zhu Xiuxiu, and the younger Zhu Long, Zhu Feng, and Zhu Yuan, were all lending a hand. The pumpkins in the pot released an enticing sweet aroma as they steamed. Zhu Heng inhaled the delightful scent. It was his first encounter with a pumpkin that smelled so enticing. He pondered whether it bore the sweet, powdery flavor reminiscent of the popular baby pumpkins or the delicate, melt-in-your-mouth texture of a well-cooked one. Recalling chestnuts, Zhu Heng glanced at the space farm, where the chestnuts had ripened. He hurriedly harvested them, as the chestnut trees were undergoing another growth cycle. It had been quite a while since he had indulged in candied chestnuts, and if they settled down in Jiangnan, perhaps he could try making some again, though sugar seemed rather expensive at present. He would need to keep an eye out for sugarcane or similar high-sugar crops in the future. As time passed, the pumpkin tips had been mostly processed and stacked into a sizable heap, while the pumpkins had finished steaming. Once the steam dissipated, Sun Fong and Wang Zuihua joined forces to distribute the pumpkin chunks among the group using chopsticks. The fire beneath was extinguished, and the buried pumpkin was unearthed, its skin now charred black. Upon slicing it open, the golden, roasted pumpkin flesh emerged, exuding steam. Zhu Heng held a piece of pumpkin, observing its texture, reminiscent of the modern sensation of baby pumpkins. He squeezed it, it crumbled into a powdery consistency, and upon taking a bite, he was greeted with a firm texture and a sweet, fragrant flavor that was far from watery. Huff, huff. The sounds of breath echoed among the group as they handled the freshly cooked pumpkin, still hot to the touch. Zhu Yuan set his piece of pumpkin on the ground in front of him, staring at it with longing, being sensitive to temperature. He could not indulge as the others did, watching enviously as Aunt Wang Zuihua, a natural food lover, effortlessly grasped the pumpkin, blowing on it twice before taking a bite. So sweet, it's almost akin to honey, she exclaimed between bites, eyeing another piece that was already set aside to cool, eager to savor both flavors. The pumpkin's solid texture, sweet and powdery, captivated everyone. It was a stark contrast to the fish and chicken they had previously consumed. Those were merely a meal. But this large pumpkin, shared among many, would last for the night and perhaps beyond. If they were frugal with the 18 remaining pumpkins, they could sustain themselves for over a month. This seemed far more economical than fish or chicken. Wang Meiying, after allowing the pumpkin to cool, handed pieces to her two children, Li Chongxing and Lianin, who eagerly devoured them, leaving no skin behind. The sweetness was perhaps the first they had ever tasted since birth. Wang Meiying wiped her tears and took a bite of pumpkin, chewing thoughtfully. Li Meng quietly asked, "Mother, why are you crying?" With a smile, Wang Meiying replied, "I simply feel for Chongxing and Lianin. Their first taste of meat and sweetness has come during such difficult times." Lu Shi, Zhu Dazhu's mother, savored her pumpkin slowly, and after swallowing, she said to Wang Meiying, "As long as we are alive, that is what matters. These two children will only get better from here." Since their departure, Lu Shi had been traveling alongside Wang Meiying in the same ox cart, helping to care for the children, which had deepened their bond, prompting her to offer words of comfort. Wang Meiying nodded, glancing at Zhu Heng and his family. Zhu Xiuga is a capable person. Following him will surely lead to success. Lu Shi agreed with a nod, and the two fell silent, savoring the delicious pumpkin. Chapter 28. Photonic Handgun. The Zhu family, regardless of age, totaling 18, found that they had barely consumed half of the two pumpkins. Due to the sweet and glutinous nature of pumpkin powder, which provides a substantial sense of satiety, Second Aunt had initially intended to prepare some pumpkin shoots for a meal. However, she was soon so filled that she requested second Uncle Zhu Yutian to massage her belly. This evening turned out to be the most satisfying meal for everyone. Although the chicken soup was exquisite, it was insufficient to satiate so many hungry mouths. In contrast, the pumpkin was both delicious and filling. Several women sliced the remaining pumpkin into manageable pieces, mindful that they could not indulge as they had that night the following morning. For sitting on the ox cart while overly full would surely be uncomfortable. Thus, it seemed that these pumpkins would suffice as sustenance for an entire day. After cutting the pumpkin into chunks, the women placed them atop the cart, where the cooler evening air would prevent spoilage. Zhu Heng observed Zhu Dazhu and his mother, Lu Shi, as well as Wang Meiying and Li Ernio's family, drinking water enriched with vitamin supplements, and felt a sense of relief. The addition of vitamins was indeed quite timely. Having consumed the creamy pumpkin powder, it was only fitting to drink some water for hydration. After the meal, everyone picked up pieces of charcoal to chew on, rubbing it between their hands. Their mouths turned dark, yet they hesitated to rinse and spit it out. For a new water source had yet to be discovered, and water had to be conserved. Fortunately, charcoal was, after all, considered a medicinal substance, and, even if accidentally swallowed, it would not be detrimental. Zhu Heng brushed his teeth with the charcoal while silently praying for the prompt arrival of toothpaste and toothbrushes. The state of their charcoal-brushed teeth starkly contrasted with the polished image of the Blackman toothpaste logo. Once everything was tidied up, everyone lay down to rest, and the night watch continued in their established rotation, diligent and cautious. At dawn the next day, Zhu Heng arose to prepare for sign-in. With a mere thought, he activated the sign-in process. The bright yellow circular icon was abruptly pressed, and a beam of green light erupted forth. Zhu Heng focused intently. Reading the sign-in reward, energy handgun. Level, common. Usage, aim within 7 steps and fire accurately and swiftly, bang, bang, bang. The energy chamber can store 7 rounds of ammunition, which replenishes in sunlight, recovering 1 round each day. In his mind, the little figure was already shouting and running in excitement. An energy handgun, theoretically capable of unlimited ammunition. Had he obtained it earlier during his scavenging in the woods, he could have easily dealt with the parents of those wild boars. The emergence of the energy handgun represented yet another life-saving measure for Zhu Heng, following the dragon step, and it was an offensive tool that significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. He would no longer need to fear encounters with tigers or bears. As he fed the oxen, he delightedly admired the energy handgun in the system's storage. It certainly retained its charm. Once the oxen were fed, Zhu Heng accepted the pumpkin his sister, Zhu Xiuxiu, handed him. After a night of ventilation atop the cart, the pumpkin's skin had hardened slightly, its color deepening, yet its fragrance remained as delightful as ever, imbued with a rich sweetness. After consuming his morning portion of pumpkin, Zhu Heng noticed everyone was busy packing their belongings, and he excused himself to relieve himself in the woods. Upon entering the forest, he activated the dragon step, darting through the trees like a specter, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Zhu Heng glanced around, drew the energy handgun, and fired a shot. A beam of golden light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth, embedding itself deep within the mountainside, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. Upon closer inspection, Zhu Heng discovered that the shot had penetrated far deeper than it appeared from the outside. He probed with a stick measuring over a meter long. Yet it failed to reach the bottom. The depth was astonishing. Having tested the energy handgun's capabilities, Zhu Heng swiftly returned to his family, sprinkled some water, and hurried back to find them all packed and ready. "Hanger, these are for you to eat on the road," his mother, Sun Fang, said, handing him 2 more pieces of pumpkin. The pumpkin proved to be convenient, easy to carry, delicious, and requiring no further cooking when hunger struck. It could simply be taken out and eaten on the cart. "All right, mother," Zhu Heng replied eagerly, leaping onto his ox cart. He set the pumpkin pieces down, cracked the whip gently, and the cart began to move forward, with his family's cart following closely behind. Zhu Heng unlatched the safety of the energy handgun, placing it beside him to bask in the sunlight. Having just fired a round, it was prudent to recharge it quickly in case of unforeseen circumstances. As he drove, he distractedly glanced at the weather forecast, noting a slight change. There was a possibility of light rain the following night. Indeed, Xiantai Prefecture was somewhat better than Bei'an Prefecture. While the latter endured relentless high temperatures and clear skies, it would be a blessing to strike groundwater with a well. Yet, regrettably, Their current technology was insufficient for that endeavor. Zhu Heng shook his head, somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's rain. Any amount of rain, however small, would be welcome. For the heat was becoming unbearable. He longed for the modern comforts of air conditioning, ice cream, and cold cola. Imagining how refreshing it would be to have a sip now. However, the reality was that a breath of warm air met him instead. And exhaling released even more heated gusts, especially given that his family's clothing was dark, causing them to retain more heat. Sweat and salt stains began to appear on their garments. If not for the presence of the womenfolk, he might have stripped down to his bare skin. Daily applications of diluted wind oil were necessary to endure the heat. Without it, the discomfort was intolerable. He had already used 5 boxes of the Seinen wind oil, leaving 15 remaining. Though seemingly insignificant, such items proved invaluable in critical moments. Behind him, in the cart driven by Zhu Yuliang, Sun Fong and Wang Suihua were discussing future meal arrangements, while Grandma Li Chunhua lay dozing with her eyes half closed. Zhu Heng's sister, Zhu Xiuxiu, and cousin, Zhu Feng, whispered girlhood secrets to each other. I believe we cannot eat pumpkin every day. We must vary our meals. Sun Fong fanned herself and said to Wang Suihua, I wonder how quickly these pumpkins spoil. Let us stir-fry the pumpkin shoots tonight, or they will wilt. Wang Suihua raised her hand to examine the pumpkin shoots, casting an inquiring glance at Sun Fong. Sun Fong returned the gaze. All right, let us have pumpkin shoots for dinner. Wang Suihua's face broke into a grin. Just a little oil and salt for a simple stir-fry will be delicious. If we settle in Jiang'an later, we can plant these seeds and use the tender shoots to make dumplings. Wang Suihua grew increasingly animated, with white flour. Add minced meat, some chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, and a dash of sesame oil to make the filling. Oh, that flavor would be exquisite. A few audible gulps echoed as they swallowed, and Zhu Feng ceased her conversation with Zhu Xiuxiu, eyes wide as she listened to her mother describe how to enjoy the dish, imagining the juicy flavors bursting forth. Seeing her daughter so captivated, Wang Suihua became even more enthusiastic, and the group's appetites surged as they nibbled on pumpkin while listening. Zhu Yutian, driving behind, couldn't he help but chuckle at his wife's boisterous voice. She truly had a knack for food. The caravan continued southward, unaware that 2 elite soldiers were heading north. Chapter 29, Water Storage Again. Zhu Heng and his companions had traveled all day, consuming the pumpkin pieces prepared the night before. During the midday break, they applied wind oil and grass water, relishing the refreshing sensation that enveloped them, leaving them pleasantly fragrant. That evening, they stopped near a village, not too close, but distant enough to see the wisps of smoke rising from the village. There's a village nearby. I suspect there might be a water source. Should we inquire? Zhu Yuliang scratched his head, looking at the elder Zhu Rini. Zhu Rini puffed on his dry tobacco, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he lifted his gaze to Zhu Yuliang. We are mere outsiders to them. Given the current circumstances, which family would divulge their vital water source to us? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuliang's head drooped, and he sighed heavily. His father was right. Water was life, and no village would permit outsiders to consume it freely. Zhu Heng squinted thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. Grandfather, I'm young and swift. Why not wait until nightfall? I can venture out with the water bags and see if I can find something. If I succeed, splendid. If not, it's no great loss. Sun Fong interjected quickly, Hanger. At this late hour, where will you find water? It's unsafe. Zhu Heng was fully aware that his true intent was not to seek water, but rather to find a location to fill his water bags from his spatial farm. He merely used this as a pretext to justify the endeavor. Mother, it's nothing to worry about. The moon will be bright tonight, and I reckon the water source isn't too far from the village. Our bags are nearly empty, and we don't even know how far the next potential water source is. He hastily tried to assuage Sun Fong's concerns. Without this excuse, how could he discreetly fill the bags? Grandfather sighed and turned to Zhu Heng. What Hanger says makes sense. If we run out of water, we'll be at a loss. Zhu Xiuxiu, his younger sister, looked at him anxiously. Brother, please be careful while searching for water. Zhu Heng patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Xiuxiu, I'll keep my eyes peeled. Sun Fong remained unconvinced and suggested, shouldn't we send Mingzi from the Erniev family to accompany you? It would be safer that way. Zhu Heng quickly declined the idea, for if someone accompanied him, how could he stealthily carry out his plan? Mother, it's fine. I'm much sturdier than Mingzi. If anything happens, I can make a quick escape. Trust me, I will be cautious. After much persuasion, Sun Fong finally relented. and the family hurried to prepare dinner. They intended to consume the pumpkin shoots quickly, lest they lose their freshness. Aunt Wang Zuihua placed a pot on the stone stove, and once it heated, she added a thin layer of oil. As a few transparent bubbles emerged, she swiftly tossed in a large quantity of pumpkin shoots, causing a delightful sizzle to fill the air. The shoots quickly deepened in color, releasing a fragrance that mingled the essence of oil and vegetables. Due to the limited oil, Wang Zuihua added a splash of water to prevent burning while cooking the shoots to perfection. Just before serving, she sprinkled some salt for flavor. Given their exertion on the road, the Zhu family preferred a heavier seasoning. After salting, they carefully lifted the pot off the stove with 2 sticks, completing the dish. The pot brimmed with pumpkin shoots, tightly packed within. Time to eat. The children, emerging from their stone-gathering activities, eagerly approached. Each received a bowl brimming with pumpkin shoots. Though seasoned only with salt, after such a long journey, the meal felt remarkably refreshing. As Zhu Heng ate, he silently hypnotized himself. This is roasted meat. This is roasted meat, longing for the taste of meat buns. Having consumed only 2 bites, he internally grumbled about the pumpkin shoots. Once they reached the Jiangnan region and settled down, he vowed to indulge in fine wines and delicacies daily, starting with at least 1 lamb. As night deepened, the moon cast a silvery glow. Zhu Heng stealthily gathered the emptied water bags, resembling someone scheming to steal a dog, and set off. Once out of sight from his family, he moved swiftly, surveying the village outskirts. He soon confirmed the presence of a small river and a well. Although the water flow was meager, it was sufficient for their needs. Having noted the locations, Zhu Heng found a secluded spot to fill his water bags. The water from the river and well could not compare to the pristine quality of that from his spatial farm, which was both crystal clear and refreshingly sweet, akin to pure spring water. After filling the bags, he crushed a few multivitamin tablets and added them to each bag. These would prove useful for their journey to Jiangnan. Once the bags were full, Zhu Heng calculated the distance from the village river to the location where they would rest for the night. He retrieved some honeysuckle and mint from his spatial farm. Both grew rapidly and could be brewed for tea to dispel heat. Mint could be cooked or chewed for a refreshing taste, providing a little joy for the journey. Estimating the time, Zhu Heng finally headed back to his family. Hanger is back. Sun Fang, who had been anxiously watching the road, recognized the familiar silhouette approaching and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Quick, go greet him. Sun Fang nudged Zhu Yuliang, and Li Erniu and his son, ever perceptive, rushed forward to assist, knowing that some of the water bags belonged to their family as well. Zhu Heng distributed the filled bags among Li Erniu and his son as they returned together. Zhu Yuliang quickly accepted the bags, weighing them in his hands. Wow! My son is impressive. They're all full. Heng Xiaozai is indeed commendable. Grandfather Zhu Rini nodded approvingly at Zhu Heng. All right, enough for today. You must be exhausted. Go lie down and rest. We have more traveling to do tomorrow. Sun Fang handed Zhu Heng a towel soaked in mint water for him to wipe down before bed. Zhu Heng presented the honeysuckle and mint he had brought back, earning praise in return. These are wonderful. They invigorate the mind. Aunt Wang Zuihua, the most astute during meals, had already popped a piece of mint into her mouth. Soon, everyone shared a few leaves, relishing the refreshing taste and with the soothing mint water applied to their skin. They felt much more comfortable in the humid weather, promptly lying down to rest. A peaceful night ensued. The next day, Zhu Heng awoke, eager to see what he could sign for today. Rubbing his hands together, he pressed the sign-in button. A flash of white light appeared. Perhaps due to his fervent thoughts about roasted meat while eating pumpkin shoots the previous day, today's sign-in reward was quite unexpected. Reward name: Secret Barbecue Seasoning. Level: Miscellaneous Fish Grade. Usage: a proprietary blend of 108 spices. This seasoning ensures that anything grilled will emanate an irresistible aroma. A perfect tool for captivating hearts in a fantastical narrative. 1 bite in chance, 2 bites ensnare. Zhu Heng stared incredulously at the description of the barbecue seasoning. Why did it seem so frivolous? With 108 spices, it would likely smell delightful even if applied to his father's foul shoes. Chapter 30, Rain. The secret barbecue seasoning was stored in the system space, where it would soon prove useful. The rabbits in his spatial farm were reproducing at an alarming rate. If not for the farm's vastness, they might soon overrun the entire space. Now, aside from signing in daily, Zhu Heng had another crucial task: to collect and store all mature plants and animals from the spatial farm in the system space. Thanks to the farm being designed as a toy for children in a fantastical world, even the harvesting was simplified. He could clearly see the number of mature and growing entities, and with a thought, he could collect the ripe ones, saving him considerable time. Watching the numbers of the rabbit colony grow daily, Zhu Heng nodded in satisfaction. These rabbits would contribute significantly to his future meat supply. Regrettably, the more rabbit meat one consumes, the leaner it becomes. The energy it provides scarcely suffices to digest itself. It is thus not surprising that dishes like spicy rabbit heads and shredded rabbit are generously infused with chili oil and crushed peanuts. Occasionally indulging in such flavors serves as a delightful diversion. Observing the rapid reproduction of the rabbits, Zhu Heng contemplated a scheme when they eventually arrived in Jiangnan. Perhaps they could rely on the rabbits to generate some culinary income. After all, it is essentially a no-cost venture, only requiring a modest expenditure on additional seasonings, making it a profitable enterprise. Furthermore, rabbit fur is a valuable commodity, soft and warm. Come winter, even Jiangnan may experience a chilly dampness, and thus crafting rabbit fur coats and boots for the family would be prudent to prevent frostbite. Yet, Zhu Heng was uncertain whether the Jiangnan of this world resembled that of his previous one. If it were similar, he would have fewer concerns, as at least snow would be absent. However, if there were significant differences, he would have more to worry about. The rabbits, captured a week ago using his agile techniques in the mountains, reproduce every 30 days. Within the time frame of his spatial farm, that translates to 2.5 days. Now, having passed 6 days since the capture, the rabbits have already multiplied twice, and their numbers have approached 30. When these young rabbits mature and begin to breed, the population is poised for an alarming exponential growth. This exemplifies the principle of multiplication. 1 gives rise to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to countless rabbits. This morning, Zhu Heng roasted a pumpkin, and both Zhu Daju's and Wang Meiying's families did the same. With the heat of the season, there was a concern about the pumpkins spoiling, so they hastily consumed them. Moreover, as they were eager to continue their journey, this single preparation would suffice for the day, combining convenience with deliciousness. Zhu Heng picked up a piece of charcoal left from yesterday's cooking and chewed on it to cleanse his teeth. Ideally, he would have toothpaste, but if not, he resolved to create some once they reached Jiangnan. He also chewed on some mint leaves, finding the refreshing taste somewhat alleviating. Everyone quickly finished the pumpkin and cut it into pieces for the road, and the caravan of ox carts set off once again. The weather remained splendidly clear this morning. Had it not been for Zhu Heng's awareness of the weather forecast predicting rain in the afternoon, he would have found it hard to believe that rain could fall on such a sunny day. Let it rain, let it rain. The parched earth certainly deserves some moisture. As Zhu Heng urged the cart onward, he softly lamented that since his arrival here, he had yet to witness a single drop of rain indeed. He felt as though he had become pickled in his own filth. Thanks to the water he had procured the previous night, the water pouch was now full, and the spirits of his family had notably improved, leading to lively conversations. Their discussions revolved around trivial matters and reminiscences from their time in Shirtu village. When Shirtu village was mentioned, Sun Fang remarked, "I wonder how those families are faring. Did they find the note hanger left behind?" Wang Suihua, chewing on the mint leaves Zhu Heng had brought, glanced at her sister-in-law and replied, "Forget them, none of them are worth a thought. By the way, sister-in-law, did I tell you that the village head was once involved with his daughter-in-law? That old man has a penchant for young women." Sun Fang's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to Wang Suihua, urging her to elaborate. Even Grandma Li Chunhua, who had been resting her eyes against the cart, opened them, while the younger Zhu Xiuxiu and Zhu Feng fell silent, eager to hear the gossip. "Let me tell you. Back when we were in Shirtu village, one afternoon I was hungry and decided to gather some vegetables from the fields," Wang Suihua animatedly recounted, gesturing as she spoke, her voice the only sound in the cart, capturing the attention of her companions. "It was a slow time in the fields, and the afternoon heat was intense. So I thought to wash the vegetables in the river and cool off a bit. When I reached the riverbank, guess what I saw?" Wang Suihua paused dramatically, prompting Sun Fang to lean in closer, gently nudging her to continue. The anticipation was palpable among Li Chunhua, Zhu Xiuxiu, and Zhu Feng as they eagerly awaited the revelation. Wang Suihua chuckled softly. "Do you remember the grove by the river? I spotted the village head with his daughter-in-law." She leaned in close to Sun Fang to whisper the remaining details, causing Sun Fang to gasp in shock. What about his grandson? Who knows? That old village head dotes on his grandson immensely, Wang Suihua remarked, smacking her lips and popping another mint leaf into her mouth. Grandma Li Chunhua, without needing to hear more, understood the implications and closed her eyes again, feigning sleep. Mother, what is going on? What is happening? Zhu Feng, noticing her mother and sister-in-law whispering, grew anxious. They had just spoken of the village head and his daughter-in-law. How did that involve his grandson? You little ones, why are you so curious about such matters? Wang Suihua gently pinched Zhu Feng's lips and offered her a few mint leaves. As the mint hit her tongue, Zhu Feng instinctively began to chew, her attention diverted. The group then resumed their chatter about other topics. As the sun passed its zenith, the clouds thickened, casting a shadow over the landscape. Zhu Heng looked up at the sky, realizing that rain was imminent. The day was not as scorching now. Grandfather Jirini, noticing the diminished brightness outside, peered out the window, wondering if rain was finally on the way. Zhu Yutian, driving the cart, responded, Father, can it really rain on a day like this? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhu Rini tapped Zhu Yotian's back with his smoking pipe. You think after all these years, I would misjudge the weather? Well, I was just thinking how long it's been since we last saw rain. But it does seem to be getting cloudier, Zhu Yutian replied. As time flowed on, the sky darkened further, and a cool breeze began to stir, lifting the spirits of the Zhu family's traveling party. Ernyo, scoot in a bit, Zhu Yutian called to Li Ernie beside him, then raised his voice, Dazhu, have Mingzi move in closer too. It truly looks like rain is coming. Before long, the patter of raindrops began to fall, signaling the arrival of much-needed moisture. Rain is here. Zhu Feng, the most spirited of the bunch and the youngest, excitedly leaped from the cart to sit next to Zhu Yuliang, eagerly opening her mouth to catch the falling drops. What a wonderful sight! With this rain, there's hope ahead, exclaimed Grandfather Jirini, his voice trembling with excitement. It was the first time since their harrowing journey southward that he had displayed such fervor. Grandfather, I love the rain. It feels so refreshing. Zhu Heng's younger brother, Zhu Yuan, snuggled beside their grandfather, his thin face alight with joy. He had always relished the rain, recalling how he would splash about in puddles when he was younger. Indeed, uncle. This rain is splendid. Since we began our journey south, I've noticed the greenery on the trees has increased. Now there's reason for optimism. Li Ernie chimed in, recalling the heavy burden he had carried when he initially decided to accompany the Zhu family southward. In this ancient society, where transportation is underdeveloped, the burden upon Li Ernie, the head of his family, is immense as he prepares to leave his homeland and embark on a long journey. The mere thought of encountering unforeseen calamities along the way is almost too daunting to contemplate. Yet, faced with a stark lack of options, he, despite his simplicity, recognizes that waiting for the autumn harvest is utterly futile. Moreover, having placed his trust in the Zhu family, with whom they have enjoyed a commendable neighborly relationship in Shertu village for so long, it seems evident that following the Zhu family is indeed the right choice. Li Ernio is acutely aware that the Zhu family, starting from Zhu Heng, appears to have been fortuitous. Their journey has been smooth sailing, and his own family has benefited from delightful meals of chicken and pumpkin, a rare treat that he has never experienced in his nearly half a lifetime. Reflecting on his son and daughter, as well as his wife, Wang Meiying, he notes their improved health. His eldest son, Li Meng, seems more cheerful, which is truly invaluable to Li Ernio. This reassures him that their decision was wise, as the southern regions likely remain unscathed by disaster and are distanced from the threats of Dayan. Zhu Yotian's analysis is thorough, and the more Li Ernio ponders it, the more he feels that heading south is indeed the correct course. He is not a traditionalist clinging to his roots. He wishes only to seek comfort and ensure a good upbringing for his children alongside Wang Suihua, enjoying meat and wine along the way to a better life. A single rain shower has notably lifted the spirits of the three families, washing away the melancholy of leaving Shertu village. The oxen pulling their cart run forward, occasionally shaking off the rainwater, visibly refreshed by the rare precipitation. However, the rain does not last long. Zhu Heng estimates that after just over an hour, it will cease. The sun reclaims the sky, rapidly evaporating the puddles left behind, and soon it seems as if the rain had never fallen. As Zhu Heng and his companions journey southward, Generals Li Jin and Wu Tian have secretly arrived near the borders of Beian Prefecture, dispatching scouts for reconnaissance. In less than half a day, the scouts return with unfavorable news, indicating that the soldiers in this area do not speak or act like those from Daliang. Exchanging glances, Li Jin and Wu Tian realize that the worst has indeed come to pass, and their fury toward Wang Jiuhua's betrayal simmers within them. Immediate orders are given to mobilize heavy troops to besiege Bei'an Prefecture and ensure no escape for the enemy. Li Jin, seething with rage, commands the assembly of troops for a decisive capture. Wu Tian, furrowing his brow, expresses concern for the citizens of Bei'an Prefecture, lamenting Wang Jiuhua's treachery. Li Jin clenches his fists, vowing he dares. Just wait until I chop him into pieces to feed the dogs. A secret missive arrives in Wang Jiuhua's hands from Emperor Renan, expressing satisfaction with his military achievements. The emperor praises him as a valued minister and commands him to guard the frontier diligently. Wang Jiuhua, reclining in his tiger-skin chair, carelessly tosses the letter aside after reading it, bursting into laughter. That dog of an emperor believes my words. Military strategist, when will the army of Dayan arrive? The gray-clad military strategist, with a smile, responds, our Dayan holy army travels day and night and will arrive within 2 days. Wang Jiuhua slams his cup on the table, splattering wine, and declares, once I capture that dog emperor, I will make him suffer greatly to assuage my hatred. He then turns to the strategist. The agreement with His Majesty still stands, correct? The strategist bows respectfully, affirming, indeed, Lady Ling will be entrusted to the general's discretion. Wang Jiuhua strokes his beard, signaling a maid to refill his cup. After the strategist departs, he gazes longingly towards the direction of Daoyang's royal city, murmuring softly, Ling Ji, you shall ultimately be mine. Zhu Heng and his party find themselves fortunate today, arriving at a town before nightfall. Zhu Heng leaps down from the ox cart and greets an elderly man sitting by his doorstep, asking, good sir, may I inquire what this place is? The old man, dressed in tattered gray clothing and appearing frail, looks up at Zhu Heng and replies, this is Qingping town. Where are you headed? Good sir, we have suffered a calamity and seek to journey south in search of a livelihood. What is the situation here? Zhu Heng squats down to converse with the elder. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's words, the old man's eyes dim further. It is tough, the fields lack water, and we must fetch it daily. The boys at home are utterly exhausted, and with only occasional light rain, this year's harvest will be meager at best. Listening intently, Zhu Heng contemplates silently. It appears that this area is indeed in better condition, and with some restraint, they might just scrape by. After bidding farewell to the elder, Zhu Heng and his companions park their ox cart near a grove in Qingping town and examine their map. The map indicates that Qingping town lies in the northern part of Qiantai Prefecture, which stretches long from north to south. Zhu Heng estimates it will take at least a month to exit Qiantai Prefecture. With limited funds and having already purchased provisions, they find themselves nearly destitute. Zhu Heng sits on the ground, watching his family kindle a fire, lost in thought. Chapter 32, The Great Battle Hanger, What Occupies Your Thoughts? Sun Fong, noticing her son deep in contemplation over the map, approaches him. Interrupted in his musings, Zhu Heng looks up at his mother and replies, Mother, I am pondering how to earn money. We are left with nothing and the road ahead is long. Upon hearing his words, not only Sun Fong but the others also feel the weight of despair settle over them. Sighs fill the air and the children sense the heavy atmosphere, falling silent. What shall we do? Zhu Yuliang approaches, observing the map in Zhu Heng's hands, which displays the vast distance to Jiangnan. Alas, our provisions are barely sufficient. Grandfather Zhirini, puffing on his pipe, his weathered face etched with more wrinkles, looks up at his eldest grandson after a moment's silence. Young Heng, do you have any ideas? The family turns their gaze toward Zhu Heng, including Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernu, all feeling as if they are bound together like grasshoppers on a single string. One misfortune affects them all. Zhu Heng strokes his chin and, meeting the expectant gazes of those around him, proposes, I was thinking that once we leave Qiantai Prefecture and reach Yuanhe Prefecture, we could pause for a few days to gather information and perhaps hunt in the mountains. If we can catch some game to sell, we might buy enough provisions to sustain us until we reach Jiangnan. At this, the eyes of the others brighten momentarily, but Zhu Yuliang, with a frown, questions, but, dear nephew, is hunting truly so simple? And with the weather as it is, will we even find any game? Indeed, upon hearing Zhu Yuliang's words, the group's spirits dampen once more, and a sense of unease settles over them. Second uncle, as we've seen on our journey south, the weather improves the further we go. It rained just yesterday. I believe the situation in Yuanhe Prefecture will be much better, and there will surely be something in the mountains, Zhu Heng interjects. attempting to lift the heavy atmosphere. Moreover, even if we cannot find game, we can always gather wild vegetables and fruits. The others nod in agreement, sensing a glimmer of hope as the mood lightens. If all else fails, I have this bracelet. Grandmother Li Chunhua suddenly spoke, her fingers tracing the contours of an old silver bracelet adorning her wrist as she glanced at everyone. Dear, this is your dowry. Surely we are safe. Do not let your thoughts spiral into despair. Indeed, mother, another chimed in, if worst comes to worst, we shall seek out work. Seeing that Li Chunhua was contemplating selling the bracelet, the family quickly urged her, insisting that the situation had not yet reached such dire straits. Rest assured, grandmother. This too shall pass. Zhu Heng, unable to directly reassure the elderly woman, felt an unease in his heart as he too joined in the comforting words. Under the gentle persuasion of her children and grandchildren, Li Chunhua momentarily relaxed, yet her grip on the tarnished silver bracelet tightened, as if it were the lifeline of the entire family. After tending to the cattle, the Zhu family had a modest breakfast of pumpkin porridge, applied some herbal ointment, and then each sought rest. The night watch continued in an orderly rotation. The following morning, Zhu Heng quickly rose, feigning a need to inspect supplies, and discreetly transferred a significant amount of grain into the sacks of his cart. The previous day's anxiety displayed by grandmother Li Chunhua weighed heavily on him, and since the grains were safely stowed in his ox cart while everyone was preoccupied with pumpkin, their awareness of the grain's quantity was limited thus. It was the perfect opportunity to add a little more. A flash of white light appeared, revealing an item. Check-in reward, Fire Kang Production Blueprint. Level, Miscellaneous Tier. Usage, click to learn instantly, let your body warm up. Zhu Heng's lips twitched, considering the current high temperature. Was drawing the Fire Kang intended for making dried meat? Though he grumbled, he still focused his thoughts and clicked on the blueprint, instantly grasping the method of constructing the Fire Kang. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhu Heng had acquired a flock of sheep, 1 male and 10 females, through his check-ins, along with a fresh batch of herbal ointment he had previously received. The 11 sheep had long been placed in the breeding area of his spatial farm, quickly becoming well-fed and beginning to breed, while the rams and ewes labored diligently for Zhu Heng's future skewered lamb. As the Zhu family traveled southward, the army of Daans stealthily entered Bayan Prefecture and established their encampment. Upon receiving reports from scouts, Li Zhen's lips curled into a sinister smile as he commanded his subordinates to proceed according to plan. Seizing the opportunity of Dayan's depleted forces, Wu Tian led 10,000 troops straight into the heart of the Dayan capital, under the cover of night. As the Dayan soldiers were still weary and relaxed after their recent arrival, Li Zhen and various generals led the soldiers of Daliang in a pincer attack against Dayan, resulting in a bloodbath. Help! One Dayan soldier cried out, startled by the sudden onslaught of Daliang troops, scrambling on all fours to retrieve a dropped weapon. A swift cut opened a gash across his neck, and in the next instant, he fell lifeless to the ground. The scouts had long since uncovered the heinous acts perpetrated by the Dayan soldiers, and the troops of Daliang were eager to exact their revenge. The clash of steel, the cries for mercy, and the sounds of battle rang out in a cacophony. The once dominant Dayan soldiers, who had terrorized the common folk of Daliang, were now paralyzed with fear, caught off guard during a moment of relaxation. Those who were far enough away quickly grasped their weapons and engaged in combat with the Daliang soldiers. Report, General. Daliang is attacking. A soldier rushed into Wang Jiuhua's tent, tripping and falling in his haste. Wang Jiuhua, hastily pushing aside the woman he had been embracing, leapt to his feet, shouting, "What? How can this be?" In a flurry of anxiety, he turned to his advisor in gray, exclaiming, "What should we do? Did you not say that as long as I delivered the secret letter, all would be well?" Gripping the advisor's collar tightly, he demanded, "Speak." "What now?" The gray-clad strategist, losing his previous composure, realized that even if the Emperor of Daliang had suspicions, he would never send so many troops directly to Bayan Prefecture. "General, the urgent matter is that you must personally take command. Moreover, our sacred army's elite forces have arrived. Perhaps this is our chance to annihilate the enemy." After a lengthy discourse from the gray-clad strategist, Wang Jiuhua's eyes widened. "Yes, even if they come, they cannot possibly bring too many. Ha ha. So, what if they do? Let me cut them all down." Casting aside the gray-clad strategist, Wang Jiuhua donned his armor and strode out of the tent, ready for battle. Chapter 33, The Great War II. The clamor of battle had persisted for a while now. The night was as dark as ink, with only the silvery moonlight casting a gentle glow upon the scene. At the Dayan encampment, the ground was soaked with blood, strewn with the remains of the fallen. The firelight surrounding them, once a symbol of their camp, now served as a harbinger of death. The soldiers of Daliang, fueled by a fierce rage, unleashed their fury upon the Dayan troops. Prepare the Molotov cocktails. Launch. With a command from Li Jin, numerous incendiary devices were hurled into the Dayan tents, igniting a fiery chaos. A squad of elite soldiers, led by Deputy General Chen Shud, stealthily maneuvered to the rear of Dayan, eliminating the guards and launching a surprise attack on their supply camp. By the time Dayan realized what was happening, their supplies were engulfed in flames. General, we are in trouble. Our supplies are on fire. The Dayan general, Qianli, felt his eyebrows rise in alarm, cursing, "Damn Wang Jiuhua. Could it be as conspired with that wretched Daliang to destroy us in one fell swoop?" The Daliang forces surged forth like a tidal wave, catching the unprepared Dayan troops off guard, leading to a swift retreat. Where's the strategist? Wasn't it said that we had the advantage in numbers? How can they have so many soldiers? Wang Jiuhua shouted furiously, bewildered by the seemingly endless tide of Daliang soldiers. The Daliang army pressed on, embroiled in fierce combat with Dayan, staining the earth red with blood, the bodies of the slain scattered throughout. The once dominant raiding parties that had terrorized Daliang's villages now lay defeated, akin to dead dogs. The Iron Egg, who had once mocked Li Shu's family, was now trembling in fear, his pants soaked with urine as he watched a blade approach him. No, no, no. I don't want to die. As the blade struck his neck, blood gushed forth, his eyes wide with terror, gasping for breath. The Daliang soldier who had slain the Iron Egg then struck at his thigh, severing 3 arteries, and blood gushed forth as he collapsed to the ground, his body growing colder. In his fading consciousness, he imagined those he had wronged in Daliang reaching out towards him, Li Shu and his family among them. Elsewhere, the ruffians like Li Matzi, who had once considered Dayan their benefactors, were now horrified by the scene unfolding before them. Having believed that aligning with Dayan would bring them prosperity, little did they know, the forces of Daliang were upon them. However, those like Zhang Matzi, who had long reveled in the tyranny of the great Ines marauders, harbored the deepest resentment towards the great Liang, blaming them for their tardiness in coming to their aid and questioning their motives for arriving now. Zhang Matzi and his ilk, already the village's scoundrels and undesirables, viewed the invasion by the great Yin as a fortuitous opportunity. They had taken pleasure in tormenting the common folk of Great Liang, relishing in the sight of those who once looked down upon them suffering greatly and attending to women they once deemed beyond their reach. The mindset of these individuals, much like Zhang Matzi, had become profoundly twisted. Witnessing the valor of the Great Liang soldiers now left Zhang Matzi's expression as grim as if he had just lost a father. Upon seeing the soldiers charge towards them, Zhang Matzi and his companions promptly knelt, pleading for mercy in the dialect of Great Liang. The soldiers, upon hearing their native tongue, exchanged glances and instructed these traitors to remain still. Once the soldiers had moved on, Zhang Matzi and his cohorts quickly rose, whispering mockingly, "Heh, the heavens have not forsaken us." Li Jin, clad in black iron armor and wielding a gleaming spear, perceived Wang Jiuhua amidst the chaos of battle. He urged his steed forward, spear aimed directly at his foe. "Wang Jiuhua, prepare to meet your end." Li Jin bellowed, his fury igniting like a blazing inferno. Wang Jiuhua, spotting Li Jin's approach, scoffed, "I underestimated you, but today shall mark your demise." With a fierce roar, he spurred his horse and launched an assault, his blade slicing through the air like a descending tiger. Li Jin, eyes blazing with anger, braced himself, his spear intercepting Wang Jiuhua's strike with a resounding clash that sent sparks flying. Seizing the moment, he flicked his spear, reversing its point toward Wang Jiuhua's throat. Wang Jiuhua adeptly sidestepped, his blade pivoting to slash at Li Jin's wrist. "You think you can outmaneuver me? You're still decades too early." Wang Jiuhua sneered. "Then I shall overpower you with sheer might. Prepare to die." Li Jin retorted, swiftly retracting his spear and urging his steed forward. The spear tip again aimed at Wang Jiuhua's chest. Though Wang Jiuhua attempted to block, he was nearly unseated by the sheer force of Li Jin's strike. "Indeed, I misjudged your capabilities," Wang Jiuhua acknowledged, his gaze turning cold. "Why do you betray the emperor?" Li Jin demanded, his voice reverberating like a bell. "What concern is it of yours?" That old fool deserves it. Wang Jiuhua snarled, his anger reigniting as he charged once more. Teeth clenched as if he were facing the late Emperor Renan himself. The two engaged fiercely for dozens of exchanges, each clash of their weapons producing a thunderous sound as if to rend the heavens apart. Gradually, due to his excessive indulgence in drink, Wang Jiuhua's technique became erratic. Spotting an opening, Li Jun shouted, thrusting his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed straight at Wang Jiuhua's face. Wang Jiuhua screamed as one eye was pierced, agony contorting his features. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jun swept his spear, severing Wang Jiuhua's tendons, causing him to tumble from his steed. With a swift thrust, Li Jun dispatched several Great Yin soldiers attempting to rescue Wang Jiuhua, while the Great Liang soldiers immediately bound him. In a desperate act, Wang Jiuhua twisted his face, biting down on his own tongue, blood spilling profusely. Li Jun regarded him with a complex expression, instructing his soldiers to carry Wang Jiuhua for medical attention before resuming the fight. The Great Yin had lost a general, and chaos ensued. Another general, Qianli, soon fell to Li Jun's blade. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the morale of the Great Yin troops plummeted, and they began to retreat. However, they found themselves encircled by the forces of Great Liang, unable to escape. Those who surrender shall not be harmed, Li Jun shouted, and his soldiers echoed the proclamation. One by one, Great Yin soldiers cast down their weapons and knelt in surrender, creating a sea of capitulation. Chapter 34. The dust settles. A multitude of surrendering soldiers, hands raised high, knelt upon the ground. The soldiers of Great Liang encircled them, forming a tight perimeter. Observing the inevitable downfall of the Great Yin, Zhang Matzi and his companions emerged from their hiding places, plastering smiles upon their faces in a bid for favor. Shortly thereafter, Li Jun arrived on horseback, and Vice General Chen Shid saluted him, reporting, "General, all captured soldiers are here, including 126 of our own from Great Liang." With a heavier tone regarding Zhang Matzi and his cohort, Chen Shid continued. Upon hearing this, Li Jun cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Matzi and quietly uttered, "Execute them." The moment those words left his lips, the previously grinning Zhang Matzi and his companions were rendered speechless, disbelief etched across their faces. "No, please. Why must we die? We are also of Great Liang," they cried in unison, panic rising as the soldiers approached. "You treacherous officials! You spare the enemies, but seek to kill us," they wailed. Desperation evident. Vice General Chen Shid coldly retorted, "You, as citizens of Great Liang, have aided the enemy in tormenting our people. Your sins are compounded." With that, Zhang Matzi and his companions were forcibly subdued, their lives extinguished by the sharp blades of justice. The captured soldiers of Great Yin watched in trepidation, their cowardice laid bare. Having surrendered, they now trembled at the fate that awaited them, fearing they might meet the same end. "General, how shall we deal with these men?" Vice General Chen Shid inquired, awaiting Li Jun's command. Li Jun declared resolutely, "Send them all to help rebuild Bei'an Prefecture." The once thriving Bei'an had been ravaged, its surviving populace dwindling to a fraction. Li Jun dispatched troops to soothe the citizens of Great Liang, who had suffered under the heel of the Great Yin. He then penned a confidential letter, entrusting it to a trusted aide to deliver to the capital, addressing it to Emperor Renan. Li Jun remained stationed in Bei'an, awaiting news from Wu Tian. In a mere 3 days, tidings of a resounding victory from Wu Tian reached him. The Great Yin had conceded, willing to become a vassal state of Great Liang. A faint smile graced Li Jun's face. Just 2 days later, further reports of triumph reached the capital of Chaqing. In the imperial palace, Emperor Renan erupted in laughter. "Excellent. Truly commendable, my two generals. A resounding victory." The Crown Prince, Lu Jingsheng, also beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Father." Emperor Renan, with a slight huff, lamented, "Yet Wang Jiuhua has taken his own life. Knowing he would meet a grim fate if captured, he chose death." The Crown Prince, recognizing the inappropriateness of his input, tactfully shifted the subject. "Father, how shall we address the Great Yin?" Emperor Renan stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I intend to make them bleed heavily, Dongyun." The Grand Eunuch, Dong Yun, emerged from the shadows, bowing deeply. "Summon the 3 ministers and the Minister of Revenue to convene and deliberate on this matter." Dong Yun complied, exiting swiftly. Before long, the 3 ministers, Zhang Fengxian, Bai Ting, and Nan Gonghu, along with Minister of Revenue Li Jumin, entered the palace. A secret council convened, focused on the reparations owed by the Great Een. After 2 more days, the terms were finalized: land, resources, gold, silver, livestock, and more. The circumstances outweighed the individual, even in the face of grave losses. De Een could only begrudgingly accept his fate. This war and its subsequent resolutions spanned over 10 days, during which the Zhou family had journeyed to the southern part of Qiantai Prefecture and had caught wind of the news. The tidings of De Liang's resounding victory had already spread far and wide, and under De Liang's deliberate encouragement, a state of universal celebration ensued. Yet, the Zhou family could only feel a sense of relief in their hearts. Grandmother Li Chunhua placed her hand upon her chest, breathing heavily. "Oh my. We are fortunate to have left. That band of thieves nearly annihilated our people." "It's all right, mother. We are safe now," Sun Fong reassured Li Chunhua, while the younger generations shared in the relief. "Brother Zhu, I owe you my gratitude," Zhu Dazhu exclaimed, attempting to kneel before Zhu Heng, only to be caught by him. "Uncle Dazhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Dazhu grasped Zhu Heng's arm, tears streaming down his face. "If it weren't for you leading us away, my mother and I might not have survived." Li Erniu and Wang Meiying were also in tears, while Li Ming kowtowed twice, hastily helped up by Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian. "Uncle Dazhu, please don't be this way. We must support one another in the future, and surely things will get better." Zhu Heng encouraged, eliciting a mixture of tears and laughter among them, yet their eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, the calamities of De Een and famine had loomed over them like 2 insurmountable mountains, but with De Liang's victory in sight, one of those mountains had crumbled. As they ventured further south, the greenery flourished, and Wang Suihua, brimming with joy, envisioned a bright future ahead. Upon reaching Jiangnan, she yearned for a taste of steaming white rice, accompanied by rich stewed meat, savoring each bite. Lost in her daydreams of the future, Zhu Yutian recognized his wife's cravings. Li Chunhua, now composed, exchanged a knowing nod with Zhu Rini. Zhu Rini then spoke. "We, the Zhu family, along with Uncle Dazhu and Aunt Erniu, have traveled south together, binding us as closely as family. Upon our arrival in Jiangnan, we shall undoubtedly face numerous challenges. Therefore, we must unite as one, supporting each other in the days ahead. Though not by blood, we shall become even closer than kin." Li Erniu and the others felt a tremor of emotion. With Wang Meiying speaking first, "Then I shall shamelessly call you uncle." She then addressed each member of the Zhu family in turn: aunt, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, and finally turned to the younger Zhu Heng. "Brother Heng, I shall also dare to call you nephew from now on." Zhu Heng nodded with a smile. After nearly a month of fleeing together, he had come to appreciate the character of Li Erniu and Zhu Dazhu's families and found no objection to this newfound kinship. With Wang Meiying's initiation, others quickly followed suit, solidifying their bonds, as if they had truly entwined into a single rope, free from the threat of war. The Zhu family gathered around the campfire that night, their food tasting far more savory than before. Chapter 35, A Glimpse of the Minor Mysterious Rewards. From the commencement of hostilities between the 2 nations to their resolution, a total of 13 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Zhu Heng had diligently checked in daily, accruing a plethora of new supplies, including men's t-shirts, cold medicine, hairy crabs, watches, quilts, sweet potatoes, various condiments, and even a few treats like steamed buns and milk candy. Tonight marked Zhu Heng's 1-month anniversary in this place, and based on previous experiences, he anticipated that something remarkable would emerge at this juncture. Stealthily, he glanced at his watch, noting that the hour hand pointed to 10, leaving 2 hours until the next check-in. Lying upon the felt mat, he closed his eyes and reflected on the supplies he had gathered. His wardrobe now included both underwear and t-shirts, which, while impractical for wearing together, would suffice as sleepwear until circumstances stabilized. Among his medicinal supplies were multivitamins, camphor oil, and cold medicine, items of great utility, especially the first 2, which had proven invaluable since their journey south. The food supplies were abundant, aside from the crops he had cultivated in his space: wheat, millet, beans, pumpkins, chestnuts, honeysuckle, and mint. He had also sown sweet potatoes, envisioning delightful roasted sweet potatoes and sweet potato balls in the winter. Additionally, he had secured a variety of proteins: crucian carp, chicken, rabbit, wild boar, and hairy crabs, effectively encompassing aquatic, terrestrial, and avian sources of sustenance. Beyond these, he had a stock of steamed buns, milk candy, and chili sauce, with the milk candy occasionally shared with the children at home for a sweet treat. For warmth, he had constructed a heated bed and secured quilts, ensuring that regardless of whether Jiangnan was as he had envisioned, he would not suffer from the cold. Other miscellaneous items included a kitchen knife and a watch, while certain rubber products were presently of no use to him. With his agile movements and a single firearm as his means of defense, he felt quite formidable in potential confrontations. After reviewing his acquisitions, he stored the ripe flora and fauna within his system space, realizing that midnight was fast approaching. Before long, the check-in reminder appeared. Zhu Heng, quick-witted and swift, pressed the bright yellow check-in button with fervor. A long-awaited blue light surged forth. Zhu Heng, astonished, opened his eyes wide as the light flickered, revealing the check-in rewards and their descriptions. Check-in reward, Eye of Discrimination, low level. Grade, minor mysterious. Usage, you can view descriptions of items. However, as it is merely a low-level Eye of Discrimination, you must touch the items to see their details. Another minor mysterious reward. And the Eye of Discrimination seemed remarkably impressive. Foregoing sleep, Zhu Heng sat upright, noticing Li Ernio, who was on night watch, glancing his way. He feigned a need to relieve himself and discreetly inspected the surroundings. Alfalfa, non-toxic, effects include clearing heat and detoxifying, promoting digestion. Purslane, non-toxic, effects include clearing heat and detoxifying, promoting bowel movements and external anti-inflammation. Upon encountering his younger brother, a prompt appeared, XX, 18 centimeters, outstanding. After relieving himself, Zhu Heng hurried back to the felt mat, accidentally brushing against Zhu Yuan, a human child, 132 centimeters, frail, malnourished. Indeed, nutritional deficits cannot be remedied in just a meal or two, yet he felt fortunate that the little one had no other ailments. Through experimentation, Zhu Heng discovered that this Eye of Discrimination functioned not only as an encyclopedia but could also discern toxic from non-toxic substances, even identifying the physical conditions of individuals. Had he possessed the Eye of Discrimination when Grandma Li Chunhua fell ill, he could have swiftly diagnosed her condition and administered appropriate remedies. For Zhu Heng, the Eye of Discrimination proved immensely beneficial. The safety of his own body and the health of his family were paramount. With this new tool, he could discreetly assess the health of his loved ones. With the Eye of Discrimination, Zhu Heng felt a wave of relief. Both minor mysterious rewards were splendid. He wondered what even more advanced rewards might entail. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, enjoying a restful night. The following day, awakened by the absence of the looming threat of war, the Zhu family's spirits were considerably uplifted. A month had passed, and as they traveled further south, the weather had cooled a few degrees and the landscape had flourished with verdant hues. Rising from slumber, Zhu Heng felt surprisingly invigorated. Ah! A delightful yawn echoed through the air. It was unmistakably the sound of his father, Zhu Yuliang. Curiously, both his previous and current father bore identical appearances, and even their yawns shared the same tone. Sun Fong rolled her eyes. Having endured this peculiar sound for decades, her annoyance at her husband's odd noises still evident. Zhu Heng sprang up, stretching his limbs, and proceeded to tend to the cattle. The pumpkins at home had been consumed over the past few days, and today, they began to prepare a pot of mixed grains and beans. However, today, Grandpa Zhurini had specifically instructed them to cook a heartier meal. With the threat of the enemy no longer present, there was no need to rush their journey. It was now officially August, and they anticipated spending more than 3 months on the road. Fortunately, thanks to Heng's purchase of sheepskin, they would not suffer too much from the cold once the weather turned. Yet, Grandpa, smoking his pipe, still appeared somewhat anxious. Zhu Yutian quickly reassured him. "There's no need to worry, father. We have each other. We've persevered through the toughest of times. If necessary, we can stay in the carts or find work to rent a place. We will manage." Indeed, as the head of the family, "We must sample the delicacies of Jiangnan when we arrive," said Wang Suihua, leaning against Zhu Yutian, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The two, though over 30, still radiated youthful affection. "Grandpa, when we reach Yuanhe Mansion to hunt, if we can catch more game, we can sell it to save up for a place to stay." Zhu Heng chimed in upon returning from feeding the cattle. "Henger, you must be cautious while hunting. Your mother values your safety above all." Sun Fong's voice was laced with concern, for in her heart, her family's well-being was paramount. "Do not worry, mother. My physique has improved considerably, Zhu Heng assured her, thumping his chest, his muscular form evident from the systematic enhancement he had undergone. Sun Fong nodded, recognizing her son's newfound strength and maturity, though lamenting the family's previous hardships that delayed his prospects of marriage. She only hoped that upon arriving in Jiang'an, they could save enough to find a suitable bride for their son. After their meal, the Zhu family set off once again. Zhu Heng maneuvered the ox cart while glancing at the map, estimating that they were not far from Yuanhe Mansion. With a bit of effort, they could arrive in less than 3 days. The rabbits in their space farm had multiplied significantly, and Zhu Heng thought of how long it had been since his family had savored the taste of meat. He decided to let 2 mature rabbits out for a feast. Selecting 2 rabbits, he released them onto the roadside, their dull gray fur blending into the surroundings. With a swift motion, he hurled a kitchen knife, striking both rabbits dead in an instant. What was that? Jiuliang, driving the cart behind, exclaimed as he noticed something fly from his son's cart, followed by a soft thud. Father, stop the cart. I think I just hit the rabbits. Zhu Heng's excited voice called from the front. Urgently, Jiuliang shouted for Zhu Yutian and Zhu Dazhu to halt, and the group synchronously brought the carts to a stop. Jumping down, Zhu Heng dashed back. A few hundred meters away, the 2 rabbits lay lifeless, one apparently crushed, the other with a gash. After retrieving the kitchen knife, he gleefully returned, proudly holding the rabbits by their ears. The family members in the cart leaned out, astonished to see Zhu Heng triumphantly brandishing 2 plump rabbits. As they approached, they noted that the rabbits were indeed quite hefty, their gray fur glossy and their chins plump. Wow, cousin, you're amazing. We have rabbits to eat. Zhu Feng clapped her hands joyfully, elated at the prospect of meat once more. Zhu Heng shook the rabbits, exclaiming, "Good thing my eyesight is sharp. I actually hit them." Upon reaching the ox cart, Zhu Long, Zhu Feng, and Zhu Yuan eagerly crowded around, reaching out to feel the now stiff rabbits. Their fur is so soft. Isn't it, brother? Zhu Feng asked, while Zhu Long nodded in agreement. Oh my, such fat rabbits. We are in for a treat. Aunt Wang Suihua approached, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the rabbits, her mouth watering. Zhu Heng turned to his grandmother, Li Chunhua, and inquired, "Grandma, when shall we cook these rabbits?" Li Chunhua took the rabbits, saying, "It's warm, so we must cook them quickly. Let us find a spot to rest at noon, enjoy the rabbits, and then continue our journey." She inspected the rabbits and added, "The fur is excellent. We should skin it and dry it for gloves in the winter." With the fate of the rabbits decided, they returned to their places and continued southward. As the sun hung overhead, they found a patch of woods to stop and hastily built a stone stove to prepare the rabbits. They first skinned the rabbits, setting the pelts aside to dry later, and ensured that nothing edible went to waste. Even the bones needed thorough cleaning. Once the rabbits were cleaned and cut into bite-sized pieces, they heated oil in the pot. Today, spirits were high, and they indulged a bit more in the oil, celebrating the end of 2 calamities. The meal consisted of hearty mixed grain rice, and with Grandpa Zhu Renyi's input, Zhu Dazhu and Li Ernia's families also joined in, making their portions a little more substantial. As the oil heated, they added the rabbit meat, which quickly changed color and tightened under the high heat. After a brief stir, they added some water and covered the pot to stew. Zhu Heng felt a pang of regret, thinking how much more flavorful the dish would be with the chili sauce he had received from his stepmother. Yet, they still lacked sufficient seasoning. Alternatively, roasting the meat with a sprinkle of their special barbecue seasoning would undoubtedly yield an exquisite flavor. As the pot came to a boil, the rabbit meat was nearly cooked through. Zhu Heng tossed in a handful of mint and a spoonful of salt before deeming it ready. The mixed grain rice was prepared. Though rustic, it was a delightful accompaniment to the stewed rabbit in these times. Serving the rabbit, drenched in rich broth and topped with fresh mint, tantalized everyone's taste buds. Delicious. The more I chew, the better it gets. Aunt Wang Suihua exclaimed, showering praises on the dish. Zhu Heng suspected that she simply found everything tasty, as the rabbit meat, though lean, required a bit of effort to chew. Nevertheless, the family, including the grandparents and Zhu Dazhu's elderly mother, Lu Shi, relished the meal heartily. Zhu Feng nestled beside Zhu Heng, merrily gnawing on rabbit meat while casting an admiring gaze at her cousin. "Cousin, you are truly remarkable. You managed to catch such a plump rabbit. I hope to feast on the game you hunt in the future." Zhu Heng, with a gentle smile, affectionately patted Zhu Feng's head. This lively little girl, with her sweet tongue, was beloved by the family, especially after receiving some milk candies from them, which only encouraged her to voice her praises. All right, once we reach Yuanhe Prefecture, I shall bring you a wild boar to savor. Zhu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, her rabbit meat tumbling into her bowl. Really? Is that true, cousin? You mustn't deceive me. Hee, I want a whole bowl of meat. The surrounding family members chuckled at Zhu Feng's words, though they assumed Zhu Heng was merely jesting. After all, wild boars were not easily encountered, and even if one did, how could it be captured? However, Zhu Heng spoke with conviction, for he was assured in his heart. A month had passed since he had captured a few wild boars in his space, and they had now grown and multiplied, enough to provide for everyone. After the meal, the family tidied up, preparing to continue their journey. Zhu Heng specifically chose the largest wild boar to store in the system space, awaiting the right moment for the hunt. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. Zhu Heng signed in and received a set of lighters and a music box. This music box was exquisitely crafted, with a beautifully ornate wooden exterior, and its mechanism was cleverly designed. When wound, a small cat inside appeared to scamper about. Such a delicate music box would surely fetch a handsome price if sold, and Zhu Heng resolved to visit a pawn shop upon arriving in Jiangnan, as it might serve as capital for establishing a foothold there. Another night passed, and Zhu Heng received a set of vitamin tablets. The day's journey was barely half over when they caught sight of a bustling town in the distance. We have arrived. So many people. Second Aunt Wang Suihua exclaimed, peering out from the carriage towards the town, invigorating everyone's spirits. Observing the throngs of passers-by, a vitality of life emanated, lifting the moods of the Zhu family. A casual inquiry to a nearby woman revealed that they were now within the borders of Yuanhe Prefecture, specifically in Yongchang town of Hitaijin, and, coincidentally, it was market day. Bustling with activity. Thank you, ma'am. May I ask how often the market is held here? Zhu Heng's mind began to race with possibilities for hunting. If they encountered the market, it would be an excellent opportunity to sell their game. Here, we have a market every 5 days. Young man. Your accent does not seem local, she replied. Zhu Heng clasped his hands together, stating, to be frank, we have just managed to escape from Bayan Prefecture. And we're fortunate to leave in time, thus avoiding calamity. We're heading south in search of a means of survival. The woman gazed at Zhu Heng and his companions in astonishment. You are truly blessed to have escaped. We have heard that the forces of the Great Yin have ravaged Bayan, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Sensing her kindness, Zhu Heng eagerly inquired, ma'am, as newcomers, we possess some hunting skills. Could you direct us to any nearby mountains or forests where we might hunt? The woman, feeling for the Zhu family's plight, responded warmly. Look over there, that is Dogtooth Mountain. Zhu Heng immediately turned his gaze to where she pointed and indeed saw a range of mountains resembling jagged teeth. Is there plenty of game on that mountain? He asked. She replied boisterously, we often go to those mountains to gather fruits and mushrooms. And I've heard tales of people catching wild chickens, and some even managed to hunt deer. Seeing the lush greenery atop the mountain, Zhu Heng deemed it promising and promptly expressed his gratitude. Might I inquire your name, ma'am? Should we be fortunate enough to catch something, I shall be sure to come and thank you. He bowed sincerely. The woman waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing, really. I live not far from Dogtooth Mountain in Yangshu village. If you're not in a hurry, wait for me to finish at the market, and I will lead you there. Zhu Heng's eyes brightened, and he repeatedly thanked her. Thank you, ma'am. Then let us ride together in our ox cart. After they made arrangements, the woman departed to attend the market. The Zhu family quickly gathered around Zhu Heng, inquiring about his plans. This kind lady's surname is Zhao, and she resides near Dogtooth Mountain, Zhu Heng explained, gesturing towards the mountain. We have arranged for her to join us once she finishes at the market, and we shall take her along. Grandfather Zhu Reni nodded, stroking his beard, and cautioned, however, we must remain vigilant. Once we arrive, be cautious and ensure you carry your protective gear. Everyone nodded in agreement. About an hour later, Aunt Zhao returned, laden with bags. Zhu Heng promptly stepped down from the cart to assist her in loading her goods. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a few gulps from her water pouch. Let us be on our way. All right, ma'am. Please take a seat in my cart. The others are all full, Zhu Heng offered. Following Aunt Zhao's directions, the Zhu family set off towards Dogtooth Mountain. Due to the presence of outsiders, Zhu Heng deliberately controlled the ox's pace. After all, these oxen had been grazing on spiritual grass for some time, moving at a speed comparable to ordinary horses. Zhu Heng understood the importance of discretion. By midday, they arrived at Yangshu village, where the aroma of cooking wafted from every household, with wisps of smoke curling skyward. A few children and elderly folk were chatting beneath a large tree at the village entrance. Upon seeing the approaching ox cart, they curiously gathered around. Wow, it's Aunt Zhao. Several sharp-eyed children immediately recognized the woman seated in Zhu Heng's cart. What is going on with her? One woman inquired, perplexed by Aunt Zhao's arrival with the ox cart. They are fleeing from Bayan Prefecture, with only their hunting skills left to sustain them. I told them they could try their luck at Dogtooth Mountain, Aunt Zhao explained as she disembarked. Oh dear, from Bayan? The villagers gasped, their expressions reflecting disbelief. I've heard that those who escaped from there are truly fortunate. I heard it is a wasteland, with corpses strewn everywhere, all burned by the Great Yin's forces. Another added, I heard from my uncle's cousin that at night, you can hear the cries of the dead. It sounds as if the place is haunted. The elders grew animated, spinning increasingly fantastical tales, while Aunt Zhao felt somewhat embarrassed. While her neighbors meant well, discussing such grim topics in front of the newcomers was inappropriate. Zhu Xiaoga, why don't you come to my house for lunch? We have some simple fare, Aunt Zhao quickly interjected, inviting Zhu Heng. He promptly declined, reasoning that with so many mouths to feed, even a small meal would take a toll on their provisions. Aunt Zhao, we still have some food in our cart. Your kindness in bringing us here is more than enough. We intend to head straight to the foot of Dogtooth Mountain, and we appreciate your goodwill. The Zhu family echoed their thanks, insisting they would not intrude and would assess the situation at Dogtooth Mountain first. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao did not insist further. Zhu Heng helped her unload her purchases, and following her directions, they turned the cart and set off. The villagers of Yangshu watched as several ox carts departed, their conversations swiftly returning to the bustling northern prefecture, where news spread rapidly and topics flourished. I overheard my grandson mention that the Great Yin had lost quite a bit to our Liang. An elderly gentleman gestured animatedly, his words punctuated by spittle. Goodness. How much could that be? But they deserve it. Who told them to bully our people so mercilessly? An old woman interjected, her animosity towards them palpable. By the way, Dahu's mother, how do you know them? Aunt Zhao, brushing her hair back, replied, I ran into them at the market today. They even said they would share some of the game with me. The old man stroked his beard and paused, saying, if you ask me, this family is indeed quite fortunate. To escape like this, they might just manage to secure some provisions. Aunt Zhao chuckled, times are tough for everyone. I merely pointed them in the right direction, not that I truly expected anything from them. Thankfully, we still have a semblance of stability. She sighed, patting her chest. Still feeling a bit anxious. Indeed, we can still make a living. This year, taxes have even been alleviated a bit. As long as we have some surplus grain, we're doing quite well. The others nodded in agreement, their words reflecting a sense of contentment regarding their current situation. Chapter 38. Eating Chestnuts. The Zhu family, driving their ox carts, made their way towards Dogtooth Mountain and soon arrived at its foot. To their delight, they discovered a river. A river. Goodness, look. Zhu exclaimed, beckoning to Sun Fong, his face alight with joy, for it had been ages since they had seen a river. Where? Where? Sun Fong hurriedly dismounted and spotted the river not far away, excitedly slapping her thigh. Oh, it's truly a river. Mother, Suehua, Xiao, come down and take a look. The family could no longer remain seated, hastily climbing down from the ox cart, with the younger ones eagerly rushing towards the water. Zhu Heng quickly shouted, you can wash your faces and hands, but don't drink the water directly. Brother, why not? Zhu Xiao asked, puzzled by his warning. This water must be boiled before drinking. I've heard stories of people who drank untreated water and ended up with parasites that caused their demise. Zhu Heng explained with seriousness, knowing that the notion of parasites and bacteria might be lost on them, so he resorted to frightening them with tales of insects. The water they had previously consumed was safe because it came from his spatial farm. This wild water required caution. Upon hearing his words, the little ones trembled and nodded. I understand, cousin. I want to drink it. Yes, brother, we'll just wash our hands. Seeing the children heed his advice, Zhu Heng smiled. Washing your hands and faces is fine. Go ahead. The children then began to play in the river, delighting in the water. The adults joined them by the water, washing their hands and faces, while Zhu Yuliang and several other men took off their shoes to wash their feet downstream. Zhu Heng also washed his face. thinking that once they had hunted, he must take a proper bath. It was already afternoon, and the Zhu family decided to camp at the foot of Dogtooth Mountain, preparing to explore the mountain the next day. With time before dusk, the men went to gather firewood while the women tidied up the surroundings. Zhu Heng, while cutting grass for the oxen, swiftly utilized his dragon step technique to scout the mountain. It was indeed abundantly fertile. If only life in Northern Prefecture were as prosperous as here, their days would be far more pleasant. Zhu Heng spotted numerous mushrooms, and after examining them, he collected a good amount, some for planting in his spatial farm and others to take home for a meal. He also transferred a chestnut tree from his spatial farm, marveling at its capabilities, as he could directly place its roots underground. Using his dragon step again, he swiftly moved farther afield and spotted deer, wild boars, wild chickens, and even hedgehogs and badgers. In mere minutes, he had efficiently gathered everything, returning with some chestnuts he had harvested from the transplanted tree, carefully removing the prickly shells, and bringing them along with the prepared spiritual grass and mushrooms back to the riverside. Aunt Wang Suihua spotted the goodies Zhu Heng carried and hurried over. "Nephew, what have you got?" she exclaimed joyfully, "chestnuts and mushrooms. Oh, we're in for a treat tonight." Wang Suihua quickly took the food from him and ran to show everyone. "Look at my wonderful nephew. He has found such a bounty." Zhu Heng placed the spiritual grass before the oxen to graze and, after washing his hands, turned to his delighted family, saying, "There's a chestnut tree not far away. I just picked a few. Let us all go and gather more." This announcement was met with astonished excitement, as if thunder had struck suddenly, leaving the family and the others in awe. "What good fortune, Heng-er. Is there really more?" Grandma Li Chunhua looked at Zhu Heng with hopeful eyes, and upon seeing him nod, the family erupted in animated chatter. Such a significant bounty upon their arrival. "Enough. Everyone quiet," Grandpa Zhu Rini commanded. And silence fell as the old man methodically organized the group, designating some to watch the carts while others followed Zhu Heng to collect the chestnuts. When they arrived at the chestnut tree, the sight of its laden branches brought flushes of excitement to the faces of those present. Zhu Heng stood safely away, wielding a long stick to knock down the chestnuts while others eagerly watched for more. Soon, they had gathered enough and everyone surged forward, prying open the prickly shells and tossing the chestnuts into bags. In no time, they had filled 2 large bags, totaling over 40 pounds. As they carried their haul back, Zhu Heng deliberately lagged behind, discreetly retrieving the chestnut tree back into his spatial farm, for it was a mature tree, and he would rely on it to bear fruit in the future. Tonight's feast would consist of boiled chestnuts, but the family, wary of the mushrooms possibly being poisonous, urged Zhu Heng to wait until they could consult the locals before consuming them. The chestnuts boiled to perfection, filling a large pot with their unique aroma, and tasted delightfully sweet and rich in texture. The natural sweetness seemed ingrained in human genetics, especially for the ancient Zhu family, for whom these sweet chestnuts were exquisite. Wang Meiying's 2 children savored the chestnuts with delight, their sensitive palates reveling in the treat. So delicious. Zhu Feng leaned against Zhu Xiuxiu, both cousins enjoying the sweet, lingering taste of the chestnuts, utterly satisfied. They were a bit hot, but that only made them more irresistible. Zhu Xiuxiu, having been deprived of nutrition, had been eating more variety since their escape, and today, with an unlimited supply of chestnuts, she made sure to indulge as much as possible. The men and young boys, meanwhile, were more aggressive, cracking the chestnuts in half with their teeth and using their tongues to retrieve the sweet meat within. Grandfather Zhu Rini, Grandmother Li Chunhua, and Lu Shi, the mother of Zhu Dazhu, savored the rare sweetness, chewing slowly. Remarkably, their sustenance had improved since the days of fleeing disaster. This revelation filled their aged hearts with great hope for the days to come in Jiangnan. After satisfying their hunger, night had fallen. The campfire cast a warm glow, and the weather was no longer as sweltering as before, allowing them to gather around the fire without excessive perspiration. The family relished the rare opportunity to unwind, sharing laughter and stories, eagerly anticipating the hunt for the following day. Chapter 39. The hunt before dawn broke, the 3 families had risen. Zhu Heng once again signed in first. As expected, a flash of white light appeared, and Zhu Heng's expression darkened upon seeing the reward. Sign-in reward, organic fertilizer grade, miscellaneous fish level usage instructions. It's fermented compost. Rich in nutrients, every barren land adores me. What is this? Zhu Heng felt his temper boiling over. Where was he supposed to store this? In the spatial farm, contaminating the spiritual energy? Or alongside the grains in the system space? No, no, no. He absolutely refused such an item. It must be given away. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck Zhu Hong. If barren land needed it, why not deliver it to Yangshu village? The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Surely, Aunt Zhao and the others wouldn't disdain such excellent fertilizer. After all, he had heard tales of how, in times of poverty, people would urinate on branches during winter, bringing home the frozen remnants as fertilizer. Taking advantage of the dim light, Zhu Hong once again employed his stealth, and after slipping out of his family's sight, he activated his agile movement, swiftly reaching Yangshu village. At each household's compost pile, he discreetly removed a portion, finally disposing of the organic fertilizer. He hoped that these items would not resurface until they secured land in Jiangnan. As he returned to his family's encampment at the foot of Dogtooth Mountain, he silently prayed. There, he found his father Zhu Yuliang, his uncle Zhu Yutian, and the father-son duo of Li Erniu and Li Meng, all sharpening wooden sticks into pointed spears. Upon seeing Zhu Hong return, Zhu Yuliang handed him a stick. Hanger. This wood is sturdy, we will surely be safe. Take your time to sharpen it well. Understood. Zhu Hong accepted the stick and began to sharpen its tip with a knife. The kitchen knife, a reward from the system, was impressively sharp and effective. Truly of superior quality. Soon everyone had finished sharpening their sticks. The group to ascend the mountain had already been determined: Zhu Hong, Zhu Yutian, Zhu Dazhu, and Li Erniu, with Zhu Yuliang and Li Meng staying behind to protect the family. Carrying ropes and their sharpened sticks, along with bags of the previous night's prepared rations, the quartet set off into the mountains. With the dawn just breaking, the forest was pleasantly cool, providing a refreshing atmosphere. Zhu Hong led the way, while the three behind him remained vigilant, on guard against wild beasts and searching for prey. Zhu Hong guided them toward the location where they had spotted deer the previous day, arriving quickly at a small puddle. Look, there are droppings here. Animals must frequent this spot for water, he pointed out, speaking softly. Li Erniu, experienced in hunting, examined the droppings and noted, these are small pellets, a cluster of dozens. This must be sheep or deer, they pose little threat and we can catch them. The group decided to conceal themselves nearby and observe the situation. With his enhanced senses, Zhu Hong listened intently to the surroundings. After about an hour, the sound of deer calls reached his ears, and he quickly signaled to the others, tightening his grip on the wooden stick in preparation. Before long, 6 large deer accompanied by 4 fawns appeared, leisurely approaching the puddle to drink. In an instant, Zhu Hong hurled his pointed stick with great force, piercing one deer's neck and, due to momentum, striking another as well. The other 3 also threw their sticks, with Li Erniu managing to hit one, while Zhu Yutian and Zhu Dazhu, lacking experience, missed their targets. Startled, the deer scattered in all directions, and the young fawns fled in panic. Zhu Hong and the others rushed forward, capturing 3 deer. Deer blood is precious. Uncle, you and Dazhu take these 3 back. I will continue searching for more, Zhu Hong instructed, wanting to prevent any waste of the deer blood. He realized that leaving the 2 behind would be of little use. It was better to send them back with the deer. All right, we'll head back. You and Erniu must return before dark, Zhu Yutian replied, tying the deer with ropes, preparing to carry them back in 3 trips, as a mature deer weighed over 200 pounds, and the mountain trails made it challenging for one person to carry. After watching Zhu Yutian and Zhu Dazhu descend, Zhu Hong quickly released the wild boar he had raised in the spatial farm not far away. What sound is that? Zhu Hong gripped his stick tightly, alert as he listened for the wild boar's rustling. Li Erniu also tensed up. Let's go check, Uncle Erniu, he said, and the 2 cautiously approached, discovering a large wild boar exploring the area, bewildered in its new environment. With perfect timing, Zhu Hong threw his stick once more, driving the point deep into the boar. It squealed and bolted in a frenzy. Zhu Hong and Li Erniu reacted quickly, pursuing it. Drops of blood fell to the ground as the wounded wild boar ran wildly, bellowing in distress. Compared to deer, wild boars were tougher. Zhu Hong's stick had only penetrated halfway. Thus, the chase lasted a considerable time, until Li Erniu managed to stab it, causing the wild boar to finally collapse, panting heavily. Li Erniu held the boar down while Zhu Hong swiftly bound its limbs. This boar was considerably heavier than the deer, having been well fed in the spatial farm, weighing close to 400 pounds. How are we going to carry this back? Brother Zhu? Li Ernia scratched his head, glancing at Zhu Heng. Let us place some logs beneath the boar and use ropes to pull it, Zhu Heng suggested. Li Ernia nodded. That works. It'll save us some effort. I've never seen such a large wild boar before. As they dragged the boar, they began their descent, using the logs to slide it down the slopes, making the journey much easier. They paused to eat and replenish their strength, finally reaching the base of the mountain by around 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 40. Selling Goods. Beneath the Dogtooth Mountain, the family had already bled the 3 deer. Their blood congealed into a thick, dark crimson. Ideally, one should mix the deer blood with yellow wine to create a delectable venison wine. Yet it was evident that the Zhu family lacked the means for such an endeavor. Merely preserving the deer blood was a commendable feat. When Zhu Heng and Li Ernia dragged down such a sizable wild boar, the family members below were left astonished. Jaws agape. Is my vision deceiving me? That is indeed a wild boar? Wang Suihua nudged Zhu Yutian, gazing incredulously at the boar, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Oh my, our dear nephew is quite remarkable. Realizing the situation, Zhu Yutian rushed over to assist, taking the rope from Zhu Heng and Li Ernia. Zhu Heng drank some water and quickly suggested, Grandfather, it's still early. Let us head to the town to sell this before it spoils. Grandfather Zhu Rini nodded in agreement. Hunger is right. Any delay could lead to waste. However, Zhu Heng proposed, why not keep 1 deer for ourselves? We all need to replenish our strength. Eager to savor the taste of the deer, he added, we can save some of the wild boar for ourselves. After all, we cannot squander our efforts. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and Grandpa Zhu Rini concurred, recognizing the necessity of nourishing the family, which had been lacking in sustenance. Once the decision was made, they utilized the ox cart driven by Zhu Yutian, which was empty and usually reserved for passengers. Loading the 2 deer and the boar into the cart, it creaked under the weight, while Zhu Yuliang tightly embraced a basin filled with deer blood. Zhu Heng urged the cart forward, racing toward Yongcheng town, which was more populous and relatively prosperous. From the very day they arrived, they had noticed the bustling marketplace. Upon reaching the town, they sought out a wealthy household to sell their fresh catches. The 2 deer quickly found buyers, and the deer blood was snatched up immediately as the affluent families sought novelty and nourishment. The Zhu family's deer went from life to sale in a mere blink, akin to nibbling on the deer's hindquarters. Moreover, the antlers and other parts fetched an even higher price. The 2 deer and a basin of blood collectively sold for 16 taels of silver. They then proceeded to a tavern, while the head and offal of the wild boar remained unsold. They reserved 50 pounds of pork for themselves, while the remaining meat, totaling around 300 pounds, was sold for 5 taels and 701, culminating in a total of 21 taels and 701. The boar's head and offal were placed back in the basin and returned to the cart, as they needed to hurry home to prepare it, lest the odor become overwhelming. Did we really earn 21 taels in such a short time? Zhu Yuliang swallowed hard. With such money, they could sustain their large family for 2 or 3 years in a stable grain market. By the way, father, I'll go buy some items. Please wait for me. Zhu Heng grabbed a handful of copper coins and dashed off, hearing Zhu Yuliang calling after him. Before long, Zhu Heng returned with spicy chili sauce and meat buns that he had procured. Father, I bought some condiments. This pork might be too rich, but with this, it will taste better. I also got meat buns. Let us have a delightful feast tonight. Zhu Yuliang gazed eagerly at the ceramic jar. As he opened the lid, a rich, spicy aroma wafted out. The red oil enveloping the chili sauce appeared somewhat dark, indicating the abundance of ingredients within, as various spices invaded Zhu Yuliang's nostrils. He gently shook the jar, and the robust fragrance burst forth, while white sesame seeds danced amidst the red oil and chili sauce. Hanger, this is incredibly fragrant. In my lifetime, I have never encountered anything so aromatic. Zhu Yuliang took another deep breath before reluctantly closing the lid and looking at Zhu Heng. What is this? Zhu Heng's hold on the meat buns astonished him. Previously, he had signed in to receive 2 batches of meat buns, and having already consumed the first 2, he found the remainder to be precisely 18, just enough for each family member to have 1. Meat buns. Father, we earned money today, and we must celebrate with a good meal. Let us place these on the cart. Zhu Heng was keen to leave town promptly, urging Zhu Yuliang to secure their purchases. Once the father and son settled onto the cart, they set off toward Dogtooth Mountain. Father, once we are done, I plan to deliver some to Aunt Zhao. If it weren't for her guidance, we would have struggled to find such hunting grounds. Zhu Yuliang nodded thoughtfully. appreciating his son's gratitude indeed. Let us also share some of that dear blood with her, otherwise it might spoil, and it is quite beneficial for health. Rest assured, father. The father and son drove the ox cart back toward Dogtooth Mountain, feeling lighthearted on their return, the ox appearing more vigorous than ever. Mother, father, and brother are back. Zhu Xiuxiu quickly rose, excitedly calling for Sun Fang to come and see. The family turned to gaze at the approaching cart. Yuliang, Hanger, how did it go? Grandpa Zhu Rini immediately stood up to inquire. Zhu Heng halted the cart and flung open the curtain, revealing only a basket containing a large pig's head. A hefty chunk of pork and some offal. Did you sell all this? Sun Fang hurried forward to examine. Is this for us to eat? Yes, mother. We sold it for 20 taels. We must treat ourselves well, not to mention there are meat buns. Zhu Heng produced the meat buns, still warm, each the size of an adult's palm, with juices saturating the soft, white bun skin. Oh my heavens! 21 taels and meat buns too. Aunt Wang Zuihua's eyes nearly glued to the buns, and everyone was astonished by the unexpected fortune from the sale. So, who is keeping the silver? Zhu Yuliang scratched his head in inquiry. Fool, obviously it will be managed by your parents. Sun Fang gently tapped Zhu Yuliang's forehead, relieved that all three children had inherited her wits and not his foolishness. Neither Zhu Dazhu nor Li Ernia interjected much. Most of the effort had come from the Zhu family, although Li Ernia had contributed significantly during the hunt. Given the circumstances, it was prudent to share the spoils equally, and the Zhu family would undoubtedly ensure fairness. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Wang Zuihua hastily gathered everyone to prepare the pig's head and offal. Nearby, a river flowed, and with ample water supply, there was no need to be frugal. The oxen had been well fed these past few days. They began by singeing the wild boar's hair, the aroma of charred protein wafting enticingly through the air. The fire quickly blackened the exterior of the pig. After scraping away the burnt parts and the singed hair, the pig's head revealed a pale, yellowish hue beneath. The nostrils and ears were thoroughly cleaned, and the teeth were carefully scrubbed with grass. As for the offal, it was separately washed rigorously in the river using wood ash, undergoing more than 20 cleanses. Chapter 41. The Grand Meat Buns. The pig's head and offal, now pristine, were ready to be blanched in boiling water. Before long, they changed color. They were then removed, and the pig's head and pork were placed into one pot to simmer, while Zhu Heng set the offal in another pot. The offal was cut into appropriate sizes, either sliced or cubed, and oil was heated in the pan. Once hot, 2 spoonfuls of the small stepmother's chili sauce were added. The red oil infused with chili and sesame, quickly releasing its flavor in the sizzling oil. The offal was tossed in, its original color enveloped in the red oil, transforming into an enticing dish as they stir-fried, added water, and allowed it to braise. On one side, the clear, fragrant aroma of the pork simmered, while on the other, the spiced, savory scent of the braised offal filled the air. Thanks to the wild boar being raised in Zhu Heng's spatial farm, nourished by spiritual grasses and waters, it bore no gamey odor, only exuding a pure, rich, meaty fragrance. Zhu Heng felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have sold the pig, but rather disposed of the remaining deer, which was far more valuable. However, upon further reflection, he considered that the few deer he had captured for his spatial farm would undoubtedly produce offspring that would grow robustly like the wild boar, thus alleviating any sense of loss. Father, what shall we do with this deer? Zhu Yuliang inquired, glancing at Zhu Rini. The meat prepared today was already plentiful, and the deer would not be consumed until tomorrow. Zhu Rini raised his eyes towards Zhu Heng and queried, Young Heng, are you planning to hunt again tomorrow? Zhu Heng contemplated briefly and replied, Grandfather, let us wait until tomorrow. We must also strive to accumulate more funds. As their conversation unfolded, the offal was nearing completion. Once the pot was opened, an aromatic wave of spicy, marinated fragrance wafted through the air, akin to an invisible hand enticing everyone's nostrils. It smells divine. Dear nephew, the sauce you purchased is truly exquisite. May we dip our meat in it later? Aunt Wang Zuihua, with an intuitive understanding, immediately envisioned the delightful pairing of the fragrant sauce with the clear broth meat, enhancing the flavors. Certainly, Aunt, I shall scoop a spoonful for you shortly. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's words, Zhu Feng eagerly tugged at Wang Zuihua, expressing her desire to partake as well. The younger ones could only have a modest portion, lest their stomachs react unfavorably. Zhu Heng was determined to limit Zhu Feng's intake. While the chili was predominantly fragrant and spicy, it still possessed a degree of stimulation. Cousin. I will have just a tiny bit. Zhu Feng gestured with her fingers, indicating a minuscule amount. I merely wish to taste it. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long. The two younger boys wore expressions of eager anticipation. Such a multifaceted spicy sauce was indeed a significant allure for children of ancient times, especially when modern youngsters indulged in spicy snacks daily. Come now, let us first sample the prepared offal. Zhu Heng served some for the family to savor. As the pig's head and meat required more time to stew, thus it was fitting to enjoy the meat dumplings alongside the offal. On the platter, the various offals glistened in a vibrant red hue. Though merely seasoned with chili sauce, the rich array of spices made it reminiscent of a flavorful marinated dish. The enticing aroma wafted forth, inciting an irresistible appetite. Goodness, this flavor is absolutely exquisite. Zhu Dazhu exclaimed as he plucked a piece of large intestine, which was perfectly juicy and retained its savory oil. The richness intermingled delightfully with the spices, creating a mouth-watering experience with each chew. Indeed, this flavor is remarkable. Although it all comes from the same pot, the taste of the innards is distinctly different. Aunt Wang Suihua had already taken 2 or 3 helpings within a short span, relishing the deliciousness and dreaming of how splendid it would be to have such a feast every day. You, my dear wife, have the most fanciful thoughts, Uncle Zhu Yutian remarked, feigning disapproval while simultaneously placing a piece into Wang Suihua's bowl. Is there dog food here as well? Regardless of the playful banter between the elderly couple, the children were thoroughly enjoying their meal. The term offal encompassed a variety of textures and flavors, while the addition of the spicy sauce and slow cooking elevated the taste, making it as enticing as spicy snacks for the children. Zhu Feng, munching happily, was met with Zhu Heng's concern. He promptly brought the dumplings over. The large meat dumplings were still warm as they were handed around. The soft, white dough exuded a distinct wheat fragrance, subtly laced with a tantalizing meaty aroma beckoning them to take a bite. Such sizable dumplings, they must have cost quite a bit, right? Sun Fong remarked, holding the meat dumpling with a touch of concern. Mother, it doesn't require much. Just enjoy. We will be heading up the mountain tomorrow, and it is vital that we nourish ourselves, Zhu Heng responded, carefully biting into the dumpling, his words slightly muffled. Currently, their spatial farm provided ample sustenance. Although daily meat was still limited, they could now enjoy white flour every day. Once they reached Jiangnan, it was likely that daily meat would also be available. Sun Fong, upon hearing her son's reasoning, agreed that maintaining good health was paramount. She also needed to recover well to see Heng and Yuan marry and to find a suitable match for Xiaoxiao. As she inhaled the aroma in the air, Sun Fong took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. The meat juices, previously contained within the dumpling skin, now flowed forth, revealing the succulent filling. The meat was beautifully colored, a harmonious blend of fat and lean, offering a delightful experience with every mouthful. As the flavors mingled in a dance of richness and wheat aroma, the harmonious pairing of the meat and spices resulted in a dumpling with layers of flavor, perfectly seasoned, making it an unforgettable taste. The dumplings seemed to cast a spell over the diners, as they could only utter sounds of delight, followed by the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Zhu Yang, in particular, seemed eager to savor every morsel. While the offal was delicious, it could never quite compare to the genuine meat in their hearts. The dumplings represented true sustenance, combining carbohydrates and meat filling that catered to everyone's palate. Even the elderly grandfather Zhu Reni, grandmother Li Chunhua, and Zhu Dazhu's mother, Lu Shi, though advanced in years, relished the soft, juicy dumplings, their faces lighting up with joy, the wrinkles on their faces seemingly smoothing out. Unbeknownst to them, a single large dumpling had already disappeared, and the aroma of the stewing meat intensified in the air. The pork must be nearly ready. Upon hearing this, Zhu Heng felt as though he were under the watchful gaze of wolves, as the men and women around him swallowed audibly in anticipation. He had not anticipated that, typically, his family would restrain themselves during meals. Was this a newfound freedom? Shaking his head to dispel the peculiar thought, he awaited the pork while contemplating what to offer Aunt Zhao as a token of gratitude. Chapter 42. A Gesture of Gratitude. The enticing aroma of meat could no longer be contained by the pot lid, wafting through the air and captivating everyone's senses. The youngest, Li Chongqing and Lianin, were so enticed they could not sleep, their wide eyes fixated on the pot. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation, the the stewed meat was unveiled. As the lid was lifted, a burst of steaming heat surged forth, carrying with it a rich, meaty fragrance. The pig's head and meat had been simmered to perfection, devoid of any unpleasant odors, appearing irresistibly delectable. With a final sprinkling of salt, the stewed meat was officially ready. The family gathered around as Zhu Heng first cut a substantial piece of the stewed meat, designated for Aunt Zhao. The remaining meat was quickly sliced into bite-sized portions. The feast featuring wild boar was about to commence. Grandmother Li Chunhua placed a chunk of the fattier cut into grandfather Zhu Ren's bowl, believing that the rich meat would be both tender and delicious. Soon, everyone's bowls were filled with meat, while the broth remained untouched, with meat at hand. No one wished to fill their stomachs with soup. As the meat touched their tongues, a wholly different sense of satisfaction arose, distinct from the previous meals of fish and chicken. It was not merely the flavor, but also the hearty portion that brought immense gratification. Zhu Heng and Li Meng, still in their youth, possessed a formidable appetite, and not only the men but women also indulged heartily. Today was truly a day of unrestrained feasting. The joy of consuming such fine fare brought delight to all, young and old, as they savored every morsel. The character remains an elusive concept for the Zhu family and others. They can only perceive each cell in their bodies clamoring in unison, with their stomachs fervently shouting for fulfillment through meat. Halfway through the meal, Second Aunt Wang Zuihua ladled a spoonful of the spicy chili sauce from the small pot, the vibrant red oil pooling at the bottom of the bowl, exuding a certain artistic flair. Wang Zuihua picked up a piece of stewed meat, attached to a piece of gelatinous skin. The skin was tender and yielding, while the lean meat was succulent and juicy, glistening with a sheen of fat. It was as if a single bite would unleash an explosion of rich flavor in her mouth. However, Wang Zuihua was too preoccupied to admire the beauty of the dish. She forcefully thrust the meat into her bowl, instantly enveloping it in the crimson oil before shoving it into her mouth. The unique flavor of the chili sauce harmoniously blended with the stewed meat, adding a stimulating kick that complemented the dish's inherent savory aroma without overshadowing the rich, meaty essence. Wang Zuihua chewed rapidly, relishing the delightful sensations within her mouth. The addition of chili sauce transformed the stewed meat into something distinct from the ordinary, though undeniably delicious. "Mother, please add some for me and my brother," Zhu Feng exclaimed, lifting her bowl, wanting to partake in the same enjoyment she observed in Wang Zuihua. "All right. But your cousin warned that children shouldn't consume too much spice. I'll add just a little for you, enough to taste, but don't be greedy," Wang Zuihua replied, setting down her bowl and spooning a portion into 3 smaller bowls. Zhu Long and Zhu Yuan eagerly followed suit, mimicking Wang Zuihua as they dipped and savored the more flavorful stewed meat, which brought them immense delight. Zhu Dazhi's mother, Lu, was also beaming while savoring the fragrant stewed meat. At her age, it was her first time indulging in such a feast. Not only enjoying stir-fried pig offal, but also steaming meat buns, and now relishing a bounty of meat. The fatty meat in Lu's mouth was akin to a rare delicacy. The satisfaction brought by the grease was beyond words. Yet, no matter how large one's appetite, one eventually reaches fullness, and the group had indulged to their limits, the sky darkening around them. Zhu Xiuxiu, typically an elegant and demure young lady, now stuffed, ran aside with a flushed face to rub her belly, while Zhu Feng, less shy, clamored for Wang Zuihua to massage her stomach. Zhu Heng, meanwhile, carried deer blood along with the previously prepared meat and stir-fried pig offal up onto the ox cart, heading towards Yangshu village. Along the way, Zhu Heng retrieved a hen from his spatial farm. This hen, raised on the spiritual grasses and seeds of his domain, was exceptionally fine, laying eggs daily. Zhu Heng intended to gift this hen to Aunt Zhao, ensuring she could benefit from the additional nutrition. He fashioned some long grasses into a rope to bind the hen's feet and stowed it in a bag. Before long, they arrived at Yangshu village. With the moon already hanging in the sky, Zhu Heng first inquired at the village entrance about Aunt Zhao's home and then guided the ox cart in her direction. Aunt Zhao's family was gathered for dinner: her father-in-law, mother-in-law, husband, and 2 sons, Dahu and Eru, surrounded by ordinary fare and some pickled vegetables. A series of knocks echoed at the door, instantly halting their meal as they exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is it?" Aunt Zhao's husband called out. Zhu Heng inquired. "Is this Aunt Zhao's house? I'm the one from Beianfu. Do you remember me?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao clapped her thigh and told her family. "It must be that family who fled from Beianfu. Let me check." She hurriedly dashed to the door and opened it to find the young man who had previously assisted her, a savory aroma wafting from him. "Is there something you need?" Aunt Zhao asked curiously, evidently having forgotten their previous conversation. Confirming it was indeed Aunt Zhao, Zhu Heng then unloaded his offerings from the ox cart. "Aunt, we owe you our gratitude for guiding us back then. We've brought some gifts for you." Aunt Zhao's eyes widened as she beheld the deer blood hen, a substantial chunk of stewed meat weighing 4 to 5 pounds, and a jar of fragrant pig offal, her hands waving in disbelief. "This is too much. I merely pointed the way. I can't possibly accept all this. We agreed to thank you once we procured something. Please accept it," Zhu Heng insisted, disregarding her reluctance as he stepped inside. Aunt Zhao hurried after him, insisting it was unnecessary, that she couldn't possibly accept such generosity. Her family emerged to see what was happening, and after Zhu Heng's explanation, they finally understood, leading to a round of polite refusals before Aunt Zhao's family gratefully accepted the gifts. The deer blood was indeed a valuable item if sold. It could procure a significant amount of grain. Aunt Zhao marveled at her good fortune over the past few days. They had received a bounty of manure earlier in the morning, and now, in the evening, Zhu Heng had brought them such gifts. She continuously praised the kindness of others. Upon hearing about the manure, Zhu Heng felt a bit awkward yet feigned curiosity. What about the manure? This prompted Aunt Zhao's family to chatter excitedly, recounting how overnight, every household in the village had received an abundance of manure, all of exceptional quality. Even the village head had taken a handful, declaring it premium fermented fertilizer ready for immediate use. Zhu Heng felt a complex swirl of emotions upon learning that the village head had indeed taken some, engaging in small talk before hastily bidding farewell. After Zhu Heng departed, Daho carried the hen into the original chicken coop, causing Aunt Zhao's existing rooster to perk up in alarm. "Prepare for battle." A flurry of chaos ensued as the chickens squabbled, resulting in a noticeable increase in both the quantity and quality of Aunt Zhao's chickens, a tale for another time. Chapter 43. Off to the market. After delivering the goods, Zhu Heng swiftly returned to the foot of Dogtooth Mountain. "Hanger is back. Come, have some water and rest," Sun Fang said, handing her son a bowl of warm water. Influenced by Zhu Heng's previous remarks, the family now boiled water before pouring it into their flasks. Zhu Heng accepted the bowl and drank slowly. "Thank you, mother." Sun Fang took the bowl back, shooting Zhu Heng a playful glare. "Why are you being so polite? Tomorrow, you all must go back to the mountain, so make sure to rest well tonight. I don't expect you to bring back much game. Safety is paramount." Zhu Heng nodded earnestly. "I understand, mother. We will definitely return safely." A quiet night ensued. The following day, before dawn broke, Zhu Heng eagerly pressed the sign-in button. Sign in. Sign-in reward. A set of soap. 8. Level. Common. Usage. Cleanse your filth, carefully preserve your soap. When it falls, please cover your backside before retrieving it. Zhu Heng had grown adept at ignoring peculiar phrases, possibly due to the previous sign-in experience affecting him profoundly. The soap proved useful. Upon selling their game, he planned to suggest the family procure some items, rationalizing their purchases. As he mentally strategized, he washed his face by the river, where a considerable amount of yesterday's stew remained. The grandparents on watch, concerned for their grandchildren, had early on ignited the fire to warm the meat, which was now steaming hot. Zhu Heng quickly shared some meat with Li Erniu, taking some with him as he set off towards Dogtooth Mountain, greeted by the morning dew. Another 3 days passed, and the remaining deer had been consumed, leaving only the hide to dry in the sun. During these 3 days, Zhu Heng utilized the sign-in system to obtain white wine, fever-reducing medicine, and nail clippers, everyday items of practical use. Upon receiving the nail clippers, Zhu Heng promptly trimmed his nails, feeling refreshed and uplifted. Simultaneously, the results of the hunting expedition were quite unexpected. Zhu Heng and Li Erniu managed to capture 4 wild boars, 1 large and 3 small. The large one had already been slain, while the 3 smaller ones were taken alive. Additionally, they caught 6 rabbits and 3 chickens. The rabbits and chickens were released by Zhu Heng, but it was the wild boars that truly brought fortune. Unfortunately, the deer had been frightened away and had migrated deeper into the Dogtooth Mountain. When Zhu Heng went to sell the catches, he stored the 3 small wild boars in his space farm, exchanging them for a large wild boar from the farm. This time, he kept none for himself. The 2 wild boars sold for a total of 10 taels of silver, while the rabbits and chickens were retained for personal use. Consequently, The family's savings had reached an impressive total of 31 taels and 401. Upon his return, Zhu Heng shared the news of their earnings, and the family erupted in applause and laughter, exclaiming their delight. Who could have imagined that after accumulating only a few taels in the northern prefecture, they would break the 30-tael barrier after fleeing disaster? In that moment, the spirits of everyone soared, uplifting their morale to a whole new level. Zhu Daju's elderly mother, Lu, grasped the hand of Grandma Li Chunhua, tears streaming down her face. I never expected that in my old age, I would witness such a day. Li Chunhua smiled reassuringly. From now on, we shall be one family. A family does not speak as two households do, and surely, things will only get better. Wang Meiying also took the opportunity to bond with the children, Li Chongqing and Li Yanin, as laughter and joy filled the air. Zhu Daju and Zhu Yuliang busied themselves with the rabbit skins, skinning them while salting the rabbit meat, which they hung on the side of the cart to dry. Since they had caught the chickens alive, they decided to keep them for a few days, except for one that had a broken leg and was already earmarked for the luxurious family meal planned for the following day. Zhu Heng approached his grandfather and said, "Grandfather, tomorrow is the grand market in Yongchang town. Shall we procure some supplies such as onions, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce, along with flour? If we only consume porridge daily, our health may not withstand it." Zhu Yuliang agreed, acknowledging that they had quite a journey ahead and could not afford to neglect their health. Zhu Rini looked towards Zhu Yutian, who nodded in agreement. Seeing that his children and grandchildren shared this sentiment, Zhu Rini made the decision. "Let us buy, grandfather." Then Zhu Heng extended his hand. The old man produced 3 taels of silver, which should suffice. Currently, flour was typically priced at about 1 tael for 200 jin. If they consumed more flour, a single adult would require around 30 to 35 jin per month. With the household consisting of 9 adults and 4 children, Zhu Xiuxiu, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng, with the 2 youngest, Li Chongqing and Li Yanin, being negligible in contribution, the total monthly flour requirement would amount to 540 jin, assuming each individual needed at least 30 jin. Naturally, this was a generous estimate. If calculated based on the adults alone, they would need around 360 jin. With the money Zhu Rini provided to purchase 2 taels of flour, the family should have enough to last a month. Especially since there were still beans and grains in the cart, ensuring they could eat for 2 months when mixed together. The following day, Zhu Heng awoke to find he had received a camping chair as a reward, which could be folded for convenience. Satisfied, he stored it in the system space, appreciating its practicality. After breakfast, Zhu Heng, along with Sun Feng and Zhu Feng, set off in the ox cart towards Yongchang town. Zhu Feng, the little one, insisted on accompanying them, and Sun Feng, unable to refuse her, agreed, assuring Wang Suihua that she would keep a close eye on her. As they traveled, Zhu Feng sat beside Zhu Heng, her head bobbing as she gazed at the scenery outside. "Fenger, don't you find it hot?" Sun Feng asked, watching the excited Zhu Feng from the cart. "Aunt, I'm not hot at all. The wind feels so nice," Zhu Feng replied, grinning widely. Her face flushed from the sun, looking quite rosy, reminiscent of a healthy child who spent all day outdoors. Zhu Heng affectionately ruffled Zhu Feng's hair and secretly slipped her a piece of milk candy. Upon seeing the candy, Zhu Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Remembering Zhu Heng's instruction to eat it discreetly, she skillfully unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, savoring it with cheeks puffed out. Before long, they arrived at the market, which was as bustling as the first time Zhu Heng had witnessed it, filled with the sounds of the crowd. Zhu Heng discreetly checked his watch. It was only 8:40 in the morning, yet the place was already teeming with people. "Mother, there are too many people here. It's difficult for our ox cart to pass through," Zhu Heng lamented, noting the cumbersome nature of their large cart amidst the crowd. "Perhaps you should take Fenger to explore elsewhere while I keep an eye on the cart. Once the crowd thins, we can go buy flour," Sun Feng suggested. Nodding in agreement, Zhu Heng replied, "All right, mother. I'll take Zhu Feng to browse a bit, and we can return later, allowing you to have your turn." With that, Zhu Heng jumped down from the cart, lifted Zhu Feng into his arms, and firmly grasped her hand to prevent her from wandering off as they made their way into the market. Chapter 44. The Market Day. The ancient market was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Many common folk showcased their homegrown vegetables and fruits, mountain delicacies, and a variety of foods, creating a rich tapestry of offerings. Zhu Heng led Zhu Feng toward a stall selling wild goods, comparing the mushrooms with those he had collected and dried himself. Discovering one that was identical, concerned that the family might think the mushrooms were poisonous, they had opted to dry them first. Zhu Heng, not wanting to reveal his discerning eye, decided to play along and dried them, intending to inquire with the stall owner later. The mushrooms cultivated in his space farm had proliferated abundantly, yielding multiple harvests. An elderly vendor at the stall said, "Young man, these wild mushrooms are exquisite. Just soak them in water and boil them for a delicious meal. Would you like some?" Zhu Heng shook his head and continued on with Zhu Feng. Knowing he had sufficient mushrooms in his space and needing to conserve funds, he took the opportunity to discreetly exchange some of his acquired items without letting the mushrooms take precedence. Zhu Heng first exchanged 1 to 2 taels for 1,000 won, purchasing the essential ingredients of onions, ginger, garlic, and soy sauce, each in modest amounts. These foundational seasonings would greatly enhance their daily meals. He also bought a basket of eggs, and while Zhu Feng was momentarily distracted, Zhu Heng swiftly transferred several of his own eggs from his space into the basket, ensuring to leave a little profit for the middleman. The eggs from his space farm were significantly larger and superior to those sold in the market. Thus, he decided to swap all the eggs for his own, making the appearance seem consistent. As the weather remained warm, it was not like the television dramas Zhu Heng had once seen, where candied hawthorns were sold year-round. Those would have melted in the heat, as such treats were purely seasonal. On their way back, they passed a stall selling hair ties, and Zhu Heng bought one for both Zhu Xiuxiu and Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng carefully tucked hers away, saying she wanted to wait until they returned home for her mother to braid her hair. With eggs in one hand and a jar of soy sauce in the other, Zhu Heng carried the essentials while Zhu Feng clutched the onions, ginger, and garlic, diligently following him as they hurried back to the ox cart. Upon seeing the two children return, Sun Feng quickly took the garlic, onions, and ginger from Zhu Feng, placing them in the cart. Zhu Heng gently set down the eggs and soy sauce, dusting off his hands. "Mother, there are still quite a few people. I would like to explore a bit more. Please keep an eye on Zhu Feng for me." Zhu Heng sought to discreetly incorporate the supplies he had signed for, naturally opting not to bring Zhu Feng along. Upon hearing that she would be left behind, Zhu Feng pouted, her lips jutting out so dramatically that one could almost hang an oil bottle from them. However, being a well-behaved child, she obediently stayed with her aunt, Sun Feng, in the carriage. Seizing the moment, Zhu Heng slipped away, ambling about while contemplating which items to retrieve. During his initial escape from calamity, he had used the silver acquired from the Bai family to purchase blankets, boots, and quilts. He had also signed for a quilt, and with autumn fast approaching, the dropping temperatures warranted its retrieval. Next on his list were cold medicine and fever reducers, essential items to have on hand as they traversed the roads during the autumn and winter months, should any ailments arise. Having them would be prudent. The need for medicated oil was less pressing, as the cooler weather rendered its application unnecessary at home. However, his specially crafted barbecue seasoning was finally ready for use, particularly as the 6-skinned and marinated rabbits at home eagerly awaited its embrace. The sweet potatoes he had previously signed for would take another 6 or 7 days to mature. He would have to wait for another opportunity to enjoy them. The hairy crabs would take even longer, requiring a year or 2 in the outside world and 1 to 2 months in his space, with it now being August 7th. A little more time would mean they could be savored by October. Resolute, Zhu Heng turned into a narrow alley, finding it deserted, and swiftly made his way to the nearby woods to retrieve the quilt, medicines, and barbecue seasoning before hurrying back. You bought a quilt?" Sun Feng exclaimed, promptly accepting it. The quilt was thick and soft, clearly made from high-quality materials and cotton, promising warmth in the winter. "Mother, you and father should use this quilt. It seems warmer," Zhu Heng suggested. Sun Feng shook her head. "You should keep it. It gets cold in winter, and while you're driving the cart, it will shield you from the wind. We, who are sheltered in the carriage, have no need for it. It's you who endures the hardships of the journey." Zhu Heng felt a swell of emotion. The mothers from both worlds, though differing in some traits, shared a genuine love for their children. "All right, mother. I shall use the quilt to fend off the wind," he replied. Upon hearing Zhu Heng's agreement, Sun Feng noticed 2 jars and a package wrapped in oil paper. "What are these?" she inquired, eyeing the items with curiosity. Zhu Feng poked the oil paper package. "It feels hard. This jar contains the medicine I purchased. As the weather cools, we might encounter some headaches or colds on our journey, and I've heard it works well. Zhu Heng explained. He then held the oil paper package close to Sun Fong and Zhu Feng's noses for them to inhale. What do you think? It smells delightful. It's the seasoning I bought for our rabbit barbecue. Wow, cousin, this smells amazing. When can we eat the roasted rabbit? Zhu Feng's rosy cheeks radiated excitement, as though she could already savor the aroma of the dish. Zhu Heng playfully flicked her forehead. You little glutton, we have chicken for lunch today. We can save the rabbit for dinner. Upon hearing such a splendid meal was in store, Zhu Feng clutched Zhu Heng's arm, shaking it eagerly. Cousin, let us hurry and buy the flour so we can go home. I can't wait to eat chicken. All right, now that there are fewer people around. Let us go. Get in the cart and sit tight. As Zhu Heng agreed, Zhu Feng promptly released his arm and hurriedly settled into the carriage. I'm ready. Zhu Heng chuckled softly, amused by how quickly the little one rushed at the mention of food. Sun Fong boarded, organizing their purchases, while Zhu Heng carefully steered the ox cart, avoiding pedestrians as they made their way to the grain store. The 2 taels of silver were approximately equivalent to their purchasing power, but due to the higher prices, they ended up with 10 pounds less than expected, ultimately buying around 390 pounds of flour. After loading the flour onto the cart, Zhu Heng encountered a pork stall on his way back, where numerous cleaned bones lay, slick with flies. A wild boar could be purchased for about 5 taels of silver, one of the very boars raised in his space. The bones were even cheaper, fetching only 2 or 3 won per pound. Zhu Heng spent 10 won to buy 2 large bones, intending to cook noodles upon his return. Once all the items were procured, Zhu Heng cautiously drove the cart outside the town, avoiding people before cracking the whip, prompting the ox to quicken its pace as it effortlessly pulled the 3 of them toward the foothills of Dogtooth Mountain. Chapter 45. Braised chicken with bone noodles. Mother, we're back. Zhu Feng called out as she spotted Wang Suihua from afar. As soon as Zhu Heng halted the cart, Zhu Feng leaped down and rushed into Wang Suihua's embrace. Mother, look at the hair ties cousin bought for me, and for sister Xiao too. Can you braid my hair? Zhu Feng nestled against Wang Suihua, nuzzling her affectionately, as Wang Suihua pinched Zhu Feng's nose and cooed, All right. I'll braid your little pigtails in a moment. Zhu Yuliang and the others unloaded the flour, transferring it back into Zhu Heng's cart. Hey, we're finally having white flour, Zhu Yuliang exclaimed, brushing off the flour dust from his clothes, reveling in the distinctive aroma of the flour. The white flour they referred to was not the pure white flour Zhu Heng was familiar with. It bore a slight yellow hue, leading him to suspect it was a second-grade flour. When wheat is milled, the finest flour is obtained on the first pass, which is used by the nobility. The second pass yields the ordinary white flour that Zhu's family purchased, slightly yellowish, and the third pass produces the darker flour, tinged with gray, which is of lesser quality. Zhu Heng took out the medicines and barbecue seasoning, explaining their purpose to the curious family members before safely storing them away. Currently, the only items signed for were 2 bottles of cold and fever medicine, both scarce and precious. If sold under special circumstances, 1 pill could be worth as much as a ginseng root, necessitating Zhu Heng's careful preservation of them. He neatly folded the quilt and tucked it into the side of his cart, making it full once again. By the way, cousin, when will we eat the chicken? With freshly braided pigtails atop her head, Zhu Feng bounded over, her eyes fixated on the unfortunate chicken that only revealed one of its legs. All right. Let us prepare it now, I'll cook at noon. We just bought green onions, ginger, garlic, and fermented bean paste, so let us make braised chicken. Yay! Zhu Feng exclaimed, skipping over to the one-legged chicken, eagerly awaiting its preparation. Now, at the base of Dogtooth Mountain, there was a stream, so there was no need to singe the feathers off the chicken as they had previously done. Build a fire, boil water, cut its neck. In the blink of an eye, as the chicken feathers released an unpleasant odor under the hot water, reminiscent of a chicken soaked in rain, Zhu Feng remained unfazed, her eyes solely reflecting her insatiable appetite. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long approached, requesting a few chicken feathers, seemingly intent on crafting small bows. Zhu Heng noticed they had already gathered slender branches, tying them with twisted grass rope. He found a few straight sticks, split the ends with a knife, and inserted the feathers they were about to acquire. Aiming, he released. With a sharp twang, the grass rope snapped, and the feathered arrow shot forth like a lightning bolt, swiftly spiraling through the air, creating a fierce whooshing sound as if it could tear through the atmosphere, an awe-inspiring sight. In reality, The feathered arrow only flew a mere 2 or 3 centimeters before plummeting to the ground, with the feathers detaching from the arrowhead. Zhu Heng, without a hint of surprise, turned his head away in order to stifle a laugh that might undermine the confidence of the two children. It was hardly surprising that the unyielding grass rope could not launch far. The conversation diverged. The chicken had been meticulously cleaned and chopped into appropriately sized pieces and, as expected, the chicken's posterior remained prominently included, exuding a strong sense of presence. "Hanger, it's time to prepare the chicken," Sun Fong called out to her son, prompting him to take charge. Zhu Heng responded affirmatively, slicing some scallions, ginger, and garlic. The fresh chicken required no blanching. It was placed directly into a hot pan with oil. The chicken pieces quickly transformed color under the heat, their skin gradually turning into an enticing golden hue, becoming much firmer. Once the scallions, ginger, and garlic were added, a subtle aroma began to rise. Although the dish was intended to be red braised chicken, it bore a certain incongruity and could more aptly be described as sauce stir-fried chicken. Zhu Heng opened the oil paper package, pinched a bit of barbecue seasoning, and with his fingers aligned, rubbed it evenly before sprinkling it over the chicken pieces. True to a protagonist from a fantastical novel, the moment the complex spices were introduced to the hot oil, they unleashed a fragrance akin to an atomic explosion. The aroma burst forth, and Zhu Heng pressed down on the edge of the pan with grass, turning it so that the rendered chicken fat remained below, sizzling audibly. A spoonful of bean paste was placed in the chicken fat, quickly bubbling up in the hot oil, presenting a semi-mixed appearance. With a deft turn of his left hand, the perfectly seared chicken pieces rolled into the sauce. Zhu Heng tossed the chicken and sauce together, adding enough water to cover the chicken before placing a lid on the pot. When he turned around, he was taken aback. Not only Zhu Feng and Zhu Yuan, the younger ones, but even the adults had gathered around. "Nephew, the seasoning you bought smells incredible," exclaimed second Aunt Wang Suihua, her nose wrinkling in delight, clearly enchanted by the secret barbecue seasoning. "And there are 108 spices in this blend. It is undoubtedly fragrant," Zhu Heng replied, holding up the oil paper package, which, under his discerning gaze, was densely packed with cumin, pepper, cardamom, and star anise. A cursory glance confirmed that it indeed resembled the description from the sign-in system, containing 108 spices, each differing in texture, coarse and fine alike, contributing to an extraordinarily aromatic complexity. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. No wonder it smelled so delightful with such a plethora of ingredients. Given that a single chicken would not suffice for the group, the newly purchased flour and large bones came into play. Zhu Yutian placed one side of the large bone on a stone, creating an uneven surface, and with an axe, struck the center, flipping the bone to repeat the action. In no time, he had bisected the bone, revealing the marrow within. These slick bones, stripped bare, were only suitable for making soup. A large pot was heated with water, into which the bone was tossed, with a couple of slices of ginger added to eliminate any fishy odor, before covering the pot and letting time work its magic. With ample water added, the bone broth would need to be left undisturbed throughout the simmering process. Wang Meiying handed the two children over to Li Erniu and Li Meng for supervision while she washed her hands and joined Sun Fang and Wang Suihua in kneading the dough. After pouring out some of the newly purchased flour, they tightly secured the bag with grass rope, as the common folk would never entertain the notion of waste. As Zhu Heng's chicken continued to simmer, he seized this opportunity to tend to the cattle, feeding the two temporarily kept chickens a bit while carefully avoiding the droppings on the ground. Sun Fang and the others were making hand-pulled noodles, kneading the dough to a firm consistency. One could easily imagine how explosive the combination would be when cooked in the bone broth alongside the red braised chicken. The chicken pieces cooked first, and the firewood below was removed, leaving only a few embers to maintain warmth. As time passed, the pot of bone broth began to emit a rich aroma. Getting closer, one could hear the bubbling sound of boiling. Sun Fang and her companions had finished cutting the hand-pulled noodles and were ready to submerge them in the pot. It was already past noon. Zhu Heng glanced at his watch, noting it was just after 1 o'clock, estimating that in about 10 minutes, the bone broth would be ready. Time slipped away in anticipation, as the younger siblings had already taken out their bowls and chopsticks, eagerly watching the large pot. "It should be about done." Zhu Heng lifted the lid, and the rising steam mingled with the fragrant bone broth wafted out, the broth having turned a milky white, looking utterly enticing. "Come, quickly, add the noodles." He tossed generous handfuls of the freshly cut hand-pulled noodles into the pot, momentarily suppressing the bubbling broth. Sun Fong used chopsticks to stir, preventing the noodles from sticking together. And soon the broth began to bubble vigorously again, causing the hand-pulled noodles to rise and fall in a delightful dance. The aroma of the open pot was even more directly tempting, flooding the nostrils. It felt as though every breath was infused with the essence of meat. Despite the actual meat content being less than 1%. The noodles cooked quickly, and when lifted with chopsticks, the strands broke cleanly without a white core, indicating they were done. Grandma Li Chunhua first served the younger ones, while the three elders, being of advanced age, preferred their noodles to be cooked a bit longer, as they favored softer textures. Each person received a generous bowl of dry noodles. The lid of the pot containing the red braised chicken was also lifted, revealing the rich, dark sauce still bubbling away, and everyone received a spoonful, laden with its robust juices. This time, the red braised chicken had not been salted. The flavor of the bean paste was already sufficient, and adding salt would render it overly salty. At this moment, the taste was just right. And once mingled with the noodles, it infused the hand-pulled noodles with an enticing hue. The aromas of the two dishes intertwined, complementing each other exquisitely. Zhu Heng felt an intensified hunger in his belly, wishing he could devour it all in one bite to assuage the craving. The seasoned flavor was unparalleled. Who would have imagined such delightful days were possible? Li Ernio devoured his noodles with unrestrained enthusiasm, resembling a glutton. Li Ming squatted beside his father, eating with equal fervor. Back in Stone Village, merely achieving a half-full stomach each day was already commendable, and he had even resorted to sneaking insects to eat. His greatest culinary fantasy had always been boiled meat and white flour buns. Indeed, this flavor is extraordinary. If I could eat like this every day, I would gladly live to 100. Wang Suihua's remark elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Zhu Yutian looked at his wife, bemused. It seemed she wanted to indulge in every possible delight. Zhu Xiuxiu felt as if she had gained a bit of weight. Her previously loose clothes fit her perfectly now, and her face had taken on a rosy glow. Thinking of this, she took another bite of chicken, her taste buds enveloped by the exquisite flavor. And she felt enveloped by a profound happiness as she gazed at her family, laughing and enjoying the meal together, yet she couldn't shake a tinge of melancholy. Would she still witness such scenes after marrying? After finishing the noodles, there was still plenty of bone broth left in the pot. Each person received a bowl of broth, scooping out a piece of marrow to savor, marking the conclusion of this midday feast. Zhu Feng, having overindulged, lazily reclined in the car. As the weather was just right, warm but not hot enough to induce sweat and irritation. Perhaps due to their satiation, a sense of drowsiness washed over everyone. Grandpa Zhu Rini observed this and suggested laying out a blanket for a midday nap. Zhu Heng did not join the others in reclining on the felt this time. Instead, he transplanted the remaining scallion roots, ginger sprouts, and a few garlic cloves into his spatial farm. Afterward, he completed his daily harvest, spread his quilt over the driver's seat of the ox cart, and lay down to rest. For a moment, the only sounds to be heard were the gentle flow of water and the melodious chirping of birds. After resting for more than an hour, Zhu Heng rose to tend to the 6 rabbits drying in the sun. He first rinsed off the salt that had been sprinkled on them during marination, then made several decorative cuts on the rabbits' bodies with a knife. He added some water to a large pot and resumed simmering the bones, knowing that these marrow bones could be boiled 2 to 3 times. Tonight, they would feast on roasted rabbit, and with the rabbits insufficient for everyone, the bone broth would serve as a fine substitute. Soon, the rich aroma of the bone broth wafted through the air once more. Family members gradually awakened, and the chatter began to rise. Having indulged in a hearty and late lunch, their digestion had not progressed significantly. As evening approached, a fire was kindled, and the 6 rabbits were secured between several twigs. The branches were split in the middle, trapping the rabbits' bodies and limbs, with both ends bound tightly with grass twine. The length of the branches ensured that the twine would not burn during roasting. A few Y-shaped sticks were erected on either side of the fire, perfectly positioned for turning the meat while it cooked. The 6 rabbits, resembling some enigma ensnared within a mystical circle, were suspended over the flames. The cuts having opened up beautifully, their meat gradually darkening. Zhu Heng opened the package of his secret barbecue seasoning once more, pinched a small handful, and meticulously sprinkled it over the roasting rabbits. The scent that erupted was even more exquisite than when preparing chicken. It was worthy of its reputation as a barbecue seasoning. achieving an unparalleled compatibility that elicited an enchanting aroma from the flames. The rabbit skins turned a golden, crispy hue, glistening enticingly in the firelight, while the surface of the meat began to bubble with hot oil, which slowly trickled down along the fibers. The seasoning, now infused with the hot oil, intensified its rich fragrance, overpowering even the aroma of the bone broth. The tantalizing scent was so irresistible that even the usually obedient children, Li Changxing and Lianin, craned their necks to catch a glimpse. A sudden gulp echoed, igniting a cascade of swallowing sounds as if some switch had been flipped, prompting everyone to instinctively salivate. At last, under the eager gaze of all, the rabbits were finally ready. A sprinkle of salt was added, allowing the residual heat to dissolve it before swiftly chopping the meat into pieces, and hands eagerly reached in. Zhu Heng took a bite, with a satisfying crunch. The slightly crisp exterior shattered between his lips, releasing the succulent and juicy rabbit meat, mingled with the flavors of 108 different seasonings, a delightful combination that was utterly irresistible. Delicious. It was simply exquisite. Zhu Heng now understood that the seasoning truly lived up to its name. Anyone who tasted it would surely be enchanted. The speed of chewing among the crowd seemed to double, with even the grandparents, who had been waiting for their turn to enjoy the noodle soup, now eagerly pulling at the rabbit meat with delight. Before long, only the skeletons of the 6 rabbits remained, one might say the remnants of bones that could hardly be chewed, as the edible small bones had been thoroughly crushed and swallowed, with not a morsel wasted. No one bothered to ladle out the bone broth at that moment. Everyone wished to savor the flavor of the barbecue just a little longer. The pot of bone broth was set aside and remained untouched until it was time to rest. Chapter 47, Divergence. The next day, the bone broth was placed on the fire early by Grandma. Zhu Heng woke up, washed his face, and sat down to prepare for his daily check-in. Once again, a familiar white light flashed by, but today, the item that appeared instantly jolted Zhu Heng awake with joy. It was a golden ring. This was no mere ring, it was clearly a treasure. This gold ring weighed a full 50 grams, worth several tens of thousands even in modern times. The typical exchange rate for gold and silver had reached 110, meaning that this 50 grams of gold could be traded for at least 500 grams of silver, equivalent to 10 taels. The family had already spent 3 taels on flour and other items, leaving them with a total of 28 taels of silver. This sign-in had granted them an unexpected windfall of 10 taels, a truly joyous occasion. With spirits lifted by good fortune, Zhu Heng found the bone broth to be even more flavorful today. Grandpa Zhu Rini sipped the broth slowly and said aloud, "We have been here at the foot of Dogtooth Mountain for quite some time. I believe it is time for us to set out." Sitting nearby, Li Ernia scratched his head and asked, "Are we still going to Jiangnan?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others varied. Wang Suihua asked in confusion, "What do you mean? Where else would we go if not Jiangnan?" Li Ernia hesitated, pushed by Wang Meiying before continuing, "What I mean is, isn't the war over in Bayan Prefecture? Shouldn't we return to Shirtu village?" "What are you talking about?" Li Meng exclaimed in surprise, astonished that his father was considering going back. Wang Meiying also looked at Li Erniu with surprise, wondering if he had just made a ridiculous suggestion. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Li Erniu, thinking he had made a groundbreaking proposal, became more confident and said loudly, "After all, our house and land are there. Now that the people are gone, we might even get a large piece of land for ourselves." Uncle Erniu, although Bayan Prefecture is temporarily safe, the weather is still the same. "What will we eat if we go back?" Zhu Heng asked, perplexed. The ambitions of the Dayan had long been evident, and this time they were surely lying low, with Bayan Prefecture being too close to the danger. Even if things were stable for now, it would not last long. Li Ernia responded defiantly, "But we earned silver from hunting, right? If we hunt a bit more, we have enough money to buy food. With all that land back there, if we endure this year, who knows, next year the weather might improve, and we could be landowners." Zhu Heng was rendered speechless. Did he really think he had hunted that many things? Aside from the large wild boar and the 3 smaller ones, weren't all the other hunts he had released himself? Even those wild boars were only detected early due to his enhanced senses. It seemed that he was not the one who had been boastful. Instead, it was Li Ernia who was full of hot air. Unfortunately, Zhu Heng knew the truth. While the others did not, they genuinely believed that Li Ernia had hunting skills, and he enjoyed boasting in front of his family. Li Meng had always thought it was his father who had done the heavy lifting. Now, upon hearing Li Erniu's words, Li Meng's inner balance began to waver. After all, The notion of becoming a landowner was quite tempting, especially since most people in that area were likely dead. Perhaps their family did indeed have a chance. Seeing Zhu Heng in silence, Li Erniu assumed he had nothing to say, and his enthusiasm grew as he continued. Moreover, Bayan Prefecture is so vast. If we return, where can't we go? We could even live in the grand residence of the Bai family. I see no problem with that. As Li Meng listened to his father, his opposing thoughts gradually faded away. The idea of becoming a landowner dangled before him like an irresistible bait. Wang Meiying, holding the child, perhaps due to a woman's sixth sense, felt that this notion was somewhat unrealistic. For ordinary folk like them, living a simple life, raising their children, and marrying them off was already quite sufficient. How could they aspire to be landowners? Moreover, after so many years with Li Erniu, how could she not know his true abilities in hunting? If he were truly that capable, why had he been unable to catch even a mouse while she was pregnant with Chongqing and Anin? Reflecting on this, Wang Meiying gently said to Li Meng, Mingzi, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Where would all that game come from for us to hunt? I only hope you live safely and marry a good wife to lead a good life. Zhu Yuliang furrowed his brow and advised, indeed, brother Li Erniu. The population over there has nearly vanished. Even if there were land available, with such a scant number of people toiling tirelessly, we could hardly cultivate much. However, we do have 4 oxen at our disposal. If we hunt a bit more and perhaps procure a few additional ones, wouldn't that enable us to till a substantial area come harvest time? Li Erniu succumbed to an endless reverie of splendid fantasies, envisioning himself as the lord of vast tracts of land, surrounded by several concubines attending to his every need. Zhu Heng, however, found this man utterly incomprehensible. He had initially thought him to be a simple and honest fellow, only to discover that he was someone whose aspirations revolved around the 4 oxen as if they were already his own. Zhu Daju's elderly mother, Lu, cast a sidelong glance at Li Erniu and spoke languidly, I can hardly move, dear Daju, let us continue southward. Zhu Daju nodded vigorously, I heed your words, mother. The southern regions must be considerably more prosperous. I shall take you to explore them. Interrupted from his daydream by Lu's voice, Li Erniu snorted twice and turned to Zhu Rini, Uncle, shall we head back then? If need be, I can take Heng Xiaoga hunting more frequently. 1 ox is hardly a significant loss. Zhu Rini tapped his smoking pipe thoughtfully, delaying his response to Li Erniu and instead addressing Zhu Heng. What are your thoughts, Hengzi? Upon hearing his grandfather's inquiry, Zhu Heng offered a tight-lipped smile and replied succinctly, I intend to go to Jiangnan. What could possibly be so appealing about Jiangnan? Was it merely the wealth of the Bai family that drew them there? They're affluent, but what place is there for ordinary folk like us? Li Erniu grew agitated upon hearing this. If the Zhu family chose not to return, what would become of his oxen? Without Zhu Heng's assistance, his hunting skills would only serve to exacerbate his hardships. If Zhu Heng were truly just a simple lad from ancient times, he might have been easily swayed by Li Erniu's persuasion, for indeed, the current population of Bayan Prefecture was sparse, and the government would certainly not allow that area to languish undisturbed, likely enacting a series of policies to address it. However, the proximity to the Great Yin was too close for comfort. Perhaps the first 10 or 20 years would be stable, but what then? Would the newly developed Great Yin simply allow matters to rest? Furthermore, the De Liang would not guarantee a perpetual upper hand. Should a conflict arise, the gentry spies in Jiangnan would receive word swiftly, unlike in Bayan Prefecture, where one might wake up to find their life extinguished overnight. Moreover, if adversaries were truly to invade Jiangnan, there would be no place to flee. If De Liang fell, where would one escape to? Zhu Heng shook his head. With the resources from his spatial farm, returning to Bayan Prefecture would ensure he would not perish from hunger, nor would he need to concern himself with the weather. Yet, why should he expose his secrets for the sake of Li Erniu's landlord dreams? Zhu Heng crossed his arms and awaited the unfolding of events. Chapter 48. Li Erniu's despair. Li Erniu had become obstinate, much like a stubborn bull fixated on a singular perspective. In his view, returning now would undoubtedly allow him to claim that vast expanse of unclaimed land, thereby fulfilling his dream of becoming a landowner and taking multiple concubines. Currently, Zhu Daju and Zhu Heng's refusal to return felt to him like a direct affront to his bright future. In essence, they were robbing him of his fortune. Had Zhu Heng the ability to read minds, he might have burst into laughter, for knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. In the past, everyone had endured shared hardships, and as they fled, they faced the threats of war and drought. Li Ernia's behavior had not suggested otherwise. But now that life had improved marginally, he revealed his true colors. His uncle, Zhi Yutian, remained silent. He and his wife, Wang Suihua, were not particularly attached to their homeland. To them, the place that offered a better life was the only one worth pursuing. Since their escape, as they witnessed their circumstances improving, he would have to be a fool to agree to return to Bei'an Prefecture. What good was vast land if the produce from an acre in Jiangnan surpassed that of several acres in Bei'an? Zhu Yutian shook his head, convinced that Li Ernia had lost sight of reason. Zhu Yuliang continued to persuade Li Ernio to reconsider. Brother Ernio, we have already traveled halfway. What sense is there in turning back? Reflect on the life we lived in Shirtu village. There were too many people back then. Now, if we return, a vast expanse of land awaits our claim, Li Ernio insisted, convinced that if he returned to seize the land, even if the government sent officials, he would merely assert that it was his land, lost amidst the chaos of fleeing. Wang Meiying, noticing her husband had become entrenched in a cul-de-sac of thought, quickly interjected. Dear, everyone wishes not to return. You should abandon this notion. I only hope for our family's safety, and hunting is hardly a stable livelihood. Li Ernio frowned and retorted. You lack vision. With my hunting skills, even capturing a few wild boars in a month would yield over 10 tails. What if you fail to catch anything? What will happen to Chongqing and Inan? They are still so young, my husband, Wang Meiying implored, cradling their 2 children as she urged Li Ernio to reconsider. It was better to follow the Zhu family than to face an uncertain future. At least the southern climate appeared far superior to that of Bei'an Prefecture. The Zhu family joined in the chorus of persuasion, and Wang Suihua anxiously whispered to Zhu Yutian, Dear, how did Meiying's husband change so much? I thought you said our nephew had put in the most effort back then. Zhu Yutian replied quietly, Who knows what he thinks? We mostly interacted with Meiying. I once thought Ernio was simple-hearted. Alas, if there were truly good fortune to be had, would it ever reach ordinary folk like us? Seeing that everyone was unwilling to return, Li Meng, Ernia's son, began to waver in his stance, exclaiming in distress, This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we let it slip away, it will be gone for good. His eyes widened as if someone had snatched his silver away. Zhu Heng sighed, preparing to make one last attempt to persuade Li Ernio for the sake of Wang Meiying and the children. Uncle Ernio, even if you rely on hunting to procure grain, what about water? The most pressing issue in Bei'an Prefecture is the lack of water. What will you do about that? You can't just venture far away for water whenever it runs out. At this, Li Ernio, who had been so vociferous moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Li Meng's mind jolted. Yes, father, we can manage other things, but without water, returning would be futile. Li Ernio deflated like a punctured balloon. Farewell, dream of becoming a landowner. Farewell. All my beautiful concubines. Wang Meiying finally felt relieved. While others perceived Li Ernio as simple, she knew he could be stubborn, with thoughts swirling in his mind. Zhu Heng chose not to speak further, silently resolving to keep his secrets away from Li Ernio, for he deemed this individual unworthy of deep trust. As the group noticed Li Ernio's prolonged silence, Zhu Rini finally spoke. All right, enough of this, Ernio. Let us consider that matter as if it had never been mentioned. Tonight, we shall boil more water. Everyone can take turns cleaning up and resting well. We will set off early tomorrow morning. With his grandfather's words, the atmosphere lightened once more. Zhu Yuliang patted Li Ernio on the shoulder. Come now, brother Ernio, let us go chop some firewood. Li Ernio eagerly accepted Zhu Yuliang's offer, grabbing an axe and following him into the woods. Li Meng felt a pang of regret, wondering why he had ever been swayed by his father's earlier notions. Was he truly even more foolish than his father? Zhu Yutian conversed quietly with Wang Suihua. I never expected it would take so little to persuade Ernio. Really? What makes you think that? Wang Suihua scratched her head in confusion. Oh, I only thought Ernio was led astray, fixated solely on grain and land. It wasn't until our nephew pointed it out that I realized, without water, returning would lead to swift demise. Zhu Yutian scratched his head, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while since he last washed his hair. Wang Suihua let out a small exclamation and stepped back, distancing herself from her husband amidst the fluttering snowflakes. Indeed, her thoughts were consumed with what to eat upon their return, completely neglecting the most essential need, water. After all, one cannot resort to using urine. Ahem. Zhu Yutian felt fortunate that he had not drunk any water, lest he be choked by his wife's startling remark. Grandma Li Chunhua only caught the tail end of Wang Cuihua's statement, exclaiming, "Cuihua, if you need to relieve yourself, do so. Don't hold it in." At this, Wang Cuihua realized how peculiar her words sounded, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly declared her intention to fetch water and dashed away. Upon returning from chopping wood, Zhu Yuliang and Li Erniu exhibited a clear disparity in their workload, with Li Ernia having cut significantly more. It was evident he felt somewhat embarrassed for his earlier brashness. The Zhu family did not dwell on this, treating Li Erniu with the same courtesy as before. Zhu Daju's mother, Lu, was busy assisting Wang Meiying in caring for Li Chongxing and Lianin, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Li Erniu. Soon, the hot water was ready, and the 4 ox-drawn carts formed a makeshift enclosure, allowing everyone to take turns bathing. All pots were employed to boil water fervently. Zhu Heng opted to bathe last, as soap was still a luxury that had not yet become commonplace. Using it first would leave a lingering scent, making it more prudent to wait until the end. After everyone had washed, they emerged feeling refreshed and noticeably brighter, basking in the sun to dry their hair. Li Chongxing and Lianin did not partake in the bathing ritual, as their young age made the risk of illness a concern, leaving 2 little rascals among the 18. Zhu Heng reveled in the sensation of his freshly changed undergarments and clothing, feeling as though he had shed 2 pounds, enveloped in an indescribable sense of lightness and exhilaration. Chapter 49. Culinary Mastery Skill Book. As they waited for their hair to dry, the 2 chickens they had raised laid 2 eggs. An excited Zhu Yuan quickly presented them to Grandma Li Chunhua. "Look, these 2 chickens have laid eggs." Li Chunhua, touching the still warm eggs, was overjoyed. This was indeed an unexpected delight. They had long consumed the eggs brought from home, and if these 2 chickens could occasionally produce eggs, it would be worthwhile to keep them. With the 2 eggs as a testament to their productivity, the chicken's coop was transformed from a mere wooden structure into a sturdier abode, clearly prepared for proper care, lest it collapse during their travels. Due to the collective bathing, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon by the time their hair had dried. Grandpa Zhu Rini suggested they consume the remaining grains, and so he prepared a pot of porridge, incorporating the 2 eggs into a delightful egg drop soup. Zhu Heng and a few others who enjoyed spicy food added some chili sauce to their egg drop soup for a touch of flavor. After dinner, it was time to tidy up for their journey the next day. The charcoal fire gently warmed the pot as Grandma Li Chunhua and several women prepared a bowl of batter. They ladled the batter into the pot, swirling it around the bottom, allowing the charcoal to slowly cook it into shape before flipping it and repeating the process, resulting in a fragrant pancake. Having prepared several days' worth of these pancakes convenient for travel, they had lingered too long in Yongqing town and needed to hasten their journey southward, as the weather would soon turn cooler, making travel more arduous. Boiling water, allowing it to cool, and filling water bags were all executed in an orderly fashion. The oxen were fed and watered, and all preparations for their departure were complete, allowing the Zhu family to rest peacefully, with the watchmen remaining vigilant as before. On the following day after their morning routines, it was time for the daily sign-in. Today's reward was of little use to Zhu Heng, a few jars of snowflake cream. Contemplating, he resolved to find an opportunity to give them to his mother and sister, as the journey through the wind could easily lead to dry skin. After an early breakfast and tending to the cattle and chickens, the Zhu family prepared to depart. The 4 ox carts were aligned in order, following the same sequence of Zhu Heng, Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, and Zhu Daju as they set off once more towards the south. Time passed unrecorded, and 6 days swiftly slipped away as the Zhu family traveled, their vigilance unwavering. Even though the road was relatively calm, the secluded paths were still fraught with danger. Otherwise, why would merchants hire escort teams? During these 6 days, Zhu Heng had received various rewards: a box of instant noodles, a bag of sugar, a chopping knife, a backpack, 1,000 bamboo shrimp, and a set of collars and handcuffs. The latter items seemed intended for keeping small animals or capturing individuals, perhaps. Zhu Heng chose to ignore the item description that mentioned providing a safe and comfortable experience for your humanoid pet and promptly discarded it into his system space, having no interest in such peculiarities. Finally, on the 7th day, a brilliant green light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. Sign-in reward: Beginner Culinary Mastery Skill. Level: Common. Usage: simply think and click to learn. This skill will grant you a glimpse into the culinary arts, elevating your cooking to the level of a top chef. A skill. This marked the 6th non-trivial reward following the space farm, Dragon Step, weather forecast, solar-powered gun, and discerning eye. Without hesitation, Zhu Heng focused his mind and clicked to learn. An intangible understanding flooded his mind, as if he had spent centuries honing his culinary craft. Knowledge of ingredient selection, seasoning, knife skills, and cooking techniques swirled in his consciousness. He felt confident that given a cow, he could butcher it with more finesse than a master chef. Zhu Heng drew a kitchen knife and performed a series of flourishes, the blade tracing dazzling arcs through the air, shimmering white light, yet causing no harm to his hands. As he weighed the knife, a thought occurred to him. If he wielded a longer blade and practiced for a while, this knife technique could potentially serve as an offensive style as well. Thus, this skill proved remarkably beneficial. One skill, two experiences, a true gain. A day's travel had elapsed, and the surroundings were lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to Bei'an Prefecture. Zhu Heng took out a map. With darkness approaching, it was time to rest. Without the threat of the Great Yin, the Zhu family resumed their normal schedule, traveling at dawn and resting at dusk. The provisions in the cart could sustain them for approximately 2 months, and they only needed to ensure their water supply was adequate, no longer needing to be as cautious and frantic as before. The 2 hens, having left the space farm, initially laid eggs daily, but without access to the spirit grass and seeds, it had been 2 days since one of them had produced an egg. Zhu Heng secretly retrieved an egg from his space farm. These 2 hens provided a convenient excuse for consuming eggs, as his stock of harvested eggs from the system space was rapidly increasing. Regrettably, humans could not enter the space farm, otherwise living there would be far more enjoyable than outside, with ample food and drink and the luxury of daily baths, rather than being caked in dirt while preparing glutinous rice cakes. It was no surprise that when evening came and it was time to cook, Grandma Li Chunhua checked the chicken coop and found 2 more eggs, returning to the campfire in high spirits. Fortunately, these 2 chickens have not been slaughtered. Just look at them. They lay 2 eggs each day, and they are quite large. Li Chunhua held the eggs up for everyone to see. And Aunt Wang Suihua was the first to respond. Indeed, mother. 2 eggs a day means that would be quite a number in a month. I feel like after eating chicken egg soup for the past few days, my complexion has become much fairer. Naturally, Aunt Wang was the happiest, every day. She would enjoy a bowl of soup, sometimes adding some flour noodles or porridge, and perhaps a dash of the chili sauce or barbecue spice purchased by Zhu Heng, instantly enriching the flavor, far superior to what she had before. Wang Meiying also found it delightful. Her 2 young children benefited from the eggs and noodles, which provided just the right nutrition, and their little faces looked much better. Indeed, if only these 2 chickens could accompany us to Jiangnan and be raised there, they would be a great asset to our family. Grandmother skillfully cracked 2 eggs into the pot, adding chopped green onions, and as the egg mixture dispersed, it created large wisps of egg flour in the water. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air. However, Zhu Heng's keen senses detected an unsettling change. His body tensed instantly. Chapter 50. The Egg Slaughter Party. Zhu Heng remained still, his ears straining to discern the sounds around him. The group had halted near the entrance of a valley. Although they had not ventured into the valley itself, the surrounding forest loomed darkly in the night. Zhu Heng could sense a multitude of erratic breaths in the woods and faint rustling sounds, as if someone was deliberately suppressing their voices and stealthily converging. This realization sent a chill down his spine. In such a secluded area, who could be approaching? It didn't seem to be wild beasts, but rather humans. And not just a few of them. Yet, they remained stationary, seemingly awaiting something. The Zhu family, with the exception of Zhu Heng, remained oblivious to the situation, continuing their jovial conversation while enjoying their flatbreads and egg soup. Zhu Heng refrained from making any immediate movements, remaining vigilant while consuming a bit of food, maintaining the facade of normalcy. As night fell and it was time to rest, Zhu Heng informed his family that he would be sleeping in the carriage. He slipped to the back of the carriage, activating the dragon's glide technique, which swiftly brought him to the mountaintop, silent as a whisper. There, amidst the grove on the hillside, he spotted dozens of men clad in black, some older, some younger, each armed with knives. A quick count revealed that there were 23 of them. A smirk crept onto Zhu Heng's lips as the dragon's glide propelled him forward. He approached one of the bandits stationed towards the rear. With a swift strike to the back of the bandit's neck, he forced the bandit's chin upwards with a claw-like grip, rendering him unable to voice a sound, and in an instant, they appeared 100 meters away. The bandit was knocked unconscious, not even able to let out a muffled groan. The entire sequence of actions was seamless, taking mere seconds. The bandit had been positioned towards the back and was not particularly robust, easily subdued and whisked away without a word. Zhu Heng retrieved some spiritual grass from his spatial farm, twisted it into a rope, and bound the bandit, carefully placing a stick of appropriate length within the rope to press against the bandit's groin. If the bandit were to struggle, he would certainly experience the unpleasant consequences. Zhu Heng hastily stuffed a handful of grass into the bandit's mouth and blocked his nostrils to prevent him from regaining too much energy. He proceeded to prepare 22 additional ropes in the same manner, although he did not create the sticks in advance, as each bandit required a custom length. After several trips back and forth, he managed to bind 5 more bandits, ensuring the sticks pressed against their groins as well. In a short span, the number of bandits had dwindled to 17. Sun Erling squatted with his knife, waiting for orders from his leader to charge in. The Spring and Autumn village members always struck when their opponents were least prepared, swiftly and decisively seizing their possessions. Furthermore, they adhered to a strict code, never robbing officials, only targeting wealthy merchants for their riches. Seizing from officials would attract the attention of the authorities, but when targeting merchants, as long as the offered silver was adequate, they would withdraw without hesitation. After all, who could say what forces lay behind those merchants? It was far easier to prey upon those who appeared to have no power yet possessed some assets. Additionally, they would leave no survivors to eliminate any potential threats. This, coupled with the bribes given to the local magistrate, allowed them to establish a foothold in the area over time. The silver taken from merchants was but a drop in the ocean for them, and the ordinary folk, who could easily report their activities, had all been eliminated. After a long journey, some families even believed their misfortunes were due to being devoured by wild beasts. Just days prior, a caravan had passed through, boasting over 30 horse-drawn carts, their exquisite carriages visible from afar, accompanied by various servants and young masters and mistresses, causing Sun Erling's eyes to turn red with envy. However, it was evident that the housekeeper of that family had heard of Spring and Autumn village and had laid out silver on the roadside, clearly aware of the local undercurrents. This map was designed for the wealthy, as ordinary people hardly traveled such distances. Zhu Heng had not anticipated that the routes marked on the map were safe for the affluent, but perilous for the common folk. The members of Spring and Autumn village, upon witnessing this, refrained from acting until the wealthy family had departed, then collected the silver left behind. Later, their leader revealed that the caravan belonged to the Bai family, likely a branch of the Bai clan, whose patriarch was the esteemed Elder Bai. The villagers gasped in shock. Such a figure was not to be trifled with. And even without the silver, they would not dare to obstruct him. Now, however, the scenario was different. This family appeared vulnerable, with 4 ox carts, including men, women, and children, clearly easy targets. Zhu Heng's family in Spring and Autumn village appeared as if they were merely delivering food, waiting for the customers beside them. As the wait prolonged, Sun Erling felt the urge to relieve himself, but upon turning around, he was startled to realize the number of people had changed. No, this number? Fearing he had miscounted, he quickly recounted. 1, 2, 13, 14. How could there only be 14 when 23 had arrived? Boss. Sun Erling barely managed to utter the first syllable of his leader's name when darkness enveloped him, and a sharp pain shot through his jaw as if it had been hooked by iron, causing him to lose consciousness. Another one. Zhu Heng tied up Sun Erling as he had done with the others, finding a suitable stick to press against his groin, satisfied with his work. Now, only 13 remained, and he needed to hasten his efforts. Zhu Heng delivered a swift blow to the remaining bandit who was on the verge of awakening, sending him back into a sweet slumber. Zhu Heng continued to apply the same method to capture and bind the remaining bandits. As the numbers dwindled, the remaining bandits finally began to sense the troubling change. Boss, where are the others? Where have all the brothers gone? One bandit looked around frantically, searching for their missing companions. The leader of Spring and Autumn village, with wide eyes, was alarmed as he surveyed the area. Where are the brothers I brought with me? How could there only be 7 left in the blink of an eye? Boss, could it be ghosts? One bandit stammered, trembling at the thought. Such a sudden disappearance of their comrades seemed straight out of a horror tale. Preposterous. Where would ghosts come from? If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll kick you to death. The leader growled fiercely, prompting the remaining bandits to ready their knives and remain vigilant against their surroundings. Zhu Heng observed the bandits becoming increasingly vigilant and seized a stone, casting it aside. Who goes there? The bandits swiftly turned, yet found nothing amiss. The night air in the mountains howled, causing the trees to sway gently, with only the rustling of leaves breaking the silence. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from behind. Chapter 51. Countdown to Annihilation. A muffled noise startled the bandit leader, who spun around, only to find the area vacant. What's happening? We've lost another one. Wang Kai's gone. One bandit quivered in fear. How could it be that the moment they turned their backs, yet another comrade vanished without a trace? Could it be that they were truly haunted? The bandit leader, now perplexed, wondered if their misdeeds had summoned some malevolent spirit. The remaining 6 bandits huddled together, their terror palpable. Upon hearing the thud, they had immediately turned to investigate, only to find that their brother Wang Kai had mysteriously disappeared. The bizarre scene nearly shattered their courage. The night wind howled through the forest, causing the trees to tremble ominously. Perhaps due to their fear, the bandits now regarded the moon as the eye of some lurking creature. Boss, shall we retreat to the camp? One bandit suggested, unable to bear the chilling breeze that had soaked his trousers. We've slaughtered countless foes. What is there to fear from the dead? The bandit leader growled, attempting to bolster his own courage, his anger surging without regard for whether his voice might alert the Zhu family. Come out, you cowards! Hiding like this is no show of strength. His bellow echoed, startling a flock of birds into flight. At the Zhu family's temporary encampment below the slope, Sun Fang and Wang Suihua, who were on guard, immediately became alert upon hearing the commotion, hastily rousing the others. Zhu Heng had just finished binding Wang Kai, adding a touch of mockery with a makeshift meal, when the bandits' cries reached his ears, instilling fear within his family. This is bad, we must return at once. With a swift motion, Zhu Heng activated the dragon's flow technique, appearing at the rear of the cart in mere moments, just as Sun Fang came to summon him. Hanger! There's movement up on the mountain. Quickly, arm yourself. Sun Fang whispered urgently, fearing that bandits were plotting an ambush in the dead of night. Zhu Heng feigned newfound alarm, hastily retrieving a kitchen knife to arm himself. The Zhu family quickly ushered the elderly grandfather Zhu Rini, grandmother Li Chunhua, and Lu, along with several children into the cart, while the remaining men and women armed themselves with various tools, keeping watch over the forest from which the noise had emanated. The group extinguished their campfire, plunging the surroundings into darkness as they crouched behind the cart, observing the situation. Meanwhile, the dwindling band of 6 bandits had lost all interest in the group below. They were too consumed by the inexplicable disappearance of 17 comrades, vanishing without a sound. Akin to vengeful spirits claiming lives. Panic gripped them. With their families now alert, Zhu Heng could not risk vanishing himself and was forced into a standoff. The bandits' furious shouts echoed through the night, their terror morphing into rage. However, no response came to their taunts. The bandit leader, having exhausted his outburst, began to sweat profusely, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the remaining 5 subordinates cautiously scanned their surroundings, fearing the loss of yet another member. Zhu Heng was unwilling to waste time. He whispered to Zhu Yuliang and Sun Fang, "You two get in the cart. We need to leave this place." The group mounted the ox cart, turning it around, fleeing backward. The bandits remained so focused on their trepidation that they paid no heed to the Zhu family. After a short distance, Zhu Heng and his companions reached a relatively open area before halting. "Hanger, what do we do now? We only know that one path," Sun Fang said, grasping Zhu Heng's hand anxiously. "Mother, let me scout ahead tomorrow. If all is well, we can proceed quickly. Please don't fret. If necessary, we can take a detour," Zhu Heng reassured her, attempting to calm her unease. The Zhu family was deeply shaken, the children huddling together like frightened birds, knowing sleep would elude them this night. Zhu Heng reflected on the time wasted while binding their captives. Had he merely rendered them unconscious first, they could have secured them without alarming the family. After weighing the situation, Zhu Heng resolved to address the matter today. After all, who knew if other bandits lurked nearby? He could not leave any potential threats unaddressed. With this thought, Zhu Heng shared his intention to reconnoiter with grandfather Zhu Rini, only to be met with unanimous opposition. "Hanger, after all we've endured to escape that place, how can you even consider returning?" Sun Fang clutched Zhu Heng's hand tightly, terrified at the mere thought of losing him. "This is foolish. We can endure a longer journey, but you must not take such risks." Grandfather Zhu Rini's brow furrowed deeply. The The Zhu family would not allow a mere child to gamble with danger. Zhu Heng understood their concerns were born of love, and from their perspective, the bandits' dispute had exposed them to extreme peril. Their refusal to let him go was an act of protection. Yet, from Zhu Heng's viewpoint, most of their adversaries had already been incapacitated, leaving only 6 remaining. Though there might be more within the bandit stronghold, he felt no fear. The bandit camp, he surmised, must hold considerable wealth. The fruits of their hunting had dwindled to merely 28 taels, and even accounting for the gold he had acquired, it amounted to 38 taels, paltry in comparison to the bustling commerce of Jiangnan. Indeed, Li Erniu's assessment was not without merit. It was challenging for ordinary folk to establish themselves in such a thriving locale. However, the bandits presented an opportunity should he infiltrate their stronghold. He could secure funds to ensure his family's stability in Jiangnan. Grandfather, I will merely scout from a distance. If the situation appears dire, I will retreat immediately. Besides, taking a detour would lead us further astray, and we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Without a map, we might end up lost, Zhu Heng implored earnestly, assuring them he would take Uncle's light cart, which would afford him speed should he need to flee. Unable to dissuade Zhu Heng, Grandfather Zhu Rini reluctantly acquiesced, reminding him repeatedly to maintain a safe distance and to flee at the first sign of trouble. Zhu Heng nodded, preparing to board the cart when Zhu Yuliang called out, insisting on accompanying him. Wait, Father, I can manage better alone. If you come with me, I'll be distracted, Zhu Heng argued, gesturing to his tall, robust frame. Besides, I'm strong enough to outrun them if needed. Reluctantly, Zhu Yuliang conceded, but not before placing a sickle and axe within Zhu Heng's reach, cautioning him not to get too close. With a nod of acknowledgement, Zhu Heng, under the watchful eyes of his family, steered the cart back towards the valley. Chapter 52, The Bandit Family Bundle. In truth, Zhu Heng merely positioned the ox cart out of sight of the others. The cart's speed paled in comparison to his dragon's flow technique, and he knew he must hasten back. What if the bandits fled in the meantime? Zhu Heng swiftly dismounted, executing a graceful movement akin to that of a swimming dragon, and within mere breaths, he arrived once more at the entrance of the valley. Having squandered considerable time, the bandit leader and the remaining 5 brigands were now terrified and had retreated back to their stronghold. Zhu Heng first proceeded to the spot where he had restrained the group of bandits. Fortunately, his strikes had been sufficiently forceful, and the ruffians were still lost in their dreams. Upon his return, he discovered that the remaining bandits had inexplicably vanished. Without further contemplation, Zhu Heng employed his swift movements to search the surroundings. At the spring and autumn stronghold, the bandit leader and a few surviving henchmen had hurriedly returned, collapsing into chairs, gasping for breath. Boss, we are finally safe, one bandit wheezed, panting like a distressed bull. The leader reclined in his tiger-skin chair, initially startled but now consumed by anger, venting his frustrations for quite some time. Now, however, he felt utterly spent, and upon hearing the words of the bandit, he weakly waved his hand. We shall gather the remaining brothers tomorrow and search for them. Perhaps we can find some of our own. The second in command of the spring and autumn stronghold, known for his fiery temperament, burst in, pushing the door open and exclaiming loudly, Brother, what has happened? Why have you returned with so few men? The leader, struggling with his internal turmoil, lamented silently. He had ventured out without encountering a single soul, only to lose so many brothers, and even the little lamb had slipped away, truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Upon hearing his brother's account, the second-in-command's expression turned skeptical. Brother, your words are rather cryptic. What do you mean by sudden disappearance? If there were truly ghosts, they should fear us instead. He unsheathed his curved dagger, scoffing, I say you are simply terrified. Even if there were ghosts, I would like to see if they fear my blood-stained blade. As the group conversed indoors, they remained oblivious to the eerie stillness that had enveloped the spring and autumn stronghold. Zhu Heng, having learned a lesson, resolved to incapacitate each bandit individually and dispose of them together later, thus saving time. The few bandits on lookout duty had yet to react when Zhu Heng swiftly rendered them unconscious with precise strikes. The architecture of the spring and autumn stronghold was robustly constructed, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a certain refinement in the craftsmanship, utilizing exceptionally sturdy timber. Zhu Heng concealed his face and quickly scanned the premises, noting that 2 rooms housed a considerable number of slumbering individuals. One room contained relatively young and somewhat attractive women, resting closer to where the bandit leader resided. The other room was filled with men, their tattered footwear suggesting they were laborers. Having grasped the general situation, Zhu Heng found a secluded thicket and fixed his gaze upon the largest building in the stronghold. Inside, the second-in-command continued his incessant chatter until the bandit leader gestured for him to leave, prompting him to prepare to return the following day. Moments later, as the second-in-command and his 4 subordinates stepped outside, they had barely reached their quarters when a sudden pain struck the back of their necks and they collapsed, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The remaining subordinates, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched in the same manner as Zhu Heng efficiently incapacitated them in a series of practice strikes. Zhu Heng, skilled in binding, used rope to secure the limbs of the incapacitated bandits, ensuring their knees were tightly bound, and selected appropriate wooden sticks to secure their bodies in a manner akin to the earlier captured ruffians. However, it was evident that the men and women resting inside posed a potential complication. To prevent disturbances later, Zhu Heng promptly blocked the entrance with several large stones. With preparations complete, it was time to deal with the remaining bandits. Zhu Heng knocked on the door and quickly stepped aside before anyone could open it. Inside, the bandit leader heard the knocking and assumed it was his brother returning, casually waving his hand for a subordinate to answer the door. When the door swung open, a curtain of darkness greeted the bandit, and the absence of any figure sent him tumbling backward in terror. "Boss, no one is here." "Oh no. They must be following us." The bandit scrambled into the room, forgetting to close the door behind him as a yellow liquid dripped from him onto the floor. The bandit leader jolted awake, reaching for his weapon, only to be met by a shadowy figure that struck before he could fully comprehend, plunging him into unconsciousness. The remaining henchmen suffered the same fate, all rendered insensible. Given the bandit leader's imposing stature and indulgent lifestyle, dragging him would have been cumbersome. So Zhu Heng opted for the ready ropes within the spring and autumn stronghold to bind him thoroughly. After completing this task, Zhu Heng contemplated that the bandit leader warranted a more extravagant treatment, as such a villainous character was hardly deserving of mercy. While the other bandits were restrained with wooden sticks, the leader received a sharpened wooden stake firmly secured against his vulnerable parts. Throughout the night, Zhu Heng remained concealed, his face obscured, ensuring that no bandit laid eyes upon him. His foremost priority was to safeguard his own safety, allowing for cautious development. Followed by the protection of his family, he could not permit these brigands to recognize him. Zhu Heng had ventured to this stronghold not only to acquire wealth, but also because this band of brigands had sought to ambush his family, brandishing weapons. While the bandits may have wielded knives out of greed, Zhu Heng had discovered numerous human skulls adorned with candles as grotesque decorations within the stronghold. These fiends not only took lives, but also desecrated the dead. Truly, they were less than beasts. Zhu Heng shook his head, resolved against turning these brigands over to the authorities. Having witnessed countless dramas, he feared that the bandits might be colluding with officials, leading him to a futile endeavor. Furthermore, he had no intention of rescuing the men and women within. If they truly harbored animosity towards the bandits, they would have acted upon it by now. Regardless of his actions, what if some had developed Stockholm Syndrome after enduring torment? After all, peculiar individuals abound. Noticing that the bandits were deeply unconscious, Zhu Heng began to search the vicinity. The visible items were merely trinkets and porcelain, alongside the large tiger skin where the leader sat. Porcelain was not easily liquidated, as it might lead to inquiries, prompting Zhu Heng to decisively abandon that pursuit and instead investigate for hidden doors. Upon reaching the back of the bandit leader's chair, Zhu Heng discovered a protrusion, cleverly concealed by the tiger's head. He pressed firmly, and to his astonishment, a cabinet adjacent to the wall shifted aside, revealing a narrow door barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. With a swift motion, Zhu Heng summoned a deer from his spatial farm, driving it inside. Chapter 53, A Windfall. After a brief wait, observing the deer frolicking within the concealed passage, Zhu Heng noted the absence of any traps or mechanisms. He then seized a torch from within the room and ventured inside. Upon entering the narrow passage, he found it to be rather short, approximately a dozen meters long. To his astonishment, this stronghold concealed a vast natural cavern. As Zhu Heng stepped further in, illuminated by the torch, he discerned that this was indeed a natural cave, with the bandits having constructed their dwelling to obscure it, though he remained uncertain if there were any other exits. The released deer was frantically leaping and rolling about, prompting Zhu Heng to swiftly retrieve it. As tranquility enveloped the cave, Zhu Heng raised his torch and commenced his exploration within. The cave walls were adorned with a dozen torches of the same kind, bearing marks of having been lit numerous times. Once Zhu Heng ignited each torch in succession, the cave was instantly illuminated. What he beheld within sent his heart racing with astonishment. A vast array of animal pelts lay heaped upon the ground, upon cursory inspection. There were sheepskins, deerskins, and foxskins, with the sheep and deer pelts being the most abundant. Remarkably, there was even a bear pelt and 3 tiger pelts. The pelts were stacked like small mountains, categorized haphazardly, as if they were of little value. Regardless, Zhu Heng decided to gather them. He touched the pelts with both hands and prioritized the retrieval of the tiger and bear pelts, as these 2 types had the highest market value indeed. The combined worth of all the other pelts would not surpass that of a single tiger pelt. In no time, Zhu Heng had stowed all the pelts away, estimating their worth to be several hundred taels. After securing the pelts, he turned his attention to other areas of the cave. A wooden rack held an impressive collection of porcelain, undeniably exquisite in craftsmanship. Zhu Heng surmised these might be antiques, certainly more precious than even the tiger pelts. Otherwise, they would not have been so carefully displayed. Regrettably, he had no intention of taking such items that were difficult to dispose of. He bypassed the various porcelain wares and shifted his gaze towards another direction, where numerous wooden boxes and various types of lumber lay. Though Zhu Heng was not well versed in the specifics of these woods, he possessed an eye for appraisal. He extended his hand to touch one of the pieces, which was securely placed upon a silk quilt, exuding a sense of considerable worth. His discerning eye immediately revealed the information: agarwood, high quality and non-toxic, suitable for furniture, medicinal use, and incense production, quite rare indeed. Zhu Heng gasped in astonishment. He was well aware of the high value of agarwood, and such a sizable piece would be worth a fortune. He hastily stored the agarwood away and quickly touched another type of lumber, which had a yellowish hue and peculiar patterns. Its identity was unclear. Yellow sandalwood, high quality and non-toxic, suitable for furniture and medicinal use. As expected, it was a valuable species. Having just discovered agarwood, Zhu Heng could deduce that anything found in its proximity was likely to be extraordinary. He recalled seeing strands of prayer beads online, where a single string of a dozen beads could fetch a considerable price. Thus, several pieces would be even more valuable, surpassing the worth of tiger and bear pelts. He swiftly gathered the wood, and within mere moments, Zhu Heng had no intention of lingering if there were no other exits. He could not afford to remain in the cave for long, especially with torches still burning. Anyone with a cellar knows the implications. He bypassed calligraphy and paintings, disregarded the rare books, and hesitated over the silks and satins. These fabrics appeared exquisite, clearly not materials suitable for common folk. If he were to take them, he would have no means to wear them. In Zhu Heng's memory, the common people of the Great Liang typically wore garments in shades of gray, brown, and blue. Such luxurious silks were reserved for the noble class. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to forego them, as he had no immediate plans to take the imperial examination. He would assess the situation in Jiangnan before making any further decisions, as his prior knowledge was limited to the stone village and did not encompass the broader context of the Great Liang. The presence of silks and satins here only deepened Zhu Heng's suspicion that the bandits of Spring and Autumn Village were likely backed by officials. In the end, only a few boxes remained, neatly arranged on the ground, their contents unknown and secured with brass locks. With a forceful blow, Zhu Heng smashed open one of the locks with a heavy hammer, producing a resounding crack. After a series of strikes, all the locks were rendered inoperable. Zhu Heng hurriedly opened the boxes, only to be momentarily blinded by the glint of precious metals. Inside were ingots of silver, a veritable treasure trove. One box after another was opened, revealing their contents. The boxes contained an astonishing collection of gold, silver, and jewels: 3 boxes of silver ingots, 1 box of assorted jewels, and a smaller box filled with gold ingots. Among the 3 boxes of silver ingots, 2 contained 1-tael pieces, while the larger box held 5-tael ingots. Zhu Heng's discerning eye revealed that each of the smaller boxes contained 50 ingots, totaling 100 taels, while the larger box held 50 ingots valued at 250 taels. The smaller box containing the gold ingots housed 10 5-tael pieces, amounting to a total of 50 taels of gold. Given the exchange rate of 1 tael of gold equating to 10 taels of silver, The total value in silver was a staggering 500 taels. Zhu Heng promptly stored all the gold and silver away, then turned his attention to the box filled with jewels. Inside was a set of exquisite jewelry crafted from gold, silver, and precious stones, adorned with intricate designs and vibrant colors, featuring rich green jade that exuded opulence. Zhu Heng shook his head. If he were to take such items, he would have no means to sell or utilize them directly. The only option would be to melt them down, a regrettable loss of artistry. With his daily sign-ins and steady development, acquiring items of even greater value was becoming effortless. At present, the jewelry felt somewhat superfluous. It could not be readily used in times of need due to the associated risks, and in the future, it would likely serve no purpose. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided against taking the jewelry. His venture into the bandit stronghold had already yielded sufficient value. The pelts alone were estimated to be worth over 400 taels, and the agarwood and yellow sandalwood would fetch thousands if sold. The value of the collected silver ingots and gold ingots amounted to a staggering 850 taels, leading Zhu Heng to conclude that this expedition had netted him several thousand taels of wealth. Zhu Heng's personal assets swelled significantly, surpassing the meager gains he had previously earned from hunting. Having gathered all he needed, Zhu Heng extinguished the torches lining the cave walls and swiftly departed. The bandits were still blissfully asleep, lulled by the weight of their wooden clubs. Zhu Heng wasted no time, removing the stone that blocked the entrance and hastily descended the mountain. Chapter 54. The Escape. Within mere breaths, Zhu Heng had arrived at the mountain's base, racing towards the spot where the ox cart was tethered. In just a few blinks, he reached the cart, turned it around in one fluid motion, and the ox immediately galloped away. Before long, he spotted his family in the distance, armed and vigilant, none daring to rest. Zhu Heng waved his hand, signaling his return, which brought a semblance of relief to his family. The ox cart sped towards them, and soon they were reunited. Hanger, Sun Fong rushed forward, examining her son from head to toe. Are you all right? The family gathered around him. I'm fine, mother, but we must leave quickly. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over the group. Heng, what exactly happened? Tell us. Zhu, his grandfather, spoke sternly, eager to understand the unfolding events. Zhu Heng relayed the excuse he had meticulously crafted during his journey. Grandfather, we were right to be wary. Those individuals were indeed bandits, intent on robbery and murder. The family gasped in shock, their faces pale. Zhu Xiuxiu clutched Zhu Feng's hand tightly, her voice trembling with urgency. What shall we do? The men surrounding Zhu Yuliang tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Zhu Heng, brimming with palpable tension. However, we can find some solace in the fact that they seem to be embroiled in their own internal strife, likely a power struggle. As Zhu Heng elucidated the situation, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, their bodies softening from the previous shock. Wang Meiying clutched her chest, her heart racing. She had feared the worst just moments ago. Dear nephew, what do you mean by let's hurry? Are we to take a detour? Zhu Yutian cut straight to the crux of the matter, determining their course of action was paramount. My plan is straightforward. We shall advance at full speed through this area. They are preoccupied with their own troubles, which presents us with an opportune moment to escape. Zhu Heng declared with resolute confidence. We cannot linger here. We must vacate this troublesome place before dawn. The men and women in those houses are either enemies of the bandits, likely seeking revenge, or are colluding with them, which would spell disaster for us. Thus, the wisest course is to depart swiftly, he continued, sensing the lingering hesitation and concern among the group. Should we not leave immediately? It may become too late. A detour is impractical. Now is our best chance. Zhu Heng's voice thundered, rousing the others from their stupor. Grandfather Zhu promptly resolved to heed his eldest grandson's counsel. Follow Heng, everyone. Quickly, get into the vehicle. We must go. All right. The group nodded in unison, hurrying to their respective places in the vehicle. Zhu Heng took the lead, guiding them swiftly forward. Meanwhile, the 17 bandits whom Zhu Heng had previously bound and abandoned in the woods were gradually regaining consciousness. Alas, they were still restrained, their mouths gagged, and one of their nostrils blocked, leaving them to breathe through a single passage. Huff, huff. The awakened bandits desperately attempted to expel the obstruction from their noses, but their limited breath only exacerbated their struggle. Their writhing resulted in painful jabs from the sticks that held them captive, reddening their faces in fury. Who are these scoundrels? So lacking in martial ethics? Ouch, that hurts. The bandits writhed in agony, trying to distance themselves from the instruments of their torment, yet their movements only exacerbated their discomfort. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Damn it, you scoundrel, I will slay you. The indignant bandits could only emit muffled sounds, their limbs bound, unable to move without risking their own safety, creating a scene both pitiful and grotesque. The Zhu family sped away in their vehicle, the oxen galloping at remarkable speed, invigorated by the lush pastures. These oxen, having been nourished by the vibrant grass, matched the pace of horses. Before long, the Zhu party reached the valley, continuing their dash through the lowlands. The ride, however, was anything but comfortable. The jostling was relentless. Sun Fong and Wang Suihua clung tightly to their grandmother, Li Chunhua, fearful that the bumpy ride might harm her. Zhu Xiuxiu and Zhu Feng huddled together, leaning against the side of the cart. Zhu Feng, being the lighter of the two, found herself occasionally lifted off her seat by the jolting motion, prompting her to stand, much to Zhu Xiuxiu's chagrin. In another vehicle, Li Ernio supported grandfather Zhu Rini, while Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long grasped each other's hands, silently enduring the rough ride. On Zhu Dazhu's cart, the young Li Chongqing and Li Anan struggled against the turbulence, leading Li Ming to join them, concerned for his mother and younger siblings. Li Ming and Wang Meiying each cradled a child, encircling Zhu Dazhu's elderly mother, Lu, to prevent her from falling. Their hearts were heavy with anxiety. Amidst it all, Zhu Heng remained the most composed. He was acutely aware that the bandits posed no immediate threat, allowing him to focus on his own tasks. As midnight passed, it became clear that the Zhu family would not find rest that night. They needed to put as much distance between themselves and the valley before dawn. With a swift thought, Zhu Heng pressed the signing button. A flash of white light revealed a blue object before him. Sign-in reward, waterproof plastic sheet, 50m x 50m. Level, common item. Usage instructions, a standard waterproof plastic sheet with a lifespan of approximately 3 years. Simply place it over the area needing protection from water. This substantial sheet appeared sturdy, reminiscent of the PE tarps commonly seen before. Having only experienced one rainy day since his arrival, Zhu Heng recognized the utility of this item, especially as he anticipated more rain further south. Not only would it provide shelter from rain, but it would also offer warmth during snow or cold weather when draped over their ox cart. Zhu Heng stowed the item away and continued to focus on the journey, drawing ever closer to the valley's exit. At the spring and autumn stronghold, the bandit leader stirred awake, feeling as though his neck had been cleaved. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself bound on the ground. In a fit of desperation, he attempted to move, only to be met with excruciating pain radiating from below. Even with his mouth gagged, a pained cry escaped him, for the sharp wooden stick had pierced through his sensitive area due to Zhu Heng's careful arrangements. The more he struggled, the more intense the agony became. Eventually, he lay still, gasping for breath, too terrified to move. He could only pray for someone to rescue them, his mind swirling with curses directed at the one who had tied him up, wishing nothing more than to feast upon their flesh. Meanwhile, the Zhu family had reached the valley's exit, racing forward to leave this place behind. Chapter 55, The Wandering Spirit. By dawn, the Zhu family had distanced themselves from the spring and autumn stronghold. After a sleepless night of travel, both the people and the oxen were thoroughly fatigued. They found a relatively open area to rest and tended to the oxen. Grandfather Zhu Rini felt a persistent unease and suggested they take a brief respite before continuing their journey, emphasizing the need to distance themselves from the valley as much as possible. The others nodded in agreement, sharing in the lingering fear of their recent ordeal. At the spring and autumn stronghold, the sun had risen, marking the time when the inhabitants typically began their daily routines. The men and women residing in the two houses that Zhu Heng had observed were already preparing for the day ahead. Why didn't Brother Feng call anyone to attend to us last night? A young woman of some beauty inquired, combing her hair as she addressed another in a delicate pink dress. Last night, Chen Gu took some people to see if there were any large orders today. That esteemed guest is expected to arrive. He must have secured a significant deal last night, which is why Brother Feng and Chen Gu are busy sorting stock. The woman in pink replied nonchalantly while applying powder, a sly smile dancing on her lips. What, are you so eager for attention after just one night without it? The questioning woman blushed slightly, playfully swatting at her companion. What are you saying? How could I forget that today is an important day? Brother Feng and Chen Gu must be preoccupied, which is why I made such a gaffe. Several other women joined in, playfully teasing one another as they prepared for the day's significant events, eager to impress the esteemed guest. Wait, something's wrong. A man clad in coarse cloth rushed anxiously to the door, exclaiming, "Ladies, the big boss and the second boss have been captured." What? Several women sprang to their feet, urgency etched on their faces, and without a moment's hesitation, they surged towards the main house of the bandit chief. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene before them. There stood Wanchen, the bandit chief, howling in agony while clutching his severely wounded lower region. While the other bandits were not faring much better, though their injuries were less severe due to the specific design of Wanchen's weapon. The Spring and Autumn stronghold was controlled by the Wan brothers, with Wanchen as the big boss and his brother, Wanfeng, known as the second boss. At this moment, Wanfeng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the dull pain radiating from his groin made him yearn to exact vengeance on someone to release his pent-up fury. Seeing his brother in such distress, Wanfeng bellowed at the unscathed servants, "Why are you just standing there? Fetch a doctor for my brother." One trembling servant stammered, "But, second boss, what if they do not come?" With a piercing glare, Wanfeng retorted, "If they do not come, then drag them here." The servants, quaking in fear, hurriedly complied and departed. Several women rushed to the sides of Wanchen and Wanfeng, tears brimming in their eyes as they offered comfort. "Brother Feng, who could have done this?" "Why?" the earlier questioning woman asked, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, her expression one of anguish and indignation. Wanfeng slammed his fist on the table in fury, declaring, "If I find out who did this, they shall wish they were never born." Wanchen gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling with pain, and echoed his brother's furious exclamation. If Zhu Heng were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be filled with dread, for within this den of bandits, there was not a single innocent soul. Faced with the utterly defenseless bandits, the servants hastened to untie them, while the women feigned or genuinely expressed their sorrow. Had Zhu Heng perceived himself as their savior from suffering, he would have been blissfully ignorant of the repercussions he would face. Enduring the pain, Wanchen instructed his bandit subordinates, "Check the secret chamber for the items. The gentleman's men should be arriving soon, and we cannot afford any mistakes." The bandits nodded eagerly, opening the secret chamber, each moving awkwardly as they scurried inside. Moments later, one of the younger bandits burst out, shouting in alarm, "Boss, half of the items are missing." "What?" Wanchen exclaimed, inadvertently aggravating his injury, emitting another cry of pain. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He gestured for his subordinates to assist him inside. "Hurry, brother, go see what happened," Wanchen urged, while being helped along by the younger bandits. Wanfeng disregarded his own discomfort and dashed inside. By the time Wanchen was assisted in, the cave was ablaze with torches, illuminating the chaos within. Wanchen anxiously asked Wanfeng, "Where are the items?" holding up a set of gold and jade ornaments. Wanfeng assured him, "Brother, these are unharmed. They only took the furs, timber, and gold and silver. Everything else remains untouched." Relieved that the precious items were safe, Wanchen sighed, knowing that the gentleman's important matters must not be delayed. A confused bandit inquired, "Boss, it's understandable that they didn't take the books. But why leave behind the antiques and these gold ornaments?" Wanfeng scoffed, "These people are likely after easy plunder. They wouldn't dare take on what's more challenging." A sly smile crossed his face. "As for the rest, do they even have the audacity to touch it?" "Huh." Wanchen, suppressing his pain, waved, "Quickly secure these items. When the gentleman's men arrive, hand them over immediately." Wanfeng nodded and meticulously repackaged the gold ornaments. Just as the messenger sent for a doctor had yet to return, a young bandit rushed in, announcing that the gentleman's men had arrived. Wanchen and Wanfeng, enduring their pain, hurried inside where a man dressed in black, shrouded in fabric, sat upon Wanchen's tiger-skin chair. With a subtle gesture, Wanchen signaled for everyone else to exit. "Have you secured the items?" The black-clad man's voice was as chilling as ice, causing Wanchen and Wanfeng to shiver as if a blade were poised at their throats. Wanfeng quickly presented the box containing the gold ornaments. The black-clad man opened it, inspecting the contents before assembling several pieces into a dragon-shaped insignia. "Well done. I shall report truthfully to the gentleman." Wanchen and Wanfeng were utterly astonished, realizing that these exquisitely crafted ornaments bore a hidden significance. Upon receiving the black-clad man's praise, they both smiled obsequiously, eager to entertain him further. However, the black-clad man coldly declined, stating that he could not delay the gentleman's affairs. Wan Qin and Wan Feng readily agreed, relieved to see him leave. The adrenaline surge from the earlier tension began to wear off, and Wan Qin once again felt the throbbing pain, angrily demanding to know why the doctor had not yet arrived. The black-clad man sped away like an arrow, swiftly arriving at a village. "Sir, the items have been procured." He knelt respectfully, presenting the box containing the dragon insignia with both hands. Chapter 56. The Resurrection of Spiritual Energy? A man adorned in a brocade robe sat in a chair, seizing the offered items from the black-clad man and comparing them meticulously against a piece of paper he produced from his pocket. Upon confirming their identity, he relaxed, bursting into laughter. "Excellent. This brings me one step closer to promotion. Ha ha ha." This man was none other than Kai Jiulian, the county magistrate in collusion with the Spring and Autumn Stronghold. Months prior, the esteemed national master had sent emissaries to meet with him in secret. The moment the envoy spoke, Kai Jiulian was nearly paralyzed with fear, his legs turning to jelly. He vividly recalled the scene. The envoy had divulged the sordid dealings between him and the Spring and Autumn Stronghold, leaving Kai Jiulian contemplating where to hide. Just as he felt faint, the envoy had fixed him with a stare, asserting that if he could secure a specific item, not only would he be absolved of his crimes, but he could also ascend a rank. Trembling, Kai Jiulian inquired about the item. The envoy smiled mysteriously, handing him a map and stating that the national master had foretold that the two younger brothers of the Spring and Autumn Stronghold would be the ones to find it. He simply needed to wait and then deliver it promptly to the capital, straight to the national master's residence. Since then, Kai Jiulian had kept a close watch on Wan Qin and Wan Feng, inquiring each time he sent someone to retrieve items. To his astonishment, today the black-clad man had brought back the very item he had sought. Kai Jiulian could not help but marvel at the national master's astuteness. Now that he had this item, his rise to power was merely a matter of the national master's word. "Quickly, prepare the horses. We must deliver this to the national master's residence post-haste." Kai Jiulian carefully placed the dragon-shaped talisman back, ensuring it was tightly wrapped, and commanded the man in black to personally escort it, leaving no room for even the slightest mishap. In the Guisher mansion of Chongqing, the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets was currently meditating in a hidden chamber. Before him lay 3 talismans, resembling the dragon-shaped one in Kai Jiulian's possession, yet distinct in form. Upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns adorning them bore a striking resemblance to the mythical creatures of Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. Suddenly, the Taoist opened his eyes, his fingers deftly calculating, and soon a smile spread across his face. It seemed he had successfully acquired what he sought. With fervor, the Taoist gazed at the 3 talismans before him and spoke softly, "Master, I shall soon be in your presence once more." These 3 talismans had taken him nearly a decade to locate, and with the Azure Dragon talisman now found, he was on the verge of reuniting with his master and obtaining the means to awaken the spiritual energy for further cultivation. In his youth, the Taoist had dreamt of being imparted with celestial techniques, yet after decades of diligent study, he remained at a loss. It was not until a decade ago that he encountered a celestial being again in his dreams. The being, appearing as a young boy, sighed upon seeing him and remarked on the thinness of spiritual energy, stating that his achievements were commendable but ultimately limited. Alarmed, the Taoist implored the celestial for mercy, immediately kneeling and beseeching his master for a solution. The youthful celestial, delighted to be called master, feigned a wise demeanor and pointed, revealing a set of 4 beast summoning techniques within the Taoist's mind. He explained that they existed in different realms and that direct intervention would be improper. However, he had clandestinely transported the 4 divine beast talismans to various locations. If the Taoist could gather them himself, it would not count as interference. Overjoyed, the Taoist inquired further about the locations of the talismans, but the boy merely shook his head, stating that once the time was right, the Taoist would discern their whereabouts. He had already infused them with spiritual energy. Once gathered, he would return to the Taoist. With that, the boy transformed into mist, leaving the Taoist abruptly awake. Since then, every few years, the Taoist had managed to divine the locations of the talismans, which appeared as various trinkets crafted to conceal their true nature. Though adorned with common gold and silver, the Daoists sensed immense power within. Any attempt to damage them would likely result in catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng was blissfully unaware that his moment of caution had spared him from a fatal explosion. When collecting supplies, he had dismissed the ornate gold and silver trinkets, failing to scrutinize them with his discerning eye, as they seemed merely decorative, lacking the allure of rare sandalwood. After a day of arduous travel, the Zhu family had distanced themselves from the Chuanqiu village, deciding to rest for the night as dusk approached. Exhausted and famished, they hurriedly kindled a fire to prepare their meal, eager to eat and retire for the night. Unlike modern individuals who often endure sleepless nights, the ancients found such overnight vigils while on the road particularly taxing. Meanwhile, the search party had finally located the missing individuals in the forest, though some, having struggled fiercely and been bound for too long, had succumbed to a painless demise. Fury and curses erupted within the bandit camp, yet they could only seethe in infinite rage, as they had no knowledge of the perpetrators. 3 days swiftly passed, and the man in black, dispatched by Kai Jiulian, had arrived in the capital of Chongqing with his retinue. They proceeded directly to the Guisher mansion. Before long, the final dragon talisman was placed into the hands of the Daoist of Heavenly Secrets. Dismissing those around him, he returned to the hidden chamber. As he stepped into the chamber, the once tranquil talismans began to tremble. The dragon talisman inexplicably slipped from the Daoist's grasp, merging with the other 3. A beam of white light erupted, coalescing into the figure of the youthful celestial, the Daoist's master. The Daoist, filled with excitement, quickly bowed and exclaimed, "Master, I am finally reunited with you." The boy, seemingly accustomed to being addressed as master, stroked his chin in a feigned contemplative manner and said, "Since you have gathered the items, you have indeed encountered celestial fortune. Pay close attention to my words." The Daoist promptly affirmed his commitment to remember. "This is but one of countless realms. We refer to your world as the 1366th small world. The Tao is still rudimentary here, and the spiritual veins remain dormant. Your task is to utilize the spiritual energy contained within the talismans and the 4-beast summoning techniques I have taught you to awaken the spiritual veins of this world." The boy continued, "Reviving the spiritual veins will require time. Based on the level of your world, it will take at least 5 years." The Daoist, overwhelmed by the revelations, could only ponder the implications of such terms as countless realms, the 1366th small world, Tao, and spiritual veins, each a profound mystery. Upon hearing that 5 years would be required, he lamented, "Master, must it truly take so long? My body." The boy regarded the Daoist with a look of disbelief. "Long? How so?" "It is merely a reflection of your world's low level. In higher realms, it could take millennia." The Daoist, aghast, realized the limitations of his own understanding. The boy, exclaiming that someone was seeking him, waved his hand and vanished, leaving a remnant of white light that entered the Daoist's body. Chapter 57. Evil begets evil. The white light coursed through the Daoist's being, imparting specific knowledge on how to utilize the 4-beast summoning techniques to awaken the spiritual veins. The Daoist wasted no time. He swept the 4 talismans into his robe and exited the hidden chamber. "Someone," he called, and a servant hastened forward. The Daoist stroked his white beard and instructed, "Prepare a carriage for the palace." The servant complied eagerly, rushing off to arrange the horses, while the Daoist summoned the maidservants, directing them to pack their belongings in advance. The man in black, sent by County Magistrate Kai Jiulian, noted the Daoist's imminent departure and hurriedly approached with a forced smile. He had come to secure credit for his master, and seeing the Guisher about to leave with the acquired items, he feared he would have nothing to report if he failed to convey even a message. Before the man in black could step closer, several individuals blocked his path. The Daoist merely cast a glance and softly declared, "Handle it." He then turned away, dismissing the matter. The man in black's eyes widened in shock. Before he could kneel and plead, the guards from the Guisher mansion seized him and his companions. The jade-faced man accompanying the Daoist scoffed inwardly. These scoundrels, who had harmed innocent travelers, were only spared previously because they had helped the Daoist locate the dragon talisman. If not for the inevitability of fate, they would not have been allowed to linger until this moment. If County Magistrate Kai Jiulian were present, he would be astonished. For this jade-faced man was none other than the envoy who had sought him out earlier. The Daoist turned to the jade-faced man and said, "Chahai, go." To an outsider, This command might seem perplexing, but the man named Shanghai had accompanied the Taoist for decades and instantly grasped his intent. After receiving his orders, Shanghai proceeded to the Ministry of Justice, and it was likely that in a matter of days, Kai Jiolian and the bandits from Chuanqiu village would face thorough investigation and utter annihilation. Soon, the carriage was prepared, and the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets boarded it, heading directly to the Imperial Palace, only returning to the National Master's residence when night fell. The following day, the members of the National Master's household had everything packed and discreetly set off towards the direction of the Qiankuan mountain range. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng and his companions, after 3 days of arduous travel, were nearing the border between Yuanhe Prefecture and Jianghuai Prefecture on the 4th day. In truth, if they chose to head westward at this moment, they could reach the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom, Chongqing, within just a few days. However, Zhu Heng, possessing a signing-in system, was not inclined to venture there just yet. Historically, it has always been said that life in the capital is fraught with difficulties. The most intelligent, capable, and luckiest individuals of the entire Great Liang congregate in Chongqing, and he wondered how he would handle any unusual attention drawn to himself. If it were solely Zhu Heng, it would pose no issue. He could easily find a concealed spot to bide his time until he became invincible before re-emerging. Yet, the presence of family ties made this course of action inadvisable. Over the past 3 days, Zhu Heng had signed in to receive a dozen bottles of cola, a set of fierce meatballs, and a bottle of X-chili powder. The most alarming of these was undoubtedly the X-chili powder, which the system claimed had a Scoville rating of 3.18 million and strictly warned against consumption. Zhu Heng was horrified by its vivid red color. If this substance were turned into chili water and sprayed on someone, it could genuinely be lethal. This morning, as if fortune had smiled upon him, Zhu Heng miraculously signed in to receive a pair of dairy cows just as the members of the National Master's household embarked towards the Qiankuan mountain range. In Zhu Heng's memory, dairy cows were non-existent in the Great Liang. Only yellow cattle and water buffalo were commonly seen, making dairy products quite rare. He promptly placed the 2 dairy cows into the breeding area of his spatial farm, envisioning a future where they could multiply and provide a steady supply of milk, with any surplus used to make butter, tofu, and milk skin, nutritious delicacies indeed. During breakfast, Grandpa Zhu Rini recounted the experience at Chuanqiu village, expressing a sense of dread about how fortunate they were to have left when they did. Otherwise, what would have become of the entire family? Zhu Heng felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should have acted swiftly at that moment, knocked them all unconscious, and tied them up otherwise. His family would remain unaware of the ambush. However, having already departed, Zhu Heng could only reassure his family that had it not been for his prolonged absence raising suspicions, resorting to violence could have triggered a series of complications. The fate of those bandits would likely be reduced to mere neutrinos. Grandpa, you need not worry. We are safe now. Let us eat and drink well, and once we reach Jiangnan, we will find a place with better customs, Zhu Heng assured. Grandpa Zhu Rini nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need to find a suitable location, though he lamented the lack of funds. The family members also wore expressions of concern. Jiangnan was indeed prosperous, but without money, even the most vibrant city would hold no relevance for them. Zhu Heng, well aware of their financial situation, suggested, "Let us see if there are any houses available for rent in the town. If not, we could settle in a village with simpler customs." Grandma Li Chunhua nodded, indeed. "We shall take it one step at a time. Old man, you must keep your spirits up." Grandpa took a puff from his pipe and replied in a deep voice, "Understood." Meanwhile, at Chuanqiu village, ever since the man in black had gone to Chongqing to deliver goods, County Magistrate Kai Jiolian had been in high spirits, almost floating with delight. He summoned the Wan brothers, Wan Qin and Wan Feng, to join in the revelry. However, the brothers, nursing serious injuries, could only watch in pain as Kai Jiolian frolicked with several women, suppressing their discomfort with forced smiles. "Huh, I am about to ascend the ranks, and you shall bask in my glory," Kai Jiolian boasted, drinking heartily as if he were moments away from being appointed as the county governor. The Wan brothers raised their cups in unison, exclaiming, "A toast to our elder brother." The trio engaged in merriment for several days. A few days later, Kai Jiolian was abruptly taken from his bed by a group of trained men and thrown into prison. The Wan brothers shared the same fate, all imprisoned and awaiting trial. When they finally sobered from their drunken stupor, they found themselves surrounded by their subordinates, all confined together, and their senses sharpened. What happened? Wan Chen exclaimed in shock, quickly inquiring of the bandits about the events that transpired. Amidst the chaos, they pieced together the story. A detachment of imperial soldiers had unexpectedly stormed in and captured them all. "Where's the elder brother? Where has he gone?" Wan Chen shouted, still relying on Kai Jiolian for salvation. A trembling bandit raised his hand, gesturing for him to look at the opposite cell. The Wan brothers turned to see Kai Jiolian sitting in the adjacent cell, seemingly entranced and muttering to himself, "I shouldn't be here. I should be the county governor." "Ha ha, county governor, county governor." Exchanging glances, the brothers read the unspoken words in each other's eyes. It's over. Chapter 58, Inquiry and Execution. As they continued their journey, the Zhu family finally reached the border between Yuanhe Prefecture and Jianghuai Prefecture. The environment was refreshingly new. Vast expanses of forest and flourishing crops adorned the fields, a stark contrast to the desolate northern prefecture. The Zhu family, seated in the ox cart, slowed their pace to admire the picturesque surroundings. Approaching September, the rice in the fields was thriving, and in just over a month, it would be time for harvest. Zhu Heng's spatial farm had yielded multiple harvests since the initial planting, multiplying the quantity manifold, yet it still lacked rice. This was not surprising, as Zhu Heng's original north and prefecture was situated in the northeastern region of the Great Liang, where rice was scarcely cultivated, especially after years of drought. Aunt Wang Suihua's understanding of rice was merely hearsay. She knew it to be fragrant and white, a perfect accompaniment to dishes. This notion fueled her desire for a better life, envisioning a feast of white rice paired with stewed meat. Observing the rice paddies, Zhu Heng's thoughts stirred. As a rice lover himself, he resolved to plant some in his spatial farm, imagining the delightful aroma of rice nurtured by the farm's irrigation system. With determination, he decided to procure some seeds for planting. Inside the cart, Zhu Xiuxiu and Zhu Feng both leaned out, gazing at the vibrant greenery and rice fields, their hearts filled with joy. Though the two little girls were illiterate and lacked knowledge, they found the scenery beautiful and comforting, imbued with a sense of hope and a bright future. The adults, envious of the flourishing rice, contemplated purchasing a few acres of land once they settled down. The likelihood of returning to Shirtu village seemed slim, and wherever they bought land would become their new home. The ox cart continued its journey. Zhu Heng noticed the children from nearby villages frolicking about, full of life, and couldn't he help but feel a touch of envy. These youngsters were blissfully carefree. His younger brother, Zhu Yuan, needed more physical activity. He was still too thin. As Zhu Heng surveyed the surrounding mountains and forests, an idea struck him. He could use hunting as an excuse to rationalize acquiring certain items. Now that they had entered the southern regions, the rain would likely increase. He needed to find an opportunity to use the waterproof plastic tarp he had signed in for. It would serve its purpose well in shielding against the rain. However, he required a good excuse to produce it. Once they reached Jiangnan, where commerce thrived, he could easily attribute it to merchants. If there were foreign traders here, it would be even more convenient, providing the perfect scapegoat. Amidst the flurry of activities, there remained a jar of snowflake cream, which was initially intended as a gift for my sister Zhu Xiuxiu and her companions. However, the opportunity to present it had yet to arise. Zhu Heng had kept this in mind and was now prepared to bring it forth. As for the other items, Zhu Heng had settled on choosing white liquor, sugar, and instant noodles, while he deemed cola and the hardcore meatball set unworthy of inclusion. The cola was inappropriate. Its transparent plastic bottle was more conspicuous than the rainproof cloth. And with the ox cart constantly clattering about, the cola would inevitably fizz up. The meatball set, on the other hand, had been promptly relegated to Zhu Heng's blacklist. It was a culinary indulgence he had often relished in modern times, yet to consume it in this ancient setting felt rather presumptuous. As night fell and the group paused to rest, Zhu Heng voiced his intentions. "Grandfather, I plan to venture back into the mountains. There are plenty of hills here, and I am certain there are numerous game to hunt, as well as the possibility of unearthing some useful herbs." Zhu, his grandfather, stroked his beard thoughtfully, finding the idea plausible. Although their family had accumulated over 28 taels of silver, a lingering sense of uncertainty remained. Amassing more before reaching Jiangnan would be prudent. Moreover, nearly half of their food supplies had been depleted, necessitating replenishment. Conceding to Zhu Heng's proposal, grandfather Zhu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us heed young Heng's suggestion. However, caution is paramount to avoid encountering any formidable beasts." Upon hearing this, Li Erniu, who had been languishing since their last encounter, regained his spirits. Still convinced of his prowess in hunting. "No problem. Leave it to me and Brother Zhu." He thumped his chest with fervor, clearly reveling in the prospect of showcasing his skills. Zhu Heng merely smiled, remaining indifferent to any rivalry, as long as Li Ernia refrained from jeopardizing the family. He had no qualms. In fact, the more boisterous Li Ernia became, the more advantageous it was for Zhu Heng, facilitating the extraction of items from his spatial realm. Ideally, once they reached Jiangnan, securing a private residence would alleviate many concerns. As he listened to Li Ernia's bravado, Zhu Heng silently strategized. Days passed. At the execution grounds, the former county magistrate Kai Jiulian, along with the brothers Wan Qin and Wan Feng, and numerous bandit subordinates, including several women and servants, were all bound and kneeling. Following thorough interrogations, it was revealed that, aside from the irredeemably guilty Kai Jiulian and the two bandit leaders, not a single one of the women or servants was innocent. This was hardly surprising, as bandits would never permit innocents to associate with them. The most steadfast alliances are forged in wrongdoing. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, these women and servants had no choice but to align with the bandits, becoming as inseparable as crickets on the same string, fearing betrayal. The women no longer adorned themselves as they had in the spring and autumn stronghold. Their faces were now etched with terror, eyes swollen from weeping, mouths gagged with rags, and their gazes filled with sheer panic. The servants mirrored this fear, trembling uncontrollably, their lower bodies soiled, a foul odor wafting from their midst, overcome by fright. The bandits, too, were not exempt from dread. Once they were the ones wielding death, but now they were the ones facing the blade, quaking in fear. Hardly better off than the servants. The brothers Wan Qin and Wan Feng had their tendons severed, evidently having resisted fiercely earlier. They were held down like dead dogs by the officials, yet retained their ferocity, glaring at the onlookers as if ready to devour them. A sharp slap resounded as the officials reprimanded the brothers for their audacity to glare at the citizens, a clear display of their newfound vulnerability. The magistrate presided over the scene, with the newly appointed county magistrate seated below. Observing the situation, the magistrate ordered the officials to blindfold the brothers, all the while cautiously gauging the reaction of the jade-faced man seated nearby. Noticing the man, Zheng Hai, smiling, the magistrate felt reassured in his decision. Kai Jiulian, now resembling a madman, incessantly muttered about how earning extra income did not constitute collusion, and how in a future life he would surely ascend to greatness, eliciting laughter from the gathered crowd, creating an atmosphere of levity at the execution grounds. As noon approached, Zheng Hai set down his teacup, signaling the time had come. The magistrate threw down the order engraved with execution commands and bellowed, "It is noon, commence the execution immediately." The gleaming blade rose high before descending, splattering blood 3 feet high. Chapter 59. Procurement of supplies during the days of interrogation and execution at the spring and autumn stronghold. The Zhu family had successfully hunted and sold a considerable amount of game from the mountains. Perhaps as they ventured further south, the forests grew denser and the weather more favorable. This time, Zhu Heng did not even need to utilize the animals he had raised in his spatial realm, instead enriching his spatial farm. With his enhanced senses and the agility of the dragon steppe, he received continual accolades for his hunting prowess. By night, Zhu Heng would scout the mountains using the dragon steppe, returning by day to the vicinity, where his heightened senses effortlessly detected the presence of prey. His nocturnal reconnaissance resulted in a notable increase in the diversity of species within his spatial farm: Polygonatum, Gastrodia, and wild jujubes alongside wild chickens and goats. The wild chickens he captured were authentic, not the artificially colored hens from his system. Their plumage was a vibrant red with white necks, adorned with at least 5 or 6 distinct colors. The goats were equally impressive. Previously, he had registered a pair of sheep, which had multiplied in his space, but these goats appeared robust and strong. While sheep meat was tender and mild, ideal for hot pot, goat meat was rich and flavorful, better suited for stews. Zhu Heng had already envisioned the future of both types of sheep, favoring the sheep for their utility, as their wool could be used for crafting everyday items. In the span of these few days, the 5 deer and 3 goats he captured netted a total of 49 taels of silver, with a delightful surprise being the squirrels, which a wealthy young master purchased for 2 taels, almost the price of a goat, likely intended as pets. Adding this to the remaining 28 taels from before, The Zhu family now boasted a total of 79 taels of silver. This did not even account for the items Zhu Heng had acquired from the bandits. When they reached Jiangnan and sold what they needed to, they could expect to yield thousands of taels. With silver in hand, it was time to make purchases. The necessities of life must be met. Over the past 5 days, Zhu Heng had secured a bottle of Yunnan Baiao, a crate of strawberries, 10 pounds of 5-spice beef jerky, a blue pill, and a box of oyster sauce. Zhu Heng was pleased with these rewards, particularly the Yunnan Baiao, which contained a red capsule with potent hemostatic properties, a crucial life-saving tool. However, the blue pill was utterly useless, might as well discard it along with the hardcore meatballs. On the following day, at the break of dawn, the Zhu family rose early, for it was time for replenishment and procurement once more. This region was abundant in rice, yielding 2 harvests a year, thus early ripening rice was available for purchase. Zhu Heng had grown weary of hand-pulled noodles and craved a change to rice. And given the southern location, rice was more affordable than noodles. After gathering information, the Zhu family decided to switch to buying rice. A mere 2 taels of silver could procure 300 pounds of rice. Calculating based on a daily consumption of 1 pound per person, an individual would require 30 pounds of rice for a month. This is a conservative estimate. Individuals such as Zhu Heng, Zhi Yuliang, Zhi Yutian, and Li Meng possess substantial appetites, often consuming over a pound daily. Only the younger Li Changxing and Lianen can be considered as a quarter of a person in terms of their intake. Consequently, with 6 individuals of hearty appetites, 7 of moderate consumption, along with 3 larger and 2 smaller noses, the total monthly rice consumption would approach approximately 540 pounds. The remaining flour could last just over a month, and since the coarse grains and beans had already been consumed, there was no need to purchase an excessive amount of rice, just enough to mix in with the existing stock for a modest price. The group meticulously transported the rice into the cart, arranging it neatly. Due to the surplus quantity, they distributed it across several carts for easy access. Zhu Heng specifically requested a tael of silver from his grandparents, who had long regarded him as a young man capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Without hesitation, his grandfather, Zhu Rini, complied. After accounting for the rice purchase and the silver given to Zhu Heng, the household's remaining savings stood at 77 taels. Clutching the silver, Zhu Heng inwardly pondered the necessity of devising a way to rationalize the acquisition of both goods and silver once they reached Jiangnan, lest he encounter complications. Today marked the market day in Wumu town, bustling with life. It appeared that the further south one ventured, the denser the population became, and the more prosperous the economy. Wumu town, a significant hub, attracted villagers from surrounding areas, some selling locally foraged goods, others showcasing culinary skills, and yet more displaying embroidered wares. The Zhu family divided into 2 groups. One remained to guard the ox cart while the other ventured forth to seek out necessary items. Zhu Heng ventured out alone, leaving his grandfather Zhu Rini unaware of his intentions. "Has my nephew mentioned what he wishes to purchase?" inquired his uncle Zhu Yutian, with a hint of curiosity. Zhu Rini shot a glance at Zhu Yutian. "Do you take your father for a sage?" After receiving a reprimanding look, Zhu Yutian sheepishly scratched his head. "It's just that you handed him silver so readily. I thought you might know what he intends to buy." Zhu Rini replied softly with a huff. "Isn't it Zhu Heng who toils for the silver we earn from hunting? He thinks of our family, so why would he need to dally for a mere tael?" Zhu Yutian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the elder. In these ancient times, without a division of the family, all earnings would naturally be contributed to the communal pot. It was rare to find an elder so understanding as Zhu Rini. This very understanding fostered a harmonious relationship between him and his elder brother Zhu Yuliang, who had both married wives that regarded the Zhu family as their own, with the 2 sisters-in-law often closer than most siblings. As time passed, the throng at the market gradually dwindled. The group that had gone shopping returned to the ox cart, carrying an assortment of items: scallions, ginger, garlic, pork fat, salt, rice candy, and roasted duck. Despite the variety, the total expenditure was less than a tael of silver, with the priciest item being the rice candy rather than the pork or duck. The household's remaining silver now amounted to 76 taels and 102 won. The rice candy was crafted by frying glutinous grains in a pot until they expanded, transforming into puffs larger than before, then mixed with syrup and pressed into wooden frames to solidify. The essence of rice candy lies in its sweetness. In ancient times, sugar was rare, and anything with sugar would command a higher price, providing a delightful treat for all. The Zhu family awaited by the ox cart when Zhu Feng, with keen eyes, suddenly spotted someone approaching, laden with various items. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhu Heng who was carrying a carefully selected haul. These items had been premeditated, perfectly capitalizing on the opportunity presented by the market. The sweet potatoes harvested from the land had grown exceptionally well, their skins a vibrant purple. And Zhu Heng had procured a bamboo basket filled to the brim, weighing several dozen pounds. In addition, he had purchased some white liquor and fragrant snow cream. The liquor, besides serving as a refreshing drink, could enhance the flavor of stews and serve as a disinfectant for minor injuries. To avoid drawing attention, Zhu Heng had wrapped the glass bottle in a layer of straw rope, giving it an antiquated appearance. The snow cream, on the other hand, was elegantly contained in a porcelain jar adorned with beautiful peony designs, exuding a corresponding floral fragrance. Zhu Heng had thought of his sister upon acquiring it, knowing she would appreciate its beauty and later use the jar to store sewing supplies. Most importantly, he had obtained Yunnan Baiyao, a medicinal product that required careful handling until it was needed, as one could not afford to reveal it in haste. Initially, Zhu Heng had intended to bring home a bag of white sugar, but upon inquiring at the market, he was astounded by its exorbitant price. Thus, he decisively abandoned that plan. Beyond these items, Zhu Heng had opened the instant noodles he had signed for, purchasing several jars at the market. Finding a secluded spot, he tore open the noodle packets, combining the noodles while storing the remaining sauces and seasoning powders in separate jars. It must be said, since Zhu Heng's arrival in this realm, the aroma of the seasoning had been utterly intoxicating, reminiscent of the first time one tasted instant noodles. As he prepared to return with his bounty, he recalled the delectable meatball set he had signed for: beef balls, crispy pork, octopus balls, and fish roe pouches. This set contained a delightful variety of over 10 items. Having already indulged in the noodles, he figured a small diversion wouldn't hurt. Ultimately, he succumbed and added 1 jar to his collection, allowing nostalgia to wash over him. Indeed, no one can escape the allure of true flavor. Upon returning, Zhu Feng excitedly bounced at the sight of her cousin burdened with an assortment of goods, her braids swaying. Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Yutian hurried to assist Zhu Heng, their curiosity piqued by the unusual items he had procured. "Hanger, what is this?" Zhu Yuliang asked, eyeing the curvy noodles in the basket, their pale hue intriguing him. The rest of the family, hearing his query, gathered around with interest. This was a type of noodle, the vendor had said, that could be eaten after soaking in hot water or boiling, and if one didn't mind the texture, could even be consumed raw. Grandfather Zhu Rini stroked his beard, his eyes wide with astonishment. "In my many years, I have never encountered such a thing." "Hanger, is this a local specialty?" Zhu Heng, feigning ignorance, replied. "I'm not quite sure. I just saw a man selling them and decided to buy some." Then, as if struck by inspiration, he hurriedly displayed 2 small jars. "Look. These are the sauces he was selling alongside the noodles, perfect for cooking them." Upon hearing this, Mother Sun Fong and Aunt Wang Suihua were intrigued, each taking a small jar to examine. "Oh, what a delightful aroma! How delicious this would be if cooked with noodles," Aunt Wang Suihua remarked, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. For individuals from ancient times, unaccustomed to the modern marvels of sauces, this was merely a common condiment. However, should it be cooked, releasing its flavors, it might indeed prove to be the exquisite delicacy spoken of by netizens on the app Zhihu. Zhu Heng recalled a question he had once encountered on that very platform: whether the broth of instant noodles, if transported to ancient times, would be considered a supreme delicacy. The responses had varied widely, with most netizens agreeing it would be a case of overwhelming superiority, akin to a protagonist who, upon time traveling, is swiftly vanquished by a formidable boss from 1,000 chapters later before even uttering the phrase. Do not underestimate the youth. Seeing that Aunt Wang was about to dip her finger into the jar, Zhu Heng hurriedly roused the entranced Wang Suihua. She snapped back to reality, her face flushing with embarrassment at her behavior in front of her in-laws, and hastily secured the lid back onto the jar, placing it in the carriage. "Oh, how wonderfully fragrant." Grandmother Li Chunhua chuckled, shaking her head. Her daughter-in-law was delightful in every regard, especially when it came to food. "These are meatballs, primarily made from chicken. I bought a variety. We can cook them together with the noodles later." Zhu Heng began to introduce the items he had purchased, eliciting a chorus of delighted gasps. I also bought some white liquor for everyone. I noticed Grandpa hasn't had a drink in a while, so he can enjoy a bit today. He placed the liquor down and then took out the Yunnan Baiyao, explaining it carefully, but to prevent its value from exceeding what the others might estimate. He merely referred to it as a hemostatic powder. The Zhu family assumed it was just a type of bone and muscle powder and did not delve deeper into its significance. Having completed his introductions, Zhu Heng presented the snow flower cream to Zhu Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, this is for you, a snow flower cream with a peony fragrance. Your face may dry out from the wind on the way. At your age, you should take care of your beauty and apply this to keep your skin hydrated. Zhu Xiuxiu accepted the snow flower cream with joy, the exquisite jar and the lifelike design filling her with delight. The thought of her brother caring for her warmed her heart. Although she was of an age where she should have been engaged, the unfavorable conditions in Shirtu village had deterred anyone from wanting to spend money on a bride who would merely be a burden. Once they settled in Jiangnan, it would be necessary for the suitors to visit, and the snow flower cream would help enhance her complexion. Thank you, brother. Zhu Xiuxiu, typically quiet and composed, held the jar with both hands, reveling in her happiness. Seeing her children in such harmony, Sun Fong beamed with joy. After Zhu Heng finished sharing his purchases, he inquired about what Sun Fong and the others had bought, only to discover they had procured rice candy. Upon learning the price of the rice candy, Zhu Heng felt a pang of astonishment. Indeed, it was wise to omit the white sugar, as this area primarily consumed candy or brown sugar. Had they introduced pure white sugar akin to that used in modern times, it might well have cost a couple of taels. By now, it was nearly noon, and most of the market-goers had dispersed, with vendors beginning to pack up. The Zhu family quickly climbed onto the ox cart, eager to find a riverside spot for a delightful meal. Chapter 61. The aroma of instant noodles drives everyone wild. Ultimately, they settled by a wide river, the water stretching nearly 5 to 6 meters across, surrounded by sandy banks. Gazing into the distance, they could see the tendrils of smoke rising from the nearby village. The Zhu family parked the ox cart on the sandy ground, for the sun was high overhead, casting no shadows on the ground. At that moment, the bamboo mats they had purchased came into play. They spread the mats over the top of the cart, securing them with a stone, creating a makeshift parasol that would also serve as protection from rain if necessary. Zhu Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover this. With the bamboo mats in place, there was no rush to retrieve the waterproof tarpaulin. Zhu Heng took the ox to drink while the others began preparing for the meal. Given the sandy terrain, they needed to gather stones to create a suitable surface for the pot. Each family member had their tasks. Some sought stones, others laid out the bamboo mats, while some chopped wood and washed dishes. After nearly 2 months of traveling, their teamwork had become remarkably synchronized. For lunch, Zhu Heng decided to cook the instant noodles himself. While there are numerous methods to prepare instant noodles, a prevailing consensus is that boiling them yields a superior flavor compared to soaking. This is likely due to the noodles absorbing the broth more thoroughly when boiled, rather than becoming mushy from prolonged soaking. Observing that his family had purchased pork fat, Zhu Heng seized the opportunity to fry it, allowing the fat to render before adding a spoonful of the noodle sauce. The explosion of aroma was akin to the detonation of a nuclear device. Zhu Heng had signed in for rich tonkatsu ramen, known for its palatability, in contrast to spicier varieties that some might find unpalatable. The concentrated oil packet encapsulated the essence of flavor, and rather than using river water, Zhu Heng opted for the water from the space farm in his bag. As he poured the water in, it momentarily diluted the rich scent, sending spirals of oil dancing and twisting in the pot. Not rushing to add the noodles just yet, he first dropped in the meatballs, covering the pot with a lid while waiting for the water to boil. Zhu Heng had procured 24 packs of instant noodles, given the appetites of his family. One meal might not suffice. To avoid the issue of insufficient boiling, he had prepared 2 stoves with large pots. There is a saying that 1 packet of noodles is not filling, while 2 packets are excessive. With 18 family members, even after excluding the 2 younger ones, 24 packs would be easily consumed. Zhu Heng was grateful to have brought the meatballs along, as they would complement the meal perfectly. As he fantasized about the meal, the water began to boil. Zhu Heng lifted the pot lid, releasing a long-suppressed wave of delightful fragrance. "This is heavenly," Aunt Wang Suihua exclaimed, fanning herself in an attempt to draw in the enticing aroma, unwilling to let any go to waste. It was her first time encountering such a delightful scent, and she could only imagine how wonderful it would taste. Wang Meiying struggled to hold on to her two children, Li Chongqing and Li Yanin, who were eagerly peering toward the pot. Thankfully, Zhu Daju's mother, Lu, helped restrain one of them. Despite their tender age, the allure of the aroma propelled them forward with considerable enthusiasm. Wang Meiying quickly called over Li Erniu and Li Meng, instructing them to take the children a bit farther away until it was time to eat. Under the watchful eyes of the family, Zhu Heng promptly separated the 24 noodle blocks and dropped them into the two large pots. By this time, the meatballs were nearly cooked through, with plenty of sauce remaining. After all, 24 packs of noodles called for ample seasoning. Zhu Heng preferred to add the sauce midway through cooking for an even richer broth. He covered the pots, knowing that the noodles did not require prolonged boiling, as excessive cooking would make them too waterlogged. After about 3 minutes of boiling, he added the remaining sauce to dissolve it, and the enticing aroma began to permeate the air, making Zhu Feng feel as if his own nose had been imbued with fragrance. When the time was right, Zhu Heng added the powdered ingredients, and soon, a pot of instant noodles with various meatballs was ready to be served. Not only did the young Li Chongqing and Li Yanin find it hard to resist, but even the elderly Lu couple, comprised of grandpa and grandma, frequently cast glances over, their mouths watering incessantly. "Oh dear, it smells so delicious. Why don't we buy some when we leave?" inquired second Aunt Wang Sui Hua, licking her lips. Zhu Heng, having nothing else to offer, promptly replied, "Aunt, the seller mentioned that this is exclusively for the affluent. What we have is merely leftover stock that was secretly brought out for sale. It's unlikely we can procure any now." Upon hearing this, the mood of the crowd visibly dampened, and even Grandpa Zhu Rini felt a tinge of regret. To alleviate their longing, Zhu Heng quickly suggested, "Let us taste it. The noodles will clump together soon." This remark jolted everyone back to reality, and they swiftly began dividing the noodles among themselves. Li Erniu and Li Meng had returned, cradling their children, who were truly unable to contain their cravings. They would have likely resorted to nibbling on their fathers and brothers otherwise. Each person received a bowl of noodles and meatballs, while the two little ones, Li Chongqing and Li Yanin, were given smaller portions with a few meatballs. As the noodles entered their mouths, aside from Zhu Heng, who was reminiscing about the long-lost taste, the others were momentarily stunned. Those experiencing instant noodles for the first time were met with unparalleled astonishment. Even those who had indulged in them before could not resist the sheer satisfaction of the first bite, especially for those encountering it for the first time. Their astonishment soon morphed into sheer ecstasy. Li Chongqing and Li Yanin, now independent of their mother's feeding, clumsily began to scoop the noodles into their mouths with their unfamiliar chopsticks, leaving Wang Meiying, who watched in astonishment, taken aback. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. No wonder this is food for the affluent. Today has truly broadened our horizons. It's so good." No one could resist the fresh and fragrant offerings of modern technology. Only Zhu Heng had the leisure to observe the reactions of the crowd, noticing that Zhu Daju was nearly choking, prompting him to remind everyone to eat slowly. "Brother, what is this?" inquired Zhu Yuan, curiously holding a meatball with broth inside, looking at Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng quickly advised him to be cautious, explaining that it was a type of meatball filled with soup, and the vendor had specifically warned him to be careful not to burn his mouth. Zhu Yuan nodded obediently, blowing on it until it was warm enough, before cautiously biting into it. A burst of rich broth surged into his mouth, and the little one's face lit up with delight as he hastily chewed the meatball. Zhu Heng also took a bite, although it was dubbed cruel meatball. It seemed to taste significantly better than those he had tried before, likely due to the system's influence. Indeed, products from the system were of exquisite quality. Chapter 62. Sudden Change in Weather. After finishing the noodles, everyone continued to savor the lingering flavors, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Zhu Heng, having not tasted such fare in a while, mused that an occasional meal like this was quite enjoyable, though he still preferred the meat from his face, cultivated with spiritual energy, which was exceptionally delectable, whether vegetarian or meaty. Today's instant noodles were delicious, he pondered, and it was likely due not only to their explosive flavor, but also to the water he used. The water from his space was particularly pure, imbued with a hint of sweetness, surpassing even the finest mineral water. During their journey, Zhu Heng had filled his water pouch with water from his space whenever possible. Adding vitamin tablets to it, he had successfully provided for his family. Thanks to the vitamins, their hair had improved significantly, appearing less dry and frizzy. Although Zhu Daju's and Li Erniu's families, unable to conveniently store the vitamins, showed a noticeable difference in comparison. After lunch, the group rested for a while before preparing to render lard. Pig fat does not last long, but extracting it into lard allows for extended preservation. Only one of the 2 large pots was needed, they were cleaned thoroughly, and the pig fat was cut into appropriately sized pieces. Different families had varying methods for rendering lard. Zhu Heng had heard that some would blanch the fat in water first to remove the odor. However, it was evident that the Zhu family's method involved placing it directly into the pot. Sun Fong and Wang Suihua took on the task of rendering the lard, adding the cut fat and a suitable amount of water into the pot. Zhu Heng recognized this as the water rendering method. The pork lard bubbled away in the pot, and as the added water evaporated, the fat began to render, causing the pieces to shrink and turn golden. The rendered lard was ladled out into containers. Luckily, Zhu Heng had purchased several jars to store the instant noodle sauces, which were now perfectly suited for holding the lard. The remaining pork fat continued to fry until all the fat was extracted, becoming crispy and golden brown. The leftover cracklings, glistening with a golden hue, looked particularly enticing, making for a rare delicacy. Wang Suihua sprinkled the special barbecue seasoning and salt that Zhu Heng had prepared earlier over the freshly cooked cracklings, elevating their aroma, prompting Grandpa Zhu Rini to call for a cup of liquor. Zhu Heng opened a bottle of white wine and poured a glass for his grandfather. "Grandpa, this liquor is quite potent. Please drink it cautiously." Grandpa Zhu Rini raised his glass, inhaling the fragrance, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "What a fine wine." Zhu and others eagerly leaned in, wanting to partake as well. Zhu Heng declined several requests, saying, "Father, we must continue on our journey shortly. Drinking could lead to mishaps." Even in ancient times, this would be considered drunk driving, let alone with such high-proof liquor. They have never consumed anything this strong. Zhu Heng estimated that the alcohol they had previously drunk was at most comparable to beer. He dared not offer them anything stronger. As for Grandpa, it was of little concern. The old man would not be driving while seated in the cart. Zhu Heng only poured for those not driving, while Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, and Zhu Daju were advised to wait until they could stop somewhere to try it. Ignoring his father's resentful gaze, Zhu Heng had no desire to create chaos. Those who could drink savored the white wine's flavor. As the liquor slid down their throats, Grandpa Zhu Rini praised the wine, the initial spiciness causing him to furrow his brow momentarily, but the subsequent warmth spreading throughout his body was delightful. One piece of crackling, followed by a sip of white wine, created a sensation that was quite intoxicating. However, time was of the essence. Only a small portion of the cracklings was taken out, as they could not consume everything in one sitting, especially after indulging in so many delicious noodles and meatballs. They still had a long journey ahead. Some of those who had drunk the white wine were beginning to feel tipsy, and Zhu Heng assisted Grandpa onto the cart, ready to set off once more. Sitting atop the ox cart, Zhu Heng glanced at his watch. It was now around 2:20 in the afternoon. They had delayed considerably and needed to hasten their pace. They were currently in Jianghuai Prefecture, adjacent to the Jiang'an region of Jintian Prefecture. Although it appeared close, Jianghuai Prefecture spanned vast territories, intersected by numerous rivers, which would inevitably lead them on a longer route. If they could travel directly, they might reach Jintian Prefecture in a month. However, if they had to detour around the rivers, it could easily extend their journey by another month. Zhu Heng found himself yearning for modern conveniences such as airplanes and high-speed trains, which would eliminate the need for such arduous travel. At the very least, elevated highways would suffice, allowing for direct routes and considerable time savings. Nevertheless, one must learn to be content. Having arrived here, he was surrounded by family and relatives, which was far better than the solitude of modern life. After not having traveled for 2 hours, they encountered a vast river blocking their path. "Hanger, what shall we do? The road is impassable." Zhu Yuliang leapt from the ox cart, gazing with concern at the surging waves of the mighty river. Zhu Heng unfurled a map for examination, only to discover that it was rather insufficient in detail. It seemed they would have to inquire with the locals. "Father, we must first find a place to stay and gather more information about the route," Zhu Yuliang observed with a sigh as he noted Zhu Heng's disapproval. "Very well. I see that father and the others are quite inebriated. Perhaps we should seek a nearby village and pay for a night's lodging." Zhu Heng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the encroaching twilight that necessitated finding a place to rest. Typically, areas near rivers and lakes are inhabited, as people rely on the mountains for sustenance and the waters for their livelihood. A few of them climbed to an elevated spot to survey the surroundings. "Brother Zhu, look over there," shouted Li Erniu, pointing towards the north where a village was discernible, with several wisps of smoke rising, indicating the presence of inhabitants. Zhu Heng nodded, committing the location to memory. "Then let us proceed there and inquire further." The group returned to the resting ox cart to relay their findings to the family. Grandfather, having indulged in drink, was asleep in the cart, making it inappropriate to wake him. The remaining sober members convened and unanimously agreed to investigate the village. Zhu Heng whispered to his family, "We are in unfamiliar territory. Let us remain vigilant and keep our defensive items within easy reach." The group exchanged glances and nodded solemnly before setting off towards the northern village. They had scarcely traversed half the distance when an alarming signal pierced the air. "Alert! Alert!" A blinding red light abruptly appeared before Zhu Heng, dominating his field of vision. His heart raced as he realized it was a weather alert. Ever since acquiring the weather forecasting feature, he had diligently checked it daily, but this was the first instance an alarm had been triggered. The screen blared ominously, "Alert! Unidentified cloud formations rapidly gathering. Terrifying storms expected at 9 o'clock tonight. Seek refuge immediately." The time was already approaching 6 o'clock, leaving them with mere hours, at most 3, to find safety. Chapter 63. Feigning Illness. The sight of the alert startled Zhu Heng. Unidentified clouds were gathering at a rapid pace, and if even the weather forecast deemed the impending storm terrifying, its magnitude must be significant. Zhu Heng quickly looked up. The sky appeared dim but offered no immediate signs of trouble. Regardless, the system had issued a warning, and they could not afford to delay in relocating to safety. He checked his watch. It was now 5:43. The alert predicted storms at 9 o'clock, but they could not afford to cut their timeline so dangerously close, leaving them roughly 2.5 hours to escape. Zhu Heng's mind raced as he calculated their remaining distance to the village they had intended to visit. They were only halfway there. If they continued at this pace, they could reach it in about 10 minutes. However, Zhu Heng dared not gamble with the severity of the storm. If the rain were as fierce as predicted, being near the river would be perilous. The village was not far from the Great River. The weather alert had vanished from Zhu Heng's view, reverting to its usual interface. Yet, the forecast, once clear, now promised 4 consecutive days of torrential storms. Zhu Heng suddenly realized that the village was not a safe destination. Continuous storms would bring immeasurable precipitation. If the weather had reached a level warranting a warning, the river would surely swell, potentially resulting in flooding. The village they had glimpsed from the hillside was only a half hour from the river, with a tributary winding around it, likely dug for irrigation purposes. What was once a convenience could turn into a deadly trap in such conditions. Given the multitude of rivers in Jianghuai Prefecture, they could avoid complications elsewhere. But it was imperative to find a location that would keep them safe from rising waters. Zhu Heng bellowed, bringing the ox cart to a gradual halt. The others, puzzled by the sudden stop, followed suit. "What is the matter, Hanger?" Zhu Yuliang queried, leaping down from the cart to approach his son, who was absorbed in thought while studying the map. The family, sensing something was amiss, hurriedly disembarked, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern, save for a few still under the influence of drink. Zhu Heng scrutinized the map, grateful for the lengthening daylight that still allowed him to see clearly. They needed to identify a place far from the rivers, somewhere they could reach in time. The mountains were not an option, as they offered no shelter from the elements. To seek refuge there would mean enduring 4 days of relentless rain, which would be too much for the family to bear. Moreover, the ox cart could not ascend the mountain, and abandoning it along with their supplies was out of the question, although Zhu Heng could store them in his spatial realm. The family could not be expected to agree to such a loss. Every location near the rivers must be avoided, as the forecast storm warning suggested something truly formidable. Zhu Heng recalled the town they had visited earlier that day. It was well developed, and the river where they had cooked instant noodles was the only one nearby, with a width of 4 to 5 meters, which was manageable. Most importantly, the surrounding area was composed of vast stretches of sand. The rapid absorption and strong permeability of sand would mitigate some of the effects of a downpour. As for the town's infrastructure, Zhu Heng felt assured. Jianghuai Prefecture was accustomed to water, and the towns had robust flood prevention measures in place. Most towns in Jianghuai were built on relatively elevated ground, with numerous drainage ditches dug in the vicinity, significantly enhancing their safety compared to the village. Additionally, should they hurry, they could find lodging at an inn or At the very least, offer some silver to stay with a local family for a few days. Qingxin Town. This was the very place Yu's family had visited for the market earlier that day, and now, in a bid to escape the impending storm, they would need to retrace their steps. Resolved, Zhu Heng promptly folded the map and fixed a serious gaze upon his family. The clouds overhead had thickened, darkening the sky considerably, and the cattle seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, growing restless, their tails flicking nervously as oppressive heat hung in the air. Father, we shall not go to the village. We will travel at full speed back to Qingxin Town. Zhu Yuliang and the others were taken aback, hastily inquiring, "What is the matter? We are returning to the town? Isn't that going back?" Zhu Heng, however, was not inclined to waste time on explanations. Their most pressing concern was time itself. He interrupted the chatter, feigning discomfort as if he were unwell. "I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen. We must see a doctor in town." He deliberately exhibited signs of distress. Sun Feng gasped, quickly supporting Zhu Heng. Do not frighten your mother." "What is the matter?" Zhu Heng weakly shook his head, urging, "Mother, let us hurry to the town." The Zhu family, filled with urgency, urged Zhu Tian to prompt his elder brother, "Do not dawdle. We must make haste to Qingxin Town." Zhu Yuliang finally came to his senses and exclaimed in a state of agitation, "Yes. Yes. Quickly, Brother Erniu, please help us with Hanger's carriage. We must hasten our return." The group hurriedly boarded the vehicles, with Zhu Heng being placed in Zhu Yuliang's carriage, while Sun Feng attentively tended to him. The convoy of ox carts surged forward at full speed along the route they had previously taken. Zhu Heng feigned discomfort, all the while calculating the time in his mind. They had left Qingxin Town after finishing the market and having lunch at 2:20, and it took them over 3 hours to reach the riverbank. This was primarily due to their concern for the inebriated individuals at home, thus their pace had not been swift. However, the circumstances had changed. Zhu Heng deliberately pretended to be ill, necessitating a rapid journey. If they maintained their current accelerated speed, they should be able to return to Qingxin Town in no more than 2 hours, likely arriving by 8 o'clock. Zhu Heng mentally noted the time, continuing to feign his ailment, having considered fabricating an excuse about impending heavy rain. Yet, the clouds were merely in the early accumulation stage, appearing significantly grayer but not yet threatening. Moreover, explaining how he knew of an impending storm would pose complications. Even if he managed to articulate a convincing explanation, it would consume precious time that they could ill afford. Time was of the essence. Therefore, Zhu Heng opted not to elaborate, instead persisting in his act of physical distress, determined to reach the town first. It seemed his ruse was effective, as the ox carts strained with all their might, charging forward. Unfortunately, the intoxicated grandfather and others were jolted awake by the tumultuous ride. The clouds above thickened ominously, brewing a formidable storm. Chapter 64. A Choice to Make. The ox carts raced toward Qingxin Town. As time passed, the clouds continued to gather, eventually obscuring the sun entirely. The individuals driving the carts glanced up in alarm, noting the sky's ominous hue, resembling a darkened smudge. "It might rain soon. We must go faster," Zhu Yuliang shouted, cracking the whip, urging the oxen to gallop ahead, their speed rivaling that of horses. Those within the carriage, hearing the command, poked their heads out to gaze at the ominous clouds, layered thickly, instilling a sense of dread. Sun Feng continued to watch over Zhu Heng, while Zhu Xiuxiu and Zhu Feng huddled together, their faces etched with fear. With her hand clasping one of the girls, Wang Suihua reassured them, "Fenger, Xiuxiu, do not fear, we are all here, and everything will be all right." She then turned her attention to Zhu Heng, noticing his pained expression, and sought to comfort Sun Feng and grandmother Li Chunhua, believing that her dear nephew would surely be protected by fate and would come to no harm. Although Wang Suihua spoke with conviction, her heart harbored doubt, yet she understood that her sister-in-law's anxiety for her eldest son warranted her to maintain composure, lest it further agitate the elder and the two girls. On Zhu Yotian's cart, grandfather Zhu Renyi had awakened. The jolting ride had roused him from his stupor. He hoarsely inquired about the commotion. Zhu Yuan quickly steadied his grandfather and explained, "Grandfather, it's brother. He has a stomachache, and we are hurrying back to Qingxin Town." Zhu Yuan glanced apprehensively out the window, swallowing hard as he continued, "The weather outside is strange. With so many clouds, it looks terribly frightening." Grandfather Zhu Renyi was alarmed. His eldest grandson had a stomachache? This was no trifling matter. If something were to go awry, it could be dire. Instantly, concern etched his features. shaking off the remnants of intoxication. Hearing Zhu Yuan's remarks about the weather, he hastily lifted the curtain of the carriage window to peer outside. What he saw astonished him. Even after decades of life, he had never witnessed such an accumulation of clouds, layered upon one another, appearing oppressively dense, casting a shadow that darkened the day and induced a sense of unease. It seemed a torrential downpour was imminent. Zhu Rini lowered the curtain with a sigh. This was a weather phenomenon he had never encountered, and lacking experience in such matters, combined with his eldest grandson's ailment, left the aged man with a furrowed brow, his heart brimming with silent prayers. In an instant, the atmosphere within the carriages grew tense, the oppressive weather outside felt as if it was suffocating them. Time ticked away. Darkness deepened, and the wind began to rise, rustling the fallen leaves ominously. They were now not far from Qingxin town. Zhu Heng's expression gradually relaxed, prompting Sun Fong to inquire anxiously, "How are you feeling, dear?" "Mother, I feel much better. I should be all right now," Zhu Heng replied, sitting up, projecting an appearance of recovery to reassure Sun Fong. Seeing her son seemingly restored, Sun Fong's anxiety eased slightly. She quickly opened the carriage curtain, calling out to Zhu Yuliang, "Our son is fine. May heaven bless us." Zhu Yuliang felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him, even experiencing a slight weakness in his limbs. Thank goodness, he is well," Zhu Yuliang murmured repeatedly, both in gratitude and as a means of self-comfort. He had been holding it together until now. Zhu Heng, observing his parents' relief, felt a pang of guilt. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to continue the charade. He glanced outside, noting that the scenery beyond the window had entirely transformed. His heart raced as he recognized the truth of the weather forecasts. A terrifying storm was indeed on the horizon. "Hanger, once we arrive in town, we must see a doctor. Otherwise, your mother will be worried," Sun Fong insisted, despite Zhu Heng's apparent recovery. Zhu Heng, aware of his own well-being, understood that rejecting Sun Fong's concern would not align with normal logic, so he nodded in agreement, acquiescing to his mother's wishes. However, he suspected that consulting a doctor might prove challenging. They would need to find lodging first upon their arrival. At last, they could see the houses of Qingxin town. The Zhu family's spirits lifted as they pressed onward. Moments later, they arrived at Qingxin town, with Li Ernia calling out to slow down. "Brother Zhu, let me inquire at the medical hall." Li Ernia approached, but Zhu Heng shook his head to stop him. "I'm feeling much better. Let us head to an inn first. We need a place to stay given the weather." Zhu Heng disembarked from Zhu Yuliang's cart, recalling the location of the town's inn from their earlier visit to the market. "Everyone follow me. We must find shelter first." Zhu Yuliang and Sun Fong exchanged glances, startled by the current conditions. The wind howled menacingly, and the sky bore a foreboding gray-black hue, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of impending doom. They promptly concurred with Zhu Heng's suggestion to seek lodging before heading to the medical hall. Zhu Heng returned to his ox cart, which promptly set off toward the inn's location as he fervently prayed for available rooms. Soon they reached the inn in Qingxin town, and Zhu Heng rushed inside, inquiring about vacancies. Grandfather Zhu Rini, supported by others, hurried in after him, as all their funds were in his possession. After questioning the innkeeper, Zhu Heng learned that due to the abrupt change in weather, most rooms had been booked. Only a few upper-class rooms remained, still available due to the increased prices prompted by the weather. Grandfather Zhu Rini inquired, "Excuse me, good sir, how much for one of those upper-class rooms?" 1 or 2 taels of silver per day. Esteemed guests, would you like to stay at our inn?" As the young attendant announced his pricing, the members of the Zhu family could not help but gasp in shock. The innkeeper's charges were exorbitantly high. 1 tael of silver could suffice for a month's worth of provisions. Yet here it would only afford them a single night's lodging. Zhu Heng furrowed his brow. Their party consisted of 18 individuals, necessitating at least 2 rooms. The weather forecast warned of 4 days of torrential rain, and should flooding ensue, they might require additional days. At 2 taels of silver per day, a minimum of 8 taels would be required for 4 days. Noticing the distressed expressions on their faces, the young attendant discreetly beckoned and lowered his voice. "If you find the price steep, I can recommend a more favorable option." Intrigued, Zhu Heng also lowered his voice and inquired, "Pray, do tell." Upon hearing the attendant's explanation, the Zhu family grasped that he was attempting to direct them to his aunt's residence, where he would earn a commission. The attendant's aunt had space available, and while the conditions might not match those of the inn, the cost would be significantly less, potentially saving them half the price. With roughly 40 minutes until 9 o'clock. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they grappled with the crucial decision of where to stay. Chapter 65. An impending storm. Should they choose the inn or the attendant's aunt's home? The Zhu family hesitated, casting glances at Grandpa Zhu Rini, seemingly awaiting his guidance. Observing this, Zhu Heng leaned in and quietly asked the attendant, "Does your aunt's home have a shelter for our cart?" The attendant shook his head. They lacked such a facility. His aunt's house was merely spacious enough for lodging, and the cart would have to remain in the yard. This venture was a first-time endeavor due to the weather. And there was no time to construct a shelter, as typically, inns were the preferred choice for accommodation. After all, reputable inns ensured safety, while staying in private homes carried inherent risks. Upon learning that there was no shelter, Zhu Heng promptly dismissed the idea of his aunt's home. He was acutely aware that the impending rain would last at least 4 days, and without a roof, their oxen would surely suffer. The inn, however, provided daily hot water and services for feeding horses and oxen, and if they opted for a room, meals would be included, albeit limited to one per room. Zhu Heng understood this. If one individual could manage, accommodating over 10 in a single room while sharing meals would likely offset the lodging costs considerably. Grandpa Zhu Rini and the rest of the Zhu family remained indecisive, as this was no trivial expense. Zhu Heng, glancing at the darkening sky, resolved not to delay any further. His grandfather and the others were unaware of the storm's ferocity and the forecast of at least 4 days of rain. Staying elsewhere was simply untenable. "Grandpa, we shall stay here. Risking our oxen in the rain would be a grave mistake," Zhu Heng urged quietly. However, Grandpa Zhu Rini, having grown up in Beian Prefecture, had little comprehension of severe storms and believed that rain could only reach a certain intensity. Zhu Heng shook his head, cutting off his grandfather's thoughts, and gestured for him to look outside. As they conversed, the wind howled even louder. "Grandpa, this is not the rain we encounter in our northern lands. We cannot take such a gamble." Although Grandpa Rini hesitated over the expense, he recognized the wisdom in his grandson's words. The cost of lodging paled in comparison to the welfare of their oxen. He nodded, realizing he had been mistaken. The weather was indeed ominous. Seeing his grandfather's consent, Zhu Heng signaled to the attendant that they would require 2 rooms. Although the attendant had not secured the business for his family, he understood their plight. After all, oxen were significant assets that deserved careful handling. After paying a tael of silver as a deposit for each room, the Zhu family received their room keys, and the inn staff took their cart to the rear courtyard. Zhu Heng instructed his family to settle into their rooms while he accompanied the attendants to inspect the courtyard. The ancient inn had its intricacies. Livestock and carts were kept separate during parking. Once the cart was unloaded, it was parked in neat rows in the courtyard, each marked with different room numbers, while the 4 oxen were led to a designated stable, also tagged. The stable, a general term, housed not only horses, but also donkeys and other oxen like theirs. Zhu Heng noted that the stable had a solid roof. Upon closer inspection, he found the materials and craftsmanship commendable. The stable floor was raised, and drainage ditches surrounded it, indicating a well-designed water management system. Thus, the silver spent was not in vain. Zhu Heng had resolved from the outset to stay at the inn. Having acquired a substantial amount of silver from the bandits, spending 1 tael per day did not cause him distress. Furthermore, upon entering the inn, he had carefully observed the construction. His heightened senses, enhanced by the system, detected that the building was crafted from wood using traditional mortise and tenon joints. Such techniques ensured a tight fit between the timber, rendering the structure durable. Under stress, the force would be evenly distributed, even providing seismic resistance. In essence, a structure built in this manner would mitigate damage, reducing losses to a minimum. Consequently, Zhu Heng had firmly decided that regardless of circumstances, he would stay at the inn. His inquiries to the attendant were merely to seek justification. Had the attendant mentioned a shelter, he would have found other reasons to convince his family to choose the inn. While common households also employed mortise and tenon construction, the solidity of the Shilai Inn was evident, making it the clear choice for their lodging. With the oxen and cart secured, Zhu Heng made a brief return to the courtyard to gather their belongings from the cart. He set aside a bag of rice for their meals over the coming days and spread the bamboo mat purchased at the market inside the cart. Recognizing the forecast's ominous predictions, he understood that the cart would likely be insufficient to ward off the rain. To preserve their provisions from getting soaked, he stored everything in a secure space and reinforced the cart for protection, ensuring their supplies remained dry. After laying the mat, Zhu Heng realized it might not suffice and retrieved the sheepskin purchased before their flight, placing it with the fur side up to cover the edges, then topping it with the bamboo mat and weighting it down with stones. "Hey, brother, you seem overly cautious," remarked a middle-aged man observing Zhu Heng's meticulousness. He hailed from the south and had witnessed storms before, believing this one to be merely bluster without real consequence. Zhu Heng had no intention of elaborating further, simply stating, "My family is quite anxious. It's best to be prepared." The middle-aged man understood, recalling his own parents' similar tendencies. Once Zhu Heng finished his preparations and departed, the man considered securing his own cart as well. Carrying the bag of rice, Zhu Heng re-entered the inn through the back door, noting the time was now 8:40. With the wind howling ominously outside, the inn had long secured its doors and windows, leaving only the entrance to the courtyard ajar. After exchanging a few words with the attendant at the counter, as Zhu Heng ascended the stairs, he noticed another attendant hastening towards the courtyard, likely urging guests to enter the inn quickly. Upon reaching his assigned room, Zhu Heng knocked gently on the door. It was Li Ming who opened the door. Zhu Heng nodded in acknowledgement, entering and placing the heavy sack of rice down. The inn provided meals for only one person per day. Guests could either purchase the inn's food or spend a few coins to cook for themselves using the inn's kitchen. Zhu Heng patted the sack of rice, saying, "Grandfather, since we are many, I thought we could use our own rice and just buy some dishes from the inn to make do." Grandfather Zhu Rini nodded, recognizing that it was impractical to venture out to cook in such weather, and bringing rice was indeed a way to save money. Unbeknownst to them, time gradually crept toward 9 o'clock. Chapter 66. The Lucky Charm. As each minute passed, it was nearly 9. The wind outside howled with increasing ferocity, and Zhu Heng and his companions felt the chill even within the inn. Fortunately, they had secured lodging, providing a temporary sense of stability. Typically, inns required a deposit in advance, and payment was settled before departure. After settling the bill, a servant would assist in harnessing their carriage, allowing them to leave without hassle. The group had divided into 2 rooms, one for men and one for women. The men included Zhu Heng, Zhu Rini, Zhu Yuliang, Zhu Yutian, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, Li Ernio, Li Ming, and Zhu Dazhu, totaling 9. The women comprised Li Chunhua, Sun Fong, Wang Suihua, Zhu Xiuxiu, Zhu Feng, Wang Meiying, and Lu Shi, totaling 7. However, the 2 younger members, Li Chongqing and Li Anan, could not simply be separated by gender and stayed with Wang Meiying in the women's quarters, resulting in 9 people in each room, which was manageable. The night was not particularly cold, and sleeping on the ground was entirely feasible, thus alleviating some of the Zhu family's concerns. Zhu Heng summoned a servant to request a straw mat for each room, making it somewhat comfortable to sleep on the floor at night. "Hanger, how is your health?" Sun Fong, worried for her son, came from the adjacent room to check on him. "Mother, do not worry, I am fine now." "Look, I am full of energy," Zhu Heng replied casually, stretching a bit to demonstrate his improved condition. Sun Fong felt reassured but still remarked, "It's all this weather's fault, otherwise, we could have gone to the doctor." Zhu Heng merely smiled, saying, "I'm all right, but in this weather, we should stay indoors and secure the windows and doors." Sun Fong nodded, offering a few more words of caution before returning to her own room. Zhu Heng discreetly checked his watch, realizing there were only 3 minutes left until 9 o'clock. Not wanting to delay further, he quickly verified that the windows were shut tight before relaxing. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a single sesame oil lamp, casting a faint glow. Zhu Yuan approached Zhu Yuliang, whispering that he needed to relieve himself, prompting Zhu Yuliang to guide him to a corner. Each room in the inn was equipped with a chamber pot, covered and regularly emptied by the inn's servants. Ignoring Zhu Yuan and the others, Zhu Heng gazed out the window, awaiting the appointed hour. As the clock struck 9, the heavens seemed to split open, unleashing torrents of rain that pounded the ground with a cacophony of sound. As the rain intensified, it resembled a bucket being poured out without end. Accompanied by the howling wind, the scene was reminiscent of an approaching typhoon. Zhu Heng heard a commotion downstairs. The servants were hurriedly bracing the doors. He swiftly descended to find them reinforcing the entrance with wooden planks, clearly seasoned in such matters. At that moment, the back door closed, but an unfortunate soul rushed in, drenched from the downpour. "Damn it, I was just a moment too late and got soaked like a drowned rat," the man grumbled, shaking off the rainwater. A servant immediately approached, suggesting he return to his room to change clothes, promising to bring a basin of hot water soon. The man nodded, still muttering under his breath as he left. Zhu Heng returned to his room, where a heavy silence enveloped them, only the sounds of breathing and sighs breaking the stillness. This terrifying deluge was a first for the Zhu family. Having lived in the northern regions, they had never witnessed nor heard of such dreadful weather, as drought was far more common. "Let us all rest early, worrying won't help," urged grandfather Zhu Rini, encouraging the younger members to retire. For there was no point in fretting against nature's wrath. Everyone complied, lying down on their mats, and soon the sound of snoring mingled with the raging storm outside, creating a strangely harmonious cacophony. As time ticked by, inching toward midnight, a sudden flash of lightning pierced the sky, jolting Zhu Heng awake. The sign-in system alerted him that he could now check in, revealing it was past midnight. He sat up, gazing at the tempest outside, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. In his contemplation, he realized he seemed to have overlooked certain details. The thunder and rain seeped through the gaps, disrupting his thoughts. "This rain is extraordinarily heavy," Zhu Heng mused, inwardly lamenting the capriciousness of the weather, suddenly apprehending something significant. Weather-wise, the system's sign-in forecast was supposed to be a standard reward, capable of predicting the weather for the week ahead without fail. Yet this time was different. He had checked the forecast that morning, which indicated clear skies, only for a severe warning to be issued in the afternoon, as if it were an unexpected event beyond prediction. Zhu Heng murmured to himself, finding the situation increasingly peculiar. The system had never erred. Its ability to forecast was precise, and it would not merely be a standard sign-in reward if it could not foresee the storm. Logically, the forecast should have predicted this tempest in advance rather than issuing a sudden alert. Zhu Heng shook his head, questioning whether he was overthinking things. But given his extraordinary circumstances, it was not entirely implausible that unexpected events could occur. Never mind, I'm still just a minor character. Overanalyzing won't be of any use. Focusing on the sign-in is more practical. With this thought, Zhu Heng concentrated, silently invoking the sign-in. A blue light suddenly manifested. Sign-in reward, lucky charm. Level, minor mystic. Usage, upon activation, 1's luck value doubles within 5 seconds. 5 seconds? This was Zhu Heng's first encounter with a reward measured in seconds. If his luck indeed doubled within that brief span, the potential for signing in to yield exceptional items was immense. Having already completed the sign-in for the day, Zhu Heng decided to save the lucky charm for a future occasion when he might particularly desire something, hoping that activating it then would lead to fulfilling his wishes. The storm outside continued to intensify, unbeknownst to Zhu Heng and his companions. This tempest was not confined to their location in Qingxin town alone, nor was it limited to Jianghuai Prefecture. In fact, the tumultuous weather was sweeping across the entirety of the world, from Dalian to Dayan, Xisheng to the Southern States Alliance, all besieged by thunder and torrential rain. At the peak of the Qiankuan mountain range, a surging energy was awakened, erupting from the dragon tablet and soaring into the sky with a resounding roar. The Azure Dragon appears. Chapter 67. Pull him aboard. With 2 horns upon its head, draped in azure scales. From the pinnacle of the Qiankuan mountain range, the Azure Dragon roared forth, soaring towards the heavens with a series of thunderous bellows. Amidst the tempest at the mountain's summit, Daoist Tianji laughed heartily, his gaze fixed upon the ascending Azure Dragon, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts, had awakened. Daoist Tianji and his attending acolytes seemed ensconced behind a barrier of light, entirely unaffected by the raging storm. The acolytes, filled with reverence, knelt in silence, not daring to meet Daoist Tianji's gaze, utterly oblivious to the Azure Dragon's ascent, as if it were invisible and inaudible to them. Several days prior, Daoist Tianji and his companions had departed from the imperial capital of Chongqing, journeying tirelessly toward the Qiankuan mountain range. This mountain range was said to conceal the spiritual veins of the great Liang, and the young acolyte had imparted a method to Daoist Tianji to awaken the spirits within the 4 beast tokens by arranging them to unleash the sealed spiritual energy. Together, they would activate the spiritual veins, fully awakening not just the Qiankuan mountain range, but the Qiankuan spiritual veins themselves. Once awakened, these veins would continuously release spiritual energy until the entire 1,366 small world-s spiritual veins were gradually revived, leading to a rejuvenation of the heavens and earth, benefiting the entire world. As the dragon token was roused, the winds and rain intensified, and Daoist Tianji faintly sensed the Qiankuan mountain range trembling. The vast mountain range, spanning thousands of kilometers, began to emit a subtle golden radiance in Daoist Tianji's eyes. With unwavering focus, he chanted incantations, fully channeling his energy into the second beast token. Surrounding formations glimmered with azure light, as the energy contained within the azure dragon token flowed into the Qiankuan mountain range, gradually awakening the spiritual veins. Meanwhile, in the Chongqing Imperial Palace, despite the late hour, Emperor Renan remained awake, the hall ablaze with light, the red candles having been replaced multiple times. Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng and Chief Eunuch Dong Yun were present with the emperor, gazing out at the tumultuous weather. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed in, braving the storm. He fell to his knees, breathless. Your Majesty, reports from Anlong, Xingtian, Meizhou, and other regions confirm that heavy rain is indeed falling. The situation remains unclear in more distant prefectures. Do you know at what hour the rain began? Emperor Renan inquired softly. Reporting to Your Majesty. It likely commenced at the initial hour of the high. Upon hearing this, a fleeting understanding crossed the emperor's eyes. This was surely what Daoist Tianji had foretold. A change in the heavens was imminent. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone from the hall, leaving only Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng. Father, if what Daoist Tianji says is true, and the world truly will be infused with spiritual energy, what shall we do? Lu Jingsheng expressed his concerns. The emergence of spiritual energy might drastically alter the very fabric of existence, challenging their royal lineage's dominion. Emperor Renan regarded Lu Jingsheng, saying, Shenger, Daoist Tianji possesses a sincere heart. When he returns, you must take him as your master. We must bind our fates to his. The emperor understood that coercing or eliminating Daoist Tianji was impractical. Not only did the Daoist possess extraordinary abilities, but attempting such actions would likely be sensed in advance. An adversary endowed with such remarkable powers would pose far greater challenges than the entire Great Liang dynasty. Before Daoist Tianji departed the capital, he had already mentioned his intention to awaken the spiritual veins, heralding a new era. Although Emperor Renan was unaware of the full truth, it was evident from Daoist Tianji's words that the celestial beings of lore might indeed exist. Daoist Tianji had once shared dreams of encountering celestial beings and receiving teachings from them, yet many had dismissed such claims as mere bravado. However, as time passed and through their interactions, they discovered that Daoist Tianji was indeed a person of great capability, subsequently honoring him as the national master and treating him with the utmost reverence. Emperor Renan perceived in Daoist Tianji a childlike innocence, a purity of spirit that belied his age, devoid of cunning or deceit. In this regard, Daoist Tianji bore resemblance to the youthful celestial acolytes, often feigning profundity. At present, the urgent task was to deepen the connection between Daoist Tianji and the royal family of Great Liang, for such an alliance might lead them onto the path of immortality. No emperor could resist the allure of eternal life. Had it not been for his previous failed attempts to befriend Daoist Tianji, Emperor Renan would have shamelessly sought to take him as a master, if not a master, then a father figure, willing to do anything for longevity. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of envy toward the crown prince, who had been praised by Daoist Tianji for his promising potential and had learned a few techniques from him. Crown Prince Lu Jingsheng replied earnestly, Father, I shall prepare generous gifts and, upon the Daoist's return, seek to become his disciple. Emperor Renan nodded, then discreetly beckoned Lu Jingsheng closer. The crown prince, sensing his father's secretive demeanor, instinctively lightened his footsteps. Believing his father had something of great importance to discuss, he lowered his voice and inquired, Father, what is it? Emperor Renan leaned closer to Lu Jingsheng's ear and whispered, My son, if you acquire skills, you must teach them to your father, remember? Lu Jingsheng felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. His father was overly eager, yet the matter was still in its infancy. Nevertheless, he assented, affirming that not only should he learn for himself, but that his mother and younger siblings ought to as well. Truly, Emperor Renan embodied the essence of benevolence. Under his guidance, Lu Jingsheng had developed a similar disposition. They were not foolish. Benevolence did not equate to weakness, as evidenced during the Great Liang's affairs, where they could be resolute when necessary. Reflecting on past dynasties, the father-son relationship between Emperor Renan and Lu Jingsheng was indeed harmonious, with the entire royal family exhibiting camaraderie and decorum. Though Emperor Renan favored Consort Ling, he had accorded the respect and status due to the crown prince's biological mother, the Empress Jiang Wushuang. Thus, Crown Prince Liu Jingsheng had long pondered the necessity for his mother and siblings to cultivate their own spiritual prowess, as they would serve as his support. Upon leaving the hall, he secretly rejoiced at having heeded his mother's advice to forge a bond with Daoist Tianji. If he could indeed become his disciple, he envisioned the remarkable achievements that lay ahead, causing his heart to race with anticipation. Few were aware that Crown Prince Liu Jingsheng harbored a penchant for reading tales for amusement, particularly enjoying stories such as the Compendium of Strange Beasts and marvelous accounts of celestial families. Themes of immortality, cultivation, and extraordinary creatures ignited his imagination. Previously, he had regarded these as mere fables, yet now, learning of the existence of spiritual veins capable of generating spiritual energy, he felt a tumultuous excitement within him, unable to quell the fervor in his heart. Chapter 68, Awakening the Spiritual Veins. In Qingxin town, at the Xilai Inn, the late night had deepened, and the guests were fast asleep. Outside, the storm had grown increasingly ferocious since the awakening of the dragon token. The Xilai Inn groaned under the pressure of the wind and rain, yet it stood resolute, providing a stable refuge for its occupants, who slept soundly until dawn. However, it could hardly be called dawn, for Zhu Heng glanced at his watch and noted it was already past 8 in the morning. Yet the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern whether it was truly day. Inside the inn, the atmosphere buzzed with life, as guests and attendants alike had risen, gathering in the hall to eat, drink, and converse. As the household members gradually awakened, they fumbled in the darkness to light the sesame oil lamp. The faint glow from the wick and the continuous rumbling of thunder outside allowed them to see just enough. Zhu Heng rose and went out to summon a servant, who soon returned with 2 buckets of hot water. After delivering a bucket to the womenfolk, he proceeded to freshen up. Before long, the chamber pot was taken away by the inn's attendant for cleaning. Given the inclement weather, it was unlikely that anyone would check out. They would probably be staying here for the next few days. After a while, the freshly cleaned wooden bucket was returned, polished and placed back in the corner. "Grandfather, I will go downstairs to cook the rice first and order some vegetables for our meal," Zhu Heng announced. The previous night had been so hurried that they had not had the chance to eat, and now he felt the pangs of hunger. Grandpa Zhu Rini nodded and inquired, "How are our 2 chickens faring?" The old man had been preoccupied with the hens kept in a cage. In his anxious state yesterday, he had forgotten about them. Observing the torrential rain, he worried for their well-being. Zhu Heng was surprised that his grandfather remembered. He had actually moved the 2 chickens into the storage space yesterday, where they were now pecking away at seeds, occasionally exchanging glances with the little rooster. "Grandfather, I put both chickens in the compartment. Rest assured. I also placed some food in there for them." With such fierce wind and rain, it was impossible for anyone to venture outside. Zhu Heng had not anticipated that the old man would still be concerned about the hens. He thought to himself that once the rain subsided, he would need to release the chickens and gather some droppings to enhance their farming endeavors. Hearing that the chickens were safe, Grandpa Zhu Rini finally relaxed and urged Zhu Heng to inform Grandma so she wouldn't worry incessantly. Zhu Heng nodded in agreement. But just as he was about to lift a sack of rice, Zhu Yang, his father, hurried over and took it upon himself to carry it. "You're still a young lad, let your father handle such matters," he said, not waiting for Zhu Heng to respond before exiting with the rice sack. Grandpa Zhu Rini chuckled and shook his head. "Hengzi, your father is merely showing his affection for you." He then pulled out some small coins and remarked, "After all, the kitchen requires payment as well, and your father is simply impatient." Zhu Heng nodded, accepting the coins, and hurried to the adjacent room to inform Grandma about the chickens before rushing downstairs. After paying 2 coins, they could use the firewood and stove. They had risen relatively late. Had they awoken earlier, they might have had to wait in line. Zhu Heng measured the rice and added water, leaving the rest to the passage of time. It was clear that rice alone would not suffice. At the very least, some vegetables were needed to accompany the meal. The father-son duo of Zhu Yuliang and Zhu Heng ordered several dishes, all of which were vegetarian. Zhu Heng had initially intended to order a dish of scallion vinegar chicken, but Zhu Yuliang stopped him. "Hanger, we have already spent quite a bit on our stay. Let us save some money. That 1 plate of chicken could buy several vegetarian dishes." Zhu Heng understood that his father was being frugal. Staying at the inn cost 1 tael of silver per day. And since they had taken 2 rooms, it would amount to 2 taels, not to mention the expenses for food, which would likely add up significantly. Reluctantly, Zhu Hang acquiesced. For now, hunting was his only visible means of earning money, and although he had some coins in his pocket, he lacked a suitable way to access them. Moreover, as they were trapped in the inn with the storm raging outside, he could not use hunting as an excuse to retrieve his belongings. All right, father, I understand. Then let us just have some chili sauce with our rice instead. The jar of chili sauce, brought by Aunt Wang Suihua the previous day, had already been half consumed. She had said it would be perfect for their meals, saving them the need for additional dishes. Zhu nodded, recalling the delightful taste of the chili sauce, which would certainly enhance the otherwise bland vegetarian dishes. Before long, the rice was steamed to perfection, and the 2 of them placed it into a large clay basin along with the selected dishes. Grandma, mother, it's time to eat. Zhu Heng knocked on the door of the room where Sun Fong and the others were staying, and with a creak, the door swung open. Hanger. We're coming right away. The group arranged their bowls and chopsticks, serving themselves rice and dishes, adding chili oil for those who enjoyed spicy food, savoring the meal with great enthusiasm. Although no one spoke of it, Zhu Heng could sense the undercurrent of anxiety and pressure enveloping the group amidst the storm's onslaught. Each person seemed weighed down by an invisible burden. As night fell, for reasons unknown, the thunder and lightning intensified, illuminating the sky intermittently. At the peak of the Qian mountain range, the celestial mechanic watched in elation as the awakened vermilion bird talisman shimmered. Only the white tiger and black tortoise remained. Once fully awakened, the spiritual energy contained within the 4 divine beasts would together awaken the Qian spiritual vein, and at that time, the world's spiritual veins would gradually come to life. The celestial mechanic would then be able to continue his cultivation of celestial arts, advancing further on his path. Another day passed, and over the past few days, Zhu Heng had signed in to receive penicillin powder and a solar-powered flashlight. Although the penicillin was labeled for veterinary use, in special circumstances, it could also be applied to humans. It was indeed a valuable item. The solar-powered flashlight functioned as its name suggested, requiring sunlight for charging. Likely a product from the same realm as the solar-powered handgun. Regrettably, he could not use it just yet, having to endure with the sesame oil lamp. Outside, the storm had raged for 3 consecutive days, leaving only 1 day remaining from the weather forecast's prediction of 4 days. At the summit of the Qian mountain range, the celestial mechanic had gone 3 days without rest, continuously reciting incantations. On the 4th day, with the final black tortoise talisman awakened, for powerful energies surged into the Qian mountain range. The mountains trembled violently, causing the celestial mechanic's attendants to grasp onto trees to steady themselves. With a thunderous boom, the Qian mountain range expanded rapidly, continuing for a full hour before it finally ceased. At that moment, the Qian mountain range had grown to twice its previous size. The 4 divine beast talismans transformed into streaks of light, burrowing into the mountain's body, and the vibrant spiritual energy erupted upwards, only to dissipate into the air moments later. Suddenly, after months of silence, the system's electronic voice rang out once more. Chapter 69. Changes in Sign-In Rewards. The system's electronic voice unexpectedly appeared, and Zhu Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had thought the system's "see you next time" was merely a jest. As the electronic voice resonated, it delivered a brief yet astonishing message. Spiritual energy detected in this world. The sign-in system's reward probability has automatically changed, increasing the likelihood of obtaining cultivation and fantasy-related items. Zhu Heng's eyes widened. Spiritual energy had appeared in this world. This revelation was akin to a sharp knife pricking his backside, awakening him to new possibilities. He had always believed he had traversed to an ordinary ancient era, only to find that after a brief escape from disaster, he had stumbled into a realm of fantasy and cultivation. However, if that were indeed the case, it would explain the sudden forecast of heavy rains several days prior. Perhaps the emergence of spiritual energy had summoned the tempestuous weather. Seizing the moment as the electronic voice finished, Zhu Heng immediately pressed on, leaving no room for it to slip away. System, does this mean that if I draw cultivation or fantasy-related items, I can actually practice with them? Yes, however. The current spiritual energy in this world is relatively sparse, resulting in a significantly reduced cultivation speed, dear. Zhu Heng nodded, quickly inquiring. Then how should I contact you if I need assistance in the future? The electronic voice of the system resembled that of a master slacker. Apart from the initial interaction and this occasion, the system had been conspicuously absent from Zhu Heng's daily life. Zhu Heng had previously pondered over its silence, and now that he had the opportunity, he was eager to inquire how to summon it. It seemed that the intelligent little system would only make an appearance when absolutely necessary. The response he received was akin to those given by certain customer service representatives, essentially a near meaningless utterance. Fearing further questioning from Zhu Heng, the system hastily replied that there was nothing more to discuss and promptly disconnected. Zhu Heng called out a few times in vain, realizing the system had hung up again, and resigned himself to the thought that at least it would show up when truly needed. Setting aside thoughts of the intelligent system, Zhu Heng began to process the information he had just acquired. According to the system, it appeared that this world indeed lacked spiritual energy prior to the impending storm. The only source of such energy was likely his own spatial farm. Other sign-in rewards like the Wandering Dragon Steps or the Eye of Identification could still be utilized in the absence of spiritual energy, suggesting that perhaps the items obtained through the system's sign-in could transcend the world's rules. Zhu Heng was still unaware of how this world had suddenly generated spiritual energy, but clearly it was a boon for him. The system had mentioned an increase in the probability of acquiring items related to cultivation and fantasy, though Zhu Heng could not discern the distinction between the two. However, it seemed that the realm of fantasy encompassed a broader spectrum, including creatures like earth dwarves and belly dragons, as well as various systems of power. In any case, the emergence of spiritual energy was undoubtedly favorable for Zhu Heng. Should he truly manage to obtain some cultivation technique through sign-in, he could even share it with his family, or at the very least, enhance their longevity. With a focused mind, Zhu Heng activated the sign-in panel, which now appeared dramatically transformed. Previously, the sign-in interface was quite simplistic, featuring only a bright yellow circular icon with the word sign and inscribed within. Now it was as if a treasure trove had been unlocked. Encircled by a golden dragon and a phoenix, amidst ethereal clouds, presenting a significantly more refined appearance. Regrettably, Zhu Heng had already signed in for the day, earning a physique upgrade of 2, which had rendered his muscles more defined and his strength considerably greater. The system's sign-in mechanics had evidently changed, and Zhu Heng could only wait until tomorrow to see what new developments awaited him. Outside the inn, the tempest seemed to be drawing to a close. Or perhaps it was the onset of spiritual energy that made Zhu Heng feel considerably lighter. Turning to Zhu Rini and the others, he noticed his grandfather, Zhu Rini, appearing somewhat perplexed as he stretched his limbs, exclaiming, "I don't know what's going on, but I feel remarkably sprightly. Could it be that a few days of rest have worked wonders?" Upon hearing his grandfather's words, the other men in the room chimed in. "Father, I too feel much more at ease. My entire body feels as though I've had a good night's sleep." Zhu Yuliang stretched lazily, reveling in an indescribable sense of relief. Zhu Yutian and Li Ernia readily agreed, noting that the aches from sleeping on the floor for the past couple of days had completely vanished. Even the younger siblings, Zhu Yuan and cousin Zhu Long, appeared to be brimming with vitality. Zhu Heng maintained a composed demeanor, yet he was internally convinced that this was likely the influence of spiritual energy. If even ordinary individuals could reap benefits from it, one could scarcely fathom the advantages for those in worlds abundant with spiritual energy. Zhu Rini moved to another room and knocked on the door, calling out, "Wife." The door opened to reveal Grandma Li Chunhua, who asked, "What is it?" Zhu Rini shared his feelings, and upon hearing this, the womenfolk began animatedly discussing their own experiences. Second Aunt Wang Suihua chimed in energetically. "Ever since I gave birth to Longer and Fomer, I've often suffered from back pain, but today, I feel as if I've been miraculously cured." Wang Meiying echoed her sentiments, remarking that her 2 children seemed to have a much healthier complexion. The chatter soon spread throughout the inn, with patrons expressing surprise that they too felt somewhat improved, filled with delight. Meanwhile, in the Qiankuan mountain range, the renowned Tianshi Taoist, who had awakened the spiritual veins, was closest to the source of the spiritual energy explosion. Initially engulfed by the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, Tianshi Taoist absorbed a considerable amount. Years of diligent study of celestial arts had now culminated in a transformative moment, propelling him into the qi refining stage, thereby transitioning from a mere fortune teller into the path of cultivation. Given time, should Tianshi Taoist truly integrate and comprehend the celestial arts he had learned, he would undoubtedly succeed in establishing a foundational base. As he felt the spiritual energy flowing within him, Tianchi Daoist practiced the Lingyuan breathing method. As taught by his young mentor, continuously drawing in the spiritual energy from the atmosphere, causing even his once white hair to regain some color. Unfortunately, the only awakened spiritual vein at present was that of the Qiankuan mountain range. His mentor had indicated that in such a low-level world, it would take at least 5 years to awaken all the spiritual veins and herald a great explosion of spiritual energy. Currently, the Qiankuan mountain range was steadily releasing spiritual energy, which was quickly being diluted in the air. One could liken the entire 1366 small world to a basin of water, with the Qiankuan mountain range akin to salt being sprinkled into it. Over time, the concentration of salt would increase, awakening other spiritual veins and ultimately saturating the entire 1366 small world with spiritual energy. However, Tianchi Daoist was not in a hurry. He had merely begun to glimpse the pathway of cultivation. As long as he continued to practice diligently, once the great explosion of spiritual energy occurred, he would surely be able to ride the wave to strengthen himself. It seemed he had sensed the awakening of the Qiankuan mountain range, as the white light left behind by his young mentor suddenly surged forth, transforming into the likeness of the young mentor himself. Chapter 70. An Unseen Reward of Red Light. Master, Tianchi Daoist exclaimed upon seeing his mentor, bowing deeply. The young mentor, with something resembling a small bird concealed in his left hand, pretended to stroke his beard with his right, saying, "I have sensed that one spiritual vein has been awakened. You are now to formally embark on your path to immortality, and I shall bestow upon you another technique." Tianchi Daoist was overjoyed, immediately bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for the gift of the technique, Master." The young mentor waved his hand, and a beam of light entered Tianchi Daoist's mind, causing his own form to become increasingly translucent. "Make sure to cultivate diligently," he instructed. And as soon as he finished speaking, the young mentor vanished. Tianchi Daoist bowed once more in the direction where his mentor had disappeared before immersing himself in understanding the technique bestowed upon him, the 5 elements qi refining method. This foundational and practical cultivation technique from the realm of his young mentor was perfectly suited for Tianchi Daoist, who was just beginning his journey into qi refining. Upon careful contemplation, Tianchi Daoist discovered that this technique was predicated on the principles of the 5 elements interrelations, guiding the elemental spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body through specific cultivation methods, thereby enhancing oneself. While the principles appeared straightforward, Tianchi Daoist understood that the 5 elements inherently interacted with one another. Thus, if he were to practice the 5 elements qi refining method, he must proceed with caution, ensuring that he did not disrupt the balance of the 5 elements. The Taoist of heavenly secrets possessed bright, discerning eyes, imbued with spiritual essence and martial techniques. His diligent practice finally found direction, and now he awaited the culmination of his efforts, an explosive awakening of spiritual veins 5 years hence. As the winds and rains gradually waned, in the town of Qingxin at the Jilai Inn, Zhu Heng was the first to step outside, gazing at the subsiding tempest. The courtyard had accumulated a fair amount of water, reaching approximately halfway up the wheels of the carts. This was largely thanks to the Jianghuai Prefecture's long-standing measures for handling heavy storms, showcasing their experience. Had such weather occurred in the northern lands, it would likely have resulted in catastrophic flooding. With the emergence of spiritual energy, the very air had become refreshingly invigorated. As the spiritual veins continued to awaken, it was anticipated that the entire world would undergo a remarkable transformation. Zhu Heng did not linger. He waded through the water to the carriage, where the sheepskin had absorbed moisture, becoming notably heavy and drenched. He returned the items that were meant to be inside the carriage, placing 2 hens and their cage in another vacant compartment, alongside 8 eggs. Despite feeling a twinge of disgust, he even added some chicken droppings to lend authenticity to the scene. The 2 hens, having been retrieved from the spatial farm, squawked incessantly in displeasure at the lack of lush pasture and the absence of their handsome rooster. At that moment, numerous guests rushed out from the inn, eager to inspect their carriages and livestock, creating a lively atmosphere filled with chatter. Zhu Dazhu joined the throng, hastily making his way to the stable. Fortunately, a servant had anticipated the inclement weather and had stocked extra fodder, ensuring that the horses, cattle, and donkeys within were all in good condition. However, the feed had been nearly depleted, and upon seeing the humans, the animals began to call out, urging for more food. particularly the donkeys whose cries were notably loud and insistent. With so many people present, it was not appropriate to feed the family's cattle spiritual grass individually. So Zhu Heng merely checked on them. They appeared well, though their eyes held a strangely forlorn expression. The Zhu family had gathered, with the elderly grandparents and Lu slowly making their way, supported as they were. The family's cattle and possessions were their lifeblood, and naturally, they needed to see them to feel reassured. "My, these two hens can certainly produce," exclaimed second Aunt Wang Cuihua, pinching her nose in distaste at the sight of the droppings, hastily removing the cage and placing it back in its designated spot beside the carriage. While several were occupied with cleaning the droppings, the grandparents finally arrived and inspected the goods inside the carriage. Noticing that everything was dry and intact, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Hengzi, you've done well this time. These sheepskins have shielded us from the rain," praised Grandpa Zhu Rini, satisfied. Though sheepskins were more expensive than grain, they could be washed and reused even when wet, unlike grain, which would spoil. "Yutian, go check the situation on the street," Grandpa instructed Zhu Yutian, feeling that his second grandson was the most astute choice for this task. Zhu Yutian complied and soon returned. "Father, the street is also flooded, reaching about mid-calf. It seems we'll need to wait a couple of days for the water to recede." The family sighed upon hearing this. If the water truly accumulated to such an extent, they dared not travel. With standing water, it would be challenging to discern pits or streams, and one misstep could spell disaster. Moreover, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the rain would return, making immediate departure inadvisable. Zhu Heng glanced at the weather forecast, which predicted a week of clear skies ahead. However, the issue of standing water remained, and he chose to remain patient for a couple more days. After verifying that their belongings were unharmed, the inn servants began to feed the livestock, which reduced the din of their cries considerably, with only occasional noises interspersed as they ate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, causing those in the courtyard to perk up their ears. Sun Fong and others, who were heading towards the inn, halted in their tracks and pretended to be busy in their carriage, secretly eavesdropping. After a while, they discovered that it was two brothers squabbling. The roof of their carriage had developed a hole, and the younger brother had asked the elder to repair it. But both had forgotten. Now, their belongings were soaked, and they were arguing over who was to blame. Having overheard the gossip, many returned to the inn, eagerly embellishing the story as they relate it. By the time Zhu Heng checked the items again, the tale had morphed into one of the brothers fighting over a woman, resulting in bloodshed. Really? These brothers are right outside. Can rumors be spun so brazenly in their presence? Zhu Heng sighed, bemused by how swiftly rumors spread, more contagious than any virus. That afternoon, in celebration of the rain's cessation, the Zhu family prepared a feast, frying the eggs they had collected over the past few days and purchasing additional meat dishes from the inn. The sumptuous oily and fragrant scrambled eggs and meat delighted the family, leaving them thoroughly satisfied and content. As night fell, Zhu Heng resolved to stay awake, his curiosity piqued by the rewards from the updated sign-in panel. He wondered what treasures might await him following the use of the lucky charm. As seconds ticked by, the Zhu family fell into slumber and the inn grew quiet. Soon, midnight approached, time to sign in. Holding his breath, Zhu Heng quickly proceeded with the sign-in. Empowered by the lucky charm, a blinding red light suddenly illuminated the space. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Little Box. A radiant red glow, unlike anything he had ever encountered, appeared before him. The sign-in reward was titled, Mysterious Little Box. Level, Divine. Method of use, automatically opens at the age of 100. Divine. The item acquired under the auspices of the lucky charm was indeed extraordinary. It clearly transcended anything Zhu Heng could currently comprehend. However, whatever it was, its association with the divine suggested it could hardly be trivial. Yet, the description of this item was astonishingly brief, leaving Zhu Heng entirely in the dark about its contents until he reached the age of 100 to unlock it. In ancient times, reaching the age of 100 was an arduous feat for an ordinary person. Nevertheless, with the initial system's physical enhancements and his prior sign-in bonuses for health, if he could continue to evade natural disasters and human calamities, reaching a century of life seemed plausible. Zhu Heng regarded the mysterious little box in the system's space. Its exterior was crafted from pure black wood, offering no hints of its contents. Indeed, the box appeared akin to an unlocked icon, utterly devoid of color. After ensuring his family members were out of sight, He grasped the little box, attempting to use his eye of appraisal to discern its nature. Yet, to his surprise, the eye, which had always been reliable, produced nothing but garbled text this time. Zhu Heng shook his head, feeling it was not entirely unexpected. The eye of appraisal was only at the minor profound level, and it was clearly inadequate for identifying a divine-level item like the mysterious box, comparable to expecting a kindergarten child to write a doctoral thesis. He resolved to store the mysterious little box away, knowing he would not encounter it again for another 84 years. Despite the inability to open this divine item, Zhu Heng's heart brimmed with excitement. This indicated that the system had indeed upgraded, significantly increasing the likelihood of acquiring fantastical items in the future, thereby enhancing his safety. Navigating through the ordinary yet perilous ancient society was no simple task. Wars, natural disasters, plagues, and even a common cold could claim lives. Zhu Heng vividly remembered the terrifying scene of a person afflicted with a parasitic infection from eating raw fish. In modern times, the treatment of parasites poses numerous complications, a reality that would have been catastrophic in ancient times. Zhu Heng pondered deeply, realizing that with the acquisition of a divine-grade item through a sign-in, he must exercise greater caution in his future endeavors. Moreover, the sudden emergence of spiritual energy in this world heralds significant changes ahead, thus, he must tread carefully. Resolute in his decision, Zhu Heng gradually closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, his mind had returned to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, the Zhu family, having found respite from the rain, engaged in idle chatter within their abode. The sun had emerged outside, and peering through the window, Zhu Heng observed the streets of Qingxin town submerged in water, littered with the carcasses of various animals. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the floating remains of creatures, mammals, fish, shrimp, and even several birds. Suddenly, fragments of past knowledge surged to the forefront of Zhu Heng's mind. The decaying bodies were likely to breed bacteria and viruses, accumulating in the water. Historically, it was not uncommon to dispose of animal corpses upstream to diminish the enemy's strength. Now, the rivers and well water were undoubtedly contaminated and unfit for consumption. Concerned for his family's well-being, Zhu Heng instinctively grasped his arm and activated his discerning eye to investigate. A wave of relief washed over him. Perhaps due to the system's enhancements and the 2-point increase in his constitution from the sign-in, he found himself in excellent health. Determined, Zhu Heng resolved to consume only the water from his spatial realm unless absolutely necessary. For he had tested it and found it not only harmless, but also imbued with spiritual energy, beneficial for long-term consumption. Next, he needed to assess his family's health to ascertain if they had been affected. Even boiled water could harbor resilient viruses and parasites. Thus, a thorough check was imperative for peace of mind. Zhu Heng feigned nonchalance as he examined each family member. The limitations of his discerning eye, which required physical contact for activation, significantly hampered efficiency. It was inappropriate to openly touch each person, even if they were family. After considerable time had passed, Zhu Heng finally completed his inspections of the men. Fortunately, they appeared unscathed. Aside from the revelation that Zhu Dazhu seemed to be nurturing his stomach, could that be the reason for Uncle Dazhu's perpetual bachelorhood? Zhu Heng shook his head, dismissing the odd thought. The men were manageable, but the women presented a greater challenge. His grandmother, Li Chunhua, mother, Sun Fong, sister, Zhu Xiuxiu, and cousin, Zhu Feng were relatively straightforward to check due to their physical interactions. However, it was far more difficult to find excuses with the second aunt, Wang Cuihua, Dazhu's mother, Liu, and Wang Meiying. Zhu Heng was reluctant to tarnish his reputation with any peculiarities, so he decided to postpone their examinations, confident that he would find an opportunity in the coming days. Ultimately, he discovered that his family did exhibit some minor ailments, but nothing that presently threatened their health. With time, increased consumption of the spatial water, and nourishing meals, they would likely recover. The immediate priority was to determine whether the well water at the inn had been contaminated. If so, alternative arrangements would be necessary. With this thought in mind, Zhu Heng dashed downstairs. The joyful inn was no longer as bustling as before. Some patrons had departed due to the unaffordable lodging prices, leaving only those with ample resources sipping wine and feasting on meat in the hall. Zhu Heng made his way to the backyard, filled a bucket with water, and noted that the well's edge was significantly elevated above the ground, preventing flooding even with water present, indicative of a meticulous innkeeper. As he plunged his hand into the water, his discerning eye promptly revealed the information. The well water was indeed safe. However, when he tested the water flowing on the ground, it was rife with bacteria, viruses, parasites, and decaying flesh, rendering it undrinkable and likely to cause diarrhea and other parasitic diseases. Indeed, Zhu Heng quickly rinsed his hands with clean water. The contaminated water necessitated caution, even for a minor injury on his leg, making it unwise to wade through it, let alone drink from it. The sole piece of good news was that the well water remained relatively clean. Under the guise of fetching water, Zhu Heng filled his water bags with the spiritual water from his spatial realm and inquired with the inn attendant about where he could purchase more water bags. "Grandfather, we need to acquire additional water bags. The river water is likely undrinkable now." Currently, all visible funds were with his grandfather, Zhu. Thus Zhu Heng approached him to relay the situation and advise his family against consuming any indiscriminate water. Zhu paused mid-drag of his cigarette, casting a perplexed glance at Zhu Heng. "Young Heng, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Water is the most vital resource. Are you suggesting it cannot be consumed?" "Grandfather, please look outside. The water is teeming with animal carcasses. Consuming it could lead to illness," Zhu Heng urged, assisting his grandfather to the window to gaze below. As Zhu surveyed the scene, his hand trembled with the cigarette, and he sighed heavily. "A great calamity is upon us." He then turned his gaze to the family gathered in the room. Zhu Long and Zhu Yuan sensed the somber atmosphere and fell silent, attentively observing their grandfather. "It was during my childhood," Zhu began slowly, unfolding a tale from his past. "I had a playmate named Kong. We were young, and our circumstances were far worse than what we face now. We understood little and would eat anything for sustenance. In those times of hunger, we foraged wild fruits, bird eggs, frogs, anything we could catch. When desperation struck, we even dug up roots to eat." He took a puff from his cigarette, pausing momentarily. "And Kong perished after consuming rotten flesh. We all tried to dissuade him from eating that half-decayed bird, but alas, he left us with a sunken belly, his ribs visible. And in his final moments he convulsed, pleading for his mother to save him. Alas." Zhu did not finish his thought, swallowing the remainder of his words as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Young Heng's concerns are not without merit. Go, procure several bags. Water is of utmost importance." He withdrew 5 taels of silver and handed them to Zhu Heng, further advising him to visit the medical clinic, which should now be open. Zhu Heng accepted the coins with a nod, realizing the weight of his grandfather's experience. It was a stark reminder of the desperation that drove individuals to consume putrid flesh, often with fatal consequences. To abstain meant starvation, yet to indulge could lead to death. Zhu's hardships during their flight from Stone Village must have been far greater than he had ever imagined. With the silver in hand, Zhu Heng swiftly made his way to the shop indicated by the attendant. The streets remained flooded, requiring careful navigation. Such crowded places were unsuitable for his agile movements. If discovered, it could result in complications. Utilizing his heightened senses, he deftly steered clear of the submerged animal carcasses and hastened towards the shop. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the water bags were available in 3 materials: cowhide, sheepskin, and pigskin. Cowhide was the largest and most expensive, priced near 3 taels of silver. Yet it was durable and capable of holding a significant volume. Sheepskin fell in the middle, approximately 1 tael of silver, albeit with a stronger odor. Pigskin was the most affordable, readily available, and costing only a few coins. 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, 1 tael of silver to 10 coins, and 1 coin to 101, thus making 1 tael of silver equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. Zhu Heng calculated that the pigskin water bags could be purchased for just a few hundred copper coins, with a single tael of silver able to buy 2 and still leave some change. This price was considerably more affordable compared to that of cowhide and sheepskin. Although the innkeeper had mentioned that pigskin was relatively thinner and perhaps not as durable as the other materials. However, this concern held no weight for Zhu Heng, as it would take his family no more than a month and a half to reach the southern region of Jiangnan. And this delay was largely due to their current circumstances. He reasoned that the pigskin bags would last at least 2 to 3 years, by which time his family would have already settled in Jiangnan, rendering them unnecessary. Thus, the inexpensive pigskin water bags were quite suitable for Zhu Heng's present needs. He spent 3 taels of silver to acquire 6 pigskin water bags and also took the opportunity to purchase a wine gourd. In the future, should he acquire more wine, He would no longer need to bundle it with straw rope as he had done with the white liquor. Instead, he could simply use the gourd. With 6 new pigskin water bags added to the 5 he already possessed at home, he had a total of 11 bags, which would suffice for a long duration if used sparingly, potentially lasting a month. Zhu Heng anticipated that by that time, the floodwaters would have receded, allowing him to refill the bags with water from his spatial storage, a perfect plan. Were it not for his desire to conceal his capabilities, he would not need to purchase water or provisions at all. He could indulge freely. This realization further emphasized the importance of establishing legitimate channels for income. Once in Jiangnan, it would be imperative for him to develop his own enterprise, enabling him to enjoy material wealth and resources. Grandfather Zhu Rini had given Zhu Heng 5 taels of silver primarily to encourage his eldest grandson to check on his health. For days prior, Zhu Heng had feigned illness to bring his family back to Qingxin town, and although Zhu Rini did not voice his concerns, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of his grandson's well-being. Despite Zhu Heng appearing robust and lively, his grandfather could not shake his worry and had insisted on providing extra silver for a visit to the medical hall. Aware that he was in good health, Zhu Heng felt it necessary to feign compliance. He had cultivated a substantial amount of huangjing, tianma, and guizhou from his earlier foraging in the mountains. After some contemplation, he retrieved a portion from a secluded area and proceeded towards the Shilayan. In Zhu Heng's discerning eyes, huangjing was known to invigorate and replenish yin, ameliorate spleen and stomach weaknesses, and enhance physical vitality, making it particularly beneficial for women and even effective against dry skin. Tianma was recognized for its alleviation of numbness in limbs and joint discomfort, as well as its ability to slow aging and prevent thrombosis. Guizhou had dual uses, fortifying the kidneys and qi, benefiting the liver and eyesight, while also promoting blood circulation, reducing swelling, and alleviating pain. Zhu Heng intended to share the huangjing with the women in the household. Tianma would be for his grandparents and Lu Shi, 3 elderly individuals whose mobility issues could be improved, and the guizhou would be steeped in white liquor for the men, particularly Uncle Dazhu, who might truly require it. With the nurturing influence of the spiritual energy in his spatial farm, these herbs were likely to enhance their efficacy, though Zhu Heng remained cautious, recognizing that they were still medicinal and should be consumed in moderation. Upon returning to Shilayan with the water bags and herbs, Zhu Heng first stored the 3 medicinal items, then filled each water bag before placing them in the carriage, finally entering his room. Grandfather, I visited the medical hall, and my health is quite good. These herbs are what I brought for everyone. They were inexpensive, but still quite effective. He then proceeded to explain their benefits. Hearing that his grandson had thought of the family while visiting the medical hall, Zhu Rini felt a swell of emotion. Good child, it is a relief to hear that. Zhu Heng smiled and handed the remaining silver to Zhu Rini. Consequently, the Zhu family had 76 taels and 102 yuan, including a deposit, with 2 taels set aside as a deposit at the inn. By the time they settled their bill upon leaving, it was anticipated that nearly 15 taels would be spent. And with the 3 taels spent on the water bags today, they would likely be left with around 58 taels. Indeed, earning silver was laborious, but spending it was swift. The Shilayan had profited considerably from this storm, akin to the situation during the examination preparations. Regrettable, yet expenses must be borne. After 2 days at the Shilayan, the waters finally began to recede, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The streets were littered with the carcasses of various animals, some bloated to the point of resembling inflated skins. The Zhu family settled their account, organized their vehicle, and continued their journey southward. During these 2 days, the revised signing-in system appeared particularly generous, yielding not only the previously acquired divine-level mysterious box, but also a small mysterious item and an ordinary item consecutively. The first reward was titled Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Beginner, classified as a small mysterious grade. Its usage involved silently reciting the incantation, which would bestow upon the user a century's worth of knowledge and experience in traditional Chinese medicine, elevating them to the pinnacle of mortal physicians. The second reward was Loyal Dog de Huang, classified as an ordinary grade. Upon silent invocation, the user would receive a devoted canine companion that would pledge to safeguard their safety. Notably, the dog could develop a pack of followers, effectively forming a gang. The revised signing-in system had consistently yielded higher-grade items for 3 consecutive days, but Zhu Heng had only utilized the Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine reward. While still en route southward, he deemed it impractical to summon donghua at this time. Although the waters had receded, debris, stones, and corpses were strewn everywhere, making quick travel impossible. He frequently had to dismount to clear the path. As the Zhu family approached the outskirts of Qingxin town, they witnessed an individual skillfully dragging a bloated sheep carcass towards their home. Even from a distance, it was evident that a group had gathered, already cooking some of the meat. Having acquired the master of traditional Chinese medicine skill, Zhu Heng furrowed his brow at the sight of people consuming an animal that had been dead for several days, floating in the water. His heightened senses easily detected the greenish rot-on parts of the corpse, and blackened blood was visible around the mouth and nostrils. Among those feasting in the yard, some coughed as they greedily stuffed their mouths with meat. This was dire. Zhu Heng immediately cracked the whip, signaling Zhu Yuliang and the others to hasten their pace, grateful that the corpses had been removed by the scavengers, allowing for quicker movement. Anthrax. There were several sheep carcasses clearly afflicted by anthrax. These sheep had not perished due to the storm, rather, they had succumbed to illness long before, only to be swept downstream by the flood and subsequently dragged back for consumption by those individuals. Zhu Heng felt the gravity of the situation deepen. Those coughing while eating might already exhibit early symptoms of anthrax. The primary transmission routes for anthrax include contact, inhalation, ingestion, and insect bites. These villagers had not only touched the deceased animals, but had also consumed them. It became evident that the emergence of spiritual energy was not solely beneficial. Its ramifications were profound, and a careless misstep could easily lead to an outbreak of epidemic proportions. If Zhu Heng were aware that this torrential rain was widespread across the region, his perspective would likely shift dramatically. While the spiritual energy had indeed enhanced human constitution, it seemingly had not reached a level sufficient to confer immunity to diseases. Instead, the aftermath of the floodwaters had resulted in significant repercussions. In the long term, this could prove advantageous, but in the short term, it was likely to precipitate a terrifying catastrophe. Shortly after departing Qingxin town, Zhu Heng signaled for the group to pause. "Hanger, what has happened?" Sun Fong exited the vehicle with a sense of bewilderment, uncertain about the reason behind Zhu Heng's abrupt command to halt. "Indeed, my dear nephew. I observe that there is nothing obstructing our path," remarked Second Aunt Wang Cuihua. Glancing at the front of the vehicle and noticing the absence of any branches or other impediments, her own curiosity piqued. Once all the family members had disembarked, Zhu Heng slowly began to speak, addressing the gathered crowd. "Grandfather, just a couple of days ago, you recounted the tale of Hong Kong, regarding the unfortunate demise caused by consuming half-rotten bird flesh. As we departed from Qingxin town, I witnessed individuals feasting upon deceased livestock. The carcasses were already oozing greenish fluids from certain areas, their mouths and noses stained with dark blood, their bellies grotesquely distended. Those people had consumed a considerable amount, continuing to eat even as they coughed violently." Upon hearing Zhu Heng's words, Grandfather Zhu Rini felt a sudden flutter of alarm in his eyelids. The birds consumed by his childhood companion had not been as horrifically decayed as those described by Zhu Heng, yet they had still met a tragic end, leaving the common folk in despair. Zhu Rini's furrowed brow deepened as he tightened his grip on his smoking pipe. Ignorance, sheer ignorance. How can one stomach such vile fare? The gravity of Zhu Rini's concern cast a pall over the gathering, instilling fear even in the younger Zhu Long and Zhu Feng. "Cousin, what will become of us?" Zhu Feng clutched Zhu Heng's sleeve, trembling with trepidation. Her fear of the animal corpses, with their wide-open eyes and foul stench, was overwhelming, having spoiled the fragrant snowflake cream given to her by Sister Xiaoxiao. When Grandfather Zhu Rini had recounted the tale of Hong Kong at the Xilek Inn, the women in another room were oblivious to it, prompting Zhu Yutian to hastily retell the story. This revelation sent Grandma Li Chunhua and Lu Shi into a panic, while Wang Meiying was overtaken by sorrow, clutching her two children in a shivering embrace. "Mother, do not be afraid." Li Chongxing, nestled in Wang Meiying's arms, gently patted her, offering comfort to the adults. Lianin buried her face into her mother's embrace, seeking solace. Feeling the reassuring presence of her children, Wang Meiying's eyes sparkled with determination. For their sake, she too must exhibit strength. "Uncle, Brother Zhu, what shall we do?" Wang Meiying gazed at Zhu Rini and Zhu Heng with hope, silently praying that they might devise a plan. Grandfather Zhu Rini inhaled deeply from his pipe and spoke in a hushed tone. "From this moment forward, we shall utilize the water stored in Hang's water pouch. Our provisions can sustain us for a considerable time. Let us hasten our departure. Leaving this place may significantly improve our circumstances. Zhu Heng concurred with his grandfather's assessment and added, in addition, we should fashion masks from any unused clothing to shield our mouths and noses. This will at least provide some measure of safety. Should we encounter any corpses, we must use sticks to move them aside, avoiding direct contact. Treating anthrax requires both internal and external medication. However, the Zhu family currently possesses only common herbs such as huangjing and tianma, with appropriate remedies limited to the honeysuckle cultivated in Zhu Heng's space. For preventative measures, consuming honeysuckle tea may suffice, but the primary objective is to avert infection. Consequently, Zhu Heng instructed his family to fashion masks for protection. Should severe symptoms arise, penicillin may be the only recourse. Although Zhu Heng had previously signed for penicillin powder, it was intended for veterinary use, differing in formulation and purity. It should only be utilized in dire emergencies. The masks crafted from clothing indeed appeared somewhat comical. Although autumn had arrived, the weather remained stifling, rendering the masks uncomfortable, with the youngest members, Li Chongqing and Lianin, needing protection. Wang Meiying sought a basket for them to hide in, draping clothing over it, leaving an opening for air. Day after day passed, and despite the ox cart covering considerable distance, the marks left by the torrential rains remained visible. Zhu Heng felt an ominous premonition stirring within him, which he could only suppress for the time being. Another 3 days elapsed. As Zhu Heng beheld a rotting fish in the distance, his countenance changed. The scope of this impending storm was likely far more extensive than he had anticipated, perhaps exceeding his imagination. Fortunately, during these 3 days, he had garnered useful items, a speed charm, masks, and a maid outfit. Item rewards: speed charm, grade, minor mystical. Effect: triples movement speed for 1 hour, 2 hours. Mask, grade, common. Effect: compliant medical mask, capable of blocking the majority of viruses and bacteria. Maid outfit, grade, common. Effect: a meticulously crafted classic black and white maid ensemble, seemingly used for peculiar purposes. The maid outfit was undeniably exquisite. One could easily envision the beauty of a woman donning it, yet at present, it paled in appeal compared to the masks. Having departed from Qingxin town, they had now traveled for 3 days, still frequently encountering rotting corpses in their surroundings. This could only indicate that the extent of contamination had surpassed all expectations. With such a vast area affected, the presence of those who had consumed the animal remains would surely exacerbate the situation. Further, with food and water sources already contaminated, the potential for widespread infection was alarming. Zhu Heng meticulously conveyed this unsettling discovery to his family, deepening the already somber atmosphere. In Qingxin town, those who had consumed animal carcasses were already falling ill, their bodies covered in blisters oozing yellowish fluids, their skin marred by extensive scratch marks, and the affected areas further infected. They coughed violently as though they might expel their very lungs. Not only were their skins afflicted, several individuals exhibited rapid breathing, purpling lips, and a faint consciousness, accompanied by high fevers. What appeared to be mere anthrax had morphed into a mixed infection. Help! Help! 2 individuals, still exhibiting relatively mild symptoms, raced towards the medical clinic, colliding with countless others in their frantic dash, shouting for assistance. What in the world is this? Make way, make way. Surely these 2 aren't spreading a plague. Their panic caused chaos in the streets, as people hurriedly adjusted their disheveled clothing. Damn it, you've sullied my clothes. A burly man exclaimed, wiping away the yellowish liquid that had splattered on him, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The 2 intruders burst into the clinic and collapsed to their knees. Doctor! Doctor! Please save us, we don't want to die. We beg you, someone has already fainted. They bowed repeatedly, their fear prompting the other patients in the clinic to retreat in alarm. The elderly doctor looked up, startled, and quickly covered his mouth and nose with his robe. What are you waiting for? Cover your mouths and noses. The apprentices in the clinic hastily followed suit, shrinking back in fear. The staff, terrified, ran outside, clutching their noses. The elderly doctor lowered his voice and inquired of the kneeling men, what are the symptoms of the others? Speak clearly. Trembling with fear, the 2 men recounted their ordeal without reservation. Upon learning that several individuals had consumed numerous animal carcasses and exhibited severe symptoms, the doctor's anger flared. You fools. Quickly. Report this to the authorities. Delay could result in an outbreak. The apprentices, frightened, scrambled toward the government office. Simultaneously, similar scenarios unfolded in various locations across the capital, not solely from consuming animal remains, but also from drinking contaminated water, consuming tainted food, and exposing open wounds. At this moment, the common folk were relatively uninformed and, being inherently frugal, had seldom indulged in fine foods. They only recognized that the carcasses of deceased livestock constituted meat, which could provide some nourishment to their famished bellies. They understood that the grains were the fruits of arduous toil, and thus could never bear to discard them. The only fortunate aspect of their plight was that, despite the widespread precipitation, the circumstances varied across regions. Some individuals, although consuming such grains, had not suffered significant consequences. In the royal palace of Chongqing, an attendant announced, "Your Majesty, Minister Zheng requests an audience." The benevolent Emperor Reinen, still reveling in the joy of the Crown Prince's successful apprenticeship under the Taoist Master Tianji, waved his hand with a smile, granting permission for Zhang Fengxian to enter. Upon receiving the nod, Zhang Fengxian entered and bowed respectfully before the emperor, though his countenance was notably grave. "What troubles you, Minister Zhang?" the emperor inquired, observing the solemnity on Zhang's face, which caused him to temper his demeanor. Could there be yet another grave matter at hand? Zhang Fengxian clasped his hands and reported, "Your Majesty, in the aftermath of the torrential rains, the land is strewn with the carcasses of animals, rotting and breeding pestilence. Signs of an impending epidemic have emerged across various locales, which is a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of the populace. I implore your Majesty to make swift decisions." Upon hearing this, Emperor Reinen straightened in alarm. "What? Such a calamity exists?" After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What do you propose, esteemed minister?" Zhang Fengxian responded earnestly, "It is imperative that we dispatch capable officials to various regions to organize efforts for the removal of the deceased, either through deep burial or incineration, to sever the source of the plague." He paused momentarily, swallowing hard before continuing, simultaneously, "I believe we should mobilize the imperial physicians to formulate remedies for the prevention and treatment of this pestilence, distributing them among the people, while also enhancing control measures to prevent the movement of individuals, lest the contagion spread further. What are your Majesty's thoughts on this?" Listening to Zhang Fengxian's proposals, Emperor Reinen nodded in approval. "Excellent. Truly, you are one of my most trusted ministers, with such thorough and meticulous considerations. Minister Zhang, heed my command." Zhang Fengxian replied, "I am at your service. I appoint you as the chief officer to address this epidemic. All other departments must assist diligently and without error." After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Fengxian swiftly organized personnel, and the measures and directives for pestilence prevention were rapidly disseminated from Chongqing to the entirety of the Great Liang. On a road leading to Jiangnan, dozens of horse-drawn carriages stood still, enveloped in an eerie silence. Servants and maidens alike kept their lips sealed, wishing to vanish from sight, afraid to utter a single sound. Within one of the most opulent carriages, a stunningly beautiful woman lay languidly upon the lavish cushions, her pale complexion flushed with fever, her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall around her neck, accentuating her delicate form. An elderly man clad in fine garments hastened towards the carriage, while the attendants and maidservants lowered their heads, daring not to breathe. "Xue!" the elderly man cried, tears streaming down his face. A matron quickly intervened, blocking the elderly man's way. "Old madam, you cannot approach her now. The young lady is currently suffering from a fever. It is not advisable." A steward, dressed appropriately, promptly urged, "Old madam, the physician is on his way. You must take care of your health as well." This elderly gentleman, known as Yangjin, was the matriarch of the Bai family branch from Bei'an Prefecture. The steward was Lu San. They had taken refuge in a residence during the storm, and after several days of waiting, they had just begun their journey when they encountered an unexpected crisis with their granddaughter, Bai Xue, who had suddenly fallen ill with a high fever. Bai Xue had always been frail and coddled since childhood, and Yang Zhen lamented her own foolishness, pondering how a few extra days of delay could have made a difference. The road to Jiangnan was still long, and should anything happen to her granddaughter, what would they do? "Mother, the physician will arrive shortly. Please do not fret." A bearded man supported Yangjin. His eyes filled with anxiety as he gazed towards the carriage. This man was Bai Shiyue's father, Bai Zhongli. Supported by him, Yangjin, feeling weakened, could only sit down and instructed someone to hasten the physician's arrival. Bai Shuwei, lying inside the carriage, listened to the voices outside, biting her lip and silently enduring the pain. After a tense wait, the carriage fetching the physician finally arrived. "Esteemed sir, please save my beloved daughter." Bai Zhongli stepped forward, welcoming the physician who carried a medical kit. Their family had previously employed a dedicated physician, but he had been unable to accompany them due to his elderly mother, whom he could not bear to subject to the hardships of travel. Thus, he had sought refuge in a secluded valley, uncertain of his survival amidst the turmoil of the era. A maidservant quickly produced a fine, thin gauze to cover Bai Shuyue's wrist. In ancient times, modesty between the sexes was highly regarded, especially for young ladies of some standing. Thus, even the examination required a layer of gauze to maintain propriety. The physician, understanding the customs of such families, refrained from unnecessary conversation and immediately began his examination. For a moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to interrupt. Based on these symptoms, it seems to be a seasonal cold. I shall prescribe a few doses of medicine. After a few days of observation, we shall see. The physician concluded, withdrawing his hand from the pulse examination and preparing several doses from his medical kit. The Bai family members, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed, and Bai Zhongli expressed his gratitude, arranging for the physician's return. "Please take good care of the young lady, prepare the medicine, and administer it to her." Bai Zhongli instructed several maidservants to quickly brew the medicine. He also ordered the family to drink ginger and garlic water to prevent infection. As the Bai branch prepared to return to Tali County until Bai Shuyue's health improved before continuing their journey. Tali County, situated in the central region of Jianghuai Prefecture, allowed them to conveniently seek medical assistance, eliminating the urgency they had previously faced. In the newly rented courtyard, several maidservants busied themselves, steaming and boiling the family's clothing. The Bai family, aware of such practices, utilized a steamer over a vigorous fire, ensuring that their dishes and utensils were thoroughly sanitized in boiling water. Bai Shuwei lay upon her bed, feeling a dull ache in her back. The medicine had not alleviated her discomfort, leaving her utterly fatigued, her heart racing. Yet, she chose to endure, swallowing her pain in silence. Observing her demeanor, one would find it hard to believe that she was merely in her tender years. Yet, she bore her suffering with remarkable fortitude. 3 fleeting days passed swiftly. In Tali County, numerous troops had arrived to implement preventive measures and impart valuable knowledge. Contaminated grains and rotting carcasses were uniformly incinerated. Given its proximity to the capital, Tianjin, commands were quickly received here, while those in more distant areas would take longer to arrive. As the 4th day dawned, Zhu Heng's family caught sight of the flourishing county city from afar. "Hanger, shall we take a detour?" Ji Yuliang found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to circumvent the area or not. In a moment of indecision, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Heng. "No need, father, let us venture inside and take a look," Zhu Heng replied without a moment's hesitation. His confidence stemmed from the rewards he had accrued over the past 4 days, in addition to canned meat and a toy for children. He had also obtained 2 high-grade items. The first reward was a detoxifier, rated at the minor Xian level, with a usage instruction of direct consumption. This commonplace medication in the interstellar realm could cure a myriad of ailments caused by bacteria and viruses. The second reward was medical alcohol, rated at the miscellaneous level, with instructions for application via rubbing or spraying. Though it could be consumed, it was a one-time use for a lifetime. Despite its lower classification, in this scenario, its utility far outweighed its rank. A barrel of medical alcohol weighed 5 pounds, and with 10 barrels, they possessed a total of 50 pounds, enough to last a considerable duration. Moreover, the detoxifier was exceptionally potent. Many diseases stem from bacterial and viral origins, while some might be hereditary, chemical, or parasitic. It was undeniable that a significant number were indeed caused by bacteria and viruses. Following the torrential downpour, it was likely that infections would proliferate, making the detoxifier an invaluable asset. At least they wouldn't have to worry about catching a cold for the time being. Zhu Heng's thoughts deepened as he surveyed the array of small vials in the system space, each merely the size of a fingertip, filled with a transparent liquid. A single box contained 100 of these vials. Though their efficacy was remarkable, their packaging resembled that of wholesale goods. Zhu Heng surmised correctly, this medication, effective only against bacterial and viral infections, was merely low-grade stock accumulated in the interstellar realm, dating back to the early years of interstellar history. In an era where genes could be autonomously edited, such items were akin to discarded rubbish. Yet, even in modern times, they would be fiercely coveted by various research institutions. And in ancient times, the worth of a single vial could be staggering. Chapter 76, Smallpox. The Zhu family made their way toward Taoli County. Zhu Heng's decision not to detour was largely influenced by the confidence instilled by his acquired items. He now faced no concerns regarding infections. Even if the city harbored a plague, he felt secure. Furthermore, he needed an opportunity to utilize his masks, detoxifiers, and alcohol once they entered the county. As they approached, Zhu Heng noted that entry into the city was now guarded by officials, a marked increase in strictness compared to before. The Zhu family's ox cart gradually slowed, positioning itself at the end of the queue to await inspection by the guards. The line consisted primarily of ordinary folk, all patiently awaiting their turn. Standing atop the cart, Zhu Heng observed the front of the line and noticed a diminutive, frail doctor stationed at the entrance. Those attempting to enter the city were required to disembark one by one to undergo the doctor's examination, followed by an inspection from the guards to ensure no contaminated items were brought in. After this procedure, they were to pay a small fee in copper coins before being allowed entry. This process was significantly more intricate than before, with some individuals exhibiting coughs being turned away entirely. Consequently, the pace of the line slowed considerably, and the Zhu family found themselves waiting for nearly 2 hours before it was their turn. Everyone, disembark and proceed with the doctor's examination promptly, came the call. The Zhu family had already descended during the earlier inspection, eager to conclude the process and enter the city, as dusk was approaching and hunger gnawed at their bellies. After navigating the required procedures, they collectively paid 72 coins, with Li Changxing and Lianin, the two youngest, surprisingly contributing the same amount as adults. Fortunately, the two chickens did not count as individuals, otherwise they would have lost out even more. Now, the priority was to find a place to rest and have a meal. During dry weather, there was little need to stay in an expensive inn. However, for cleanliness, Zhu Heng suggested renting a house for a couple of days, which was certainly preferable to sleeping in the woods. If they were to sleep outside, someone would have to lie on the ground. And with 11 water bags in the cart, it was better to spend some copper coins on a rental. The weather was pleasant, and the cost was reasonable, only 100 coins for a night. Compared to the inns, the accommodations might be inferior, but the price was significantly more appealing. After securing the ox cart, Zhu Heng feigned fetching water from a well, secretly providing the oxen with water and fodder from the space. His family, weary and hungry, busied themselves preparing a meal. It was time for the sweet potatoes to make their appearance. Zhu Heng had brought sweet potatoes from the space during his trip to the market, and after sitting for some time, their sweetness had intensified, making them even more delectable than before. These sweet potatoes, with their purplish-red skin, became soft and sweet when boiled, dancing upon the taste buds. Li Changxing and Lianin, the youngest, were particularly enthusiastic. Upon tasting the boiled sweet potato, they became animated, their hands flailing in excitement. "Mother, mother, this is delicious," Lianin exclaimed, leaning against Wang Meiying while holding half-eaten sweet potato. "Good, just be careful not to burn yourself," Wang Meiying advised, wiping Lianin's mouth with a cloth, her face aglow with happiness. Sweetness often evokes feelings of joy, and at that moment, even Grandpa Zhu Reni wore a smile. Second Aunt Wang Xuehua, with her simple disposition of contentment derived from a full belly, exchanged knowing glances with Zhu Yutian before devouring her portion heartily. The following day, Zhu Heng rose early, seeking a secluded spot away from everyone to wash his face with water from the space. He regretted not having toothpaste or a toothbrush yet and had to resort to a fresh tree branch. As he signed in, he casually plucked a strawberry from the space farm. The box of strawberries he had previously obtained had flourished in the space, each fruit large and vibrant. Considering his family had little fruit to eat, he decided to gather some strawberries to share. A flash of green light signaled the arrival of a nuclear motorcycle, which could potentially sustain usage for up to 50 years. Zhu Heng nodded in acknowledgement and commenced his daily essential tasks. The rabbits, chickens, wild boars, deer, sheep, and goats in the space had formed thriving communities, particularly the rabbits and chickens, which had proliferated excessively. Were it not for Zhu Heng's routine harvesting of mature yields, These two groups would have entirely overrun the space farm. Not to mention, the number of rabbits had nearly reached 10,000. Zhu Heng mused that if he were to go to Jiangnan, he could earn money selling roasted rabbit. The dairy cows had also given birth to 2 calves, contributing significantly to the dairy enterprise. As for the previous hairy crabs and bamboo shrimp, they were not yet at their prime and could be left for later. The solitary ginseng root was even less likely to be harvested. It was not worth the risk to take out. In the outer world, every month that passed equated to a year of growth for the ginseng in the space, making it increasingly valuable. During this visit to Tally County, Zhu Heng resolved to take not only the masks, medical alcohol, and detoxifier, but also a selection of strawberries, along with a plausible excuse to procure some rabbits and chickens. As the quantities of both in the space were indeed plentiful, he greeted his grandfather, took some silver coins, and ventured forth. The county city was indeed more prosperous, comparable in size to dozens of towns, not to mention the surrounding villages. Even with Zhu Heng's stamina and pace, it would take a considerable time to traverse on foot, unless he utilized the nuclear motorcycle he had just signed for or employed the dragon step technique. The bustling crowd brings vibrancy, even on a day devoid of grand markets, with an array of vendors offering their wares. In a spacious courtyard, Yangjin has begun to suffer from a fever and back pain, alongside several maidservants who attend to her, all exhibiting similar ailments. Bai Shue, in particular, feels utterly drained, her body even breaking out in rashes. An atmosphere of dread envelopes the courtyard. What could be the cause? Hadn't the physician declared it merely a chill? Bai Zhongli's furious roar summoned the servant to fetch the doctor, denouncing him as a quack. Not only is his daughter ill, but now his wife has also fallen sick. The servant, brimming with urgency, hastened to retrieve the physician, bringing him forth. Upon seeing the rash on Bai Shue's skin, the doctor gasped in horror. Heavens, it's smallpox. This is smallpox. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted for the door, leaving the servants too stunned to detain him. What is smallpox? Bai Zhongli's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively taking a step back. He was well aware of the dreadfulness of smallpox, a highly contagious and often fatal disease, virtually untreatable. He quickly retreated from the room, ordering the door be shut. Regardless of the truth, immediate isolation was imperative. Lucian, go swiftly and summon several more physicians to ascertain the true nature of this affliction. But do not raise alarm. Lucian, the steward, complied, rushing out in a flurry. Bai Zhongli sighed deeply behind him. Chapter 77. A plea for mercy from the master. Lucian hastily returned with 2 physicians. The doctors, their faces covered with cloth, examined everyone and found the symptoms to closely resemble those documented in medical texts concerning smallpox. Yang Jin and the maidservants attending to Bai Shue had likely contracted the illness. Yang Jin, being older and of frail constitution, had assumed her granddaughter was merely suffering from a cold and had even visited her. The maidservants, who were in close contact with Bai Shue for her daily needs, were inevitably at a higher risk of contagion. After their examination, the 2 doctors promptly exited, instructing that the doors be tightly sealed and contact must be strictly avoided. Gentlemen, I implore you, save the old lady and my daughter. Bai Zhongli's heart sank as he listened to the physicians, his steps faltering, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The 2 doctors exchanged solemn glances and sighed, resorting to traditional treatment methods, prescribing remedies to detoxify and quell the fever, along with topical applications to reduce swelling as begun in the Eastern Jin dynasty. However, the efficacy of such methods was uncertain, relying heavily on the individual's constitution. Those who survived might bear the marks of the disease, while others could succumb to its grip. 2 days passed, and Yang Jin and the maidservants showed signs of improvement. Yet Bai Shue, already frail, experienced a worsening of her symptoms. Bai Zhongli was torn between sorrow and relief. He grieved for his daughter, who had been weak from birth, as her mother had perished shortly after giving birth to her. Bai Shue had been nurtured with great difficulty. Yet, he found solace in the fact that his mother was on the mend, her condition visibly improving. Though she would likely bear some scars, at least her life was spared. Lucian, go post a notice on the recruitment board, offering a generous reward for anyone who can save my daughter. The Bai family shall be most grateful. Lucian, the steward, received the command and promptly set to work drafting the notice. The recruitment board served as a unique mutual aid mechanism in Daliang, resembling a public bulletin board. It could be used to post job offers, lost and found notices, goods for sale, and even for individuals seeking work to display their age, gender, and physical attributes. This practice gave rise to a profession of scribes, often individuals who had learned to write but had failed to pass examinations, earning a living by writing for others. Typically, they would set up small tables and benches beside the recruitment board, assisting those who could not read for a fee. The Bai family, naturally, possessed literate individuals and did not require such services. Lu San, accompanied by others, affixed the completed notice to the recruitment board, swiftly drawing a crowd of onlookers. The recruitment board functioned much like a modern social media platform, serving as the primary source of information and gossip for the populace of Daliang. Akin to an entire nation relying on a single app, the traffic it garnered was immense. Tally County, being a city of considerable size, attracted many individuals daily, each with diverse needs, congregating at the recruitment board. As news of the new notice spread, people hurried to gather around, engaging in lively discussions. Let me see. How generous. A reward of 5,000 taels for a cure. Those literate among the crowd, initially drawn by curiosity, were left speechless upon discovering the reward was indeed 5,000 taels. For families like the Zhu family, who numbered 18, a mere tael of silver could buy enough rice and flour to last a month. For those with fewer mouths to feed, 1,000 taels could provide a lifetime of sustenance. 5,000 taels were akin to a windfall from ancestral graves. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation, for this was no trivial sum. Typically, as a branch family, they would not possess the wealth Bai Zhongli did. Even the offering of 1,000 taels would be a significant burden. Yet, Bai Zhongli, without a flicker of hesitation, pledged 5,000 taels. The underlying reason for this generosity was somewhat linked to the diviner's prophecy. Bai Shue had been neglected, her father indifferent, and her mother had passed shortly after her birth. Despite the guardianship of her grandmother, Yangjin, Bai Zhongli had multiple concubines and paid little attention to her. The Bai family, while related to the prominent Chongqing Bai family, remained an ordinary branch. It was only after the diviner became a national advisor and encountered Bai Ting, uttering a prophetic statement, that their family's fortunes began to shift. A girl child born to a family in the northern lands, whose mother has passed, bears an extraordinary destiny. Do not treat her poorly. Bai Ting, as one of the three elders, understood the diviner's capabilities well. Even Emperor Renan and the crown prince held him in high esteem. Thus he naturally believed in the diviner's words. He promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the northern branch of the Bai family. The Bai family in the north had three branches: Baisha Prefecture, Beian Prefecture, and Yunfu Prefecture. After inquiries, it emerged that two infant girls met the criteria, one named Bai Shue and the other Baiyu. Bai Shue belonged to the Beian branch, while Baiyu is from the Yunfu branch. Bai Ting, unsure which child the prophecy referred to, sent word to both branches, urging them to care for the girls and bestowing generous gifts of gold and silver. Thus, Bai Shuye's life improved significantly. With the orders from the elder and the prophecy of the national advisor, Bai Zhongli, as a mere branch family head, could not afford to disregard this. Those who had previously taken advantage of Bai Shuye's neglect were swiftly dismissed, and several malevolent concubines faced harsh punishment. The atmosphere within the household transformed dramatically, allowing Bai Shue to finally receive the treatment she deserved. Meanwhile, the Beian and Yunfu branches of the Bai family, embroiled in disputes regarding the identity of the fated individual, had become increasingly competitive over the past 2 years. Had it not been for the Great Yin's invasion, their quarrels might have persisted for much longer. Presently, the Beian Bai family sought refuge in Jiang'an, a move tacitly endorsed by Bai Ting, as the Bai family's main household resided there, ensuring a better life for them, provided Bai Shue remained unharmed. After Lu San departed to post the notice, Bai Zhongli, with a grim expression, strode towards a particular room. Inside, a trembling woman was bound to a chair, weeping profusely. Upon seeing Bai Zhongli enter, she instinctively opened her mouth to plead for mercy, but the cloth stuffed in her mouth rendered her unable to utter a sound. The visage of Bai Zhongli revealed a sinister malice. His once amiable and prosperous countenance now resembled that of a ravenous beast, fixating malevolently upon the woman seated in the chair. You venomous harlot! How dare you maliciously infect she with smallpox? Truly, you deserve death. This woman was none other than Bai Zhongli's concubine, referred to as the third mistress by the servants. At this moment, she was so terrified that she had lost control of her bladder, filth trickling down her lavish satin gown. Meanwhile, some other servants were dragging a lifeless man to cast him into a pit. The third mistress struggled to distance herself from Bai Zhongli, who now resembled a furious lion. She was mistaken. She should not have provoked him. Chapter 78: The Unfaithful and the Licentious. Bai Zhongli was inherently a cold-hearted individual, a fact well known among many in the Bai family of Bei'an Prefecture. His affections were solely for fame and wealth. In a society that esteemed filial piety, he presented himself as a devoted son to Yangjin. Following Bai Ting's decree to treat those fated to cross paths with him kindly, he was regarded as a good father to Bai Shuyu. Everything Bai Zhongli exhibited ultimately served his ambition for renown and riches. The third mistress, this venomous woman, had audaciously dared to undermine his aspirations, directly crossing Bai Zhongli's line. Both she and her illicit lover were doomed. It transpired that Bai Zhongli had indulged too early in pleasures, compromising his health, and now his offspring were few, consisting of merely 2 daughters and 1 son. His daughters were Bai Shuyu and Bai Wanning, while his only son was Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu was cherished by Bai Zhongli, lavished with affection since birth, embodying the very essence of indulgence. Bai Wanning, although initially neglected like Bai Shuyu, fared somewhat better due to her mother's protection. Bai Shuyu, bolstered by the words of the Taoist Tianji and the commands and rewards from elder Bai Ting, currently held the most significant position in the family. As for the third mistress, she had been purchased from a flower house by Bai Zhongli. Having excessively consumed child-rearing potions, she had difficulty conceiving. Bai Zhongli's early indulgences had taken a toll on his vitality as well. The two of them, when brought together, found it difficult to procreate. The third mistress watched enviously as the seventh mistress, who bore Bai Tianyu, held a superior status among the women, her resentment boiling beneath the surface. A robust servant in the household, who was far more capable than Bai Zhongli, soon found himself entangled with her, and, before long, she discovered she was pregnant. Upon learning of her pregnancy, the third mistress meticulously calculated the timing to spend the night with Bai Zhongli, leading him to believe the child within her was his, thus earning him continuous rewards. As her pregnancy progressed, the third mistress suspected she was carrying a son, and a nefarious plot began to take shape in her mind. If she were to eliminate Bai Tianyu and Bai Shuyu, then with Bai Zhongli's ineptitude, her son could easily ascend as the head of the family lineage. The third mistress felt no qualms about deceiving Bai Zhongli. She secretly conspired with the servant on how to dispose of Bai Tianyu and Bai Shuyu. Initially, her plan targeted Bai Tianyu, for he posed the greatest threat. She was no fool. She clearly observed Bai Zhongli's favoritism, which was primarily due to Elder Bai's influence over Bai Shuyu. However, before she could act against Bai Tianyu, the servant with whom she was involved, seeking to escape the calamities of the south, in a moment of weakness, indulged in wildflowers while recuperating at the Bai residence. Unfortunately, he had fallen ill. This servant, having engaged in close contact, became thoroughly infected. The third mistress, acting decisively, instructed the servant to transmit the illness to Bai Shuyu. The servant, clever enough to understand that direct contact with Bai Shuyu was implausible, focused his efforts on her maid. By infecting the maid, he could easily spread the illness to Bai Shuyu. The servant, resolute in his plan, sought multiple opportunities to interact with the maids, feigning coughs to facilitate the contagion. Before long, as the third mistress desired, Bai Shuyu contracted the illness, her frail constitution causing her condition to deteriorate rapidly. Despite consulting 2 batches of doctors, her health continued to decline, and she began to develop festering sores. The scheme had initially appeared flawless. After all, the servant was robust, and despite being infected by the wildflowers, he recovered swiftly, though he bore some marks. Yet, emboldened by her success, the third mistress resolved to eliminate Bai Tianyu as well. Armed with contaminated fabric soaked in Bai Shuyu's pus, she planned to infect Bai Tianyu. Little did she anticipate that Bai Zhongli cherished Bai Tianyu so dearly. Besides the visible guards, 2 others kept vigil over him at night. The maid tasked with this treachery was soon discovered, and under severe interrogation, she could not withstand the pressure and divulged the entire plot. "You venomous harlot, consorting with a servant, bearing a bastard, and scheming to murder my child. You truly deserve death." At that moment, Bai Zhongli's fury ignited, his face flushed with rage. Throughout his life, he had sought fame and fortune, yet this wretched woman not only sought to obliterate his wealth but aspired to render him childless and humiliate him. Bai Zhongli understood that his family was merely a minor branch of the Bai clan. Their astounding wealth stemmed from Bai Shuyu's fortuitous status, which earned his family the elder Bai's regard. Should this woman succeed in harming Bai Shiyu, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his fortune and draw the ire of Bai Ting, potentially threatening his very existence. This woman had sullied his honor by engaging with a servant and bearing a bastard. The thought alone incited Bai Zhongli's resentment, even after sending someone to kill that man. To harm Bai Shiyu was to covet his wealth and life. The humiliation of bearing a green hat was intolerable. And plotting against Bai Tianyu was tantamount to wishing for his complete extinction. As Bai Zhongli gazed at the third mistress, who was now paralyzed with fear, he gradually regained his composure, his expression devoid of emotion, which only deepened her despair. You had better pray that Shiyu can be saved, otherwise I shall make you wish for death without respite. Bai Zhongli turned and exited, instructing several thugs to keep a close watch on the third mistress. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng had just sold his goods and was preparing to return to the rented courtyard where his family was staying. They had been resting there for a couple of days and had also ventured into the nearby mountains for hunting. Zhu Heng had deliberately brought back a substantial number of rabbits and wild chickens, as they were abundant and prolific. Selling these would yield some money and improve their meals. The weather was gradually turning cooler, and the sheepskin that had been soaked in rain had dried out. The rabbits he had skinned were now hanging in the courtyard to air out, ready to provide warmth in the coming days. The items he had signed for recently were quite satisfactory. One was a luck value of 2 points, and the other was a dental kit. After adding luck, he finally obtained the toothbrush and toothpaste he had long desired, and today he even received a new item as a signing reward. The reward was named Cognitive Mask, 33. Classified as a minor mystical grade. Usage was simple. Wear it directly to confound others' perceptions, rendering them incapable of recalling your face, with a maximum application of 3 times before it would disintegrate. What is this? Why are there so many people? As Zhu Heng perused the item description, a clamor reached his ears. Curiously, he turned to see a large crowd gathered around a stone slab, discussing something affixed to it. The top of the slab bore 3 large characters: Merit Recruitment Board. This was indeed a novel occurrence, prompting Zhu Heng to step forward toward the throng. Approaching, he could hear various discussions surrounding the newly posted announcement. Chapter 79. The Steward Must Proceed with Caution. 5,000 taels of silver. Just imagine if I were to acquire such a fortune, my wife would surely be grinning from ear to ear. A wife, you say? Why not take several? With such a bounty at hand, I wonder, should I give it a try? Just you? Be cautious not to ruin the young lady, otherwise I might find myself visiting your grave this time next year. The murmurs flowed continuously. Zhu Heng, overhearing the discussions, discerned that someone was seeking medical assistance. Squinting, he gazed at the notice. Indeed, the reward was 5,000 taels of silver. After a moment's contemplation, he considered that perhaps he could intervene. Firstly, he possessed an antidote. If the ailment was caused by bacterial or viral infection, a single vial would suffice. Secondly, he had the cognitive mask, which could obscure others' perception of him, ensuring that no one would recognize him as the one providing assistance, all while reaping the 5,000 taels. The only uncertainty lay in whether the young lady's affliction was indeed the result of a bacterial or viral infection. If it were genetic or parasitic, the situation would become quite complicated. Resolute in his decision, Zhu Heng discreetly withdrew from the crowd, seeking a secluded spot to don the cognitive mask upon his visage. Cognitive mask, 23. 2 uses remaining. He returned to the recruitment notice, poised to tear it down, only to witness another hand swiftly snatch it away. Frowning, Zhu Heng observed a man with a dogskin plaster affixed to his face. Lu San and the others, seeing someone had removed the notice, hurriedly approached. Do you have confidence in curing my young lady? Lu San scrutinized the lecherous-faced man, his tone laced with skepticism. The man, with his dogskin plaster and narrow, squinting eyes, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. In my opinion, your young lady is possessed. What? Lu San's brow furrowed, suspecting the man was a charlatan, especially since 3 physicians had diagnosed his young lady with smallpox. How dare you deceive me? As Lu San's words fell, several servants of the Bai family encircled the man, their expressions menacing. Hey, what are you doing? Your young lady must have been afflicted by evil spirits. If we do not expel this malevolent force, recovery is impossible. The man with the dogskin plaster shook his head, twirling his mustache with unwavering confidence. Observing the man's demeanor, Lu San felt a twinge of doubt creeping in. Could it be that his young lady truly was possessed? Do you comprehend the consequences of spreading falsehoods? We shall certainly deliver you to the authorities. Lu San's tone wavered, uncertainty gnawing at him. The man, sensing Lu San's hesitation, felt a surge of joy. A glimmer of cunning in his eyes. I, Zhao Luer, never speak falsehoods. The surrounding crowd fell silent, only a few onlookers engaged in hushed discussions. Lu San found himself at an impasse. After so long with the notice posted, this was the only individual to respond, and the master awaited news. Perhaps. Wait. I too wish to try. At that moment, a composed male voice interjected. Lu San swiftly turned to the source, discovering an unremarkable man with an ordinary face. The kind one might encounter anywhere, utterly devoid of distinguishing features. While one could recognize him upon looking, diverting one's gaze resulted in an inability to recall his appearance. Aside from his sturdy physique, he left no memorable impression. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng had intended to approach the notice. But upon witnessing Zhao Luer tear it down, he paused, deciding to observe the unfolding situation. To his surprise, Lu San approached. Zhu Heng had only learned of the Bai family's circumstances when he sought refuge there during a famine. Lu San had even enlisted him and a few strong men to assist with grain transport, allowing Zhu Heng to discreetly acquire some grain for his spatial farm. The steward was Lu San, which meant the Bai family had a stake in this matter. They were searching for someone to aid their young lady. Zhu Heng recalled how, in a desperate bid for survival, he had taken 50 taels from the Bai family, which had enabled him to procure an ox cart and escape. He had always remembered the Bai family, though they might not know it, their kindness had saved him. Now, with an opportunity to return the favor, he felt compelled to assist. Observing Zhao Luer claim the young lady was possessed and Lu San's willingness to take him along, Zhu Heng called out to them. Oh, you wish to try as well? Are you a physician? Lu San regarded the man who spoke, finding him far more trustworthy than Zhao Luer. With a straight posture and an earnest countenance that inspired a modicum of confidence. Indeed, I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Zhu Heng's assertion was not without merit. Having signed in as a novice master in traditional medicine, even without the formidable antidote, he possessed the ability to surpass most physicians. Lu San pondered. With one claiming possession and another proclaiming to be a doctor, it would be prudent to bring them both along for accountability. Thus, he addressed the two men with a hint of annoyance. Follow me, but be warned, should you deceive us, do not say I did not forewarn you. Lu San gestured. And several Bai family servants quickly surrounded Zhu Heng and Zhao Luer, inviting them to proceed. Zhu Heng remained undeterred, stepping forward without hesitation. Zhao Luer, observing the gathering, felt his smile falter, casting a fierce glare at Zhu Heng before following suit. The onlookers, witnessing the departure, sensed the excitement had dissipated and dispersed, awaiting the next notice to indulge in gossip. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Heng and Zhao Luer were ushered to the residence rented by the Bai family. True to their reputation, even this temporary abode was exceptionally well appointed. You two, do not speak out of turn, Lu San cautioned, casting a glance at the pair. After receiving their acknowledgement, he led them to meet Bai Zhongli. The atmosphere within the residence was oppressive. The maids and servants worked in silence, wary of inciting the master's ire, while the concubines remained subdued, knowing that the third concubine was currently enduring punishment. The third concubine was akin to a sacrificial lamb, a warning to the others not to provoke the master. Master, 2 individuals have come in response to the notice. I have brought them here, Lu San reported from outside, his tone respectful. Bring them in. Upon hearing Bai Zhongli's voice, Lu San signaled for Zhu Heng and the others to enter. As Zhu Heng stepped inside, he beheld a portly man clad in fine garments, whose seemingly amiable visage concealed sharp, discerning eyes. Bai Zhongli appraised Zhu Heng and Zhao Luer as they entered, his expression inscrutable. Upon noticing the dogskin plaster adorning Zhao Luer's face, his lips twitched involuntarily. What skills do you possess that emboldens you to respond to the notice? Chapter 80. What a coincidence I can cure. Zhao Luer's eyes narrowed, a sly grin spreading across his face as he boasted, I, Zhao Luer, have been favored by celestial beings since childhood. My expertise in geomancy and exorcism is unparalleled. In my estimation, your young lady is indeed possessed. The malevolent energy within her is causing her health to deteriorate. If this evil is not expelled swiftly, her days may be numbered. He stroked his beard confidently. swaying his head, though his coarse appearance and the plaster made him resemble a beggar. Bai Zhongli, listening to Zhao Luer's boastful claims, harbored a silent derision, though his face remained impassive. "How can I trust you?" Zhao Luer raised his hand to produce a yellow talisman, accompanied by a brush and vermilion ink, and spoke, "I can commence the exorcism for the young lady immediately. She shall be well within 5 days." However, Zhao Luer deliberately paused, clearly intending to build suspense. As anticipated, Bai Zhongli's interest was piqued, eager to discern what Zhao Luer would articulate next. However, what? Upon hearing Bai Zhongli's inquiry, Zhao Luer suppressed a smirk. "The exorcism will entail significant toll on my own resources, thus a fee is required." Bai Zhongli immediately recognized that Zhao Luer was demanding compensation. Yet he reasoned that if it meant saving Bai Shuwei, he would gladly oblige. "If you can indeed save my daughter, the financial aspect is negotiable." Zhao Luer's face contorted with a more grotesque expression, his features wrinkling as he exclaimed, "Then shall I proceed to rescue the young lady at once?" Bai Zhongli slightly shook his head, casting a glance at Zhu Heng, opting to see what the other man would propose. "What capabilities does this brother possess?" Zhu Heng, unperturbed by Bai Zhongli's gaze, replied stoically, "My family's medical knowledge has been passed down through generations, and we possess unique methods of treatment. However, the specifics can only be determined after examining the young lady. As for my ability to heal her, it is contingent upon my assessment of the patient." Bai Zhongli regarded Zhu Heng with a newfound trust, finding him far more credible than Zhao Luer, who seemed to boast without conviction, while Zhu Heng appeared to be a man of integrity. "You two, accompany me to meet my daughter." Bai Zhongli rose and led Zhu Heng and Zhao Luer towards Bai Shuwei. The maidservants who had already contracted the illness were mostly recovered, with only faint pockmarks remaining on their faces, still dutifully attending to Bai Shuwei. One maid, upon hearing the master's arrival, promptly opened the door. Zhu Heng, upon seeing the maid, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Smallpox." Bai Zhongli's body stiffened instantly, shock evident in his eyes. How could this young man discern such a thing without even entering? Zhao Luer was utterly flabbergasted. He too was aware of the implications of smallpox. Those afflicted either perished or were left with scars. No, if this household truly had smallpox, he would not dare enter. Being ugly was one thing, but if he emerged with more scars, how could he ever find a wife? Internally cursing, Zhao Luer, a trickster by nature, only sought some coin and had no desire to contract an illness. This family was truly nefarious, luring him here to meet such a fate. He instinctively stepped back, holding his breath, eyeing the man who had spoken, contemplating a hasty escape if the situation proved dire. Bai Zhongli steadied himself and inquired, "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhu Heng observed the maid, noting that she exhibited the very symptoms of smallpox. She had likely endured it and survived. Could it be that the young lady inside was similarly afflicted? Bai Zhongli fell silent for a moment, then spoke gravely. "Prior to this, I did consult several physicians, all of whom declared it to be smallpox. However," Bai Zhongli's brow furrowed, his tone laced with bitterness, "yet those incompetent fools prescribed remedies that were utterly ineffectual, and in fact, exacerbated my daughter's condition." A quivering voice interjected, "I just remembered I left something behind. I must retrieve it." Seizing the moment before anyone could react, Zhao Luer hastily bolted. "Master." Bai Zhongli raised his hand, halting his servant's movements. "Teach him a lesson, but do not escalate to violence." This was not their territory. And with the recruitment notice posted, someone would certainly witness Zhao Luer's presence. A few servants, upon hearing this, dispersed to pursue Zhao Luer. "Can you provide treatment?" Bai Zhongli turned his gaze to Zhu Heng, for he now placed all his hope upon this man. Zhu Heng met Bai Zhongli's gaze without flinching, responding calmly, "I can." Bai Zhongli scrutinized Zhu Heng intensely, a ferocity flickering in his eyes, before releasing a cold snort. "Then I shall trust you this once. Do you dare to enter?" "What is there to fear?" Zhu Heng replied, undaunted. "Smallpox is caused by the variola virus, which falls well within the range of my antidote's efficacy, regardless of its severity. A single vial will suffice to neutralize it. Moreover, with my enhanced physique, I possess ample resistance to smallpox, compounded by the energy-infused water I consume daily from my spatial farm. It is safe to say that my physical constitution is exceptionally robust." Bai Zhongli, witnessing Zhu Heng's composure, felt some tension dissipate, and a smile graced his face once more. "In that case, please proceed." Bai Zhongli gestured for Zhu Heng to enter. though he himself refrained from doing so, instructing the maidservants to keep a close watch on Zhu Heng, ensuring that the young lady's reputation remained untarnished. As Zhu Heng entered the room, he observed that all windows and doors were tightly shut, presumably to contain any contagion. The maidservants attending within bore various degrees of pockmarks. Behind a gauzy curtain, a faint silhouette lay. "Esteemed physician, please," the maid who had opened the door extended the hand of the young lady, resting it upon a silk handkerchief fashioned into a pouch, then covering it with a delicate silk veil. Even a fleeting glance revealed her slender, porcelain-like wrist, truly a sight of exquisite beauty, smooth and lustrous as jade. The reddened rashes upon her skin exuded a haunting allure, a stark contrast to her alabaster complexion. Zhu Heng dispelled any inappropriate thoughts that crept into his mind, chiding himself for such transgressions. He blinked, regaining his composure, and approached to take her pulse. Upon contact, her hand trembled ever so slightly. From the perspective of a master of traditional Chinese medicine, it was evident that the young lady's condition was dire. Indeed, it was not merely an ailment, she appeared to be constitutionally weak. To have survived to this age, given her frailty, could only be deemed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Discernment eye activate. Analyzing the young woman, Zhu Heng noted her chronic ailments and inherent weakness, coupled with a compromised immune system and subpar pulmonary function. She had contracted smallpox, manifesting as vesicles, with complications such as conjunctivitis, otitis media, and laryngitis, leading to further debilitation. Consumption is not advisable, the evaluation concluded. Zhu Heng swiftly deactivated his discerning ability, affirming his initial diagnosis, smallpox, along with numerous complications. This young lady was indeed afflicted with smallpox. She likely bore an abundance of vesicles by now. Judging by my assessment, her ears and throat must be swollen and painful as well, if treatment is not administered soon. Zhu Heng refrained from vocalizing his thoughts further. Yet the maidservant understood his unspoken words. The delicate maid trembled at Zhu Heng's assessment, and a sigh escaped from behind the curtain, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. "However, I can provide treatment." Thus, a twist of fate unfolded. Chapter 81. Affliction Diminishes Spring's Beauty. As Zhu Heng's words echoed, the atmosphere within the room turned palpably still. The maidservants' mouths parted in astonishment, their eyes brimming with excitement. Ahem, ahem. A fit of coughing erupted from behind the curtain, prompting Zhu Heng to realize he was still holding the young lady's wrist, and he quickly withdrew his hand and stood. The maidservants rushed forward, gently tapping Bai Shiyue's chest until her coughing subsided. "We appreciate your assistance." Bai Shiyue, tormented by illness, was exceedingly frail, and the complications she suffered were exacerbating her condition. Her very survival thus far was indeed a testament to her fortitude. "Fear not, young lady, I shall exert every effort to cure you." With that, Zhu Heng appeared to retrieve something from his clothing, but in reality, he drew forth a vial of antidote from his spatial inventory. Antidote, 99,100. Administer this to your young lady, but be cautious not to spill. Zhu Heng handed the antidote to the maidservant, waiting for her careful grasp before releasing his hold. The maid, Cui Xin, gazed in astonishment at the transparent container in her hands, unsure of its material, yet marveling at its exquisite clarity. Through the vessel, she could see the liquid within, which was colorless and resembled water in appearance. Could this truly heal the young mistress? In Cui Xin's experience, medicinal concoctions were typically dark and murky, often requiring boiling and brewing, yet here was this bottle, seemingly filled with mere water. As she glanced at her mistress, who lay on the bed, uncertainty gripped her. If this substance were to be given to her and something went awry, what then? Esteemed physician, I must ask for a moment's pause. I need to consult our master, Cui Xin hesitantly spoke, for she was loath to administer an unfamiliar remedy without approval. Zhu Heng nodded in understanding. Had it not been for his signing-in system, he too would find it hard to believe that such a small vial could contain a remedy, especially in ancient times. Cui Xin swiftly opened the door, where Bai Zhongli stood a few meters away, counting. Upon seeing the door ajar, he immediately inquired, "What is the outcome?" Cui Xin, bowing slightly from within the room, did not step outside, but held aloft the transparent vial for Bai Zhongli to see. "Master, the esteemed physician claims he can cure her. This is the medicine he has provided. I dare not decide on my own." After speaking, she fell silent, holding the vial aloft, awaiting Bai Zhongli's response. Bai Zhongli regarded the bottle with curiosity. He had never heard of a remedy resembling water. Could it be that this man was deceiving him? My young brother, might I request that the maid test the remedy first? This matter is of great importance, and I cannot risk my daughter's well-being. Zhu Heng, upon hearing Bai Zhongli's words, recognized the skepticism in his tone. Yet, this medicine was nothing short of miraculous for the ancient world. Even though he had 99 bottles remaining, the prospect of unlocking the mysterious small box at the age of 100 was too enticing to squander such a precious substance. The remedy is rare. The maids are nearly recovered and need not take any more. If you do not believe, I can do nothing, however. I fear the young mistress may not last more than 3 to 5 days, Zhu Heng stated, feigning an intent to leave with the medicine. Bai Zhongli clenched his teeth and quickly interjected, "Do not take offense, my young brother. I was mistaken. Please, proceed with the medicine." He understood that Bai Shiyue's condition was dire, and finding another physician would be a daunting task. Since this man professed he could heal her, there was little choice but to place his trust in him, otherwise, Bai Shiyue might truly perish. With Bai Zhongli's nod of approval, Zhu Heng promptly roused the still-dazed maid, urging her to administer the remedy to her mistress and to incinerate all items she had previously worn or used. Cui Xian nodded vigorously, cautiously approaching the bedside with the medicine. "Mistress, I am going to help you drink the medicine." She signaled to 2 other maids to gently assist Bai Shiyue into a sitting position, facilitating her swallowing of the liquid. Esteemed physician, how does one administer this remedy? Cui Xian, bewildered, admitted her unfamiliarity with such a potion. Zhu Heng stepped forward, deftly twisting open the bottle and carefully handing it to Cui Xian. "It is ready." With the gauze curtains slightly parted, Zhu Heng inadvertently caught sight of the young mistress. One could only remark that her illness had not diminished her beauty. A single glance elicited admiration for the artistry of creation. It was difficult to fathom how exquisite she would appear once free of her afflictions. Her delicate form, though weakened, retained an ethereal grace, and her brow, slightly furrowed, held an enduring charm. Her sickly visage resembled a flower laden with dew, captivating to behold. Cui Xian lowered the gauze, shielding Bai Shiyue from view. Zhu Heng, as a man, felt it inappropriate to linger and walked toward the door, seeking solace in Bai Zhongli's presence to quell the rapid beating of his heart. Indeed, upon seeing Bai Zhongli's face, Zhu Heng found his composure restored. How could this older gentleman have sired such a beautiful daughter? Zhu Heng mused to himself, concluding that the young mistress likely resembled her mother. Cui Xian gently brought the vial to Bai Shiyue's lips, carefully administering the liquid until it was consumed. "Esteemed physician, the medicine has been given." Zhu Heng nodded. Now it was merely a matter of waiting. Once she had recovered, as I mentioned earlier, all items that had borne the taint of illness should be burned. Such notions of bacteria and viruses would be lost on these individuals, so Zhu Heng categorized it all under the term illness aura. Indeed, his words resonated with the maids. While further disinfection with alcohol was necessary, the large barrel of alcohol was currently inaccessible, and if he mentioned retrieving it, Bai Zhongli would certainly not permit it. At that moment, Bai Zhongli sat a few meters away, anxiously awaiting news, for the health of Bai Shiyue directly impacted his future and financial prospects. Moreover, he needed to monitor Zhu Heng closely. The previous con artist had fled upon realizing he could not extract money from him. And now that Zhu Heng claimed he could heal, there was no way he would simply let him depart. Time passed slowly in anxious anticipation. After drinking the medicine, Bai Shiyue felt a refreshing coolness coursing through her body, as if the pervasive aches and heat that had afflicted her were significantly alleviated. Particularly, the areas that had caused her the most pain were now enveloped in a soothing chill. Unbeknownst to her, the red rashes on her body, hidden from view, began to fade gradually. The maids widened their eyes, fixated on Bai Shiyue's face and arms, witnessing her exposed skin visibly improving at a remarkable pace. A cooling sensation enveloped Bai Shiyue's throat, ultimately culminating in an exhilarating rush of relief that spread throughout her entire being. With a sensation of comfort surging through her body, she could not suppress a soft, involuntary sound. Realizing what she had done, Bai Shiyue felt her cheeks flush crimson. She had inadvertently emitted such a sound. She glanced toward the shadowy figure beyond the gauze, feeling her face grow warmer still. Mistress, how do you feel?" Cui Xian and the other maids, observing Bai Shiyue's significant improvement, rushed to inquire about her condition. Bai Shiyue opened her mouth, astonished to find that her throat was no longer painful, filled instead with an indescribable coolness akin to peppermint. I feel much better, Cui Xian. Help me sit up. Wonderful news, mistress. Cui Xian exclaimed, gently assisting Bai Shui to an upright position. As she did so, Bai Shui marveled at her body. The red rashes had nearly vanished. Cui Xian, is this real? Am I not dreaming? Her voice, now restored, was soft and melodious, a stark contrast to the earlier raspiness. Mistress, you truly are much better. Right, Cui Lan? Cui Ling? Cui Xian turned to the other maids, unable to contain her excitement. Indeed, mistress, this physician's remedy is remarkably effective, far superior to the previous ones. With Bai Shuyue's recovery, the atmosphere in the room brightened considerably. I shall inform our master immediately. Cui Xian hurried to the door to relay the joyful news of the young mistress's improvement to Bai Zhangli. Excellent. My gratitude to you, young brother. May I inquire how many more of these remedies remain? To be candid, my mother has also contracted smallpox. Although her condition has improved considerably, I dare not let my guard down. Zhu Heng glanced at Bai Zhangli a few meters away and nodded. This medicine is precious. But if the old lady is in need, I shall certainly spare a bottle for her. He expressed his gratitude to the young man, stating, I am Bai Zhangli of the Bai family. May I inquire your name, young sir? Bai Zhangli clasped his hands together, his demeanor radiating cordiality. This was hardly surprising. Encountering a skilled physician would undoubtedly benefit them greatly. The cycle of life and death is a common human experience, and the few doctors they consulted were at a loss, even exacerbating the smallpox condition. Yet, this man managed to effect a miraculous recovery in such a brief time. Even if he were not from Jiangnan, there would still be ample avenues to assist him should the need arise. Thus, Bai Zhangli truly began to contemplate forging a connection, taking note of Zhu Heng's name. Zhu Heng, donning a mask of anonymity, had no intention of revealing his true identity to Bai Zhangli. You flatter me, sir. My name is Zhang Huan. Now that Miss Bai has improved significantly, we should administer the medicine to the old lady. Thus, he adopted the alias Zhang Huan and produced another vial. Bai Zhongli's servant promptly stepped forward to receive it, and after Zhu Heng instructed him on how to open it, the servant hastily delivered the medicine to the old lady. Yangjin. In but a brief moment, Bai Shuyue's complexion had returned to its pristine state, resembling flawless jade. She felt the illness dissipate from her body, leaving her invigorated and vibrant. Cui Xian, Cui Ling, assist me in rising to meet my benefactor. Cui Xian and Cui Ling carefully helped Bai Shue rise. She was merely a bit unaccustomed after lying for so long, her body weakened by illness. Upon hearing the movement, Zhu Heng turned to see the now rejuvenated Bai Shue. A sight to behold. She was clad in a moon-white silk long gown, the collar and cuffs embroidered with exquisite orchid patterns. Though the color was simple, her restored complexion was now rosy, enhancing her beauty to resemble that of a peach blossom. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, reflecting a lively spirit. With a charming smile that seemed to flirt with the heart, she bore an enchanting allure akin to a captivating little fox. Doctor, she finally spoke. Drawing Zhu Heng from his reverie, realizing he had unwittingly become entranced by her beauty. Embarrassed, he stammered, Miss Bai appears to be fully recovered. But would you still require me to take your pulse? Bai Shue elegantly shifted her weight, gazing at the young man before her, and softly replied, Then I shall trouble you, esteemed doctor. Cui Xian quickly placed a handkerchief over Bai Shue's palm for Zhu Heng to take her pulse. As he lifted his hand, he discerned that Bai Shue's illness had entirely vanished, leaving only a lingering deficiency. With discernment, he assessed, human female, recently recovered from a severe illness. Currently in a state of hunger, possessing congenital deficiencies, consumption is not recommended. Truly, only the congenital deficiencies remained. Bai Shue delicately held a handkerchief embroidered with orchids to her lips, artfully concealing most of her face, revealing only her captivating eyes as she regarded Zhu Heng. Zhang Huan. Suddenly, as if struck by an amusing thought, a sly smile graced her lips, illuminating her face with mischief. Could it be that merely being gazed upon made your ears flush? In Bai Shue's perception, Zhu Heng's mask of anonymity had utterly failed. She saw not the composed young man others observed, but rather a handsome youth whose ears turned red from a mere glance. After confirming Bai Shue's complete recovery, Zhu Heng hastily withdrew his hand, feeling the rush of warmth from being gazed upon by such a stunning woman. At merely 16, With no romantic experience to speak of unless one counted the tale of the five-fingered maiden, his knowledge of courtship was non-existent. Thankfully, the mask of anonymity lent him an air of professionalism. Bai Shue noted the young man's serious demeanor as he earnestly conveyed instructions to the maidservants. Yet his reddened ears betrayed his inner turmoil, rendering him rather endearing. "Zhang Xiaoxing, how fares it?" came Bai Zhongli's voice from outside. Upon hearing him, Bai Shuyue's expression darkened momentarily, her emotions resembling a fathomless pool, but she quickly composed herself, reverting to the demeanor of a refined lady. "Rest assured, Miss Bai has fully recovered. However, I still require a certain item to be sprayed within the room and on the utensils. Only after that will we have truly resolved the matter." Bai Zhongli, relieved by Bai Shuyue's recovery, felt his heart lighten as long as she was well. Their family's fortunes in Jiang and remained secure. With Bai Shue now healed, he was no longer apprehensive about Zhu Heng's departure, especially since the payment had yet to be made, ensuring Zhu Hong would not abscond. He nodded in agreement, permitting Zhu Hong to retrieve the necessary items. After Zhu Hong left, Cui Xian and the others promptly assisted Bai Shue in donning fresh garments, incinerating the old ones. Bai Zhongli, maintaining a respectful distance, inquired after Bai Shuyue's well-being. A short while later, Zhu Hong returned with a bucket of medical alcohol. "Zhang Xiaoxing, what is this?" Bai Zhongli asked with curiosity, eyeing the bucket in Zhu Heng's grasp. "This contains medicinal alcohol." Zhu Hong demonstrated by spraying a bit from the nozzle, releasing a potent scent of alcohol that filled the air. "Indeed, it has a strong aroma," Bai Zhongli confirmed, noticing its purity exceeded that of the usual spirits consumed. At that moment, news of good fortune arrived from the old lady, prompting the attendants to rush over and share the tidings, causing an atmosphere of joy to envelop the household. Bai Leoi, simply send someone to spray the medicinal alcohol on the used utensils and garments. However, it is best to incinerate those worn during the illness. Bai Zhongli gestured for a servant to take the bucket and hastened to clean, knowing Bai Shue had already changed clothes, the old garments having been completely burned. "Father." Bai Shue emerged from the room, greeting Bai Zhongli. He instinctively took a small step back, suddenly recalling that Bai Shue had recovered, and steadied himself, smiling warmly. Embodying a doting father. "As long as Shue is well, I need not worry. My daughter is fortunate indeed to have encountered such a remarkable physician as Zhang Xiaoxing." Bai Shue, having observed Bai Zhongli's retreat, concealed her awareness beneath a gentle demeanor, her doe-like eyes sparkling as she smiled at Zhu Hong. "I must also extend my heartfelt thanks to you, esteemed doctor." Zhu Hong met her gaze, only to find her blinking with a look of admiration. "Goodness, she is extraordinarily beautiful." Bai Shue, witnessing the young man's subtle expressions, felt a mischievous stir within her heart. Bai Zhongli, observing their interaction, snorted internally, eager to send Zhu Hong on his way. Though Zhu Heng's medical skills were impressive, he could not allow Bai Shue to form any connection with a mere impoverished youth, no matter his talents. After all, his daughter had been acknowledged by the national master and personally advised by the esteemed Bai Golao, possessing great potential. Otherwise, he would not have suppressed her matchmaking pursuits so diligently. After all, according to the customs of the Great Liang, a man should be 16 and a woman 14 before they begin to consider engagement. I wonder who the national master refers to as a fated partner. What does fate truly signify? Bai Zhongli plans to return to the Bai family in the Jiang'an region, leveraging Bai Shuyue's connections, and then pay a visit to Bai Ting, hoping to meet the national master in the process. This young man appears rather unremarkable. Just moments ago, he stepped out to fetch something, and I turned my head, forgetting his appearance entirely. Apart from his sturdy build and some proficiency in medicine, he leaves little impression. The thought of Bai Shue fixating on Zhu Hong weighs heavily on Bai Zhangli's heart. He must prevent any complications from arising. In simpler terms, he feels that Zhu Hong is unworthy. "Brother Zhang, the reward is prepared. Please follow me." Bai Zhongli interrupted, casting a meaningful glance toward Bai Shue, instructing Cui Xian to escort the young lady back promptly. "Shue has just recovered from a serious illness. You all should take her back to her room and prepare some nourishing soup." With that, he turned back to Zhu Hong. "Brother Zhang, come with me." Without waiting to see if Zhu Hong followed, Bai Zhongli turned and departed. Zhu Hong cast a final glance at Bai Shue, silently uttering a few words before turning to follow Bai Zhongli. Bai Shue continued to watch Zhu Hong until he disappeared from sight, her heart racing. and she unconsciously bit her lip, her hand resting on her chest. What does he mean by that? Why did he say, "Until next time"? Will we truly meet again? Bai Shue felt her thoughts in disarray, questioning why her heart raced so fast, especially after just their first encounter, as if they were irresistibly drawn to one another. Remembering the handsome young man, with his ears tinged crimson from her gaze, Bai Shue felt a flutter of uncontrollable excitement. "Miss?" Chui Xian's voice, accompanied by a bowl of ginseng chicken soup, finally broke through Bai Shue's reverie. Awakening from her daydream, she offered Chui Xian a gentle smile, gesturing for her to place the chicken soup on the table. "This is too dangerous." Bai Shue curled her toes, concealing her slight tremor beneath her skirt. Her fair complexion flushed, gradually dampening with warmth. Meanwhile, Zhu Heng followed Bai Zhongli to another courtyard, where Bai Zhongli halted, raising his hand to beckon Zhu Heng's attention. To his surprise, in addition to the original 5,000 taels of silver, there lay an additional 2,000 taels. "Master Bai, what is this?" Zhu Heng inquired, puzzled. "Is it perhaps due to the second antidote?" "Brother Zhang, the 5,000 taels was the amount I promised when I issued the announcement. The additional 2,000 is, on one hand, a reward for saving the old matriarch, and on the other, a personal gesture to cultivate a good relationship with you." Zhu Heng nodded in acknowledgement. This seemed reasonable, as both the emperor and commoners sought the aid of a skilled physician when ill. Bai Zhongli then retrieved a token from his pocket, presenting it to Zhu Heng, inscribed with a character for Bai. "Should you ever plan to visit Jiangnan or require assistance, feel free to seek me at the Bai residence." Bai Zhongli stroked his beard, smiling amiably. Zhu Heng accepted without hesitation, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of Bai Zhongli's intentions, whether feigned or genuine, as long as there was no conflict, engaging with such individuals often proved harmonious. "I must express my gratitude, Master Bai. To be candid, I do have intentions to visit Jiangnan, and should I go, I will certainly pay my respects to you." Although Zhu Heng did not intend to reveal his real name, he mentioned his potential plans to travel to Jiangnan. After all, his family fled to Jiangnan following the Bai family's example. From Bai Zhongli's words, it appeared there was indeed another Bai family there. Perhaps it was a branch of the main family. However, Zhu Heng was certain that this Bai family in Jiangnan was far more formidable. As such, upon arriving in Jiangnan, he might indeed require their assistance. And it was prudent to mention his current identity as Zheng Huan for now. Bai Zhongli's smile broadened. If Zhu Heng were to go to Jiangnan, it would save him the trouble of seeking help in the future. He thought of his own health and the third concubine confined in his household, alongside Zhu Heng's remarkable medical skills, and leaned closer to Zhu Heng with a mischievous glint in his eye. Zhu Heng felt a chill run down his spine. Why was this old man leaning in? Brother Zhang, I wish to inquire if you possess any methods to enhance a man's. Before Bai Zhongli could finish, Zhu Heng understood and raised his hand to take Bai Zhongli's pulse. Goodness, he was in such poor condition. Zhu Heng recalled the blue pill he had received as a sign in reward. He had no use for it himself, so he might as well put it to good use for the old man. The system's reward should be effective? Chapter 84. Taking the money and leaving. Seeing Zhu Heng remain silent, Bai Zhongli grew anxious, rubbing his hands together. His hopes for a fulfilling life depended on this skilled physician. Brother Zhang, you see, my progeny is rather. Zhu Heng was focused on examining the introduction of the blue pill he had signed in for. He had never looked at it after receiving it. Reward name, donghua, 4 tablets. Level, common. Usage, to be taken prior, restoring one's peak state for 3 hours per tablet. Total, 4 tablets, which may not suffice, and it also has a time limit. He would need to prescribe some Chinese medicine. Zhu Heng proceeded to dictate a prescription to Bai Zhongli before finally handing him one of the donghua tablets. Master Bai, the prescription I just provided is for daily nourishment. This medicine, however, is exceedingly rare. If you desire offspring, take it beforehand, but it will only restore your peak condition for 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhongli beamed with a genuine smile that even Bai Shuwei and Yang Zhen had not witnessed upon their recovery, quickly reaching out to grasp it. Master Bai, taking it will only restore you for 3 hours. You still need to consume Chinese medicine regularly. Zhu Heng, exasperated, feared the old man would grab his hand in excitement, hastily tossing the medicine to Bai Zhongli. Bai Zhongli gazed at the small blue tablets with the same adoration one might reserve for a beautiful woman. Brother Zhang, name your price for this medicine. Zhu Heng shook his head. The medicine was of no use to him. Moreover, he anticipated needing the Bai family's assistance upon arriving in Jiangnan, and since this old fellow had been generous with his silver, he thought it better to do a good turn. Who knew when he might encounter another influential figure like this in the future? Master Bai, you just. While this medicine is precious, your generosity has already been more than sufficient. To be candid, I may require your patronage once I arrive in Jiangnan. Thus, Zhu Heng decided to gift the medicine to Bai Zhongli. Bai Zhongli's eyes sparkled with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, promising that should Zhu Heng visit Jiangnan, he would certainly seek him out. Master Bai, night is falling. The old matriarch and the young lady have both recovered, and I must take my leave. Zhu Heng felt no inclination to engage in further pleasantries with this aging gentleman. He had been away for too long, and his family awaited his return, lest they worry about his well-being. Bai Zhongli glanced at the sky, realizing it was indeed getting late, and promptly asked Zhu Heng, Brother Zheng, would you prefer your silver in cash or converted into banknotes? Zhu Heng looked at the boxes of silver with a headache. Although he could store them in his space, he couldn't do so in public. I would appreciate your assistance in converting it into banknotes, Master Bai. Bai Zhongli nodded, giving orders for several servants to assist in transporting the silver to the Hengtong money exchange. This exchange was rumored to have considerable power behind it, possibly even linked to the royal throne, with branches in every major city. Before long, the 7,000 taels in banknotes were securely in hand. Zhu Heng gazed at the silver note in his hand, crafted from an exceptionally resilient paper adorned with intricate and exquisite illustrations, stamped with numerous seals. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a wealth of knowledge. The pavilions and towers depicted on the note, from the architectural dugong brackets to the ornate carvings on the doors and windows, were remarkably vivid, surrounded by specific cloud patterns that appeared particularly complex. Accompanying the silver note was a piece of paper inscribed with a rather nonsensical line of poetry, and different seals were stamped between the silver note and this paper, such that only when the two were combined could a complete image be formed. With Zhu Heng's enhanced eyesight, he could even discern the hidden patterns within the Hengtong Bank's note. Indeed, the bank's anti-counterfeiting techniques were quite sophisticated. Curious about the meaning of the verse, Zhu Heng inquired of the bank staff, finding it utterly bizarre, almost unpoetic. Dear guest, you may not be aware, but this is our Hengtong Bank's unique mark. With this phrase, we can ascertain the time and amount of silver notes you wish to exchange, preventing any potential tampering, replied a man with a goat beard, his demeanor exuding satisfaction. They possessed an entire volume of secret codes, and those who believed they could manipulate the amount on the notes to extort wealth were sorely mistaken. I see, Zhu Heng mused, realizing the bank's preparedness was indeed commendable. He folded the silver note and paper and discreetly tucked them into his bosom, secretly storing them in his system space. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu Heng bid farewell to the servants of the Bai family and stealthily sought out a secluded spot, where he removed his cognitive disguise and swiftly made his way to where his family was staying. At the Bai residence, Bai Zhongli was in his chamber, leisurely sipping tea while his concubine knelt before him, her demeanor bordering on madness. It was only when the servants who had accompanied Zhu Heng to the bank returned that Bai Zhongli lifted his gaze. Send her to meet that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the concubine trembled in fear, prostrating herself and desperately attempting to speak through the cloth stuffed in her mouth, emitting only muffled whimpers as tears streamed down her face, pleading for Bai Zhongli to spare her life. The servants promptly moved forward, dragging the concubine away as if she were mere cargo, leaving behind a trail of watermarks, which another perceptive servant quickly cleaned up. Before long, another corpse lay in the pit where the previous servant had been buried. As dusk descended, Zhu Heng swiftly returned to his rented lodgings, thanks to his agile movements. Hanger, where have you been? You've made your mother worry sick. What would your father and I do if something happened to you? Sun Fong exclaimed upon seeing Zhu Heng, grasping his arm and delivering a couple of light slaps. Despite Zhu Heng's tall stature, he was still merely 16 years old, and returning so late without a word of his whereabouts had caused Sun Fong and others to search twice around the vicinity. Mother, I merely went to sell some goods and, exhausted, accidentally dozed off. I promise it won't happen again. Zhu Heng quickly raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging his mismanagement of time that day. You've made a mistake this time, young man, Jirini, his grandfather, remarked, taking a puff from his pipe, his eyes reflecting concern. I was wrong, grandfather. I assure you it won't happen again, Zhu Heng replied, adeptly employing his charm to defuse the situation. Hoping his swift apology would put an end to the matter, Sun Fang remained somewhat irked, yet seeing Zhu Heng's genuine remorse, she relented. You must be hungry. Come. Let us eat. Her heart softened, knowing her son had been busy hunting these past few days, which explained his exhaustion. Zhu Heng, sensing his mother's invitation to dinner, realized all was well again, and he would dare to take such risks again, for his trusty firearm was not for show. If any evildoers appeared, he could easily handle them. Hanger, eat more. You must be worn out from these past few days, Sun Fang said as she served him a chicken leg. Watching her son eat, the tension that had plagued her all afternoon finally began to ease. The family soon resumed their cheerful banter, each ladling chicken soup for themselves. Chapter 85. The terrifying reward. On the following day, the Zhu family prepared to continue their journey. Their stay in Tali County served dual purposes. First, for hunting, providing an excuse to procure alcohol masks, and second, to recuperate. Under the threat of illness, the family had endured considerable hardship, sleeping outdoors for an extended period. With the waters having just receded, they had no means to lay down bedding and frequently had to clear away the bodies and debris obstructing their path, which drained their energy considerably. After spending a few days here and consuming several chickens and rabbits that Zhu Heng had procured under the guise of hunting, the family's spirits visibly improved. Having sold their game, the family's visible savings exceeded 80 taels once more, and Zhu Heng noted their renewed sense of security. Time to sign in. Zhu Heng yawned while perched on the cart's edge, but in the next moment, his eyes widened at the dazzling violet light. Sign-in reward, Death Substitute Doll, 33. Level, Grand Xian. Usage, automatically activated when the host faces a fatal injury, sacrificing itself for you. An SS-level product from the Infinite Horror World. 3 dolls are available for transfer. Goodness. This isn't just a death substitute, it's 3 lives. Zhu Heng felt utterly awake now, gazing at the 3 little dolls, which resembled dark, plush figures that, upon closer inspection, were rather endearing. The sign-in system could provide such items, and if he lived to 100, opening the mysterious little box would undoubtedly yield even greater rewards. Had it not been for the presence of parents resembling those he once knew, Zhu Heng might have chosen to slip away at the onset of his transmigration. With the sign-in system at his side, he could easily find a place to lay low for a few years and alter his fate. However, such a path would leave him utterly alone. Observing his family busily packing their belongings, warmth flooded Zhu Heng's heart. Since the loss of his parents in his previous life, he had tasted the harshness of the world. Greedy relatives seeking to capitalize on death benefits, those who came to borrow money, and others who disguised financial advice as predatory insurance schemes, all had attempted to lure him into their traps. Zhu Heng's expression darkened at the memory of those relatives, a pack of shameless wolves. Fortunately, he had been reunited with his parents, who bore a striking resemblance to his memories. Hanger, are you ready? Let us set off. Came Zhu Youliang's voice from behind, pulling Zhu Heng from his reverie. He responded cheerfully yes. The cart wheels left imprints on the ground as the ox cart swayed southward. Another 10 days passed. The weather gradually turned cooler, and the morning air carried a distinct chill. Zhu Heng rose early, donning a wool sweater he had recently acquired from a sign-in, cleverly concealed beneath his outer garment. The morning dew was heavy and brisk, and with each breath, he felt the cold seep into his very bones, though it would gradually warm as the day progressed, only to return to a pleasant warmth by midday. The temperature fluctuations had become quite pronounced. Today's sign-in yielded crayfish, which Zhu Heng placed in the aquaculture section of his space farm. Once they reached Jiangnan, he would add some spices and undoubtedly create a delectable spicy crayfish dish. Over the past 10 days, Zhu Heng's sign-ins had netted him a razor, a sweater, dog food, 2 points in constitution, 2 points in luck, 2 additional points in luck, the Ling Shaoqi manipulation technique, chili seeds, and a pair of swift boots. Fortune alone has increased by 6 points, suggesting that the more fortunate one is, the greater the treasures one might acquire. Should one additionally obtain a talisman of luck, the treasures drawn could be described as nothing short of terrifying. Sign-in reward name, Spirit Cloud Chi method level, grant profound usage. After clicking to learn, one must guide the ethereal energy from the world into the body through the perception of the surrounding spiritual essence, allowing it to circulate through the 8 extraordinary meridians. thereby enhancing physical strength and elevating spiritual power, suitable for cultivation in the world of immortals. Sign-in reward name: Swift Walking Boots level, minor profound usage. Simply wear them to quintuple one's speed of travel, disregarding any geographical obstacles. Perhaps due to the presence of spiritual energy in this realm, Zhu Heng can practice the spirit cloud chi method while driving the cart during the day. However, guiding the spiritual energy into his body is no trivial task. At this moment, the spiritual essence in the air is scant, akin to possessing a vast chest yet having only a meager amount of items to fill it. Thus, Zhu Heng finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. He possesses the technique and has learned it, yet the spiritual energy is insufficient, with its concentration not even reaching that of the spiritual energy crystal within the space farm. Zhu Heng even contemplates directly using the spiritual energy crystal for his cultivation. But he realizes that the usefulness of the space farm is undoubtedly tied to the crystal, leading him to merely entertain the thought without actually absorbing the energy within. Given the current scarcity of spiritual essence, it seems that reaching the foundation establishment stage is a distant prospect. He can only hope to draw more spiritual energy in the future to expedite his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Zhu Heng, at this very moment in the capital of Chaqing, the national master, Tianji Daoist, shares a similar sense of frustration. Presently, the only awakened spiritual vein in the world is the Qian mountain range, akin to a single individual farming while the entire world converges to partake of his harvest. The scarcity is indeed palpable. It is no wonder that the young disciple master initially told Tianji Daoist that at least 5 years would be required for the spiritual veins to gradually awaken. Tianji Daoist continues to draw in spiritual energy from the air, yet even he, having already embarked on the path of immortality, finds his progress exceedingly slow. Let alone the prince, Lu Jingsheng. Since Tianji Daoist's return, Lu Jingsheng has become his disciple, eagerly absorbing knowledge under his guidance. Consequently, the prince has become increasingly negligent of state affairs, utterly captivated by the pursuit of immortality. Although Lu Jingsheng had previously learned a modicum of related knowledge from Tianji Daoist, it had merely been a passing interest. In the past, the notion of cultivating immortality would have seemed utterly absurd to him. However, witnessing Tianji Daoist's foray into the realm of immortality, albeit still in the qi refinement stage, is profoundly different from anything he had previously encountered. When Tianji Daoist condensed the spiritual energy he had gathered and effortlessly severed dozens of trees with a mere flick of his sleeve, Lu Jingsheng was overwhelmed with excitement, as the fantastical tales he had read came vividly to life before his very eyes. Not only Lu Jingsheng, but even Emperor Renan could not contain his astonishment. Rising abruptly from his seat, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. From that day forth, Tianji Daoist's status and treatment soared to unprecedented heights, rivaled only by the royal princes and princesses, a true embodiment of being one man beneath the heavens, above all others. The news was swiftly suppressed by Emperor Renan and the prince, with all those who accompanied Tianji Daoist to the Qian mountain range being dealt with accordingly. The most authoritative figures in the Deliang kingdom were left in the dark, sensing only that Tianji Daoist was enjoying even greater favor than before. Emperor Renan and the prince had transformed. Having witnessed the means of cultivating immortality, they sought to monopolize such knowledge, to be exclusively held by the royal family. Chapter 86. Cool Rain. Zhu Heng remains blissfully unaware of the esteemed status of his own cultivation method. Even within the world of immortality, Earth-level techniques are regarded as of moderate quality, difficult to come by for many ordinary cultivators. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, Zhu Heng cannot afford the luxury of abstaining from sleep or retreating into seclusion for centuries like other cultivators. He is still a young child, requiring sustenance and rest. Without sleep, he would surely falter, thus his cultivation time is primarily during the daytime while driving the cart. The most remarkable aspect of the sign-in system is that the skills awarded can be learned instantaneously, with proficiency immediately maximized. Therefore, even while tending to the cart, Zhu Heng can multitask effortlessly, akin to developing muscle memory, without any detriment to his performance. Zhu Heng glances at the weather forecast, noting that rain is expected this afternoon to persist until the following morning, and that temperatures will drop to the teens after the rain. This awareness contrasts sharply with his prior understanding. In his original world, temperatures rise as one travels southward, and even winter does not bring excessive cold. There are regions where summer prevails year-round, requiring only short sleeves and shorts. De Liang differs significantly from Zhu Heng's previous perceptions, with weather being just one example. Concerned about the cold on the road, he had purchased sheepskin clothing and footwear, which now seem likely to prove essential. The forecast indicates a steady decline in temperatures over the coming week, hovering around 14 to 15 degrees. Could it possibly snow? Zhu Heng harbors an unsettling premonition. This world is already distinct from his own, and Zhu Heng understands the importance of not conflating the two. Thus, in this realm, the possibility of snowfall in Jiangnan during winter cannot be entirely dismissed. Regardless, he must first address today's rain, with such a significant temperature difference. If they are caught in the rain, the younger members of the group may fare well, but the elderly, including his grandfather and the Liu family trio, may struggle to withstand it. Furthermore, there are Li Chongqing and Lianan from Aunt Wang Meiying's family. These two children are exceptionally well-behaved and understanding, having traveled together without much fuss. If they were to catch a cold, it would surely be distressing. Zhu Heng does not wish for these good-natured children to suffer. After several hours on the road, it is now midday and the sky has begun to darken. Father, let us find a place to stop. It looks like rain is imminent. We should avoid traveling in the downpour. Zhu Heng signals to Zhu Yuliang behind him, gradually decelerating as he scans for a suitable resting spot. In response, Zhu Yuliang extends the whip to signal Zhu Yutian behind them, passing the message to the last member. Zhu Dazhu. This is a prearranged signal among the four, as the noise of the ox cart can often drown out spoken words, making visual signals more effective. Unfortunately, the surroundings are desolate, with only trees and rocks, leaving them no choice but to seek a sheltered area to evade the rain. Zhu Heng carefully brings the ox cart to a halt on a relatively gentle slope, surrounded by trees, making it convenient to set up a shelter. The rain is expected to continue until the following morning, so they must hasten to gather wood. Moreover, the 4 oxen will need a place to shelter from the rain. Should they get wet, they too might develop fevers and runny noses, hindering their progress. Grandfather, I sense the weather is turning ill. A heavy rain seems likely. Zhu Heng is determined not to let his family continue on the journey. If they traverse in the rain, dry ground will be a distant dream tonight. Grandfather Zhu Rini glances up at the sky, noting its gloominess. Then let us eat quickly, and we can all take refuge in the cart for a while. Unbeknownst to him, the rain is set to last until the next morning. He assumes it will only last a couple of hours at most and plans to seek shelter in the cart. Grandfather, we should just set up a tent. If the rain becomes too heavy, we won't be able to travel, so it's better to spend the night here. Zhu Heng feigned hesitation, seemingly troubled by the heavy rain and the potential for flooding, making travel difficult. Old man, Henger does have a point. The previous downpour was indeed quite severe, inundating so many areas. Grandma Li Chunhua recalled with trepidation the 4-day deluge that had marked her life in Beianfu, a sight unprecedented in her many years. Indeed, uncle. It's just the right moment for us to lie down comfortably. Being cooped up in the carriage feels quite uncomfortable. Li Ernia stretched his arms and legs, quickly adding his encouragement. Without a vehicle of his own, he typically shared a single cart with his son, Li Meng, alternating and assisting with the driving. It often felt stifling, his back aching, especially during the period immediately following the flooding when remaining in the cart felt akin to being compressed and folded. All right. Let us gather some wood, particularly those with leaves. We must be swift, for the sky grows increasingly overcast and rain seems imminent. Zhu Rini issued orders, delegating tasks accordingly. The men ventured to chop down trees of a bull's diameter, while the women sought leafy branches. In Jianghuai Prefecture, located in the south, there existed a plant with large leaves, which would serve perfectly as a covering. Soon, they had felled the trees. Those of bull diameter were easily cut. And with Zhu Heng's strength, augmented by the infusion of spirit energy, he estimated he could sever one with a single blow. However, with his father and uncle nearby, he naturally refrained from showcasing too much prowess, matching their pace instead, which still garnered him praise, comments about him being a man now, having matured. Constructing a shelter for the cattle was quite simple, for wooden posts arranged around the animal, topped with a bamboo mat. However, creating a shelter for people was considerably more complex, as there were numerous types of common protective structures. One method involved utilizing the terrain and existing caves, but there were none nearby, so that option was dismissed. Alternatives included single-slope roofs, A-frame shelters, pit-shaped shelters, conical shelters, and elevated shelters. In the event of rain, Constructing single-slope or pit-shaped shelters was impractical, while conical and elevated shelters required excessive wood and time, luxuries they could not afford. Thus, Zhu Heng proposed the method for an A-frame shelter. With the collective effort of the group, erecting 2 large shelters would suffice for the family to rest. They would first lay down sheepskins, followed by leaves, providing adequate waterproofing while shielding them from the cold. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was busy, Zhu Xiuxiu took Zhu Yuan, Zhu Long, and Zhu Feng to gather firewood. If it rained, the wood would become soaked, rendering it impossible to cook. The weather grew increasingly gloomy. A chill wind sweeping through the forest, sending shivers down their spines. With the frame now erected, the group quickly divided tasks, draping sheepskins over the structure and beginning to fasten leaves on top. Before long, the rain began to fall. Chapter 87, Rabbit Meat Stew. Initially, a few droplets descended, soon becoming a steady downpour. It's raining, it's raining. Xiuxiu elder sister, hurry inside. Zhu Feng called out from the hastily constructed shelter, tending to Zhu Xiuxiu as she rushed in. Inside the 2 shelters, the ground was first covered with large leaves, followed by a layer of felt, and a circular drainage ditch was dug around them to direct water away. The rain had indeed come suddenly. If it intensified, traversing would become quite difficult. Sun Fong wiped the water from Zhu Xiuxiu's body while glancing at the rain, sighing. Mother, we have built it well. It's quite effective after all. Not a single drop leaks. Zhu Xiuxiu reached out and felt the structure, finding it sturdy, with no signs of leakage. Zhu Feng, leaning against Zhu Xiuxiu, appeared exuberant. The children were always intrigued by such activities. Not just Zhu Feng, but Zhu Long and Zhu Yuan also seemed significantly more animated. For the family to construct a shelter together felt akin to a grand game of house, albeit a sophisticated one. The pot was already boiling. Today's meal consisted of noodles and rabbit meat. The water in the large pot bubbled, the flames licking the bottom, and on this rainy day, warmth enveloped them. Wang Suihua tossed in the hand-rolled noodles. As they hit the water, they submerged instantly. Meanwhile, in an earthen pot nearby, rabbit meat was stewing, cut into appropriate sizes. Each piece soaked in broth, emanating an irresistible aroma. This rabbit dish was a novel creation for the family. Previously, Zhu Heng had signed for a secret barbecue seasoning, initially used solely for grilling and stewing meat. However, just days ago, second aunt Wang Suihua had sauteed the rabbit meat, adding the seasoning and the oyster sauce that Zhu Heng had brought back. The result was surprisingly akin to a braised dish. The secret barbecue seasoning contained 108 kinds of spices, making it perfectly suitable for use as a braising mix. The resulting rabbit meat, infused with the aromas of star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices, melded beautifully, permeating the meat and enriching the broth, which was then ladled over the noodles, resembling a meat stew. Before long, as the fragrance intensified, the chatter within the shelter diminished. Zhu Feng gazed at the flames on the stove, silently wishing for them to grow larger, her stomach grumbling in hunger. Wang Mei set Li Chongqing and Lianan down, and the 2 little ones wandered to the edge of the shelter, reaching out to play in the rain, occasionally bursting into fits of giggles. Finally, the noodles and rabbit meat were ready. It was time to eat. Wang Suihua opened the earthen pot containing the rabbit, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the brown broth bubbling enthusiastically, each piece of rabbit perfectly stewed, glistening with a sheen of oil, the scent of spices intoxicating. Be careful, don't burn yourself. Grandma Li Chunhua cautioned her second daughter-in-law, as the pot was still quite hot and needed to be handled with care. Don't worry, mother. Wang Suihua quickly grabbed 2 leaves and placed them beside the pot, swiftly lifting it down, the aroma filling the entire shelter. Each person's bowl was filled with steaming noodles, topped with a generous ladle of rabbit stew, the brown broth immediately soaking into the noodles. Oh, this flavor is truly delightful. I must say, my dear nephew chose an excellent seasoning. We are fortunate to enjoy such a delectable dish. Zhu Heng accepted his bowl, picked up his chopsticks, and began to mix the noodles with the rabbit meat. The aromatic broth melded perfectly with the noodles, enhancing both their color and flavor. He lifted a mouthful of noodles, richly coated in broth, along with a piece of rabbit meat, savoring the exquisite taste, a true indulgence. The rabbit is delightful, both adorable and delicious, and even the skin can be utilized. Nowadays, children hardly consider the notion of raising pets. As Zhu Feng relished the rabbit meat, she exclaimed, "Little rabbits are so cute. Their meat is fragrant and pairs wonderfully with rice." Zhu Heng observed his little cousin, who had plumped up a bit, however. Children should indeed eat well to build their resilience. There has always been the saying that being able to eat is a blessing. The family had always been on the lean side, often going hungry, but now they were merely reaching a normal physique. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long, still not at their most voracious age, would, in a couple of years, truly become the kind of half-grown boys who could devour their father's resources. At this moment, these lads could consume astonishing amounts, their appetites akin to bottomless pits, as they digested their food almost immediately. Even now, they were already showing such tendencies. Observing the enthusiastic feasting of Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long, Zhu Heng harbored a suspicion that if his two younger brothers were to discover the existence of a spatial farm, each might consume half a sheep daily. Once satiated, Wang Meiying directed Li Ernio and Li Ming to wait for the rain to lessen before washing the dishes and pots. Among this group, their family seemed to be the beneficiaries. The Zhu family was inherently the leader, even calling upon them during their flight from disaster. And now they all dined together. Although Li Ernio accompanied Zhu Heng on hunting excursions, his skills were rather rudimentary. He could only deceive the simple-minded Li Ming. She was acutely aware that they were largely reliant on the prowess of Zhu Xiaoge. Having already taken considerable advantage by traveling in Zhu Dazhu's ox cart, it felt inappropriate to accept food and drink without reciprocation. Meiying, we can wash them after the rain stops. We want to be delayed by a little time. Sun Fong interjected urgently, concerned about the current downpour. It's fine, Mingzi, you have a robust physique, go ahead. Your father has been exhausted from hunting, Li Ernio remarked before retreating to another shed to rest. Li Ming nodded, donning a large leaf as a makeshift hat, and ventured outside with the pots and bowls. Hey, Li Ming, come back. Don't listen to your father. Hurry back, child. Li Ming had already dashed several meters away, scanning for a nearby stream. Zhu Heng furrowed his brow and called out, Li Ming, return at once. Why venture out in the rain? Just leave the pots and bowls outside. They can collect rainwater for washing. Zhu Heng harbored doubts about Li Ming's intelligence, perceiving him as somewhat gullible and easily swayed, changing his beliefs with each new speaker. Right. Li Ming suddenly recalled the idea of soaking the pots in rainwater, promptly returning with them and placing them separately in the rain before scurrying back into the shed. Wang Meiying, both exasperated and anxious, tapped Li Ming's forehead, reiterating that he should wait until the rain subsided. She shot him a sharp look at the sight of his damp arms. Quickly, go warm yourself by the fire. Li Ming obediently nodded, sensing his mother's ire. Meanwhile, in the adjacent shed, Li Ernio had already begun to snore, oblivious to his eldest son's predicament in the rain. Chapter 88. Do not marry. Once well-fed, one easily succumbs to fatigue, particularly lulled by the soothing sound of rain, nature's finest lullaby. The rhythmic patter became an irresistible invitation to slumber. It was now afternoon, and fatigue settled over the group as the Zhu men and women lay sprawled on their blankets. The chosen spot, slightly sloped yet relatively gentle, provided a comfortable resting position, allowing them to gaze at the raindrops cascading onto the grass. Zhu Heng reclined beneath a blanket, beckoning his younger brother Zhu Yuan to cease his play and join him for a moment of rest. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long nestled beside Zhu Heng, initially brimming with energy as they chatted, but soon fell into a peaceful slumber. In another shed, several women also exhibited signs of exhaustion. Since their southward escape from calamity, such moments of serene repose had been rare. The hardships of their journey were beyond description. Zhu Xiaoxiao adjusted her blanket and inched closer to Sun Fong. Mother, how much longer until we reach Jiangnan? Sun Fong observed her daughter, whose face had filled out nicely and remained relatively smooth, likely due to the snowflower cream Zhu Heng had previously given her, which Xiaoxiao applied daily. Soon. Once we settle in Jiangnan, I shall find you a good match, she reassured. Mother, what are you saying? I wish to stay with you a bit longer, Zhu Xiaoxiao blushed, overwhelmed with unspoken worries. She was reluctant to leave home. Marriage for a girl was never simple. Once married, she would be bound to her husband's family. And though a good match could bring comfort, the fear of those who appeared amiable before marriage but changed after was daunting. Most girls married around the age of 14, while boys at 16 were often betrothed, sometimes even becoming parents within 2 years. Zhu Heng, overhearing the conversation between his sister and mother from the adjacent shed, frowned slightly. His sister was only 14, how could they consider such arrangements for her so soon? Although it was customary in their time, Zhu Heng felt that once they reached Jiangnan and established their livelihood, he could legally present the wealth he had acquired to secure a suitable match for his sister, ideally after she turned 18. The notion of marrying her off early filled him with concern, especially regarding his cousin Zhu Feng. Rather than entrust her to an uncertain fate in another household, it would be wiser to invite a son-in-law to reside under their watchful eyes. Zhu Heng was diligently practicing the Ling Shaoqi manipulation technique, and, through daily sign-ins, he consistently acquired valuable resources, ensuring the family's protection in the long run. Xiao, you must eventually marry. You are approaching 15 years of age, and by common standards, you should already have a suitor. It's merely our family's poverty that complicates matters. The villagers of Shitukan are reluctant to take in another mouth to feed, Sun Fong lamented. She believed Zhu Xiaoxiao was suffering from the burdens of their circumstances. Had it not been for the prolonged drought in Bayan Prefecture, suitors would not be disinclined to marry a girl who could not contribute much to the household. Mother. But we are strangers in Jiangnan, Zhu Xiaoxiao's voice quivered with a hint of tears. They had already distanced themselves significantly from their hometown, and how they would settle in Jiangnan remained uncertain. The thought of marrying and leaving home terrified her. Zhu Xiaoxiao, after all, was merely a girl of 14. Still at an age where she should be indulging and enjoying life. Zhu Heng, sensing his mother's impending counsel, rose and made his way to the neighboring shed. Hanger, what brings you here? Zhu Heng settled at the edge of the shed, addressing his mother and sister. Mother, let us refrain from discussing this with Xiaoxiao for now. A year is not a significant delay. Once we establish ourselves in Jiangnan, I plan to engage in business, and if successful, I shall consider inviting a son-in-law for her. Brother, Zhu Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to cry at his words. Being with family was infinitely preferable to being alone in a stranger's home. No matter how kind a mother-in-law might be, she could never compare to her own. Hanger, do you truly mean that? Sun Fong looked at Zhu Heng with surprise. Typically, families seeking suitors were either noble or had only daughters. Hanger's willingness to propose inviting a son-in-law for Xiaoxiao indicated a genuine affection for his sister. Grandmother Li Chunhua observed her eldest grandson for a moment before speaking. Hanger is capable. You should heed his words. Besides, Xiaoxiao is gentle by nature. In another household, she might be taken advantage of. Second Aunt Wang Zuihua quickly concurred. Indeed, sister-in-law, it is rare for our eldest nephew to consider Xiaoxiao's well-being. Moreover, we have yet to reach Jiangnan. Let us contemplate these matters once we have settled. Wang Zuihua had only Xu Long and Xu Feng as her children, both dearly cherished. Hearing Sun Fong and Zhu Xiaoxiao discuss potential matches, she immediately thought of her daughter Xu Feng. Xu Feng, though simple-minded, was astute when it came to food. Had their circumstances remained as they were, a mere bun or a cornbread could easily deceive her. The fact that her eldest nephew articulated such thoughts indicated his protective nature towards the family. His adeptness in hunting along the journey was evident, as their current 80 taels of silver attested. If he could indeed safeguard Xiaoxiao and invite a son-in-law, it might not be out of the question for Zhu Feng to find a suitable match at the same age. In their current circumstances, the strength of the clan is formidable. Only by uniting as one can they avoid being bullied. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, the Zhu family, though considered outsiders, must band together for survival. Wang Zuihua contemplated that if her eldest nephew ventured into business, her own longer could assist him and perhaps even learn a thing or two, thus becoming much more astute. Consequently, she encouraged her sister-in-law in this notion. After listening to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, Sun Fong also found their reasoning compelling. Given that Hanger was remarkably adept at hunting, she believed he could certainly accumulate a modest fortune in Jiangnan. If that were to happen, she would naturally be reluctant to part with her daughter. All right, I shall refrain from further discussion for now. Hanger, I have faith in you. Sun Fong gazed at Zhu Heng, her heart swelling with pride. He embodied the new generation's pillar of strength and leadership. Thank you, brother, Zhu Xiaoxiao replied, her eyes glistening with tears, her hands clutching her blanket tightly as she looked up at Zhu Heng with gratitude. It's nothing, you are my sister. And I would never allow anyone to harm you, he reassured her. Wang Meiying had already lulled her two children to sleep and cast an envious glance in their direction. Although her family had grown closer to the Zhu family through the trials of disaster, they were still not one family, and once they reached Jiangnan, they would inevitably have to live separately. Reflecting on the Erneu's demeanor, Wang Meiying felt a pang of bitterness. He had changed. The initial gratitude had seemingly morphed into a sense of entitlement. Worry gnawed at her heart. prompting her to silently pray that Li Erniu would not commit any outrageous acts. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the adjacent room. A snake! There's a snake! Father, mother, I'm scared. Zhu Heng and the others rushed towards the sound, only to discover a snake several meters long coiled around Zhu Yuan's body. Zhu Yuan was paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down his face. His small countenance as pale as a ghost, filled with despair and terror, yet he dared not move, fearing the serpent might strike him. The group stood in the rain, panic-stricken as they looked at Zhu Yuan. Yuaner, do not move. Mother will find a way to save you. Sun Fong was frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, desperate yet hesitant to approach, fearing that any sudden movement might provoke the snake and endanger Zhu Yuan. She instinctively glanced at Zhu Liang and Zhu Heng. Your father, Hunger, what should we do? Zhu Long, who had been sleeping closely next to Zhu Yuan, was also terrified and dared not move. The situation resembled a standoff between two snake handlers, and it was even worse, for they feared that any movement might startle the snake into attacking. Presently, the snake had wrapped itself around Zhu Yuan's leg, raising its head and surveying its surroundings, occasionally hissing. It seemed the earlier scream had startled it, and now it was in a defensive posture. If further frightened, it could well turn aggressive. Even Zhu Heng was hesitant to act rashly, knowing that snake venom could not be countered by any antidote. The notification for the reward read, Anti-venom, 98,100. Level, Minor Mysterious. Instructions for use, take directly. The most ordinary medication in the interstellar realm, capable of treating various ailments caused by bacteria and viruses. However, this antivenom was effective only against bacterial and viral infections, while snake venom was neither. It was a toxic protein. If Zhu Yuan were bitten, the antivenom would be of no use. As the snake inched closer, Zhu Heng swiftly picked up a stone, his gaze fixed intently on the snake's head. His arm muscles taut. He then hurled the stone with all his might. Sun Fong screamed in fright, closing her eyes, unable to bear to watch. The stone, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, struck the snake squarely at its most vulnerable point, sending it hurtling backward. Observing this, Zhu Liang seized one child in each arm, swiftly pulling Zhu Yuan and Zhu Long away. Coughing, he inadvertently tightened his grip around their collars, causing the unfortunate boys to suffer the brunt of their father's urgency. Yuana, your father is choking you. Sun Fong and Wang Suihua rushed forward to pat the boys' backs. I was merely trying to get them to safety. Zhu Liang scratched his head, glancing at the two boys who were now coughing vigorously, feeling somewhat guilty. You're just a brute. Hanger has dealt with the snake. Yet you're rough with the children. Sun Fong shot him a disapproving look while continuing to soothe Zhu Yuan. Just as Zhu Yuan had been rescued from the snake's grasp by his brother, he was now being dragged away by his father. Feeling the discomfort in his throat and unable to stop coughing, I'll go check on the snake, Zhu Liang said, picking up a stick and approaching the serpent that had been knocked away by Zhu Heng, poking it. It writhed, twisting and coiling, though it had been incapacitated. Nonetheless, its nervous system still reacted, startling Zhu Liang, who quickly used the stick to fling the snake out of the shelter. Brother, you nearly scared me to death. Zhu Liang had almost struck Zhu Yutian, who had been standing at the entrance, and he quickly patted himself down. Who knew it could still move? But now it appears to be lifeless. Zhu Liang gazed at the immobile snake in the rain, nodding seriously. Perhaps we should cook it for a meal. It looks like it has quite a bit of meat. Cook it? At the mention of food, Wang Suihua, who had just calmed Zhu Long, perked up. During their time in Shirtu village, when food was scarce, they had eaten all manner of things, including rat meat. Despite their frightening appearance, once cooked, they were, after all, meat and surprisingly palatable. Grandfather Zhu Rini examined the snake and remarked, "This one seems rather sizable. If we intend to eat it, we must remove its head and skin it. Indeed, your father and I had snake meat when we were younger, and it was quite fresh." Grandmother Li Chunhua reminisced fondly about the snake meat they had consumed in the past. Hearing that the family intended to eat the snake, Zhu Heng felt a wave of nausea. Snakes are often rife with parasites, such as tapeworms and even larval forms of certain parasites. In ancient times, these were virtually untreatable, and his antivenom would not be effective against parasites. No, we cannot eat it. We are not in dire straits. Why should we consume such a thing? Zhu Heng shuddered at the thought of the snake. Anyone who had taken a biology class would know how revolting parasites could be. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Little Zhu, you're simply timid. I've never heard of anyone getting poisoned after removing the snake's head. Besides, it's meat. Li Erniu observed Zhu Heng's worried expression, sensing his fear and feeling a sense of bravado. Zhu Xiuxiu, noticing Li Erniu's demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain and stepped closer to Zhu Heng, gently tugging at his sleeve. Brother, I'm also scared. Let us not eat it. Zhu Heng looked at his sister and affectionately ruffled her hair, pleased that she was obedient. His efforts in caring for her were not in vain. Indeed, this delicacy is not sought after by many, so it is prudent to refrain from taking risks. Grandfather Zhu Rini and grandmother Li Chunhua, observing their eldest grandson's unwavering determination, felt a twinge of skepticism. In their youth, they had consumed such fare without any ill effects. After all, how much meat could be derived from such a formidable serpent? They were somewhat reluctant to let it go to waste. Furthermore, although their grandson was adept at hunting, his experience was still lacking. He did not even know that removing the snake's head was a necessary precaution, a testament to his youth. Hanger, you need not concern yourself with this. Your grandmother and I have partaken of it before, and we were just fine, Zhu Rini reassured him. Wang Cuihua had already approached the serpent, prodding it with a stick and declaring loudly, Father, this snake is already dead. Very well, let us prepare it, having been startled by this creature. We ought to properly benefit from it, Zhu Rini responded. Hearing this, Li Erniu cast a smug glance at Zhu Heng.